She wants I should make music fucking short. Like, that'd be sick. Make myself a fucking superhero. He's already on, baby. Why? Why not? I'm sick as fuck. What is this bullshit? Alright, good. West side. What are you, little bitch? Dude, I would focus so much more on what I think what's written on here. Have a blessed and beautiful day, Baruch Hashem. That, my friend, is a loyal fucker. Dude, yes. Alright, are you done? My comment, shout out to Paul Mars, my comments barely get reposted. That right there should tell you this shit works, so don't fuck with your shit. If you do that for a fucking year, somebody's gonna pay attention to this. If anybody sees this in the future, it was, I'm just going cold about that. But like the rabbis, a rabbi told me how this would happen, and just like they saw it, and that's how much confidence I had. It's nothing, but like this is like sex act. Hand job. They should do that with weed. They should have weed for like all ages, but really small amounts of it to like ease people into it. Different levels. Like, and they should also put how much caffeine is in it. Rumble Street. Okay, here we go. Look at this footwork, folks. There's athleticism. Oh, I'm not at this level. But maybe there's some shit I do better. Or maybe I'm more. You know. But normally I fucking do this. This shit, if you're wondering, what is he saying? I'm just letting you know what's going on in my head. I don't normally talk like this, but I can stop if I want, but then I'll just be silent. There's some funny, good shit in here. I'm sure everybody will be like, yeah, dude. I really feel bad about the thing I said earlier, but I want to make that my fucking nickname. It's like, why word? Come on, B. Dog, 30 the fuck up. This shit sucks. I wonder if I'm gonna scrape that shit out of there. I'm gonna get every little bit out. And come on, you little bitch. Calm down. And fuck the Christ. Look at this move. Curious, come on. These buttons are just not teasers. Come on, you little. Okay. If you don't know what I'm doing, every 12 hours I have to switch it. And right now in 2025, it sucks. Maybe in 3025, we just be able to blink and this shit will happen. But this shit sucks. Come on, you what? Everything takes so long. You're gonna die? I think there might be a chance I might escape it. Like, maybe I'm the first person, or maybe one of the, I don't know, generation, first generation. But I don't want to do it first. Come on, you little bitch! Oh, fuck. I can't believe I hit that thing. I never catch it. Fuck you, my motor skills. Come on, you little bitch. Oh, babe, this thing sucks. People are gonna ask, did you know you were gonna go 500? Like, I just have a gut feeling nobody talks to me. It's gonna be cool somehow on Twitter. Come on, you little bitches. Fucking engine is like favorite rabbi. Okay, come on, you little bitch. Fuck. On. This thing sucks. Oh, is it working? No. Hey, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Come on, you little bitch. Why does this thing suck? Come on, this thing sucks. Come on, dude. This shit is so bad. There should be a law. Oh, it's working. Starting. Back in 60. Oh, what am I? No, I didn't even know. I was never gonna be the same.
Using cancer means mashimu, and therefore again, this is for worse because he's burning so big that he's not yet pregnant, or conversely, no. Cancer means science. He's already us certain size, and therefore the short is invalid. It's void. So that's what structure of our companies. She was structured around us and hiding. So I must explain in this case. I swear I won't eat. I swear I won't eat. And I end up eating non-kosher items. What's the problem? Chayiv. I'm chayiv. So I don't want to say chayiv. Rabbi Shimon told Rabbi Shimon says I'm not true. But I don't ask about this case. I'm not chayiv. Why should I be chayiv? Which level of the last year? I only prohibited to go ahead and eat these items. So there's already published upon which the Gemara says, so the key source says that the reason why the shore works like this, since the shore sharing revolves upon prohibited items, it also revolves upon prohibited items. That's a concept I won't call it Mr. Coma. It's inclusive. Therefore, again, when I say shore shalom, and I eat the needless change, I'm going to be tired. Most is very sluggish, but he got to most of every eater the five shekats of shir on the Rabbi. He stopped, not even done yet. He got the Amar Atam observed the whole show. But you know, actually, we're going to step over it. Let's not go very touch not going to rush through it. Let's not worry. So again, remember, we're moving on. This last case of Rabbi. Nazir goes ahead. Nazir goes ahead and says, Shua Shua Okal, Charson, I will not eat grapes. What does that mean? Does that mean the Nazir is making a shua on a cup? A shua? In which case the shua? Or no, Charson means Kizanis. In which case the shua doesn't work because the Nazir is Kizanis, and there's a solution tomorrow. Shbayach. All right, fellas, the Chagas. All right, we'll say good morning. Let's begin. Today's episode of people are really great stuff. Really. We're going to start days by days. 22 deep, I think, again. Which introduced us ultimately again to cases where I go and I make sure that I eat and I drink the Mishnah Paskin, and I'm only going to be chayav. So I'm around here, but I'm not going to hear about having a Mishnah. Shmushma Ochal B'Shasa, Chayiv, Rosix, Navacha, is that the person goes ahead. Shmushma Ochal B'Shasa, Chayiv. So if you hear out this Shmuel, if a person takes a Shua, I'm not going to eat. And what happens? They drink. So they're chayiv. In other words, once I take a Shua, I don't eat, but I drink. I'm chayiv for violating my Shua. Says the Gemara. So why is this? So again, one possibility is, and we're learning this out from a possibility. Or ultimately again from a svara. So the Gemara says, svara. If you want to say that it's a svara, because sometimes just when people talk. When a person says to his friend, let's go eat something, and they end up in what? They end up eating and drinking. So we see ultimately that what? That shtia is bichlal achiva. Drinking is subsumed under the umbrella of eating. Also, the other possibility is when I what's the pasuk? That ultimately, again, drinking is subsumed under the umbrella of eating. Which, like this, from where do we know that drinking is included with eating? What's the pasuk says? That you will bring your maizu sheni, you will include in your child. And when it says what does it include? The meister of your grain and of your grapes. Top of Sirosh Chamri. We'll say, what's grapes? Grapes is wine. And get what you see. And it says you don't eat it. So what do you see from here? You see from here, that ultimately drinking is included under the umbrella of or maybe the case of infection. Why? I will say a negro is a beet dish. So therefore, again, I'm drinking wine as part of the beet dish. In which case, again, it's still a case of akiva. So I'm a rama bashmuel. A negro by this happy. A negro is a dish that's made of beets. A sigron by the gulu silky. A sigron also everything from our brothels. A sigron is water or is a dish made from cooked vegetables. So also, so in the case of kirosh, in the case of my sushimi, is where a person is consuming wine, but wine is being consumed as part of solid food. Not for being consumed completely as a drink. Here's where it comes from. Also, here's the source for saying that she is a fiba. In a sata kesef v'cholashet tarai nafshito. V'bakar ubatzov v'yad v'shechem. The pasuk says, "Give also by my sushimi." If you redeem my sushimi for money, you take the money, you spend it in Yerushalayim. You can use the money for whatever you want. Bakar, so, wine, shefa, yayin, also. Listen, what you see from here, you see from here, wine obviously is a drink. Wine is a drink. And listen, what does the pasuk say? The pasuk is the pasuk uses lashon achila even by ksivachalton. The kiloh nam yedei nikro means so here's when you're drinking the wine through or mixed with the solid food. That's why it calls it achila, which the Gemara says. However, sheikhar ksiv, we question it. That's not true because it says what? It says sheikha. And what says sheikha means it's an item that intoxicates. When wine is mixed in with food, it doesn't intoxicate. So it must refer to what? It must refer to wine which is being consumed on its own. Well, the second thing is that not true? There are foods that intoxicate. Listen to this. The Dilma, Devila Kilis. Also, maybe talking about these Kilis figs, right? These Kilis figs have an intoxicating quality. Design I'll go Devila Kilis. If the person of a Kohen ate this cake of pressed figs, this type of Kilis figs, Vishasa Divash, or you drank honey, Vichalav, and milk, Vimichlas Lamikdash. You drank honey and milk, you went into this Hamikdash, but you did have Hoda, Chayiv. I'll say ultimately again, a person is Chayiv. Why? Because these items all have an intoxicating or an inebriating effect. So you see from here that one. And you have some Frugal was just like a halach in general. And a Kohen, we know that a Kohen is not permitted to do the Avodah Shri Gadget. It's not permitted to go ahead and to do the avodah under the influence. What's interesting to see is that it's not only permitted to alcohol consumption, but apparently intoxicating foods are also precluding that they're going to do the avodah, which is pretty amazing. So which the point that Gemara is making over here is that you see that there are intoxicating foods. Hala Gamar Shekhar means that we make consider Shabbat between Meiser Sheni and Nosir. It says Shekhar by Meiser Sheni, it says Shekhar by Nosir. Just like by Nosir, Shekhar refers to wine, so to my Meiser Sheni it refers to wine as well. And therefore I will say what? And therefore because Shekhar refers to wine by Meiser Sheni, so Torah tells me that I can redeem the money of Meiser Sheni, should use it to purchase wine. And what lashon does the Torah use? The Torah uses the lashon of v'achalta. When we see from here, that shtia bichlal achiva. That drinking is called eating. The most thing you say to yourself, wonderful. Who cares? So why does it matter to us? Because if I take a shvua and I say shvua shalom ocha, I swear I'm not going to eat anything today, and I drink ta'alot, I'm in by shvua. Why? Because shtia bichlal achiva. There's also drinking under the umbrella of Rabbi says, the person took a shvua that I'm not going to shop, and he ate and he drank in the chayiv el atis. They will say, he's only chayiv once. So they say, so if you say that shtia is a fruit of the achiva, it's technically the kamelash from the chayiv el atis. That's what people have to cover their own chayiv once. They will say, if you say that shtia is not part of achiva, then when I take a shvua not to eat the asam laka, it's tichlash moinon the inochayv ela achos. So most of listen to this. So the Gemara says, if you hold that shtia is not bichlal achiva, right? Shtia are two different things. Then if I take a shvua shelo ochal and what, I go ahead and I eat and I drink, then of course again I'm going to be chayiv twice. I don't know if I say, do I need some type of need to come out to teach that. Let's say a person goes ahead and takes a shvur on Shabbos. I think I'm not going to eat, and I eat and I do malacha. Does the Gemara tell me that I'm chayiv twice? Of course I'm chayiv twice. There are two things. Else the Gemara says, I'm sorry. What you see from here, you see that ultimately that drinking is subsumed under the umbrella ultimately of consumption. Right, so we've successfully proven that first point, and therefore again that backs up the statement of Shmuel, which is what the Gemara started with, that the person takes a Shmuel Shalom Ochal, and instead he goes ahead and he drinks, he is still going to be higher for the violation of Shmuel. So first of all, I'd like to people know that. Amos, there's the problem. Let's look at the end of the Shmuel Shalom Ochal, the Shmuel Eshta. First he takes a Shmuel, I take a Shmuel that I'm not going to eat, I'm not going to drink. But I'll call the shots of Chayiv Shtayim. What did he say? And I eat Chayiv twice for 1 second. Kevan Damar Shlo Ochal, it's Tzarek Shida. Ki Amar Shlo Eshta, on my Chayiv. So here's the problem. We just established that Shida is the Klalachiva, that drinking is part of eating. So therefore, again, so now in the second case of Mishnah, I then take Shva. I say Shlo Ochal, Shlo Eshta. I say Shlo that I'm not going to eat, I'm not going to drink. So what's the Mishnah say? I'm chayiv twice. 1 second. Why am I chayiv twice? At the end of the day, if you see that Shvi is Bichlal Achiva, then when I go and I say Shlo Ochal, what does that include? Achila and Shkia. For what? And therefore, when I go ahead, Ki Amar Shlo Eshta, when I then take that second Shua, and I again say Shua, then I'm not going to drink. Why should I be chayiv at all? Amar Shlo Eshta, Shlo Eshta Shreis, if I say, I swear I'm not going to drink, and I drink, how many times do I chayiv? Why? Because the rule says that second Shua is meaningless. Because the second Shua doesn't come to more than what the first Shua did, and therefore again there will be no heal under those circumstances. Right? What the Gemara is asking is the following: if you hold that Shia is the Chal, then when I say Shua Shalom Ochal, Shua Shalom Eshta, as soon as I say Shalom Ochal, it includes Achila and Shia. Therefore, again, when I say Shalom Eshta, if it's a meaning, then why does the Mishnah pass that when I eat and when I drink, I'm chayiv twice? To which the Gemara says, Chasam the Amar Shalom Eshta, Nahada Amar Shalom Ochal. So this is very interesting. What's the case in Mishnah? The case in Mishnah is where I first make the Shua not to drink, and then only afterwards I take the Shua not to eat. What? So let's say, so that, then what does that create? That creates two independent Shuas. Why? The Shtia B'chlal Achila Yisa, Achila B'chlal Ashtia Lesa. Because I was saying, listen to this. This relationship only goes in one direction. Shtia, drinking, is considered a part of eating. Eating, however, is not considered part of drinking. Therefore, I will say, this is all intuitive. Therefore, again, when the person says, Shua Shalom Ochal, if I say I take the Shua not to eat. So my definition, that includes what? Eating and drinking, Achila and Shtia. Therefore, I will say, if I go ahead and eat and drink, I'm only going to be chayiv once. Not only that, but if I say Shua Shalom Ochal or Shua Shalom Eshta, that second Shua is meaningless because the prohibition of Shtia is already included in the first Shua. However, if I go ahead and I say Shua Shalom Eshta, Shua that I'm not going to drink, that only covers what? It only covers Shtia. That does not cover Achila. It does not cover Achila. Therefore, I will say, listen to this. I take the Shua Shalom Ochal, and then afterwards take the Shua Shalom Eshta. If I take the Shua Shalom Eshta, and then afterwards take the Shua Ochal, and then I eat and drink, how many times do I chayiv? Twice. Say both of those Shuas. That you are suggesting that's the case in Israel. First the Shua Shalom Eshta, then the Shua Shalom Ochal. Both Shuas devolve upon me, and therefore I'm going to be chayiv twice. Incredible. How about Amar Shua Ochal, Shua Eshta? They will say, if I Ochal, if I say, I think the Shua, I'm not going to drink. But Ochal, the Shasa, I did eat and I drink. What's that? Lakamai? Ain't no chayiv ela. So I'll say, that case, I'm going to be chayiv once. Why is Shua Shua Ochal, Shua Eshta? Why? Because ultimately, again, Achila is Shia, it's Bichlal Achila. be okay. So we're saying fine, no problem with you. But if that's the case, at the 20 ratio, shmur shelo ochal, ba'achal b'shasa in chaylalachas. In the beginning of the shasa, I take the shmur not to eat, and I end up eating the thing. So the Mishnah said only chayiv once. Listen, why don't you instead say the following? Shmur shelo ochal b'shelo eshta in chaylalachas. Why don't you make a better case? What's the better case? What's the better case be? I think the shua that I'm not getting eaten out of it. So you must say, in the Mishnah's first case, the case was shua shula ochal. Take a shua that I'm not going to eat, and I end up eating the drink. What is the Mishnah called? I'm only chayiv what? Only chayiv once. So that's we give you a better case. A better case. Why doesn't the Mishnah say? Let the guy say shua shula ochal, shua shula ochal ve'eshta. Right? I take a shua that I'm not going to eat, and I'm not going to put here. He's explicitly articulating both of the Mishnah. And then he goes in and eats and he drinks. What's halacha? He's still only chayiv once. Why am I saying? Because shtia is b'chlal achila. Why don't you say that case? Listen, shmur shelo ochal b'shelo eshtem. In Mishnah's case of the shura, I'm not going to eat. I say in that case, you don't chayiv elahas. L'chol shekain shelo ochal b'chudein. And all the more so, it's like in the case where I just said shmur shelo ochal, and then I eat and I drink. But of course, it's not going to be chayiv. So most of the most asking here is why doesn't the Mishnah give me the most Hiddishnik case? Give me the most novel case. The most novel case is not shmur shelo ochal, but then a person eats and drinks and then just like once. Like the most Hiddishnik case where a person says shmur shelo ochal b'shelo eshter, or a person is sure that I'm not going to eat and I'm not going to drink. Then they go and they eat and they drink, and yet the Mishnah still asks that what? You only chayiv once. Why? Because essentially the second shor shelo eshter is being addressed because here is the malachila. If you tell me that case, then if one case that person just says shmur shelo ochal, and then they eat and they drink, then of course only the chayiv once. To which the Gemara says, Ella, the olam kibik tani. The other one says the Gemara, you have to go back to the way the version is. And the case mentioned that's where he's first he says achila before shia. You're shining alcohol. And we'll say, what's the case over here? See, here's the problem. Okay, from the sequence, we're now suggesting is we're going to look at the sefer, we're going to understand the sefer as the state. What's the case of the sefer as? He's saying shmur shelo ochal, shmur shelo eshter. I think sure that I'm not going to eat, that I'm not going to drink. And then what did the Mishnah pass in? He said that I'm chayiv twice. I'm chayiv twice. What about the fact that shtia is b'chlal achila? Okay, that's part. So what does that mean? So you want to shine off. Listen to this. Kevan the amar shelo ochal, the hadar amar shelo eshter, gali daite the ach achila the amar achila leitas. Well, it's like, see here the Gemara answers, which seems to be the Pashut answer. When a person goes out of their way to articulate something, so clearly they're coming along to make more specific statements. So if a person comes along and says, shmur shelo ochal, b'shelo eshter, then what they're clearly saying is what? The achila that I articulated before does what? Does not include shtia. Meaning, so what as you see over here when it comes to shuas, so much of shuas ultimately again is focused on what a person says and how a person says it. You see, we'll say there's a club go life. What's the club go life? Close your mouth. Words to live by. Close your mouth. Right? In other words, that the less you say, sometimes the sharper your words are. So a person says shmur shelo ochal. Great, I understand. That includes achila and shtia. Once a person goes ahead and says shmur shelo ochal, shmur shelo eshter, obviously that extra phrase is coming. What's going to do something then what? Then you should say it. Then don't say it. Then sorry. Right? Then don't say it. Then don't say it. The fact that he goes out of his way to articulate shmur shelo ochal, shmur eshter means that the achila that he's mentioning, he means achila b'dasar. Achila by itself, not achila with shtia. And therefore he's coming to create two distinct prohibitions upon himself, one for achila and one for shtia. But Rashi, as we said at the beginning, our Mishnah seems to support this assertion. Shmur shelo ochal ba'achal already in achila. That's what the Mishnah say. The person, I take a shmur, I swear I'm not going to eat, and then I end up eating things that are not fit for consumption. Drink things that are not fit for consumption. Butter, we'll say, let's go. I'm it seems to me that it was for consumption. I might. So we'll say ultimately again. Why would I ultimately again twice for this? I said Shloshal. Vilma Damar Shivur Shlo Okal Shivur Shlo Eshta. That will say must be a case of what? But ultimately again, I explicitly articulated two things. Ultimately again, Shivur Shlo Okal and Shivur Shlo Eshta. So we'll say the idea over here is what comes out from this sugya. Because it seems to be that the final line from the sugya is that shtia is b'chalachiva, that drinking is considered to be a part of consumption. Drinking is a chiluk of shtia. Therefore, I will say for our purposes, if a person takes a shvur shelo okal, making sure that I'm not going to eat, and I end up drinking, I will be fighting for violating that shvur. However, again, if a person were to say, and therefore, will say, however, the exception to this could be when the person explicitly articulates and says, shvur shelo okal, shvur shelo eshta. If a person explicitly articulates a separate shvur for akiva and a separate shvur for shtia, then obviously they're coming to say that akiva is akiva by itself and shtia is by itself. So we'll say this seems to be what the Rambam passes. The Rambam says this is in Parak Dalet Gopos Shvuos. So let's look at this. Rambam says Paralach about shvur shelo okal v'shelo eshta. Person takes a shvur that I'm not going to eat, I'm not going to drink. V'shasa, v'alkal v'shasa, and ultimately again, I ate and I drank. Chayiv shtayim. What the Rambam passes, I'm chayiv twice. Shashtia b'chlal achila. There's other circumstances. Shtia is considered part of achila. However, behold, the parish of Rothschild Ashtem Kalangaito shall call Shtia b'chlal achila. The inside Kiddush Zevin Pe'atzmo, Zevin Pe'atzmo, Yichai Shai. It's like Rambam sums it up in 4 lines. Number 1, achila is b'chlal shtia. That's why he passes on the Ma'aser. But if you explicitly articulate a shvur and you say shvur shelo ochal, shvur shelo eshte, you're going out of your way to explicitly articulate two distinct shvurs. Then what? Then you need to break them out, and therefore, if you eat and you drink, you will be chayiv twice. Beautiful. We'll say right there. The shvur shelo ochal ba'achal pas. Let's remember again. The next case is as follows: where a person goes ahead and takes a shvur shelo ochal. I swear that I'm not going to eat. And what happens? Shvur shelo ochal. Aslitin pasar baskusman va'achal. What happens? If a person goes ahead and, well, first case, the person says, I'm not going to eat, and he eats wheat bread, barley bread, spelt bread, he's only chayiv once. If he says, sure, that I won't eat, and he eats each of those breads, then what? He's chayiv for each of them. It says in the Vilma, right, ultimately again, maybe the reason why he made these separate showers was we're trying to figure out what would be a reason why a person would say, Shvush Ochal, Haslitin Paskus or why would you articulate that? What's the need for that? It says, limit their napshin Krenaisa. Well, maybe the guy is coming along on one side. If you eat separate liability with each type of bread, I'd rather to go ahead and highlight the fact that he's prohibiting himself to other food items, to which the Gemara says, remember, if that's the case, he could have eaten Sa'orin the Kusim. Then ultimately, he could have just said, eaten Sa'orin and Kusim. Ultimately, instead of going ahead and saying what? Shvur shelo ochal, what should over here was, Shvur shelo ochal, pas chitin, pas Sa'orin, pas Muslim. The fact that he's articulating pas by each one seems to indicate that it's creating Shvur specific items. The Dilma, pas chitin lachol, sort of the Kusim buckets. So we'll say maybe he's coming along to prohibit paslit, but he's also coming along to what? To go ahead and say that he should be permitted to go ahead and chew on kernels of barley. The Hamil the Mimar, paslitin, v'shal sa'orin, v'shal kusmin. Therefore, I could have just said ultimately what? Paslitin and also of sa'orin and also of kusmin. The Dilma Amabait, the Dilma Ayudei Tarobes. Maybe I'm outside. Look at Rashi, Kabash, the Dilma Amabait. The Dilma Ayudei Tarobes. Maybe the reason he didn't say Paslitin Vishal Swam Vishal Kusman. What does that sound like? What does this sound like? Maybe it's only prohibiting what? It's saying a bread that's made, a loaf that's made out of all these different grains. Well, if that's the case, Ema, the Chayim shall Sa'orim, the Chayim shall Kusman. You could have just said, and so too of grain, of so too of barley, so too of spelt. Pas lamari. Also, at the end of the day, what the Gemara is bothered by is why does he have to say pas sa'orin, passes. So most of those we begin to see a trend here. When it comes to Shmuas and Eidon Bakari, we analyze each and every word. In general, we see Chachamim Bizarru and a person should always be vigilant with his words. Always choose his words exceptionally careful. And also, when it comes ultimately again to Shmuas, when it comes to Shmuas, so again, we manage to analyze every single word. To say has eaten, has sold, we'll say that word has such a stands to go ahead and generate a separate portion upon each of these. Thereby creating separate shvua liability for each different type of variables. And this is the Rabbi has this as well. The Rabbi says, this is the same paragraph, if a person says shvua, eat, I won't eat barley bread, I won't eat wheat bread, and I eat them, I eat all of them, I'm chayiv for each and every one. Why? Shalom Amar Has and the Chalik or the Chayla of that word Has. On the beginning of every statement ultimately indicates that creating separate shore liability by each of these items. Incredible. Let's go back to it. I'm not going to drink a lot of drink. Right? I go ahead and I drink a lot of different things. I'm only chayiv once. Okay, so let's analyze this. So let's say I have a case of let's go back to this. In the Mishnah's case of here, Mishnah's case is Shmuel Shalosh. Case number one, the Shmuel that I'm not going to drink. The one happens. Shasa Mashkin, I drink a lot of different items. What's the halacha? Ain't no chayiv alachos. Only chayiv once. Second case, what I'll say is Shmuel Shalosh Shiyayim Shemet Mitvash. Take a show that I'm not going to drink wine, oil, honey, the shasa, and I drink them. Chayiv alachos left. Chayiv each and every one. Okay, those are the two cases. He says the Gemara, Neshlama Asam, I understand that in this case by the loaves of bread. The other, he asked for the pass the Yuva. So it was an extra word. An extra word pass before mentioning each of the types of bread. An extra word, what did an extra word for us? What did it do? It split up each of the items into separate Shibua liability. Elaha, my happy to remember. I will say in this case, where a person says, Shmur Shalom Eshte, Yaimen Vash. So I don't understand, maybe he's not coming to create separate Shmur liability, he's just coming to articulate certain things. What else could he have said? Maybe he's just coming along to say, it's only these items that I'm prohibiting myself to, but I'm not prohibiting other forms of drink. The case is where these drinks are sitting before him on the table. Yain, Shemen, and Vash are right there on the table. I will say, what's his goal? The goal over here is this Yain, Shemen, and Vash is sitting right in front of him. And his goal is he wants to prohibit these items upon himself. So what should he have said? Shivua Shivua Eshta Eilu. I will say, that's what he should have said. The fact that he says what? Shivua Shivua Eshta Yain, Shemen, and Vash, we understand to mean what? A more globalized Shivua, and independent Shivua liability for each of these items. And Yoma Eilu Lo Shasino, not really Shasino. I will say, every reason you can use this much because had he said that, he would have heard that only these items, this particular Yain Shemen and Vash that is Asar, but other Yain Shemen and Vash will be mutter. Ellen the Omar Shivua Lo Shasino Pidon Eilu. Right? It says the could have said, right? I take Shua that I will not drink like these. And I will say that would have been these items. In fact, he chooses to make a more global Shua. A Shua Shua Ocha Yain Shua Vash indicates that's what. And he's coming to create a more general Shua. With separate Shua Bible. Each item Ella is in Filma, you don't even below Shasina with Sime often, with Spinning out the Shasina. If you were to say that, I will say maybe that would be that's what. He won't drink like these items. But again, I will say maybe like these items means what? The exact measure. But more than these amounts, less than these amounts, ultimately, again, you would be able to drink. Unless you go to Amar, Shvoshua Eshtani mid. And then let's say what he could have said is a shvua that I won't drink from these types, from this meat. Dilma, make even below Shasina, even if you find in Shasina. Was it that was the case? And maybe ultimately that would infer from that. It's only in a below Shasina, it's only it's only this type of drink that he can drink. And these items, say like what I did that he couldn't consume. Ema Shalom Eshta Eight. So rather what he could have said was is I won't drink these as well as their the background of the Ikon, of course, that's the case over here. When the sun falls on Beras, it was a piece is as follows. Where this man is getting peer pressure to drink. Sidewalk on his friends are troubling to drink. Gamarlo, all you just say you need the Yair Shemet Crash. All you have to his friends are troubling to come drink with us wine, oil, honey. The higher go Luma, and it was like, what's happening? This guy, the guy in the Mishnah, does not want to drink with his friends. So what does he do? Well, ultimately, again, he gets himself from drinking with his friends. What would have been a proper formulation for that? The Havile Lomar, Shua, Shelo Eshte Imcha. He could have just said, I take a Shua, that I'm not going to drink with you. And I will say, that would have accomplished the task. But yet, what does he say? Yayi B'Shemen Vash Lavali. So we'll say, if this is a thing in the body of peer pressure, then there's a way to avoid peer pressure. Shua, I'm not going to drink with you. I hereby swear I'm not going to drink with you. Then I can't drink with you. I was like, but that's not what he said. What does he do? Shua Shelo Eshte Vash. Why does he make that as a Why does he have to do this? Yayi B'Shemen Vash Lavali. So to say to go ahead and get rid of himself upon all these different items. And I will say, this is the same idea that I'm putting down. It says, for Etzlo, but I'm actually going to read this case for the next case. Suppose I say, I did my single read as follows. If this is a din of peer pressure, then the easiest way to avoid that is to say, I think sure that I'm not going to drink with you. The fact that he says, Shelo Eshte Yayin B'Shemen Vash, Shelo say it's unnecessary to relieve peer pressure. When he goes in, he says that, how do we interpret that? We interpret that as a bona fide shmua, and the fact that what? That he articulates each independent item tells me what? It is creating separate shmua liability for each of these items, and therefore, if he drinks Yayin, Shemen, and Vash, he'll be chayiv. Incredible. It's not awesome. Taylor, he did, we saw earlier that was listening to this case. They were transitioning for just a moment. So it's called Shua Sabikot. Because Shua Sabikot means that if I say that I deposited something with you, and you claim you don't have it, I could force you to take your Shua. Listen to this case. It's not possible to do that. Even if you do sort of the post which you usually do that. I go to him and I say, Ruvain, I gave you my bond and my spell to hold for me, right? To hold for me. And what happens? Shua Shem Bechamiyah clothes. And I will say, Ruvain says, I swear I have none of your property. I have nothing of yours. I will say, turns out that Ruvain was lying. Ruvain was lying. So what's the halacha? Ain't no chayim ela achos. The only chayim was it. So let's say the case over here is I deposited Kita Sore and Kusia with Ruvain. I said, Ruvain, give me back my property and my spell. And what happens? Ruvain says, I have nothing of yours. And then it turns out that he's wrong. He's only chayiv once. He's only chayiv once. I must say, what's the novelty of this? The novelty, of course, is he was kofar. He ultimately denied three different things, right? Wheat, barley, and snow. Yet he's only going to be chayiv once. However, if Ruben says, "Shmua she'en l'chabiyati," he didn't swear mekuslim. The Lord said, if Ruben were to say, "I swear, I don't have your pita, don't have your soda, I don't have your kuslim," then what? A chayiv al kol achas v'achas. Then I will say you will be chayiv on for each and every one. Why I will say why? Because in that case, what's happened? He specifically articulated the denial of each and every item independently. So if you make for general denial, I have nothing or yours, and it turns out that he's lying, it's chayiv once. If you make an item specific denial, I don't have your meat, I don't have your sword, I don't have your kuslim, then it's going to be chayiv from each of them. The Yochanan says, I will say even a pruta from each of them ultimately combines. Take a look at Rashi. What does that mean? Pruta and Kol, so it's actually by the top of Rashi, maybe about 5 lines into the short lines. לחייבו על שמוע ולא על כל אחת ואחת על לחייבו על שמוע. This is actually quite interesting. So once in the real says that even if there's only a little less than it's less than a group of each of them, combines all of them. It turns out to be who does work with a claim, they're the body. So once you know it's pressing of units, even though each independent item is does, it's less than a shot of if combined with one shot of Buddha, you don't think you're going to be tight, and I like that. So I'm going to be a hard. Five of our unfortunate I am actually over time. The fact of our glory beyond the time. So what's the number? So what's that? When a person goes ahead and says, so let's say I'm doing this, I go do this, do that. And when it says, I don't have to do so. So all the people high. One says, I don't know, I'm probably the high back on the house. Let's analyze what the possible number of violence. At the moment, violence is check it out. I'll tell you why. Right? This is your question. Right? Four, I'll tell you why. The three, denial for wheat, denial for heat, denial for solar, denial for this. There's also possible for four, which is what we'll say. A general denial that I owe you nothing. So I'll say, Shayla is in this case when it really goes in and says, I don't have your keys, I don't have this one, I don't have your husband. What is he having? So one says, he's only carried from a specific denial. Denial is looking at but on quote unquote general denial, which is all again, it's not going to be denial. The point or the other thing he says, as long as it's not in the fact. Then it says that no, it's going to be denial four, three for the specific denials and one for the general denial. That was like that the ideal bit, the initial theory, the general denial is not really explicitly articulated. It's just understood. Whereas when it says, I don't owe you anything, I don't owe you, I don't owe you personally. What it's essentially saying is, I owe you nothing. I owe you nothing. So after I want to talk about what do I do that? Talk about what a person goes out and they say, I demand it back. He says, I don't have it. I don't have it.
How are you? How old are you guys? How'd you find out about it? How'd you find out about it? How old are you here? out I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. The world beats. I've been doing so since the pandemic. I've looked at 2.5 years. Since the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the formation of the kingdom. Here I have never seen the truth show or the telling of jumping brother.
Yeah, I've seen.
Excellent. Whether it's essential in my life. If you would, in the upper left part of this Discord is your web circle that says 24/7 YouTube streams. Put that in the YouTube right now. Look how many live streams I have now. 22 at any given time. In 2018, the economy went to the state that data was a discoverable resource. Now it's more data archived on the internet than any personnel, which made me an intellectual person here. I think I want that happens over my youth, friends, your family. All independently wealthy if you're not already. I want to make sure that your generation of wealth is done already. I want to make sure that you have the opportunity to start changes and think throughout the organization. That's something else.
That sounds pretty cool, dude.
Excellent. Did you see my live stream on YouTube then?
Oh, wait.
So look at the red circle in this node. Yo, dog.
Hello?
Yo.
Wait. What happened?
Hold yourself out. So, look in the upper right left hand corner.
It's only the case of Shus HaKadol, where a person with a shul.
Citrus fall always with me. Time is in my hand. Jesus freeze. I'm in the street. And then take inside the heart. Turn it back. Shoot just like the boulevard. It's not that bad. And all that. Look in the eye. I want you to know that you are. Oh, how it feels so good. Right here. Only you. And you can't be when I say softly, slowly. Only for sometimes answer. Count the headlights on my baby. Lay me down in sheets of red. And have a bit today. We were just young and restless and bold. My soul. And to sneak away every chance we could. I used to shoot in the middle of my head.
Show where you can be higher for the cloud, general the life of yours, and I mean, individual or specific denial of heat and circus. Is also in that case, if Putin swears, I swear, I don't have your people. I swear, I don't have your story. I swear, I don't have your perspective on the side. He's got to be Shluas. Halacha. He's not going to be something. Well, we'll say here by the Shluas of our Mishnah, if you say that they're the general Shluah, then by definition, all of these specific items are included in the general Shluah. In which case, again, then what they will say, then we need to go ahead and specifically articulate as the over what you're doing is you're staring upon something that is already as which we call mushwa ba'omi, in which case one would not be high. So what's like this is actually this so distinct distinction that Gemara is making. this incredibly profound distinction that what? That the mice, again, when it comes to Shvua Sapikodom, when it comes to a Shvua ultimately, again, regarding an item that was constantly considered. So it's like in that case, ultimately, we could say that a person can be chayiv individual Shvuas and a global general Shvua as well. But for what we call Shvuas, which is the Shvua ultimately in our Mishnah, once you can consider this general Shvua that covers everything, then by definition, the individual Shvuas evolve upon that original global Shvua. Therefore, the question just focus about what we call the Klali and practice of Shvuas is not about focus by the Kanos, but does not apply by the Shvuas between Hagarish. But since the Marshal Shabbat, although I'll go for Kash, I'll say, well, in this with them. What you just said seems to be inherently contradictory. How so? I'll go for Kash. Amrit Shvua Shabbat Ochal, but Ochal Ochal Shemir Uda. So what we just said before that one. The person, that Shvua Shabbat Ochal, then a person takes a Shvua not to eat something, but Ochal Ochal Shemir Uda. So what do we say? First, that if I take a shvur not to eat, and then what? What happens? I end up drinking things that are not fit for consumption. What's talacha? What talacha? Potter. From other time, but yet then I see you said later on, shvur in the Mishnah, then if I take a shvur not to eat, the side, I eat the veilus, shake, shkatz, and ramas, all these non-kosher items. Then I'm chayiv. So says the Gemara, my shvur the butter. The assumption is that the veilus, shake, ramas, are what? Also, are not fit, quote unquote, for consumption. So that's the case. Also, why I said before, in the first case, the Mishnah, that are really from Mishnah, that I think the shvur not to eat something, and I eat something that's not fit for consumption, I'm cutter. Then you went on and said, if I think the shvur not to eat, and I eat shkatzim and I'm not with shekos, then I'm fine. So it's the one of them. My Mishnah, I should say, to which the Gemara says, my Mishnah is the cutter, and my shkatzim, but the cutter. To which the Gemara says, my Mishnah is the cutter. And I put the available, but now we offer to you the shop. They shop is down, the same also what the case, but the Kashi, although Kashi, Koroma, the Kusha, there is a county two, Yesha, there is, okay, but look at the Ika, although Kashi, so also what the difference of the is, the Resha is the staff, right? So once you're going to see it a little bit, the Resha is the case, where a person eats an unqualified state, a shvush, or all found, and he goes and eats foods that are not ultimately fit for consumption, then he's part of it. The Sefer Rabosai is when it's Mephibarich, to which the Gemara says, Mephibarich Nami Gubutikshek, Amai, Musha Mehar Sinai. Listen, even if a person is Mephibarich, still, I don't know why I behave. If I take a shvua, not to eat, and I end up eating the little shake or shkatzim that I must say, ultimately, again, I should be perfect. Why? If I'm different. Why should I be chayiv for the shvua? And it's a different chayiv. So why am I chayiv? Why am I chayiv? Because I eat something that is already good in it. And I shouldn't be chayiv for the shvua because it's really or also without the shvua. Which the Gemara says, because you see what you give them again. The Gemara says, I'm going to grab shvua, grab your army, and call out one of my players in divine us. I said, what's the piece over here? This is the whole thing again. Items to get the six kinds of shvua. If I take a shvua not to eat, and I eat the veilus trick or shkatzim that I must say, I will be fine. Why I was saying is ultimately the those items are only us. But if I take a shvua not to eat permitted items, I eat that's what I call shvua one. Or the items also. It's called the shvua equivalent. Called the shvua, foods are between one shvua. That develops a part of it. It means that shvua is also develop a part of it. That for myself, the case of when the Vedas, that's something I must have to says, right? When we have it, it's when I know myself, so like 3 days ago, that is when the Vedas develops a part of it. Besides, will say less than what desires will not be asking the right. So we must say when the Shua devolves upon even that which is only if the Shua comes along to my foresight to prohibit that which is not prohibited. What is prohibited biblically? We will say what? Either practice less the Shua or in this case also a culture. Any of that. So that'll be a case ultimately again the Shua is devolved upon that which is what what's happening today. We're going to pick up with this discussion over again. We're still in the middle ultimately of trying to figure out when under the right circumstances can a shua evolve upon that which is already there. So again, we now see there's the Barcelona practice here, there's the okay. What's happening there? What do you think this part of the Hashem? Yeah, I know. Yes, absolutely, absolutely.
Just don't see the hand. Strange how
All right, what's up? Good morning. Let us begin. We'd like to thank all of our sponsors for this morning's today. Our annual commentaries rights and plus this year, as it's close. The sponsors for the month of Shmuel, Rabbi, Shmuel's father, and the festival had come to go in the Rabbi with the very sponsor. Then she could see things and then the daughter, she brought this going to Rabbi Nas and Karabina. And I guess the sponsor for the way and the word from the mother, heavy over, amazing, fast, and yeah. You know, in America, all of our Commodore, all of them, Shamasabi, the family is going on the road, there's no shadow, there's no combat. All of our hostages and all the soldiers to be successful with all of us. What's with that? Let us know a lot to do today, Baruch Hashem. A lot to do. Maybe that is from our 21 and everything up there, Hashem, on from our days 28, 16 lines down from the top. So again, I'm hoping that she also a little bit of image here. I've done a little bit of the Rambam. So I'm actually giving a little close it's again, her outlet is getting a lot of yes, and I think provides a tremendous amount of clarity, which is strong. I also want to clarify something I mixed up and short. So the number of this we learned a lot from yesterday, we message about this. So I have to go ahead and go back to the recording, but I just wanted to clarify about this. We spoke about actually put that yesterday between Never and Shua. So just to clarify, because I'm not sure how I said it yesterday. Shua is an Israel, right? It's a prohibition of the individual, and Never creates a prohibition upon that yourself. Right? That's why again when you say Shua, ultimately again the Rosh of Shua is Shua Shua all figures of the subject. The subject is I will not eat, as opposed to Rosh of the God of keeper seeking alive. So again, we're not really going to get this type of area. We get this type of thing. We have to say that to be correct, which is one of the five. But I will say 16 lines down from the top. Just Rav Divi, big Jewish assignments. Just Rav Divi, I'm a yoga all covered. It's not our topic is Shuas Bittul. Our topic is, remember again, a specific type of Shua called a definitive or declarative Shua. A person is making a statement. So now Rabbi comes along and says, oh, come along. Oh. So let's say you have a picture. He says, it's sheker. Now what is that? Shua sheker, what is that? I take a Shua. I will eat something, or I won't eat something. So just give a simple example of this. I swear that I won't go ahead and eat this loaf today. And then what ends up happening, I eat the loaf today. I eat it. So now what? What have I done? So obviously I've been in violation of my Shua, but Rabbi comes and says, it's called for a sheker, that's called again a false. He's taking out a false oath, a false oath. And again, the publish of the law against the short shekers. Do not swear in my name for falsehoods. Or he says, I swear that I did the loaf. But he really didn't eat the loaf. So remember again, it's not a future, right? That prospective shua that you violate is called a shua's sheker. It is not a retrospective shua. But I did the loaf. But in fact, I did the loaf. Shav. That's called again a shua's shav. Right? The shua in the so again, you'll have to very good and the law is for here. Again, I said to the girls, take the Lord's name in the something. If I go ahead and I violate the Shua's feature that is prospective, future oriented, that is called the Shua's sheker. If I go ahead and I violate the retrospective Shua, I swear that I do not keep the oath, that I keep the oath, that's called the Shua's shad. What's the difference between a Shua's shad? So of course, the most basic level, it's just the nature of the Isser. Like where is the Isser derived from? We'll see whether or not there are other things as well. Now, we'll say you already know, because you live this before, but obviously the scene how to be tested. Because we saw a dramatically different definition for Shua's shad. Before that, right, Mishpah Shana Society tried to go ahead and change something that everyone knows to be true. So again, just keep that back of your mind, but this is your words about it. Konamos, I will say Konamos are the time. So what about a Konam? Oh, so you make God, you connect them, and then you violate it over the Val Yakal, so again, you violate the law, do not profane your word. So you might say, well, please say, right, this is your words about it. When we see Kaja, please say, Shada, the Shaka, Akane, or the Bryce says, no, those are guys that says, Shada and Shaka are the same thing, effectively the same thing, which is another way of saying that we might sound there's no difference when you violate a prospective shua or retrospective shua. You're violating a shad, yes, it's on the same where it says, my lad, the shad sheker, and back to the place is saying that shad and sheker are the same way. Shad is retrospective. So to Shua's sheker is retrospective as well. Almost, what do you see from there? Achalti below Achalti, sheker. So you see from there, go ahead and destroy sweat that I eat the loaf, but you didn't eat the loaf. That's called the Shua's sheker. Two Shua's is not necessarily regular. How can these about these? No, that's what folks said before. In reality, Shua's sheker and Shua's sheker are two different things, two different animals. I know what does it mean when it says my double achot? What does it mean when it says that shad and sheker are double achot? So the Gemara says my double achot, and or achot nem. It means that when a Kishwara who gave over these halachas, they were said over in the same breath. They were achot never. Rasul says, "Kinsanyo, zok the Dibur achot never. Mashein ha'yachol ha'el gather." So Zakon Shabbos, Erev Shabbos, Zakon Shabbos given over the Dibur Achad. Zashmark we will be Kiyachol, Lakiyachol, we will be sent over in the same breath. Something that the human mouth cannot articulate, and that the ear can't really hear. In other words, it can't really hear these two things at once. So the Gemara says, so Mishnah Mahasab with the acronyms, what to suggest? That's what it means when it says sheker and shav, the Dibur Echad. Dibur Echad, ultimately, what does that mean? It means that halacha myself, when I say sheker and shav, Echad means turtling over sheker and shav, the Dibur Echad. In one words, this means I don't understand Mishnah Mahasab with the acronyms. So I understand by Shabbos, Zokar and Shabbat, over the same others. Why? So the Gemara says, Kiddush Hadom Divar Torah. So the Gemara says, the upper crowd, Zakar Shamar, Koshi Yeshua Shmuel, Yeshua Mitzvah. So So remember again, self-control is set in one utterance. So therefore, again, what I say, it would be the Shmira. Remember again, Shamar as one Shabbos and Kachel refers to what? Malachos. Malachos, the prohibitions of Shabbos. The fact that a Zohar refers to the positive commandments of Shabbos. And therefore, again, this leads the Gemara to say that halacha l'maisa, whoever is obligated in Shamar in the prohibitions of Shabbos, ultimately is having the positive mitzvahs of Shabbos. That's why, again, we have components because that articulating simultaneously of HaKadosh that he went ahead and said both of them at once to create a binding halachic paradigm. The binding Rashi, all this Shmira is the Shmira.
What is this bullshit? Nobody did shit.
That's why I'm really technically speaking, but remember again, this creates a whole fascinating discussion that women are just as obligated to Kiddush as men are. So we should be as a whole face of recognition. So that's actually on Shabbos night. That's a certain change to like so if you say by your food, right? If you say by your food, if you fulfill the obligation of Kiddush, now Kiddush just is. And you fulfill the obligation of Kiddush. So you sort of Kiddush are opposed to that other, right? The problem is that you are Zachas. You are only fighting that other, but you like this kind of. Because so, how can it that mother won't see that so he says, see the Shabbos to the life. Right? She said the Shabbos to the life. That's because he can work the bills, Kiddush the Alexa, with the very thinking of Shabbos. And again, hopefully, which also said, by the way, technically means that it won't be Kiddush and won't see a family. Now, Gemara has some choice words for that, right? Gemara says, the curse should come upon a man who relies on his wife to be ultimately condition. As according to Chazal, because it represents a higher level of influence. Right? If a man doesn't know how to work through what's in his family, so again, it represents the influence, which the Gemara calls the kind of machine. But again, on a technical level, the obligation is the same. The government companies show examples service and other examples such simultaneous obligation. I don't know how to go by this market, but by source shut there, why stop that website? Why don't you shut and check your says in the same patterns? And the issue should look at our shav, can't look at our shepherd. Right. So that when it says, when the grace says that Shad and Shepherd are double effort religions, they're shared by the at the same time, you go ahead and you get numbers for Shepherd. So to get numbers, which was Shad. Okay. What's interesting is remember, we're talking about Kabbalahs. Right? So numbers come up in this intentional violation. And when the Kabbalah and it's convinced that numbers will come for intentional violation he says, any person who is careful is a shaman. Which means watch yourself from other people, watch yourself from just notice every single time you do that, just our own experiences. Every single time that people have done, some fundamentally change yourself. That is like you should have told me a lot. Still good, I'm still holy, I'm still beautiful, I'm still many things, but that's sad, I'm not doing it right. The other person is compromises the self. And the problem with compromising the self is it has an impact on all of the other appendages of life. As you notice, if I can look at other wrong, my gardening is not the same. My learning is not the same. Nothing is the same because I become as much in because I always read down and otherwise the pencil the vessel is compromised. Rothschild says sometimes you wonder how this resonates with particular points for us. One of the hardest things that we often encounter in our English life is the tension of our learning. Like, it's right. Love that, or it was frustrating. Whoever is careful, is himself. Less careful with his food. I'm sure it's true. I'm trying to keep myself in a state of spiritual. I try to bring it to my personal utensil. It's fit for use. I fully whatever you try to avoid whatever reminds you that. Why? Because the person that is taking the person's utensil is so that we're all looking for all of these memory tools. Just trying to spirituality, and that's something of what I've learned. Just example. Like it's just the opposite. That is saying that you get notice for a shwasha and eventually by it. So too again, you get your attention at the shwasha. So too you get notice by the shot. Because if you get obvious, I'm not. Of course, again, essentially, I will say, as we pointed out, remember we have yet to create agreed upon definitions for sheker and shab. So no matter all the other and the open said that essentially sheker is prospective, shab is retrospective. So again, we'll get into this one. As a first step, both going to be fighting about this, because if you find that you do a brand, you're in violation of Allah. Now it came up, all to the like they're not saying about it, wow. So it's the evidence like this. The Pasuk says, when it comes to Shomer, when it comes to Shuas Shav, I would have thought that for Shuas Shav, there's no cleansing. What you're not, the Pasuk says you will not be cleansed. Now, if I'm not cleansed, that means what? There's no malchus. Because what's the again? What's the role of Judaism? That's supposed to be conducted in cleansing. So if the Pasuk said that by Shuas Shav, that there is no right, but there is no cleansing. Maybe there's no malchus. To which the words of Papa now the Kamash Malone to be showing that ultimately the Rise of Lebanon is asking to respond. We'll see the response later on. But what I say, the same thing is how much I say malchus was Shabbos or Levi say another possibility is shame. Shabbos is a short the other Vice when the Vice says that Shav and Sheker are echad. They're one thing. So what does this mean? Levi say, but the shame should be carbon al Sheker, Kaf maybe carbon al Shav. It's like this. So the Vice said that Shav and Sheker are one thing. That people is the same thing. It's the same way that you will bring the carbon. Remember again, it's an overview on a Sheker. You also bring it over on a Shav. Without Yakiba. Hebrew, Friday, Bishar, that I have longer. Let's see about Yakiba, because Yakiba has a retrospective show, just like today's retrospective show. So you must miss the Mozikasha, Ezu, Shwas, Shab, as well as a Serial. We're giving you a very sort of definition. Sheker is much easier. Sheker is much harder to define, because what's Sheker? What's Sheker? Anything that's not true. Right? If it's not true, I swear I eat the loaf of bread. Or I swear I will eat the loaf of bread today, and I don't eat it today. So it's very easy to measure. I lie. What's Shav? Ezu Shur Shav. Nishpa Lashano says how you do on the Adam. So it says anything that tries to go ahead and change established truth that is no Torah. So this before we said, look at Rashi. Nishpa Lahachlit. No, sorry. So that's Sheker. So what's this for example? Give him Rashi's example beforehand. Rashi's example was, I swear that this is a man, when it's really a woman. Everyone knows that a man is a man and a woman is a woman, right? And therefore, again, if you try to go out and you swear to the contrary, that's called Shuas Shab. I swear that this sefer is a car. So again, it doesn't. So that's Shuas Shab. You're trying to swear about something that is an observable truth. And trying to change that reality. You cannot change an observable truth. That's called shaka. Once they want to bring that. Now, this comes together a little bit better because now shaka and shaka are really two different dramatic categories. So remember, shaka therefore could really be prospective or retrospective. Anyway, it's a lot. It's a lot. Shad is something much more profound. Mishpah Bashar is something I'm trying to change something that is objectively and observably known. Goes on. He says, Shua Shaka, what Shaka? So what's that? What's about 21a, about 5 lines in. So the Gemara says, Shua Shaka, Mishpah Hachlik is any Shua that tries to change the truth. Rashi said, Mishpah Hachlik. Mishpah says, Ha'edes, Mishpah, so Hayim Mishpah Agar, Kibon Achal, so here's interesting. Mishpah Hachlik means any Shua that is there to change a truth. Right? So, for example, I swear I ate the loaf, but I didn't eat the loaf. Or I swear that I didn't eat the loaf, but I ate the loaf. Just rather, that was interesting is right here. Once again, Shmuel's Shaka, fully retrospective. Here's what I'm going to Shaka. Retrospective Shmuel, I swear that I ate, but I didn't eat, or I swear that I didn't eat, and I ate. That's called the Shmuel's Shaka. That's how I say, where's the lie from? Shmuel Shaka, there's an explicit lie, but don't lie, you swear. And listen, now what happens again if Halacha writes again, I need to put a Shua. I swear I will eat, but I do not eat. It was Halacha over the Baal Yachel tomorrow. Ultimately, again, he violates Lo Yachel tomorrow. That was interesting enough, the promotion of Lo Yachel tomorrow, it's actually quoted in the context of each during the Hashem. On the Shabbat Shmuel, that's starting to start Hashem. So it's interesting because I think about regarded, right? And then that it's prospective. So here, interesting enough, we have Shua mentioned in the context of the Negar. So the Gemara is suggesting, or these Rabbanim are suggesting that refers to a different, that refers to a prospective type of Shua. That is by that comes under the umbrella of that from the Gemara. Do not violate the word. You ever think the word? Good. They say Shua's Shav. What's a Shua Shav? Mishpah Bashar says Hayatullah. It's any Shua that tries to change an established, observable truth. So as I said, you want to point out what happened over here. In this model, which is also quoting Rabbi Yochanan, it's right. So again, we have essentially 3 different categories. The Shua Shaka. What's Shua Shaka? Shua Shaka is a retrospective Shua. Right? When I say then fine. I swear that I eat the loaf. I didn't eat the loaf. That's called a Shua Shaka. Category 2 is what he calls Lo Yachel. Lo Yachel is prospective Shuas that are interesting. He does not go ahead and eat that with a different categorical name. He just calls that in violation. So I swear I will eat the loaf today, and I don't eat the loaf today. I'm in violation of Lo Yachel tomorrow. And then category 3 is Shuas Shav. And Shmuel Shach Mishpah Bashar says Hayadua. It takes something that is objectively, observably seen as a truth, and they go ahead and lie about it. Okay, those are categories again. We'll see. I'm up on the way, so which category you can read that. I'm going to pop up. So, heart, yeah, the whole application. So, Papa says this thing with the right. Yeah, just need to be here. But I think mostly for relatively for I'm so what do we say? Like any prohibition in the Torah, it's that it's a law of sheesh b'maisa. Right? That from Marcus days. Any law sheesh b'maisa. So any law that has with it an action. What's the law? Okay, law. It's straightforward, right? I eat the cheeseburger, but it's not. It's a law sheesh b'maisa. Okay. So the Gemara says we should. So what if you do that? The whole people think that doesn't have a nice. So okay, law. You know about this. That is the general rule. Any love, shady, and bold, nice, and no love is for the prohibition of the violation of such a life. There are a number of exceptions. So it's number 1. Mishpat, swearing. Because again, swearing has no license, swearing falsely has no license. People, yet nevertheless, again, is really not. It's for intentional violation. Neymar, right, which means tumor, substituting one sacrificial animal for another. Again, no technical mitzvah, but again, still this Mikalo Escadero Bashir. Then you curse your friend, that's what you refer, but you curse your friend with the name of HaKadosh Baruch. Okay, so it says these exceptions, and the principle is Lav Shirish Bo Maisa, Lav She'en Bo Maisa, with the exception of these cases. Now, you know those are the cases. How do you know that if you swear, that in case where I swear and I either intentionally falsely or intentionally violate the shvua. How do I know that? I'm not telling myself. That I'm not telling myself. There is locus for such an act. On the new Sure Rashbi, Rashbi Amakra, we'll see. Because you will not cleanse. The Gemara says, what it means is, the heavenly court will not absolve you of this serious transgression. About Bezin Shalmata, Malkin also, Unakin also. The Bezin Shalmata will in fact cleanse you. That was relegated. How did they cleanse you? Malchus. The punishment cleanses you. So you might only have a lot of I don't say how you know that. You're hardcore. You're hardcore. It is what it is to say. You won't be a cloud. It means it's like this. You will not be cleansed at all. That's it. But when we go to that, it means if you take a shmas. Eli. You take an oath and get it. It's just unward culpability. You never cleanse. Never cleanse. Someone says, well, if sick, you would not be counted. If it would just say, well, you're not yet, no. No cleansing process says the joint severity of such a prohibition. You must just hashtag of sin, not Hashem. There's all the pasuk says. The pasuk says, go see Sisa, Hashem Hashem will get from Hashem. Not Hashem, Hashem will not cleanse. Hashem will not cleanse you. So you must wait to see there. Hashem will not get. Hashem doesn't absolve you. About these things shall not matter. About these things shall matter. Malkin also, also. But the human court, the earthly court, will go ahead and give you notice and will absolve. Okay, so what do you see from there? So this is case number one. That Shua is Shua, ultimately, even though it's a lot of She'in for my son, it's a lot because remember, people that my son, you still know this for a violation of the Shua. Okay, next. Ashkei Shua Shad. So that's the Shua Shad. Which let's say, remember, what's our definition of the Shua Shad? Let's assume that we're going to believe this definition of Rabbi Avodah, which is Nishma Shana says Hayadiyah. You're trying to change something that is a clearly observable truth that everyone knows. Shua Sheker, how do you know about a Shua Sheker? What's the definition of Sheker? What's the definition of Sheker? We're assuming that a Sheker is either again prospectively or retrospectively. How do I know that a Shua Sheker also gets Malchus? You think you do a Shua Sheker, so you're going to do Amar Lashad Shtei Pondit. The pasuk itself says Lashad twice. Right? It's again Rosisa Hashem Hashem Lashad. Kivoninaki Hashem as Hashem Isa Hashem Lashad. So it says Shad twice. What's the meaning of Shad? So again, I only need one shot of the first show plus Shad. What does the other? So what I do with the other one? To make you the Shvuas Sheker. Give it to Shua Sheker, and they say that not just that the Shua Sheker is Chayim Malchus, so to Shvuas Sheker is Chayim Malchus as well. Incredible. But how do you know Rabbi Avodah? Rabbi Avodah wondered about this. He said, Hi Shvuas Sheker, Yehidah. What is the case of Shvuas Sheker? So as I remember again, just right now, definitionally, we're just trying to figure out ultimately what all of this is. So Hi Shvuas Sheker, Yehidah. Even if Shvuas Sheker, Ochal, Ma'achal, if you want to say that it's a case of I swear that I will not eat. Prospect of Shua. I swear that I will not eat. And that I eat, you can't eat because that's a lot of Shiddush B'mais. Someone says, okay. It makes sense that that's making malchus, right? Why? Because again, it was that I would fall under the normal rule saying Rav Shlish Bomais is not going to so that makes sense. You get all this point. The element on the Shua, so let's remember again. So that's what I'm trying to do. Like the price is not the principle. What's the principle? Go out, change your mind, look at that. People might say, look at that. If you buy the prohibition, the prohibition has an action attached to it, and you came out this. No action, no practice, with the exception of a number of cases. Which case is an exception? Shua. So now we're trying to figure out the case of Shua that doesn't have any money and will get malchus. So if you're telling me that it's a purpose caused by Shua, I swear that I won't eat, and I do eat, then of course it makes sense that I'll get malchus for that. Why? Because I didn't action. Well, I'm sure Sha'ochal will Achal. No, maybe it's the case of I swear that I will eat, and I didn't eat. So whereas in that case, I'd be much higher. You know that you get malchus like this. I had to go on the hard thing tonight, but then you know, because you're like, yo, I'm already I swear that I'm going to eat this local bread today, and I don't eat it today. That's why I don't eat it. But you're going to very close to it. You do not get milk. You're going to not in the milk. The real place is don't get milk this why. You shouldn't have that shame on myself. Because once I get it, I swear that I'm going to eat, and I don't eat. I can't get milk. So that's real place is why. That's a lot shame on myself. Like the little mindset actually. So because the little mindset, oh my God, I can't get milk. How much of my say, look at and any lab ultimately identifies that with the sequel. Why we shouldn't have suffer? This is actually. So there's also these looking about this. Why not? Asras suffer. Asras something before not enough. Why is that called Asras suffer? Because generally again, Asra has to be definitive and deliberate in proximity to the issue of the act. The issue is that what? I have the whole day in order to comply with my shua. So that's right. So it's interesting enough, both of you are trying to agree, know about this, but they agree for different reasons. So we'll say, so again, so what's going to be the case of shua, where it's a lot shame of my son, and I'm getting that. So again, in other words, you're telling me that it's a case of I swear I'm going to eat, and I don't eat. I'm going to use no practice in that case, either because of my shame of myself, or asra sabe. So my son will be alone. Rabbi said, I think, hey, not healthy for the it must be the case of what? About healthy, I swear that I eat, but in fact I'm not. I didn't eat. I didn't eat. So that would be the case ultimately again of a lot of shame for myself, but you wouldn't be finding numbers for a shwas. It's incredible. So Mike says as follows. So give action, but now you have to hey. Ha shwas shakadan yotam Rabbi Mashab Mashab healthy or not healthy. So what's that matter is that now you begin to also understand this is Rabbi Yavol, right? Everybody reason what it is hoping because Rabbi Yavol is thinking before that ultimately I'm gonna healthy or not healthy shwas shak. The Gemara that's how they're going to say this explicitly in the Bible phrase. Here's the inference. First, we back to the Bible that says that again, normally, Rav Shilish for my son of this, Rav Shilish my son of this. One of these is Shua. What's the case of Shua? It's a lot of shame about myself, but you're still getting malchus. I swear that I eat the loaf. I swear that I eat the loaf. Ultimate achal. I swear that I eat the loaf, but in fact, I eat the loaf. See what that is? Not shame about myself. It turns out, what did I do? I didn't do anything. In other words, I swore falsely. I swear I was sure I swore that I did the Lord. But it turns out I actually didn't do anything. You know, it says, oh, that's the case of this. It's a lot of shame on myself. That is the case of this. The Gemara says. So again, so why as we'll say, if this is a lot of shame, why don't we just have it again? We just say, look, everyone agreed, and it became I swear I will eat, and I don't eat. I really eat about this in that case, right? Either why? Either because of actually myself, or I saw something. So the Gemara says, I don't understand why in this case of I slaved when I didn't eat. Well, hey, something I did not say different things. Everybody agrees in the case of Shua, Sha'okal, I swear I will eat, and I don't eat. Everyone agrees that what? No liability. Why not? My whole to be operation like this, either because love shame for myself, But bottom line is everyone agrees that there's no liability. Now Rabbi about to turn around and say, in this case of Shmuel Shachar, I swore that I did it, but I didn't eat it, that there is liability. But why? Why does also Rashi so why is there liability in that particular case? So the Gemara says, "Oh, my Rabbi, the fear sweeps the Torah, Shvuas Sheker, Dunya Rashad." Because the Torah explicitly equates Shvuas Sheker, which again in this case is this retrospective Shvuah. I swear that I ate the loaf, but I didn't eat it. And Torah explicitly compares this Shvuah to a Shvuas Shav. Not Shav Shavar, have Sheker Nani the Shavar. Just like the most of the by the way, the Shvuas Shav is inherently in retrospective Shvuah. Why? Because if we don't get there was a what Shav, what's Shav? Shav is Nishpa Misharos as Hayatwa. I think that's what it is. And Shav is and Shav is Nishpa Misharos as Hayatwa, right? And it's fine. Shav is Nishpa Misharos as Hayatwa. Right? That's what Shav does. Shav is extra translated, right? So what do I do? I swear that this secret is a car. That will say, so by definition, that is always retrospective. Because what I'm swearing about is something is and has been a certain way, and I'm swearing it's different. So it's very interesting. So the Gemara says, or Yehov says, the fair ships of Torah, Shua Sheker to the Shav. That a Shua Sheker is like a Shua. That will say, here does the Torah explicitly go ahead and equate a Shvuah Sheker to a Shvuah Shav. So it could have been a address we just made before, but it says Shav twice. One Shav is for Sheker. So again, same way that a Shvuah Shav is retrospective and you're Chayiv Malchus, so to a Shvuah Sheker will also be retrospective and you will be Chayiv Malchus. That's Drasha. That's the Drasha. Incredible. So the Gemara says, so the friendships of Torah, Shmuel Shachar, Duton Shav, not Shav, Shavar, Av Sheker, just like the Shmuel Shav is retrospective, like Abachai Malchus, so too a Shmuel Sheker will be retrospective and Abachai Malchus. Incredible. So that was like, just so it seems to be coming out of here. It's like, hello, myself. We go with these three categories of Shmuel. So what we have over here is Shuas Sheker part 1, which is what we call in retrospective Shua. I swear that I ate, but I didn't eat, or I swear that I will eat, or I did eat, but I didn't eat, whatever case that is. And retrospective. That Chayiv Malchus. Case number two is what we'll call prospective Shuas. I swear that I will eat, or I won't eat. And interestingly enough, Rabbi Yehov doesn't really title that. What he just says is that you're in violation of Bayachal. That's the fellowship that's mentioned in the context of the Yagarim. So that's a Shua, that's like a Neder. Just like a Neder is prospective, so to this type of Shua is prospective as well. Now, is that called Shua Sheker? Is that called something else? We'll have to see. But for now, it's just called category 2 Shua. And category 3 is what we call Shua Shav. What Shua Shav? Nishma L'Shanos Es Hayadua. When you try to go ahead, you swear to change an established, observable truth. And again, I won't put on myself, interestingly enough, as much as Shua in general falls in the category of Rav Shein by myself, it's one of the exceptions of Rav Shein by myself. And even though Rav Shein by myself, Shua is Malchus. Incredible. That's what they're like. These are the Yamal. So here is the Kasha. Shua Shalom Ochal Keepers. Shua Shalom Achwana. Shua Shalom Achala Ba'achla. Eno Chayiv Ela Achas. So this is this case. It's actually very interesting again. We're going to talk more about these Yisodot and Hashem as we go on. But just quickly, here's what's happening over here. They'll actually just come up into now. I swear I will not eat this loaf. I swear I will not eat this loaf. Right? Okay? So it says, so then we have bottle. What we call this? What is this bottle? What is this? This is what we call category 2, like model. Like prototype model, mega-type model, a prospective Shua. I swear I will not. I don't know what happens. I take another oath. I won't eat. No. Shua Ochal. So again, by the time it's the 3 oaths all on the same oath. You know what happens? I eat it. What's it called? 8 oaths. 5 ones. So now why is that? And I have a short color of short. If you short shoulder, how do you short? You never kind of something small. No, this isn't about it. So what's actually very interesting? Now, because when I talk about this, each short color short. One short can actually follow a part of the discuss why that is. So once you take the first pose, if you look at this point, you take the problem, if you do whichever gives you what a favorite is. And it looks like ultimately we're going to see if you swear to perform. So let's say I swear to put on trim today. Such a short community is why. Because since I'm already obligated to do so, to take a shua to do something that you're already obligated to do is a meaningless shua. So then for the first time, I swear, right, to go ahead and not eat that loaf. I have now commanded, so to speak, not to eat that loaf. And if for any subsequent shua does not devolve upon me. So the Gemara said, that's the Gemara. Zuki, Shmuas, Bitu, Shechalak, Shechayav, Azador, Makas, Ashkenazar, come all of the other. This is the perfect example of Shmuas, Bitu, right? That declarative Shmuah. Declarative Shmuah, where if you violate this Shmuah intentionally, you'll get Malchus. And if you go and violate the Shmuah unintentionally, you will have to bring a carbon already. That's it. So let's say, so if you notice what's happening here, so the Gemara is going to provide the example of a Shmuas, Bitu. Interesting. Now, what is the very direct example? Is a prospective shua. So, what do you see from there? So, keep in mind. But it's a physical paradigm, what's it going to exclude? So, what's the violent? The Achalti, or not Achalti, the no lucky. First part about it, must be coming to exclude altogether again a retrospective shua. Where if you make the shua mention highly, you wouldn't get about this. So, let's see from there that retrospective shua, not exactly wrong, it's constitutes of a part. How the heart of its own implicity is actually that a retrospective shua, if unintentionally violated, is not subject to a carbon. So the word says, Suki, thou shingasa covered over the order. So when you prospective shua, then if you accidentally violate your kind of carbon, but if you accidentally make a false retrospective shua, you are not kind of carbon. Eventually, you tie it out. Unintentionally exempt from which the Gemara says Rabbi Shmuel. The Mitzvah Shmuel Damar Eino Chai Ella Ala Asim Moho. Rabbi Shmuel always wrote only Chai Karman for post. About no, however, as much as you're not Chai the Karman for anything other than prospective Shmuel, if you violate the retrospective Shmuel, you will be Chai Marcus Rabbi Shmuel. This is the problem. Eino Sefer. Look at the end of that, right? So. Zoki Shmuas Shad Shekayav and Azidor Marcus Vashiva Sapata. Right? The Braisa says, this is the example of a Shua Shad. Now, let's remember again, let's assume we're going to make a Shad, and we're going to operating the basic dimension and so forth. This is the example of a Shua Shad. Shekayav and Azidor, if you eventually make a Shua Shad, you get Malchus. And for Shogeg Yepata, there's no control by a Shua Shad. Zoki, what is coming to exclude? My problem is healthy, below healthy, below lucky. It's coming to exclude all of your retrospective shua that you don't give out this. Since you must know, so you must know, so you actually does a part of the carbon. Now, when this is the same, this is a case where you show you part of the carbon. About healthy, below healthy, but in the case of ultimately for the retrospective shua, Ashili does a high carbon. Ultimately, even for accidental violation, you will be trying the carbon. But Rabbi Akiva is the high Shabbat Kelahada. So let's say some of the things that Moses and Akiva be sure about whether or not one is high for retrospective shuas. Rabbi Rishon says we not. Rabbi Akiva says you are. Listen, one second, there's a problem. Ha'amid should be shmoni. Listen to us. Ha'amid should be shmoni. Now, basically, as you just said before, the Rishon reflects in Rabbi Shmuel. So the Gemara says, Yishra Yishma says Rabbi Akiva. Like you never like doing that. Like you never like the shipping. The ratio is safe to two different opinions. The Gemara says, no, you could Rabbi Akiva. In reality, both the ratio is Rabbi Akiva. The ratio the ratio is not coming to exclude a retrospective shua from carbon. However, when it Ochal for low Achal, you know this. It's coming to exclude ultimately a very the case of and I didn't think about this about Koiba, you kind of go through the person covered by the night shop. So why the difference? Why the situation is the standard? I don't like Apple. It's a really explanation Bible. Kind of our Shama. It's we're talking about because conservation. We're coming to go ahead and execute something retrospective because it's the same. So it's a great question. But we're up to date, we're struggling to figure out our short categories, right? Here's what I do know, right? What I do know right now is that I have essentially two different categories. I have Sheker and Shmuas Shav. What I do know is what exactly falls into these categories. Now, the thing is from the last model, so that you always model. What I have in the result from that you always model is Shmuas Shav is Mishpat Shav. I'm trying to change something objectively visible and knowable fact. A man is a living or he's a man that lives a car. Just can't do that. That's cultural shock. What is Sheker? So interestingly, nothing like their own model. So their own model, he has a retrospective Shmuas. It's Sheker. I swear that I even before that's a Shmuas Sheker. Right? Prospective Shmuas. Interestingly, not even out from the category ultimately of Nikkei. So what is that? What is prospective Shmuas? Prospective false is that called short Sheker? Is that called something? Which person has to say no? Shmuas Sheker. Retrospective false hope. Also, prospective false hope. So that Shmuas Sheker is like that's something else. That's what you got to believe it. So now back from that, but the point is, see the child categories drop. We'll see that all different fields. So it's a good, it's actually easy, but it's really we figure out, right? Because this is very important to clarify this. So it's on paradigm, we're hosting it. So actually, that is, yeah, I'll send you that on the chat today. Beautiful, 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 and categorize everything to really set it. So she said that's how it's which would have been that would look at it, but you know what got to let's look at this. Mishpah. Mishpah is this is Mishpah ambas me abren las fuentes de luz. Rambam says, definition of Sheker is Murai. Whether you're lying prospectively or you're lying retrospectively, that is called Sheker. So I swear that it's not the most, but I didn't eat the most. I swear that I didn't eat the most, but I didn't eat the most. Because it is Rambam. So respectively, if you're lying, that is called something that is an objectively known truth. And you swear to the contrary, that is called Ishruas Shah. So once it's now we have a definition, there are two categories. It's a promise Nishma say you are Shavuos Shav anytime you lie, whether you're lying retrospectively or it turns out prospectively, Hamar provides a Shavuos Sheker, intentional violation of Shavuos Sheker, not this unintentional violation of Shavuos Sheker, carbon or lead. It's a lot more here. But for now, at least it gives us our categorical clarity. Incredible. All right, let's back to the Gemara. All right, you know what I'm saying? We stop over here, back to the Gemara, and stop over here. Okay, because let's say we're fine. We're absolutely on target. We have to get in that non-binary. Shkart, we're going to pick up it tomorrow. More exciting Saturday. Better it's going to be great day. Then it's going to be Saturday. All right, Jamal, say good morning. Let us begin by taking all of our sponsors for this morning should to thank our commentator sponsor. I'm your commentator sponsor for Tashu Haley. The first Jewish prophet show. Predict to be Moshe and Joshua's this year as it's close from Sarah's fellows on Israel. Our commentator sponsors for the month of Iyar Abba Rabbi makes from Shmuel's father, Lipa Ben Mefesta HaKoins from the Rabbi. And our Lipa learning sponsor, Hillary Jacobs in Kent, in memory of her daughter, Shifra from the Rabbi, Bas Chana Dina, not going to merit of our Amateur. All of the Shams of Navi, the families in the Kama, all of those who need a fortunate and can pray for it, so we probably against Hashem, bring home all of our messages, and our holy soldiers should be successful to call it in last Saturday. Once again, let us begin our Hashem from last week. Today's daf is daf Chaf. Then it's to be hashtag DFG on the test on base 19 B, 13 lines down from the top. Right into that. Rabbi, the Yokosh actually began this yesterday, but let's just start here again. Rabbi, the Yokosh and the Yokosh, the Shlakish, and the Shlakish. And let's contrast the two opinions of the Yokosh and the Shlakish. This is how we remember the end of yesterday's daf with the Yokosh and the Shlakish. The Yokosh said that in this context over here, also Rabbi is something that possible knowledge is like knowledge, and the Shlakish chose to interpret the case in the traditional, he says that you don't need to deal. That's one thing we have yesterday's stuff. Now the Gemara says, the Rabbi does not have the Yochanan, the Rabbi did the sign of those is very interesting. This alcohol is something that we build up, something that is I consume, I guess something so for example, as a piece of meat, I am not sure, is it clear which is prohibited? Which is prohibited. I consume it. I just use these alarms of awareness. I eat it. Right? And then afterwards, I know what I did. That's what I did. Now, in normal circumstances, no problem for such a situation like that. You bring what is called the Hasham Tabur. Hasham is a sin offering. Tabur means like possible. Again, not a possible sin offering, but a sin offering for a possible infraction. So Hasham Tabur, and I will say in this case over here, in this case, what's unique is you did this twice. You did this twice, or whatever, maybe 3 times, 4 times, whatever it is. So if you could actually just know, Josh says over here, I'll call something favorite, I think something favorite is something sure, and then the note, I have actually something favorite, but I shall tell you something favorite, but not much something alcohol. So you repeat the same process, 2 or more times. Rabbi says, maybe factors I call that from that one. Maybe I shall tell what I call that from that one. So the same way that if you go ahead and commit multiple averos, right? So I want to learn you can be trying for multiple factors offerings. So too, if you go ahead and violate this type of possible prohibition, you can be trying for multiple Hashem tolerance. Okay, that is Rabbi's position. Rashi says that you're actually good to touch. I'm sure you know, I'm sure you know, I'm sure you so all of these Rabbi Shimon Udo, Rabbi Shimon, all said in the name of Yeshua by Yochai. There are not always in the Hashem Talmud different. Only one Hashem Talmud per customer, even though there are multiple infractions of Shnei Mar. I'll show you the so I should shut up. Once he said no grade, and I shall go with I'll show you the so right before his accident that he accidentally committed. I told the research governs how they Rothschild primary effort. So the way it's set up is you throw the goes ahead and highlights shingles harden, many potential struggles, yet even for many potential struggles, there's only one Hashem problem. This is what I find that's very interesting. Which we notice, and I notice is not in the practice. It's like everyone agrees. In Halacha, that's multiple ideas. And multiple ideas, now, again, remember, the concept of units, it's not the hell of effort. Because remember, if you can get to multiple ideas in more conscious awareness, especially if it's the same idea, how many times will be tried? Only once. The idea which everyone will agree if you go out and commit multiple ideas, right? In multiple levels, multiple practices, there of course will be factors liability for each and every one. The question is, in a Shantabri case, multiple Shantabri liability. Rabbi says yes, Rabbi says no. Rabbi says no. One Shantabri because the Rabbi says, I'm sure Rabbi reveals speakers in Scotland of the house. Here Rabbi is saying, the ultimately reveals speakers, which means personal interactions, like multiple possible videos to generate multiple chromatic liabilities. The Rabbi says, Kishin Shivias, that the album is Scotland of the house. You don't know it's like the same way the word of Pathos. The Philippine creates multiple large independent chromatic liabilities and reveals something is Chakos Lashamos. So too, it reveals something, the knowledge that Hashem violated something, could create a multiple Hashem covering of the obligations. Whereas in Yishon and Rabbi Yonasha, so it seems to contradict the previously espoused positions. So which one the Rabbi Yonasha simply saying the Rabbi is not that on which why not? Can, in Hashem Yahweh, assume the Rabbi Yonasha 2 blocks. So could I think that this is the Kalach of Hashem Yahweh, as identified by the cases. How would you know the security negative because it's really against Hashem Yahweh? As a review, the DR that is mentioned explicitly, because why the narrow of the gospel, and it's going out from the phrase of narrow, that's good from it. The law of Kala Torah to the Hashem, right? Because the rest of the Torah, this is really different. Why? It's said, on whole driving love, because it specifically says it became known to all the Christian known to them. The DR Na'ayasa Bandar, one requires definitive knowledge. Average Lakish, separation Lakish, and the making of the Yeshua, with Makred, by Lakish, instead of saying the other Yeshua, why are establishing life in that? How come I show you the Yeshua? To highlight the idea that Yeshua does not require definitive knowledge of the Freud and in order to generate liability. Versus, okay, so Chica, that's obvious, the red body, even when you get sweet lady, a curry, and yeah, look, the high by I love, so you don't ask you to cry, yeah, look, you high by how they touch. So how do you say this work is how you did we already established that beforehand. Which is not in the original thought. So less than the British thought doesn't actually appear to be for a person, but about the demonic state that many has a tradition, like the Soda, which is still applying to the Akiva, which the US is too much for long, the British thought does require a good key of this people. Okay, so I'll say, so how about myself? So that when I start just in this case, just the way that there's really two points here. First of all, the best in this case to say looks down, which is my focus in the piece of the Shirin, they took it as acts to just understand that the nuclear holds, so nuclear holds something between the Kiyah and Shultish Gaza. Roman Basque is like the number, there's something. Idea is it's quite interesting piece where I know I go back, even from the time that I went to the second half, I forgot about the first half. And all I said there will be a some trouble. There will be covered over the building. They'll be covered over the building right? Why? Because something idea is key idea. Words so right? And to couple that, we require that in order for Hashem to come up with your leg, like to march, right? That you have the idea of the tefillah. So kind of merge these two ideas. So on one hand, you must have the idea of the tefillah. You must have knowledge about the fact that you can come in and then a lack of awareness, and then knowledge again in order to be highly covered over your. But again, if you merge that concept with what I'm saying, that the definition of definitive knowledge doesn't have to mean that you possess all the knowledge at all the time. It just means that it's not what you guys the idea actually comes. So, for example, in these two paths, even if you forgot about the first path, you come along to the second path, a lot of related that is still called the definitive knowledge as well. So, that's not but you also ask them to leave it there. And let's say in this case, also the other passage like meaning that you could be fighting from multiple Hashem topics. So in this case where I ate something clever, right? I ate something clever, and then I forgot that, and then I ate something clever again, right? So I had multiple pieces of something clever consumption. Not the hell of that, not more that. But over time, I lost my myself what could be fighting from multiple Hashem topics. Okay, good. Let's say, I can lot. Sorry. You want more piece that I know that it wasn't intuitive from the way that we were learning, but I just wanted to basically speak it out. We also asked them, I think I mentioned this yesterday, like that he smoked and he smoked. Like that is carbon paper, remember there, and the focus here, the focus on strength to the answer, that the key that he smoked. Coming down there, the most of the idea that you fight for how long a week does, but not for, I'm sorry, it wasn't you fight for how long tomorrow, but not for how long Mikdash. Like you kind of come over and over. If you forget about the tomorrow, but not if you forget about the Mikdash or Kodesh. With the small holes, that you kind of hold for how long tomorrow and for how long Mikdash, you has to like that Yishma. And therefore, again, there's probably all of the liability, whether you forget about your tomorrow, or whether you forget that it's what it is any place or have consumed Kodesh. Incredible. I don't say Hajj Allah. Yes, like the Mazel Tov, second half of Shavuos, that was like back to Shavuos, So Shavuos, Shayim, Shin Arba. Don't say that about Hashem. This meaning in each of Allah, Hashem, you've seen it already so many times. So, so there are two Shavuos, right? 2,000 Shavuos, and in reality, yield two more cases. So let's say here, the nice part is because this is the primary topic of the Mishnah, the Mishnah actually spells everything out for us, which is very exciting. So we'll say, what are the two primary types of Shavuos? Shavuos Sha'ochel and Shavuot. So let's say solutions of the thing over here is that on a computer, all right, so again, I mentioned this at the beginning of the second what's the name. The Shavuot that we have over here is what's called a Shavuos. Shavuos means a declarative Shavuot. It means distinctly about it's not something that will occur. Can you just say that will occur? So there's one message that says, there are two primary cases. One of the two primary cases, Shavuot Sha'ochel, I swear I will eat, we'll just use the key person. I swear that I will eat this loaf of bread. I swear that I will eat it. And Shavuot, I swear that I won't eat it. Okay, now, what's the number one over here? Mutually Shavuos. So you should understand that if you saw that in the first paragraph, because you have some subject to some level of dispute. But I want to say again, of Shavuos between is future oriented Shavuos. So those are the two. I swear I will eat the loaf of bread. I swear I won't eat the loaf of bread. Which then yields two more Shavuos. Shachalti, Shavuot. Past tense. I swear I eat the loaf of bread. I swear I do not eat the loaf of bread. Okay. Shavuot Shavuot. I'll call Shavuot. So it's now this is very important, right? So again, the Shavuos between the paradigm of the so Victoria Shavuos, I really want yields two more. They must say, what is that? Right? So what we will see, I won't eat, I did eat, or I did not eat. Okay, good. That Gemara says, Shachal said, so let's say, I make a big 3,000 left over. I swear I will not eat this loaf of bread. And you eat a little bit of it. So the Gemara says, keep this in the college. and you can survive even for consumption of any small amount, right? I'm not going to give up. So that what's going to give up there? Give up. If I'm not saying about all culture, she's a five. How do you say it was in general? But I mean, it's left, what's the shit? What's the shit? What's the shit? Like desires. I didn't have exceptions to that. Different shit. But when I say general, as soon as you got the silence, so you how do you say that you fight it for just living there? You need a crumble for most. You come on the ocean, you fight it doesn't make any sense. I'm not going to keep it. He decides if you're able to see it, when you got there, you need to cover. She's in that you cover, but you keep it in cover. It's like she was only for different set of circumstances. Why? Where else do you see a case where one can generate liability simply for speaking? Simply for speaking, like a shua, there's no risk, no action. All it is speech. Yes, speech, which is not a race, which generates liability. So speech, all you see from that, you see from that, a lot of shuas are fundamentally different than the regular halachas. They're just different. So in the same way that a non-nice speech can generate liability, so to even the speech, the smallest amount, generate liability as well. Even said to the God. You should all have that whole ritual. There was if you just respond to the stuff, it sounds like a person says, sure, right? I swear that I'm going to eat that shoulder means I'm going to eat. I'm going to eat. Right? You know, it says that true. Or you know, use the cash up. Sure, we're all trying to fall. Sure, not sure, sir. Okay, the most listen to the advice of the Muslim scholars. If I say, what would be these phrases? Shmur lo ochalach. I swear, like an oath, lo ochalach. I will not eat for you, right? On yours. Shmur sha'ochalach. Shmur. Now, literally translated means I'll eat of yours. Not shmur ochalach. Not shmur that I won't eat of yours. In all of these cases, it's possible. Unless I know, out of all these cases, we're not really focused on what we focus on. Shmur sha'ochalach. So what do you see from there? That when you interpret social means, I swear, I won't eat of your food. So what do you see from there? That in context of truth, it sounds like Russia hotel, but even to eat, otherwise you eat, not to eat. Not to eat. So that contradicts right? Says the Rabbi, the old love, that's from the Rothschild. Really, show means I will eat. I will eat. You know what I said? Locus having reconcile our mission with respect. So Rothschild kind of decided in bowl raffle, kind type of puff, and shading the side of bowl raffle, which the Gemara says everything depends on context. The right says kids is recognizes the issue where Reuben is being pressured to eat. That Reuben is being pressured to eat, Reuben doesn't want to eat. So he takes the shua not to eat. Our Mishnah is talking about a case. The shading the side of bowl raffle. No one's pressuring anyone to go ahead and eat. Therefore, the Gemara says, rice in the side of the platform. So in rice's case, right? So someone's trying to come to eat. V'ka'ama lo achona, v'lo achona. V'kika mishkava, v'kama shua, shua ochos. So what's it say? Now, what is the use of the that Hamad said? It can very well be the interpretation of shua's translation. We also need based on the context and the region of the outlier. Therefore, the verses of Timotheus, Reuben is being pressured to, and he says, Shua Sha'ot how it's clear from the context that he's taking a Shua and really not to eat. So therefore, we interpret these words accordingly. Simply it says, Shua Sha'ot how it's clear us contextually that he does not want to eat. And therefore, Halacha, the Rabbis and that interpret his phrase. Ultimately, again, but however, there is no pressure that is being required. To stand the shmushal is what? I would be swear that I know this. Okay, very interesting. Rashi says, Rashi, I'm telling you, shmushal. You guys have to ask me. And the way that petition is shmushal, I swear, I should means that I will not go ahead and eat of your food. To which the Gemara says, in fact, I remember So the guy who makes the swear says Rothschild, obviously he's swearing, but he's not getting his feet. So once the two show here, my neighbor, so not the one just thought the swear is correct. Yes, it was like that. When the person says Shua, Shalom, so Shalom is a fully articulated conditional word. So therefore it's intentions that we here. Right? Shua, right? Shua, for the heart. Maybe it is just like a tongue. And then it says, when it says she, what he's saying is Shalom, Shalom. And if I don't know that, it's a Shua to go ahead and so it says, we discuss this in depth because over here, what he says in the last part of the argument is do we use context to interpret the true meaning of all the others Shua. Somebody clearly says yes. And I've actually disagree on that. So again, we'll see that later on as we progress. For our purposes, what we learned as follows. That it is interesting that it's decided to say that some terms show how it's fascinating, show how to mean I will not eat. Because it could be that now stand in a stand piece, sure show how means I swear I will eat. But it's just good to know that perhaps the context have a bearing on the interpretation of the shua, and that maybe given the context show how the actual meaning I will eat. Okay, the five purposes again for the Mishnah, shua show how means I will eat. Because I don't know what was this another. That's what I was going to end with the Mishnah. Okay, I don't know about that. Mifta, sure, that was the other reason I'm interested. When you speak about different expressions that can mean a shua. So the classic case, how do you get a shua? Classic case, try to get a shua. Like, I swear, shua, shai okam. I swear I will eat shua, shai okam. Because I swear, shua, I swear, I will eat this loaf of bread. Okay? What kind of is future shuas? Let's think about different expressions that can also, for example, you might say, Mifta shua. That's it. As Quincy says, Mifta okal kikasi. That's it. Mifta okal kikasi. Mifta also means shua. So to again, the word is also means shua. For example, now it's kikar su. Sounds like what he's saying is, like he's saying, I swear I will not. If there is interpreted as we use the word lift up instead of shua. We use the word isra. Instead of shua, it sounds like we can eat the shua. The lift up shua is a shua. It's a. Now also the point now the one is asking like this. When you use the word isra, what ability does that actually create? What is that? Good actually for just a moment. You know, it's not going to show up. All the you keep that throughout for a shuttle also. And Achlu, how do you say about all of you? Like I mentioned before. Remember the shul we talked about all the shul doing, and the punishment for violation of the shul usually ultimately is the condom over building. Right? So now again we have right, so fine, condom over building. So you might say as follows. Another just to understand this is why I also remember that you want to also put together and give it tomorrow and shul same type of cover the flag for every over the other. So Jan was asking, when it comes to this, now you've got a little bit of things when you first let's say shua. When you say Isser, so that this is also shua. One says, explain what exactly is the Isser of Isser. How does Isser work? And what's this? If I to Omer Isser shua chayiv, you love butter. So what does that mean? So it sounds like what it's saying is, if you say Isser shua, so in other words, you have to use that version of Isser shua. So Isser should create liability we don't use much of Isser Shua. And that's not Shua, therefore it'll be concept. And not to Omer Isser Shua, it's more than you if you Isser Shua. But Ha'amet Isser Shua. There's no question just said. Like the thing just said, this is Shua. Isser is Shua. It doesn't say Shua. It says Isser by itself. This creates Shua by God. There's no others. Once again, it's only by God. So you need to say, lift up Shua. No. So the word says that. Like, lift up, actually using the word and see if that comes from. But the actual lift up is the equivalent to saying Shua. So there's no difference than saying Shua, Sha'ani Ocha Pibazu. I swear, I will eat this loaf of bread. And say, lift the Ani Ocha Pibazu. I swear, lift the I eat this loaf of bread. Say the exact thing. In all of those cases, you are swearing the loaf of bread. Listen and watch this. The Bible says, however, he said, not this Yeshua. Oh, so this is very interesting. This certainly works a little bit. This works the principle of what's called atfasa. This is very exciting. Atfasa is the process by which you make something prohibited by linking it to something that is already prohibited. Right? That's it. You're not necessarily following something. Look at that. This for a moment. It's Yeshua. Isser Allah Tikazu. So the verse says, we don't use that Russian. Isser Allah Tikazu. Right? What do they say? So Isser is Tika. What do they say? Mishpa Allah Tika. Because of Allah Allah Tika, I have Harayis Yakizar. Shavit this as actually preach. So let's say, so you read what you like to say. The verse says, Isser Tikazu. Essentially what they do is, they're linking the loaves to some already previously established prohibited item. If you made another prohibited loaf, if you put it with something else, that's the way this year works. So I say, you know what's happening over here? It says that on one hand, you have Shua and lift up. What does Shua and lift up do? It creates new prohibition. So Shua, Shani, or Fakir, or I swear I will eat off a bread. Lift up, or Fakir, supply reality to you. It's Zoom, it's a keeper Zoom, or Israelite, ultimately goes ahead and says to a previously established prohibition. That's what she does. I can really delve into this a little bit more. So you know what it says. So I remember the Shua, Isser, Mitzvah's Shua. It's so you know actually it's pretty Isser, so this was that. What is the nature of this Isser? And after all the Mitzvah's Shua, Kimotzi Shua with the Mikhail, we're not other comes to a fundamental issue, which is because at first word by Shua, as you rock the Hebrew from the rest of the doesn't work to make a Shua, doesn't work to make a Shua, or can be determined in Shua by manipulating the present and unlimited item to a previously limited item. If that ever does that work to create Shua reality or not. So again, hello folks, we answer that question. The one that is actual likelihood. Right. So okay, so now we have our categories. Now that we have it, we're going to go ahead and expound at it. So remember on one hand, remember I have Shua and Nifta. Shua and Nifta themselves are actual expressions of the verse again. Producing Nifta and creating the oath, creating the reality for this action. It's our people. It's hot fossil. I'm linking this law which is regular prohibited to something that's previously prohibited. And again, by linking it to a prohibited item, I'm now generating an issue upon this new law as well. Okay, now those jobs are categories. Let's start into it. And you might be able to try to really know that from how you know that the Russian of Mifta is the actual Russian of Shua. It said, on that dash, this is Shabbat with that head. Side. Okay, so let's say that by the way, the between means practice or expression, therefore you God is usually it's the Shia, therefore there's a proper symbol itself. This would not mean by the way, you can say it's a little bit so it's said, but that the Kosh was also used. So why don't you say the same way that you use the words Shua, and also Shua, Allah, and it's your mitzvahs Shua. So that is very rigorous expression. How do you know a Rothschild Israel is Rothschild Hachasa? You say, oh, Asr al-Nafshah Shua. It's also the person says, oh, Shua. So again, if you're actually says much more, Shaksash Radicals, or also the Yeshua, much more, Shasato, Yitafasto, Vidova, Yeshua, Allah, God. So it says actually, that's the passage itself. Oh, Asra, Isra, Allah, Yeshua. The verse says, that through a mystery, I am through a Rosh Hashanah, and created a poetry, something that was already previous and what with the man like said, Lachana Shani, Bata Adam, Yeshua, which is usually a lifter, is that anything that a person wants to refresh was. And it is reminding me that it's talking about something linkage to something that was already previously written. Rabbi, Lifta Shua Alpha. So Rabbi says the fact that Lifta is an expression of Shua from that function. What's the reach? We Gareha Allah, all Lifta, Sitasa, Aisha, Asra, Anasha, Vidi Shua, Wakaya. So I say, what do you see at the end of this passage? In this passage, literally, Lifta is used as a synonym for Shua. Better synonym. It's used as a replacement for the word Shua. Now, there it says, and if you remember again, when we talked about this, Neder and Shua are sister concepts, but they are sisters who are nothing alike. Right? A little bit alike, right? The sisters, we know are actually related, but very different sisters. And so when we see that Shua, so it's very common in Torah, wherever you mention Neder, you also mention Shua. What's fascinating about this concept is the relation of Neder. What Torah is talking about Shua, because he used the word Shua. It's that what does it say? Yifta. So for me, you see that literally again, the word Yifta is actual synonym for Shua. So it says, what is the published meaning with? Yifta. Ultimately, so see from here, you see that the word Yifta literally works in the same way that the word Shua goes because of it. So Rabbi said this, in reality, Hatzvasa does not work by Shua. No one wanted to use a Shua. You need a currently put item to a previously prohibited item. It's not going to be enough to create a Shua. That could be in a different way. So the what's going on here, and if you try to do that, it does not be a reality. Rabbi Klamar, Yiftar Shua. Here's what it means to say, if you have a Raisa, Yiftar is Shua. Okay, this is not a Shua. This is also a Shua. Whereas once I saw it, now what love is coming to come over, is going to say that Shua is Lashon Shua, obviously. Yiftar is Lashon Shua, and guess what? This was also so it says, what is even here? Reaching my focus about how Easter works. Does Easter work through Hatzvasa? The notion of Easter essentially saying, I'm taking this constantly prohibited item, linking it to a prohibited item. Is that how Easter works? Or no, Easter is an actual notion of Shua as well. So the Gemara says, Asra Easter, the Tila Asra, Mega Shua. Okay, so what's the name comes for the particular nature of Easter? The Torah placed it between heaven and Shua. Okay, now what is that? So just hold on to this because we're about to get a lot of information. There's a lot that's being thrown at us right now, which is always very exciting. Because now you're going to have all the information you need to be successful for the rest of your life. Like in the next 5 minutes, I'm sorry, it's the shoots and jarring, right? Because we're going to say something that you so much with a lot of information, don't know what's happening, but then you put it somewhere and you're saying it absolutely. So they're actually almost right across, right across the bed. She's certain set the team of us. So watch this. Stay insert. Insert. And not to all that, the ugly cover, insert, insert. And just as a insert shell, insert means when you use the word in the context of making a Shua, what type of insert does that is Isser, might be a fucking Shua, no call Shonos Shabbos. Because not an expression of Isser, what with household. Shabbos the negative Shua. The word Isser itself appears in the context between them and Shua. You might just say, now, what is the difference between a and a Shua? So it's easy. Even that there is an Irish, right? Yeah, but that never used to be what is the second. If I'm so much Shua, people Shalom Kikar said, he was sure that Shua in home you should come. I is a shade so that Shua Tayyip Carbon. Not very well, not about Shalom is certainly that you are alive, but this was the shade, it's very interesting. And this is one of the most important statements we're going to make in the entire Sefta. The fundamental distinction between a nega and a shua is ultimately a shua is ultimately a issue of chatza. So the shua devolves upon the object, and nega is an issue from. The prohibition of nega devolves upon the individual. You know, saying that distinction is core to everything we're going to learn for the next couple of weeks. So again, that's what you will show us, right? So remember again, the Lashon of Shua is Shua Shekeli Okal Kikosu, right? I swear I'm not going to eat this most. By Nega, you say Kikar Zu Halai. Kikar Zu Halai. This loaf is prohibited up to the city, something scary. At the end of the day, the loaf is prohibited, but you can see why it makes tremendous distinctions. Very much remember that. Shua is a Chatzah, prohibition develops upon the object. Neder is certain not from. The Shua develops upon the individual. So now watch this. Now you go into small sister. So I'll say, here's the beauty of this. It sounds strange to do this, but the beauty of the expression of this is it's all because of how you use it. So now go back to Josh for just one more moment. Josh, he says, okay, watch this. When I trying to do that, that's what it is, Shua. If I'm used to Lashon Shua, if you use the Lashon of Shua, keep going. Isser Shalom Ochad Kipaseh. Right? I say, Isser, I will not eat this kipah. I'll say, that's an expression. So take the Lashon and Yishmar on Lashon. Isser Shalom, the Lashon is Shua, the kind of carbon. That's what I say. If you use this Shua, so it's like Shua Shalom Ochad Kipaseh. If they use it, Isser Shalom Ochad Kipaseh, then that's the expression of Shua. I'm not going to mark our circle of Never. Shama Isser Kipaseh alive. She must not know it. But if you say again, you don't like Isser Kipaseh alive. Isser this loaf on me. Isser Gavra. We say no, until ultimately we're never going to see. Violation of an agent does not create liability, or a different liability. The violation of the Shua creates liability, ultimately again for coming over the yard. So now watch this. This is actually quite interesting. It's not the Gemara says over here. Another one is just like this. Shua is Lashon Shua. Miftah is Lashon Shua. What's the set? What's the set? Not Hatfasa, right? So Rabbi is dispensing with Hatfasa. Rabbi says that Isser is by Lashon, but Isser is unique. Why? Because you use in the context. You use the Lashon of Shua, or you use Shua, or Nega, all depends on how you use it. Incredible. The Gemara says, when you see that the Torah places is in between Neder and Shua, it is Isha Nagara, or Asa Isra al Nasha, Shua. Wow, there it is. Because it's actually talking about the context ultimately again of a woman who needs to be covered on Shuos. And they're literally like, you have Neder, or Isa or Asra Isa al Nasha, and then literally right after the Shua. So from here, Rabbi says, just even as Neder Shua kind of Alaya. Alaya is not promoting Shua. Alaya says, ultimately again, Lashon of Isa is not like a Lashon of Shua. The Rabbi Amar, Marv promoting Shua, Shua, Rabbi says, no, again, it's not like that. So basically, where is the catch-up? Where exactly is the very tricky story? So here's what I said. What we see just instead, everyone seems to be agreeing on Shmuel, and everyone agrees on Mitzvah. Because he's buying Isser. This Isser work is a function of Shmuel that ultimately works through what Isser is a unique sort of unique function that can be Shmuel or never, depending on in the statement. Okay, if you want to catch up in statement, is your easier number 4. What's the case of Isser? What's the case of Isser? How right should I look up? You should actually be able to this one is in this case. The process as even says, I realize myself that I will not eat meat and I will not join. Kiyom Shemispo, like my father died. Kiyom Shemispo died. Kiyom Shenela goes with the Alia Benachiko. Like the day that he died with a hiccup. So, like the day that he died is assassinated. Kiyom Shenela, you try to put the girl. But it's the day that I say you should have instant destruction. In all of these cases, a person that's created a binding prohibition upon himself, not to eat meat and not to drink wine. That's the good action. Rashi says, "Shem's father, Shai Sarti Alai, Yekasar Shem's father, Habari." We'll say now a little bit of context, but the verse is saying here that his father died. He took upon himself not to eat meat and not to drink wine. Okay, it's not like he took it on himself. He did not to fast per se, but not to eat meat and not to drink wine. So now what he's saying is his father died on whatever, August, now it's the 25th day of Iyar. Right? So now he's coming over and he's saying the 25th day of Iyar, I get back to give myself a pause. We've been one with the day that my father died. Right? Or like so he died. Or like the day that his fish was destroyed. Like the guys was not like, oh, it was. The community prohibitions is given to the one. Shmuel says, believe should never Ubami outside. This is presupposing that there already was a pre-existing level that we switched a little bit from Shmuel's to which is fundamentally built in this context. Shmuel says this presupposes that he already had something upon himself of prohibition not to eat meat and not to drink wine or not to eat his pre-existing beings. We look at Rashi. We should not have a second. Shekibo Amok by Nega, Shabioka, also Yom Shem's father. We all know if in Yom Shem's father, we don't see very well brought down with a except the back that's also it's okay. We're assuming that he already living upon himself his father's website, or his website, or the day that he down behind you, not just the Nega. So it's just here, this chickens of Hatful. So it's fun. Substantially on a very Wednesday. And what I'm saying is, I think that you and one should be able to leave a life thinking that my body died. And then again, suppose I already made a letter, active to my father, and the max I'm connected today to the earth side of my father. Which actually, the Catholic is to start on the Torah, should not be a Torah. not this together, already out together as well. So not this together, much more. So what's the point of here? What we see here, the Hatfasa works. Right? Again, there's a whole lot of focus. Does Hatfasa work or not? And the first person, when you see that Hatfasa linkage absolutely works. Like it works. So I never say now, this is by net, but we assume another in general. Whatever works by net also works by Shua. So if Hatfasa is going to work by net, it's going to work by Shua. This supports the idea that Hatfasa works. The question against those who say that there is no Hatfasa by Shua and by the so we show that value. So it's going to bring that value. You do not physically there. So you do not physically there. Not physically Shua. The similar that Hatfasa is going to go. Hatfasa will work out by Shua as well. Right? And also looking at it, because Rabbi was the ones that goes back. Rabbi was always said that the whole comes from Easter is that Easter is Hatfasa. So it's going to be different for Rabbi because you see from here that Hatfasa works. Hello, Hello, the Rabbi Kasha. But according to Rabbi, this is a problem. Right? Why it was Rabbi said that there was no Hatfasa. Rabbi said, there is Hatfasa. I'm from another current say Rabbi. It's not the same. Ezu Isra, Neder, Ha'amar Batola. What is the key? What is the key behind the melodies of Neder? Ha'omer, Alay Shema Kabasar, Shema Ashton Gayu, Kiyom Shemitz, or other Kiyom Shemitz, or for. So, Russian, which is a slightly but lower, I feel like Marcus Canada, I love any Canada. So there's a legendary that says, you don't think I'm fussy. Russian time fossil. Let's just talk about the primary way in which to live in Canada. How this kind of said one should live in Canada. So look at Russian. So it's actually really much in the type of every kind of your shooting. The Africa, so you're the double and neither I love five. To the other people of the club. The cover of students it is soon like that about not so much into this. This little bit more what Robert says, to use like this. The primary way to make a nether is through linkage. Now in the first in order to create a nether, you have to link the nether to something that is unique with it. So let's highlight the nether. I think I make a nether not to eat and drink wine. Like the day you like fine side. It's not like false it says. This is how you make a nether. By definition, the nether is only to be it if it is linkage to something that is already previously created. You might say, I don't know, Jesus, I don't know, how life should have been about some shit is called the scenario. That is the way ultimately they treat it. If that's the case, if that reflects look at actually, the as his name, you don't, not just the last part of the actually, that's the people, so they're trying to like, so of course, it's actually like, and the other, how did I like, you so it's like this is back again. Okay, so how terrible. So we have a fun like this and we got it. It says we can have it is how do we do that? How do we keep us alive? Right, very keep us alive. Right, keep us alive. Right, that's a good difference. Then the Rabbi says also comes the Hatfasa. What's Hatfasa? Hatfasa says, right today I never heard it to drink meat and to eat meat and drink wine, or meat and wine to drink honey today, right the day my father died. So I'm connecting today. My father's not saying for the husband. Rabbi says no, it's not what it says. Rabbi says in order to embed it, and we'll see what this is, in order to create a negative, a negative is only created if you presently link the negative to something that is already previously created. That's how it's going to work. That's not what I want. I want Hatfasa. Hatfasa is simple. Hatfasa says, meat and wine today should be like meat and wine on the outside. It's a shorthand method. You don't have to say I later on, right? But you just say meat and wine today is like meat and wine on the outside. That's it. That's Hatfasa. It's a shorthand method that doesn't need full articulation because the meaning is committed today because I was putting it before. That's Hatfasa. Why I have side of more what so interesting, everyone is agreeing that it's Hatfasa. Everyone thought my focus is Hatfasa. What's more dramatic is that Rabbi says that in order to make a method from the beginning, you have to move it gets in there as well. Rabbi says, my time, that's Rabbi watching. Not even making the method, something that was already previously created. On the prophet passage says, each key to a method Hashem. Because the passage says, if a person is a double Hashem, I shame your double hunger. So what is pretty mild. So that says the person itself says if the Russian is measure. When you make it together, you must get into something that is already like the over the measure is 50% is already written before. Kind of Kilo to baseball, Chico, measures. Yeah. That's obvious. So that's what provided measures. Mas as Kilo generic provided is also since you say some guys also you know that she had the high math is I might have thought that the only way to accomplish that thought is if you move that which are previously in the present the second was also going to do it better. There's something that was previously Rothschild was a Rabbi for the next side. As long as the other it doesn't have to be whatever. We just talk about cost, but it's not only for today. So what we have to say something to about. Everyone is agreed that how long can I say that Rabbi? Most Rabbi and the Bible are agreed that how long can I say that comes to the bedroom and say that's false. Our Bible's understanding of the mechanics are different, and again, someone's agreed create a letter, create new letter throughout false, and then do it to some previously written. It's tremendous tradition that Rob is holding that even to make an official measure, you must link it to something that's previously prohibited. More mechanics, and ultimately again, see whose framework is correct, and that's a shit tomorrow. Tremendous. So like I said, a lot of information, a lot of fascinating solos, but not really happen all, but it's a point as we forward, Shkoyach. Just everything a bit everywhere. Alright, so we say good morning, good morning. Let us begin by thanking our sponsors from this morning. Here today, our commentary sponsor, annual commentary sponsor. I'll touch you there. By the person who's not about to stop. Dedicated all the true and transfer this year as this close to the song of the all about this song. As I'm most conscious of here, I've got a new result which more about his ranking. The Shmuel's father, Leonard, throughout the Nick of Baby Chester. For the Rabbi, very sponsored in Jacobs and Kevin, and then for the Shifra, Bass, Zichron, the Rabbi, the Rabbi, the family, the Chava, the Red Rabbi, the Shmuel, from all hostages, and all the soldiers successful for whole mass and those we got, let us know the details about that, but he's got his new test, ranking European of on. You guys on the place pretty much right in the middle of the gas. Right in the middle. On the one, they show that show the value of height. No percentage, no show the value of height. No, good. There was cultural punishment for some of that. Whoever does not go to separate from his wife prior to the onset of the legal circuit. So it's not really we saw yesterday's that this means that the halachic definition of this is an owner. So let's say, for example, in the field of a very simple example, a human becomes legal and gets 31, so I like every 30 days. So a local Alexa on that 30 days, that's considered to be what that says. And the owner, let's say, gets a 5 days. That Bitcoin is her owner. So the halachic is the husband is supposed to separate from his wife. At the time of each entire due time period. But since whoever does not go ahead and separate from his wife prior to that's his prior to right over 30, after the 100 or more abundant people Aaron makes, even if he has children who are so righteous, like Aaron, they die. Now, what's we're going to do is a couple of Gemaras like this. We go through all these Gemaras, again, highlighting a little bit of each of the pieces, and then looking at all of them in a more general sense. Okay, so just hold on. So again, any person who is not separate from his wife prior to that self with that stomach for that owner, even if you feel the right righteous, they die. So the Gemara says, this is sick. He's not giving us a struggle to my son. Ultimately, you shall more and cloudy soul regarding the God. Don't have to do that stuff. So you see, understand the juxtaposition. There's a mention of tomorrow. After this mention of tomorrow, ultimately again, there's a mention of the Hebrews. And then after that, juxtaposition of the Son of Ray, Acharei, Moshe, so that's the juxtaposition. Tomorrow, Mido, and that's what the sons of Aaron. Okay, so that's halakha number one. And also just because we'll have to see exactly what Chazal. How do you understand something like this? On a very basic level, what's the soul? You see that was sold of a man who quotes from his wife, someone who best stuff. Like, what is this? What is this? This is the soul of giving up something that technically should be permitted to you, but for the sake of achieving a higher level of tradition, right? We're not going to discussion I love about Vestos, that I saw, that I found like in this whole concept ultimately again of how a person has to conduct themselves in anticipation of the arrival of a religious person is that again, the rest of it, again, without sex to be involved with that. So we got ourselves, let's become here, our husband can't do it, again, that's I love how it's like it's soft with that stuff means that the couple is dedicated to maintain a level of kedusha in their life to the point that they're willing to give up on certain aspects of marriage, on certain elements of it, even before the woman comes in. When a couple has that drive and has that motivation in their home, in their life, that creates a heightened level of kedusha. Failure to do that creates a diminished level of kedusha. We've seen this before, that something when Chazal say that children die, Chas v'shalom before the time, it doesn't that the children die, but rather when it doesn't do that, sometimes it's used as a metaphor for non-actualization. There are previous ways to stymie to stop the spiritual growth of our children is to be parents who are not the spiritual growth. So if I was a parent and not willing to sacrifice for kedusha, if I'm a parent and not willing to push myself for a heightened spiritual level in my marriage, in my home, guess what? I'm going to have children just like that also. Don't expect your kids to be any better than me. So if I'm not committed to sacrificing and keeping up these higher levels of kedusha, even if my children have the ability to be as righteous as the sons of Aaron, if they be raised in a holy atmosphere where sacrifice is not a thing, but they're not going to be sacrificed, they're not going to be self-actualized either. Chas v'shalom, they can so to speak die. They can so to speak never be actualized because they can become our people are next. Call out, listen to this. Call out, the Shemish was all for that stuff. It's no one else. It's not a lot of Chazal. It's being translated. So the converse, giving us his wife. Some of the best stuff. How do you think you put it? Websites. Okay, so it's when you get that, you get sick. But how do you have plenty of inatars? So what's it do? Because it says juxtapositions. I thought about a card. And also, by the way, I want to point out also, these just logged up and they're secretly like one after the other, but rather contextually in that far. So you might just say that. Having a thought about card, the things between having a card. Okay, so that's what is ultimately separated from one's life prior to that sense. This says, we know the suffer. What is your efforts? Life is not enough. Only we jump right in and she would get to a voice. You see, hopefully, again, the person who goes ahead. Separate comes right prior to it. So that says, we'll go ahead and have sons. So if you look at what's that, it's a lot of what's the shot of this? This is just you have all of your two activities that are from and you from. What kind of stuff have you came from? Relatively done. Live in words, the distinction between reality and brokerage and so on. It's one of these things all people do is what people are people see. The fact that intimacy, the Zohar is the Yosef, he is the giver, and the Kiva, the woman is the Kabbal. That's how it's a physical act of intimacy. So perhaps what's happening over here is as follows: same thing. A man that goes ahead and is poised from his wife prior to becoming leader. What is he doing? He's engaging in an act he's giving self-sacrifice. I'm giving up something that technically speaking is a right? So to speak, it's a right that a couple has in marriage. They're giving up that right. They're giving that right for the sake of achieving a life of kedusha. So what do they have? Bunny's heart. Bunny's heart can be boys. The bunny's heart doesn't be suffer. Again, like I said, in Kabbalah, what I'm suffering is that I'm thinking of the because of people that's not getting started. Because Cheshbon will sometimes refer to as Yuchra and Yuchra. That's like sometimes Hashem is referred to as masculine, sometimes as feminine. Sometimes Hashem is referred and sometimes Hashem receives from us. So say so just phrased in the positive way. But couple is for it that was like what that what is phrased in the extent of the man, or press these halachas, like these halachas from the This is a man who sacrifice some higher good, what happens? How do you will have children who will be saved. So if I'm not able to sacrifice in here, let's get achieving a higher level of nutrition in my life, don't expect that from the kids. Don't expect that from the kids. Conversely, if I'm not actually children, in that sense of how I will have children, like Hebrews for the bullish as well. Next, I'm sure lady on the alone, body really in the whole law. And the Shua says, not only will you have children, well, like the son's Barak, but also an act, or just one its cover, but you will have sons for law, no, it's Hogah. Again, with judges, but again, what it means is high level. You will have children for themselves, commit themselves to God's spell. It's also the highest level of giving that we teach the stones of self-sacrifice for our people. It's not that you even have children to grow, but the way to give for God's spell. So, how do you hold us? Already, you have one more Kalamat al-Hayan was Shabbos. Brothers, that's the fact that we make Hazorah on board on Matzah Shabbos. How do you know the quantities of Chorah? Ultimately, again, we'll have translated points. For example, you have to be like Holy Spirit at home. As if you can say it's not Holy Spirit. It's awesome. Lahavdil in a tongue of an atar. Son of clay, each of his that's real. So it's in a Shabbat Lahavdil Lahavdil, and then adjust the position of each of his that's real. He all the Zahar. So if you see the Halacha, something that you can come down on one, you will have abundance of fire, you will have sons. But what's the shot of this? So along the same lines as well. You know, let's say, for many of us, by the time you get to the end of Shabbos, right, and what's the last thing you want to really sleep? Is a glass of wine. Right? I don't know, maybe just in my house. Right? The heart on Shabbos, right? So anyway, so again, I think the Rosh Shabbos, that's why I love the sauce. You could use Hammer, right? You could use college juice, you could use beer, you could use all the days. But I'll say that at the end of the day, a mitzvah deserves. A mitzvah deserves one. A mitzvah doesn't deserve beer. Beer for Jews, not anything else. Juice for Jews, not anything else. A mitzvah deserves a glass of wine, not even a glass of beer juice. It really deserves a glass of wine. That's what it deserves. So you don't have to do it. Well, there's other things that I could do to fulfill the obligation. All the same thing. How do you approach and how do you approach this? So I approach my missus is not it's more good. It's more good. So I'm up. It's more good. But it's not like that. It's just this guy. You know, it's a common with you know. It's a big guy. It's a cost. That's a about to use the not just a good glass of our things. And it's only application. Okay. With life like that, just know that that would translate into a type of family that you're a type of children, all people in the household. Or you're the kind of person who goes to bar. Maybe I don't want a glass of wine right now. I want it, but Abdullah deserves it. Abdullah deserves a glass. If I'm the kind of person that's going to push myself to be expected to do it, to do it from the highest level, and ultimately what results, that's it as well. Incredible. Now let's have a doubt. And the Shor really says, what in the Allah, it's still a happen in the Holos. Ultimately, again, so again, the Shor says that further. Now, but whenever you see the Allah, so what that means is that's even higher. So Panim Zechariah represents for us again like the givers. Dukra, right? And God, the giver personality. Allah is even a higher level of giving because Allah in this context represents a commitment to the cloud. So the highest level, or the other process we notice, the highest level of giving that we achieve, yes, is with our money. But it's also about having the resources we get of creating. Whenever we visit the cloud, that's the highest level of giving. Incredible. Other by efforts and the letter, also really probably talk about that. There's so much more to say all of these commands, but we've already the clock finished here. So next session we'll sit for a different time. But just to understand how much more there is here. One more piece. I'm not to know like that was I just point out. Just like I'm gonna know by efforts. I'm gonna love it. Come the kindness is absolutely shas tashmish. Whoever goes there and sanctifies himself at the time of intimacy. How he will grow and find his heart. Ultimately, again, we'll have. So once again, walking children, the children of the mindset they remember they would mobilize their concept to children who are givers. Sheme'anai Yiskadashka Yisem Devotion. Plus it says sanctify yourself. Some of like Ishak he says for that. And it juxtaposes the ultimate idea too is a living will have the son. Rashi points out over here, the Kaddish Asma B'Tashmish, Derech Tznius. What is it to sanctify oneself ultimately at the end to be modest. There are many different halachas that govern how a couple should be intimate. Halacha is very permissive, ensuring that the act of a relationship is pleasurable and enjoyable. But there still is the modesty that's attached to it. So let's say you can say right here, you can approach it to the sea as an animal. As an animal should be to gratify a mid-time desire. Doing that, like I don't care about anything, I just want to satisfy that desire. Can you do that? Or a person can say, you have to pick up certain elements to make this a better shape of Dusha, to make it holy, to make it holy. Like I said, I want it clear. Like sometimes you see the words like this, you have a doubt like, a person has a sacred thing, has a sacred life, has a sacred thing, and then you need to resume having a situation. This can actually say, maybe for some people that's what it is, right? But Lamaisa, that's not what people are talking about for human beings. And the act of relations, the act of intimacy with one's that intimacy with one's life is supposed to be the most beautiful and meaningful and incredible and enjoyable things. That's what's supposed to happen. And it's usually not preceded by things to make the act more enjoyable, by a mental activity. That being said, there are things that we or ways in which we conduct ourselves, and it's not just here for that, ways in which we conduct ourselves, again, even during intimacy, and when we and perhaps there's things that we like to, things that we'd rather just not hold back. So again, that's what a Jew does. A Jew just doesn't keep in to desire fully for other people. It's always a guardrail. That guardrail is constant. That guardrail is called modesty. And if you look at the movement in that guardrail, you have ability to keep out certain things for the sake of a higher keeping shine. That ultimately, I just understand, that translates into the holy building, translates into the children that are raised. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. All right. Back to Shabbos. Now let's over. We're back to question. Let's over our Shabbos. Let's see where we're going to and we're immediately at the character session. At the end of the show, we have a really focus. We're doing about focus. Rabbi actually said that Allah for myself, you're tired for having a tumor, but not tired to have a mikdash. Rabbi Akiva seemed to say the same thing, although it's not their point of implication is. And if the Shmuel said this is never the Ha'elam twice, you tired for Ha'elam mikdash and for Ha'elam tumor. You're tired for both. Okay. So says the Gemara. Let's see, maybe that is part of see all of these things. So the Gemara says, I'm a Christian. This is very interesting. Sheretz going to be what you put in that. Ultimately, Sheretz going to be on the point of intention. What is this? Here we go. Then the idea is a Sabbath. First, for even at the other in the Sheretz, we keep in the name. And the rest is like this. When a person comes coming, and then you will say, not just from one thing of what they do, which is what? Combined by ability. Specific what type of carbon you're right? So that when we speak about like by a company that's what we're referring to here. So really kind of a carbon over you're right, you need to know the source of it. And it's not just enough to know that I'm coming, but to have to know that because you're in the front of a lap somewhere, so enough to know that I want but I need to know the very specific. Let me give this up, let me keep this out. It says no, even though so you try to be keeping it. No, not true. That's true. What that's true. It doesn't come in. Maybe I did not get a code that she entered into the section. You guys should do things. Come on, it's like go to all of you already. Place I love to place again. So it doesn't matter if I know was it a sheriff or a neighborhood sheriff. The thing as follows. If you look, sheriffs are really at the point of it's very much you have to know the the source of your Torah. Do Muslim or Mishani. So we will point out that each of the positions are very well yet. If you rectify or you rectify this, I'm going to do that. So you must Mishani. You never know, but you know, I know that you share it with you. So if you really hold, then what is it you try to recover over and over? You really have to know the source of your Torah. What about the family? People who need I'm going to do the answer. One of shop. Well, it says like this. Either way, one of shop. If you have alcohol, Chayiv, no sir, alcohol, Chayiv, I must say that, but let me point out to you what's happening here. Take a look at Rashi, just look at one of shop. Rashi says, one of shop, literally the pieces, the notes on the front of, alcohol, echo, and the shop, and the ends of the head. The shop is going to keep on also will alcohol, so let's say that, let's say like this. Let's say you have a case where you violated. And if you think it doesn't really matter how you violate your life, how you do this. For example, I have a piece of Sheila and a piece of no sun in front of me. That looks like both are not allowed to do it, and it's really plus. Right? So the Lord says like this, listen to this. So back to the Rothschild. Chayiv alcohol, chayiv, no alcohol, chayiv. So look, there's two pieces, right? I'm not sure, but I know two pieces. Chayiv in front of me, no in front of me. I ate one of them. I'm not sure which one I ate. So the lesson says, who cares? Who cares which one you ate? Why? Because what do you know? What do you know? What do we know? You ate pizza, also, and you're kind of a contest. So for example, Shabbos Chino Chayim Yom Kippurim Chino Chayim. Like, what does it make a difference? You're not sure the higher you keep the higher you Shabbos. Either way, you Chayim, right? So the short is you Chayim the contest. Or you still need to Baal Chayim, Akosa Baal Chayim. So I feel like this one may matter, actually, a little bit, right? So, again, so right, a man writes his leader or his sister. He's not sure, but either way, it's us. So, it's us right now, but what does it matter? In this reliability perspective, what does it matter? It's the same reliability. So, again, the point I think to the last one, that you do not need to know this sort of structural reliability, which constitutes a whichever one of your sure, or even or hold the above factor such as a talk. Actually, on the road in Makata. So the issue is this is not true. Because he explicitly says, hold the above factor so when you know what you did, when you know what you did, when you know another, not just that I know that it is something else or what. It's what specifically, what it is. So first of all, that country you see that episode here, which is quoting from the last saying, in order to kind of cover over the military, you have to know the source of your Torah. Now you might say, right, so where it simply says, it doesn't matter about the source of your Torah. And Mishani Asam, and Mishani of this, Mishani Asam, Asher Chata, the Haiti Alachmano, Kate Kol Shabu. So you might say, Kate Kol Shabu. So ultimately, in general, all you need to know, you don't need to know specific liability. All you need to know is that you can set one. So that's why the piece that came with the no source, but that's the same purpose. Right? I don't know. I know that I ate something that wasn't clear, wasn't no set. In general, between 5 days, I don't have to know the specific item. What's different over here? You keep seeing the cold number tummy, cold in the sheriff's tummy, Rabbi. So what's it say here? The difference is like difference. Like Jim the Torah, which I don't know to say, you became tummy. Contact with another company, or in a class sheriffs. Why they have to bring that up? Shredding up, but you know, the sheriffs is not even available. You have to know by tomorrow, you have to know the specific source of tomorrow in order to generate cover all that in the late life. So let's go have all this office. And the other section goes to different people's general rule of life. You do not have to know the source of your life, but notice that you are absolutely clear that you did something wrong in your private house. Ultimately, you have to do private house. So again, I don't know if I ate favor or no, sir, but what do I know? I ate one of them. I for sure ate one. Like, it's not a case of like 2 pieces of meat, one is cut, one is one is favorite. It's a case of both pieces are great, and I know for sure I did something wrong. I don't know exactly what I did wrong. I know it's one of these things. I'm liable. In the case of Kumar, why? Because it's already goes out of its way to specify a specific piece of and then it says in a day last shep. So the fact that it goes out and it's actually true that by total is so in order to generate liability, I have to know exactly what the source of trouble was. Now that's what it is. Remember again, just keep in mind that the people don't have to. Now the key is as long as you know definitively that you're coming, even if you don't have the source of the trouble, ultimately again will be liability. Go, Rabbi keep out from Rabbi Kiva, top of the test. So let's Rabbi I the point of the list of the Ibn Look at the Rabbi, let's see the time she could possibly take. He says that don't bring a right for that possibly by so much. Yeah, direct the name and higher, like you saw the trust and Rabbi before, like you push $1,000. So Rabbi shirts, he had to write shirts as well. So the Kiva doesn't buy into the same thing. He says, again, shirts just have to be since the possible provided the Rabbi with the higher, which was an older draft of Rabbi. Turn them strong. Just remember the mishnahs. Anytime a Torah repeats something, says something that is good. And also, when mishnahs tell the mishnah, the mishnah is Kaddish box. Most of the Torah is never Kaddish. And even if Torah seems to be the Kaddish, it's only between with wine because it's highlighting some new idea. Something like, most of the Rezer, so here's a concept of never brings his father's member. But Rezer's whole idea of the soul was because the concept by Torah goes out of his way to mention Sheretz specifically. After a general statement. Why does it mention Sheretz specifically? To teach me that you have to know the exact source of the Torah. And the people will say, no, it only mentions Sheretz because it had to mention, that Rimba and Kaido, that was a differential to not be busy right now as Rabbi. That's why it's the mention Sheretz. There's no raya. No raya. So the Rezer, high bar, my heart, right? What does a Rezer do with the word of thought? What is the thought? Thought means asset. He goes ahead and uses this to go ahead and exclude the case of a misasset. I will say what's misasset. Misasset is a question. Misasset is a higher, and all is the number of the circle where it's cutting the first shows with the goal. It's grabbing the black book as a polish, the contact as a huber. It's cutting the story of a section. It's Shabbos, right? And I before Shabbos, I bought some vegetables around. And for Shabbos, I wanted to sell some vegetables. And I'm grinding the vegetables that are detached. But instead, I ended up pulling out the vegetables that were attached. That's called misasset. Because here, again, my Kabbalah was I was engaged in a living act, right? As opposed to a shocking. Well, let's say I didn't know that there was Shabbos, or I didn't know that pulling vegetables out of the ground is also. So the say here I have Kabbalah for a major act, but I ended up doing something else. So that's called misasset. So Moses says that the frog comes to go ahead and exceed a case ultimately on misasset. The Yochel says, Mashma is the Russian people in that. In reality, my folks are the Akiva and the Eliezer is speaking about how the reaction of the nuances in the process. The four brother Shishas, Mashma is the Russian people in that. The Shish is the Akiva, Rabbi Akiva, interestingly enough, also interestingly enough, the Shishas would change attributions in his Mahokas. So according to Shishas, you see that all we were arguing about was the source. I'm actually arguing about the practicalities of the halacha. Okay, like the one we're talking about now. How much of us have put on? How we pass? And so again, just the point to take out of this is that the little so the answer and the Rabbi Akiva, right? Halacha, in order to be high, the common over the other, right? Not Jesus and have a mikdash or have a kodesh. Do you need to know the exact source of your Torah? That's Shaila. Rabbi Yoel says, yes, you must know that the Akiva says not to go into a having paskin, he passed like the Rabbi paskin that Rabbi Akiva. That if we do not know the exact source of it, so that we can come into a sharing for the day long, even if I don't know. Now, what I do need to know is, in order to come over the already, I need to have a thing of definitive awareness, right? So there has to be a moment that I know definitive economies. I know that I touched one or two things, either a Sheretz or the Vela, but I'm also, once again, I'm not sure which one. You're still going to become a liability, incredible fighter. But they run it up. Hello, Zed, no. All right, so those are very interesting. So I'm again. Why not as you got your according to Helom Mikdash. Right? Helom Kama, and that fellow the fish the first. So it isn't what that means. If I think Tameh, it's I forgot that I was Tameh, and I went to the Mikdash, right? Then I come out, and then afterwards I remember that I was Tameh before I go. If I was Tameh, I forgot that I was Tameh, and I ate Truma. I'm calling it Truma. There's no liability that it's according to Rabbi Eliezer, according to Rabbi Eliezer and Rabbi Akiva. Now, obviously, what was the third story? Yeah, Rabbi Shlomo is accountable. So he was asking a question according to Rabbi Eliezer and Rabbi Akiva, who all that you only try to have them, not for Elam Kuma. So, they're not the Elam Zed, the other Nahu. What happens if I relax the words of both of these things? So I forgot about my Tumah, but I also forgot about the fact that I was eating Kodesh. Who's the liability for this? So the Mercer, I'm related, I'm going to be no, yeah, reliable. Why? Because even like the Akiva and the rest of the group, it's still the Helam Tumah in this case, therefore to be liability. Other level, I'm not Victor's water, it's just the opposite. Because it's also Helam Victor's included in this, and therefore it should be water. I'm a Rashi just like this. So as I said again, I want to point out, it's only according to Rabbi Akiva, Rabbi Eliezer, it's only liability for Ha'elam, Ha'elam Mikdash, and not for Ha'elam Kodesh. So if a person has a lot of words of disease, I became Tameh, and now I'm eating Truma. So I forgot that I'm Tameh, and I forgot that I'm eating Truma. According to Rabbi Akiva, is there liability in this case? So what's the big? Yeah, of course. There's hell. There's heaven. There's shoulder blade. There's inside as well. Right? There's heaven. So the Gemara says. So that's this. Look, awareness of what causes you to separate. If it's awareness of this tumor that causes him ultimately to separate, then it's clear that this is a case of Hello Torah and every liability. If just by others, how I will be just be no bother. If I'm not dead, it's awareness of the Mikdash that separate, then this is a case of Hello Mikdash, and he will be utter. I'm going to give it a Rashi. It doesn't make any sense. Cruel polished in Mikdash. At the end of the day, obviously, any creature, any separation is given because, awareness of the Mikdash. How long? This is going to take, I'm sorry. I'm going to read Rashi. Cruel polished in Mikdash. Elam Yishur Tumah. Cruel polished in Tumah. Elam Yishur Mikdash. So at the end of the day, again, these types of tools and these types of awarenesses are intertwined. The only reason is going to separate out because from the Mikdash is because of the Tumah. The only reason you separate out awareness about the Tumah is because of the Mikdash. Hello, emotional. Right? The Gemara says the next thing should be Potter. I'm sorry, Rashi says to Potter. It's interesting enough, according to Rabbi Eliezer and Rabbi Akiva, in any situation where there is Hello Tumah, Hello Mikdash, even if it is also accompanied by Hello Tumah, you will be exempt from combined liabilities. Again, you will be exempt from covered all of the other. Fine. Tell me about it. So I'm trying to point out, I guess this is a good time to mention this now. Yeah, I'll mention how they're going to connect it on. You can't connect the Shema. Like, it's a little connected. You kind of know that because you have to read the entire Sukkah. You can't forget the Shema. This is liability for both Helam Tumah and Helam Mikdash, right? So whether it's that I'm becoming Tameh, I eat Kodesh. I forgot that I'm Tameh. I eat Kodesh. And then I remember that I was Tameh. Or I didn't forget that I was Tameh. I just ate the Mikdash left. And then realized that I was Tameh. So I just kind of Mikdash. I forgot that about the Mikdash. Or forgot about my Tumah. Either way, I am Tameh. I say, here's my ability. It's not that Tameh. Here's my ability. Cover all the DNA. So once again, he's asking how long the place like a Shmuel, the Hello Tumah, or the Hello Mikdash, the Kadosha, there's covered for all that, covered all the glory by God. In the book, okay, that's what I think. What's the next? Because the Hello Forever, City and Avatar. Wow, what did you I come to a Rothschild life. and there are two paths in front of you. One is time, one is coming. Story of our lives. Story of our lives. She just wants to what's the credit. You have to be part of that credit. And I think it's not necessarily show their lives. It's just in the Gemara, right? The Gemara says, I know exactly which one. Like the challenge of the condition is I know that there are two paths, but I do not know which one is coming, which one is start. And I don't think she even after doing that, let's come to a point where like, what is the other that we showed? How long it does? The sheep difference. What do I do? I go ahead and Rashi says two things, and this also it's not knowing which path is which, right? But here's what I do. I know for sure, just framing this case right away. I know for sure that there's one of these pathways, right? I don't know which path has to go. So listen to this. I walk down path one, okay? Sure. I don't enter into the syllabus after walking down path one. Then I walk down path two. And after walking down path two, I get into the next syllabus. So what's that? Hi, there was a Nebadle. Just a kind of thing that goes over there. I go down path one. I don't go into the flesh. I go down path two. And then afterwards, I forgot about these paths. I go into this flesh. I come out of this syllabus and I realize, I remember those paths. What's not a heart? What's not a heart? I tried it a couple already minutes. Now, why am I trying to cover this? It's actually a pretty interesting case. Why am I trying to cover the Lord? Why? Because when I said again, I'm just short-tongued. Why am I short-tongued? Why? I went down both paths, and both of those paths, I know that one of the paths is definitively coming. Okay, beautiful. Rashi says, covered all the glory. She each has the three deified gods. Because again, after I went down path number two, I know for sure at this point, I am covered. I am covered. By the way, it's sort of point that's very interesting, is harkens back, harkens back to our previous podcast, but we see it that we have to get that one need not be the definitive source of the tumult or the as long as I know that I am prepared to tunnel, even if I don't know exactly the source, it's still tunnel. So now at this point, I went down both paths. Afterwards, again, I forgot about the paths. I go into the examination. I come out. I'm trying to cover over the area. Okay, pretty intimate case. However, how about Rishon? Listen to this. The witness. So there was one that said this. I go down the first path. After I go down the first path, I go into the examination. Then, he's up the short of the cover. Very good paradigm. Good paradigm of the So again, here's the progression. I go down first path, go into this in the flesh, then do paradigm, work for myself. The uppercut, hold up the shoe. Then I go down the second path, right in the first, and then I go into the second flesh. Okay. Now what happened? What's that? So again, after I go down the first path, for example, here, I know that I'm suffering from it, right? I go into the second flesh. Anyway, now again, but I forgot that I went down the first path. Sidebar, I come out. Then I go through the whole purification process, right? I walk on my second path. Now I go down the second path. Now let's say I go down the second path. I forget about the second path, and then I go into the second flush. What's called time? Time comes in time. Rashi says over here, Mak must be in the show, no Mak must be in the Shia. Come on, Shah. I'll be in the show, I'll be in the Shia, I'll be to my Haisa. If I come and say, I'm coming, why am I coming? It's even coming, right? I don't know what's coming. I'm telling you because I went into this English after the first time. I'm telling you because I went into this English after that. Either way, the Shia the Shia says a potter. Now, why is that? Rashi says over there, this is incredible. Rashi says the incredible good idea about God is the Tefillah. Sha'at Levi Tefillah, Shoshir Shiri Sikhi. So she is like this. The way say, only time I come over the other, the Tefillah. I get that awareness. Awareness is what? Awareness is what? Definitive awareness. In neither of these cases did you have to think this. Why? I went down that one, and then I went to this indication. After that one, what do I have? What do I have? Possible. After that, too, what do I have? Possible. It's fast. You've never had a period of definitive awareness. Because of that, no cover over there. Shani says, "What did you call it?" Shani. And Shua then Yehuda says that your partner in all of these cases Now, interestingly enough, the challenge says you part of even in the first case, right? Where you go down path one, then you go down path two, and then you go into the rush. The challenge says you part of all these cases. Why? Because of rush. They're very sure about that. Okay, so let's say now we're going to analyze this. Here we go. The Kula, I'm sure you say that you part of all the cases. Back here, the Kanaisa, they're going to say in the first case, on the days, the first case seemed to be like pretty obvious. Right? What was the first case? I go down path one, okay? Stop. Go down path two, and then go into the base of the first. Right, then again, if I go to all of this, there's a lapse of awareness. Like last, I forgot about the past. I go into this English. I come out. The right to said, I'm tired. Right, why am I tired? Why am I tired? I'm definitely talking. So how could that be? How could that be said that I'm positive that case? Doesn't make any sense. Rothschild, tell me, because you don't kiss the also kiss the water was an easy case. Kiss the water, I'm definitely coming. Because I went down both cases, who are upset. I will not about this incredible. How come I still what's the case? You go, Shahala, but you show, you are with the first path. If you shot Shahala, you should be Shahala, Shahala. This is disgusting. See, we presuppose the whole the case. The case was, I go down path one, okay, I can say something, then I go down path two. But because I'm going down path two, I remember that what? I remember that I went down path one. That piece of no, it's not the case. The piece is where I go down path one, and then the case that I go down path two, I forgot about path one. So because of that website, I never had a moment of definitive awareness. So therefore, was the Adelaide Mixas. It's only partial, but it's only partial ways. We don't say this is interesting. Whether if at a certain point in time after I'm path one and two, I recognize what I did, you could call that definitive awareness. Right? Why? Because I know that as a result of my two journeys, I am definitive. The problem is that at the time that I went down path two, I forgot about path one. I never have a moment of fix. If there's no moment of definitive awareness, what we call the deep diva. If it can't be right, then we become over the account. How is that? So how do you need us to do that? You don't partial it, so it's not like that. You should have a little bit more time, so I think so let this go. Because it's too easy, kind of a radio perception, and right. Do not remember all the pathways that you have taken. That's only called awareness. Too much of life is not just not planning for the future, but it's when having an acute understanding of the decisions you have made in the past and the pathways you've taken. So that the only way to future is to know to travel in the path in which ones were and which ones don't. But if I forget about the past journeys that I am operating with split awareness, that's something awareness that prevents me from making decisions about my future. That's what I'm saying. Those mistakes of the past are due repeat them. You don't know which paths you've taken in the past, which ones have worked, which ones have not. That's partial awareness starts you going forward. Incredible, incredible. And how can you feel? If we're talking about here, that was like, oh, look at it. Kanakawa, so I mean, this is good. Or even Kanakawa holds, even partial awareness is enough to create definitive awareness. Then should suffer, no one makes us leave the project. Should this is and she says, no. Definitive awareness means you know all the pieces. So someone says, Kanakawa say it's okay. It's okay if you don't remember path one at the time you're taking path two. That's fine. That's fine. And she would say, no, it's not true. You need to know about all the pathways at the end of the day. So that's specific was like, now what we see is now what we see over the other is even case number one, they have a fundamental macro So okay, still more understood just like simple way. I go down path one, then I go down path two and then if we're talking about a case where I remember both pathways, everyone agrees that I'm excited to come over and go that. Yeah, there's English, I come out, now I'm trying to come over there. Everyone agrees with that. What happens, however, when you're on path two and I forgot after path two, I forgot about path one. So Tanakama says that's the called definitive awareness. I become over the visualize. No, that's partial awareness. Partial awareness is not definitive awareness. Lack of definitive awareness prevents you from being liable to recover the credible. What about qualities? How about pollution? The nickness. This case too, right? I go down that one, then I went to the base of the brush, then I come out. He said, the concept of machining, then I come out, because honestly, after I come out, I remember that first batch. So what I do, I can call that people. But I sprinkle the free stuff to go to the whole truck. Now what happens, I go down path 2, the nickness, and then I go back to the base of the brush. I found the same, Chayiv. I'm Chayiv. The shit post, the insect, the not mine. The shit says, Chayiv. Chayiv. Something to see what says, I'm not Chayiv, something to do. Again, once again, it's non-definitive awareness. It's non-definitive awareness. So which what it says, now you might have a single period so the kind of over there, I'm not in it actually, but it's not enough to I'm partial awareness, so I'm not on the text, and also something to do. These cases will be a something to do. Might be definitive awareness. So I just hammer, you know, slowly. Once again, hammer, know what you need to do about this project to reservation thing. Typically, might be for fun. This could be the opinion ultimately again of urban Ishmael, but tries a dramatic position to reject. To reject, Ishmael to do its hero. Do not need awareness of the part of the right one to cover all of these, which is constant distinction to every point out with the constant recognition. And that's in our Ishmael solid. So then I will point out there, so this is like 2 times the rest of the more involved one. But what I will point out is that how about one of my stuff? We passed it, like we passed it eating the deal, makes us the deal, is to call the deal. So we passed it a lot of ways of partial awareness is like complete awareness. For instance, here, in fact, the time that movement is walking on path number 2, we forgot about path number 1, how local awareness is still liable. So there's the liabilities. The way we pass it both of these cases, I don't say this how it is. Is number 1, here's the one which let's just go through the partial narrative. I walk down path 1, walk down path 2, I don't know which one has a tumor, I want to get there, we have the tumor, I forget about it, I walk to the base of the church, and then afterwards come out, remember what I did, this covered liability, covered all of you already, even if I forgot about path number 1, at the time that I walk there path number 2, that's case 1. What about case number 2? I go into the Mikdash, I go down path number 1, I go into the Mikdash, come out, realize what happened, do that part, do a thing, go down path number 2, go down path number 2, go back to the base of the Mikdash, you get the kind of come up, that there's liability for cover over the already. He says, well, incredible, let's go back to the minutes. So you guys say as follows, the Rabbi, to be able to the Rabbi, it's like this, you would go ahead and little bit again, contrast these views of what is the sign of. Almost something favorite, the no doubt, something, the no doubt, something favorite, the no doubt. So I say, it's strange, that's what it's session. I get a piece of something favorite. Very someone saying, so this frequency is isn't, right? It's a something, is it clear? Or, you know, or is it sure, is it fact? It's also sure as permission. So I introduce me. What I did. So I say, now, I ate one piece of something favorite, and then I found out. Right? We found out about it. And then ultimately again, and like another piece. And I find out about it. Because something favorite. Because something favorite is something. When you know the I should something favorite. So if I put something favorite, the no should something else. So I did these 2 out. So I eat a piece of something favorite. I didn't know. I made it. Then I found out about it. Right? Then I did it again. Right? First of all, if this keeps happening, something will be wrong in the way you're living in life, right? But when I said, you're not the case. Then your man, Rabbi says, so let's say, so if you're going to see as follows, Rabbi says like this, in the same way that hello, myself, you can have things that make you liable to recover kafas. And let's say, when you eat something that is something, that makes you liable to, we call it asham tablet. Asham tablet is a specific type of carbon that is brought in place are account for possible liability. Rabbi says the same way you can be multiple khatals, you can also be multiple asham tablets. And shiving the leader as a shiving only, sure, shiving anal maybe On the other end, this other school of thought says, no, you're only liable to one Asham Tali. Shenemar, Hashim Yosa, Asher Shabbat, HaTorah Ritza Shkabas, Hardei, Asham Tali. So it's not about it for today. But the nice one, going to see the fundamental focus. Can the regular karma, and everybody's going to tie multiple kataras. You can tie multiple Asham Talis, but Asham Tali is only one Asham Tali, even for multiple liabilities. To be continued, so if we keep. Right, so let's see what we're doing. Alright, someone let me know how hot it is. It's like good morning, let us begin my thank parts this morning to thank our third sponsor as well. We dedicate churches this year. And it's supposed to be so almost for all of these our sponsors for the month of the year, which will Rabbi Rothschild, which have the arts like a small spot of Lipa, then the Fesco, Cohen, and Rothschild. We become learning sponsors and the memory of their daughter. First, that's kind of and I've got two sponsors for today. And to the movement convention of the yard site, Cove David, Moshe Swedes, and Mike Collins to the yard site convention of the yard site, his father, Shimon Baruch, and the Melech, all of the Shamsar, the family, all those who have been come home in Israel, all of our constituents, the Shabbat and the Torah, they're always so close to be successful before and I say those who got us made a really incredible job ahead of us today. To be absolutely up in the session on signing on age 17, 18 lines up from the bottom. So what's this called? I'm going to get the two dots. So he starts a section with us shaking around. So let's just remember again, yesterday's dot, we were hyper-focused on the case. We're really two different cases. The case one was where someone was today, had lots of awareness about the Torah and then entered into the base Hamikdash. And then case number two was where someone was coming inside of the base Hamikdash itself. These were confusing the confusion. My recommendation of these cases was that this is an example of a mitzvah, I'll say, that it makes the word to rule erroneously about this particular case. He would walk through what we call high-level government assembly. There's a special organization, Shabbat as was, where it is the delivers an erroneous ruling and the judge of the crowd acts upon that ruling. So we look at Rashi. Rashi says, Allah say, the Allah sensation of Mikdash. Rashi says, Kalomar, Al-Torah to us Mikdash v'Kamashav. If these were to deliver an erroneous ruling regarding again either some within the place itself or the consumption of consecrated items, they shall not say to the Sheikh Mabasara, the Haimba say to him shall commit, and who shall not say, people in Mikma, of course. There was an interesting enough, this is the difference over here. Right? If somebody goes ahead and becomes coming within the fish itself, but then let's say please make the limits in the room, let's say please he says, we didn't have to leave under those particular circumstances, even though they did. That's a right we keep up and say. Because we are saying if you become coming in the fish itself, we are saying to go ahead and get out his beach. Like also goes up. I would be sent out of the market. That's the mission you have to get out. This is the rule. Shalom, I say, to go with the courts, the guys, as they saw, outside of the bush, to into the Mikdash, there's the most there's a prohibition. And the prohibition ultimately, Mikdash, most don't go in Mikdash. For us, what I said, so let's say again, things been delivered in a erroneous ruling regarding either of these circumstances, right? And someone acted on that ruling. So the halacha is there is no government not tzibur. Why not? Now, if you over here, he says, the Hashem of Aishtaima, kind of in Shevin, with you, Ella, so Chatos, Kua, and Yachid. About Himas Mikdash, covered all the lyrics. Halacha is the only thing they carry out of the Tzibur. So you will say, Parahel and Tzibur is a covering that is brought. It's a tradition that is delivered, the Lord is given, and people acted on that given. So the people transfer themselves are covered because they act on the guidance of the Parahel and Tzibur is brought, but interestingly, Parallel governments open contraction, whereas committed activity without the use of basement would have what we call a fixed carbon. But because when it comes to tumor in the mikdash, we've already seen what carbon you need for a kosher tumor in the mikdash, what carbon you bring, right? Ultimately, you bring the carbon already away. So because you bring this variable carbon, therefore, halacha l'maaseh is now parallel government. So it's technicality. Technicality. So now go back to the Gemara. So we're sacred carbon. So what exactly are we talking about over here? So where are we coming from? Amar Zunki. So remember that the Rothschild Mishnah was, this is an example. So whenever we say that Rothschild Zunki, it makes it sound like we're coming from a broader discussion. So what is the broader discussion? Let's also call it, we're actually coming back from the Gemara said as habits. So the Gemara says, you might have a parallel on double Natsibor. On an assay and on a low assay is an English. Now again, what's the assay? What's the low assay? The assay is referring to a case where you get, tummy inside of the English. The low assay is referring to a case where you can tummy outside of the English, but enter it under the actual English. Maybe would be the Hashem Tom, I'll assay the low assay of the English. Because you do not bring the Hashem Tom on an assay and low assay. Okay. About Chayavim, Alasi, the Alosa says Shemita. The Alosa says, remember the Mishnah of the case of we kind of move through this case quickly enough, but we spend enough time on it today. And bring a carbon on an Asi, Alosa says Shemita. Momentarily, Alasi, the Alosa says, okay, that actually is the moment. Then the big action problem. And if you think about the other subject cards, that's of Asham Tagri, it would be also a subject towards you. So let's say, so remember, Asham Tagri, like its name, is a carbon that is growing, where there is the potential, it's doubtful liability, or that potential liability. That's in Asham similar for it. Tagri means suspended. I may or may not have done something wrong, but the stakes are very high. If I could do something wrong, it's generally current bearing prohibition. So because of it, there's a special carbon that's interestingly enough, there's no Asham Tagri that is brought when it comes to too much in the flesh, but there is Asham Tagri that is brought. There is Asham Tagri that is brought. Again for the case of Suffolk Mika. That way go for it. So come out in the Kamar, so the Gemara says, the Kamar Sukin Sasation of the Kush, Shein Kayadala. This is the positive commandment in the Kush that one is not highly for day to use Sasation of the Kayadala. So we'll say, so by the way, just understand, why is it that Mika and Tumas and the Kush are both brought in the same breath? So what's the piece of you're referring to? You're referring to where that is having relations with his wife. And rule of relations, she says he might become a Mika. So if we're going to see this number of qualifications in that particular case, but interestingly enough, what they both represent are cases of entry with subject trauma. With that's the commonality of these cases. So that reverse dynamics, but that's why they mentioned in the same breath. So what's basically it's a situation maybe we should talk about. What's the example of a mitzvah that was saying, what do you mitzvahs say? What's the positive plan? We're going to unravel all of this. So what the mitzvahs say, what's the case of the mitzvahs say kanita that one would be kind? Or what's this case? Here we go. This case is Shach. I mean, Shanish Tahora. A man is having a relationship with his wife. What's Tahora? What's Tahora? Not in the Amaro in the case that she said in the Revelations, I've become a Nida who perish Miyad, and he withdraws immediately. Kayif. He said that. Why? yourself and not allowed to keep yourself because the withdrawal is pleasurable for him, like the entry, meaning that halacha says he withdraws in a roused state because there is pleasure from that act of withdrawal. Therefore, that is considered to be relations with the leader. So we'll see exactly what his remedy is. Okay, so we'll say, so that's the case of leader. So now and that's why both of these cases are brought together at the surface hardness because they both represent what we call entry with suffix Torah. Okay, so now we're going to represent how we're going to do this. So it's beautiful. But, I would like to make up to that for somebody cuts me that for that. Once it's tough, I'm back on the street of the Kiva. So now let's get into this a little bit more. So Abai says in the name of Rab. Then he says, you should get deep Barak. Abai says actually in the case of Nida, one is actually Chayiv twice. Now, in which case, Rashi says you're going to Chayiv Shtayim, Hapolim Nida B'Tishrei. If a man goes ahead and, we're going to have to define the case that the verse says if a man with, in this case of Nida, man withdraws while arousal, he's Chayiv twice. Chayiv twice. The thing that we're on the Shmuel Bashar, Amar Afuna, Chayiv Shtayim. What are the two liability? Chada Akisa, Chada Akisha. One liability, right? One creative is for entry, and one kind of ultimately again is for. So notice this 1 second. How do you Rabbi? So Rabbi was very puzzled by this statement. Then now, what's the case? What are we talking about up here? So notice it was someone who invests. Now, if we're talking about a case, a lot of I saw that is having an addiction. Close to that says which means close to the kind of physics. So he says even night. Yeah, again, we'll say there's a lot of halachas that have been thrown at us over here. As the remember the concept of SS is that again a woman expects to hear that a particular out and in order to invest there are many different types of vestos. We're not using to do this is legal right now. The point is let's try to figure out what the parameters of this. So if we're talking about over here that it was close to her SS, which means that it was an extended, and it was close to a time that she was expecting to period, and that they have relations, and in the middle of relations, she says, oh no, I became legal. And if she withdraws while still in a state of arousal, I can understand why potentially there are dual liability. Why the dual liability? Number one, why did he have relations with her in the first place? If you knew that she was expecting a period, then they should have been substandard. And then furthermore, again, after she became a legal, he should have waited until he was not in a state of arousal to withdraw. Effectively, a withdrawal in a arousal state ultimately creates a second liability. Okay, so we want to say, let's do this. So now here's the problem. If we're talking about that it's close to the SS, and what kind of person are we talking about? You're right. Even if they become chacham, we're talking about a chacham. So the Gemara says, Vishtama Akira Chayim. So I understand why there should be liability or what we call entry for the initial act of relations. Why? Because also in this case, actually interestingly enough, he's a shogeg. Why is he a shogeg? Because he kept himself like this kasara, you call him unable. I thought I had time. I know that my wife is expecting to become a leader shortly, but I thought I had time to have the active relation before she actually become leader. Look at that. She even on Papa, share there, Shani Shimata over for Abu Bakr, Shakranti Actions. So again, for a single kid, this is how profit. So therefore, what I want, I understand on the front end of things, on the entry, he ultimately again he would be hired at the entry. He would be hired. Why? Because Hamacha again already is shown. That is shown this. Right? Because again, he thought he had enough time. It turns out that he didn't have enough time. That's shocking. The Gemara says, however, he shot to the time basic. But if you're in a state of arousal, then ultimately again, you should be hired. You should be hired. He knows that it's become a problem. Right? So you should have waited until he's no longer aroused in order to go out and withdraw. The fact that you include the family arousal makes it liable, but if it's missing, then there's no ability. So on top of your chest, 18. So it's the Iba Amaretz. And if we're talking about Amaretz, then I will say that the two pieces of issues. It's showing for the action, showing for the withdrawal. If that's the piece of us, then it's two acts in one lapse of awareness. What's that about? When you do the same act twice in one lapse of awareness, you only months is really again, if a person eats 2 pieces of cleaner, more laps of awareness, what's maybe 5 months. So therefore, this guy's in the model, right? Therefore, you have the entry, he doesn't have to withdraw, and therefore, nicely getting shown the five once, so what's the case? So what's the second line, 18 long? It's showing some of that up. The case where it's not close to a message, meaning he's not expecting to pay it. We're not. But what kind of person are we talking about here? You live in the Talmud Chacham. If we're talking about a Talmud Chacham, so then really we shouldn't be chayav for either one. You shouldn't be chayav for anything. Why? Aknisa honest, because if it's not some of the best stuff, if she's not expecting to become a leader, so then again, so therefore he's talking to different relations with his life. So therefore there should be no liability, you show his liability for the entry. And ultimately, again, I have 3 shutters, and the withdrawals while still around, ultimately, that's amazing. So this time, he knows this, and therefore, there's no combined liability by amazing. And if it's an Amaharetz, you must read the Chayit Akusha. So man says, okay, it's hard to read the Chayit Akusha. It's an Amaharetz, once again, can't be Chayit for Knisa for entry wide, strongly permitted. If anything, the only Chayit once, or the Kusha. For throwing this there arousal. So we're trying to be keys, trying to get keys with highly stein. And for entry and withdrawal, cut over rubber. So also they love to that. Brother said, no longer is some of the best stuff. In reality, let's go back. We're talking about a case where our local says she is expecting the third. It's close to her process. Over Talmud Chacham, that was it to the Talmud Chacham, the Talmud Chacham, then Talmud Chacham was sued. So it's like this is great. Right? So it was like, Jackie, this is a problem in certain areas. It was like, most of us are like this. We are common in certain areas and profound tips in other areas. And really, because he's coming from Chacham, he knows everything, certain things. What does he know? He knows that a local mindset would have relations with your life close to your business. So in that respect, he was a shogeg. He thought he had an onset of a period. He was wrong. He was wrong. Again, that intentional violation, he was a shogeg. See, he's a shogeg in that area, and ultimately, again, that's why he's liable. But he had no idea that the halacha that you can't withdraw in a state of arousal. So therefore, again, he was a shogeg in the simple truth. He was a shogeg in the withdrawal as well. And therefore, again, that would be the case of dual liability. You know, the action, the Talmud Chacham was it. So when you're there, she's on the first say something that's like the other come on. He's hard to explain something to myself. Then you know, the shop, she knows all about my place, he's up with those better mix. So again, so I'm not coming to the show because he's very revolution before the onset of the videos. He had no idea about this halacha that you can't withdraw a state of arousal. Therefore, shutting down both hands and therefore dual liability, beautiful, beautiful. I'm going to the Carvalho. Obviously, both of these concepts, the entry fall, are both stated in the Mishnah. Knisa Tanina, Prisha Tanina. Both are mentioned. Prisha Tanina. So once I saw and the withdrawal is stated, the Tani. This is our Mishnah. And which is actually, by the way, is actually the Mishnah part. It's supposed to remember again, like one of the most exciting things in Shas in general. Remember, this is not the primary place for this discussion, right? Remember, really, this is not our topic. What's our topic? Really, Thomas Mikdash Vikarot. But in the second Holius, this is brought down as a parallel piece to Thomas Mikdash Vikarot. So already marriage is mentioned tangentially, but as often happens in Talmudic tangents, Talmudic tangents they become primary discussion. So so just understanding it's in the horizontal Simon says, a man was having relations with his wife who was in Tahora, and she said to him, I became Tamea. In the middle of a relationship, because I feel that I'm a leader. The most I can, this is because of the Hagdasha, like you can have it in sense. She's becoming a leader. So she has this Hagdasha, it's like a release revelation, she can see. And he withdraws immediately, i.e., while still in a state of arousal, ultimately means Chayiv. That's the case of Prisha. And Nisa Tanina, we also learn the case of entry, Min Solo Av Shavo, After the act of, so again, husband and wife are cleaning up, and a man is cleaning up with a cloth, and he finds blood on his cloth. So what's that about? What's that about? Kayavin Kartimei, they both tell me, Kayavin the Kartimei, if you have the Kartimei, take a look at Rashi, Zahal Shabbat, Dam al Hamat Shekot Ba'akash. So he finds blood on God that he's using to clean himself after relations. Today, Rashi said, Shneim, Tumas Shiva. So this is interesting. So let's say if you ever, you might pick a trivia, probably not for Shabbos to look like, but interesting, right? If you ever want to find the case, why could you ever have a case of a man who's coming to Mastika? Man is coming to Mastika. So the language, if it turns out that after relations he finds blood on his mouth, and it turns out that again, scratch that. Just keep this to yourself. So the idea here is that he becomes coming to Masliga. Both of them are committed for 7 days. Rashi says, Shneim Tumas Shiva, Kini Shumida, V'hum Shum Nida. So she becomes a Nida, and I was happy for you. Temporarily, this halachos are more involved. In other words, the halachos that you have, if a couple sees blood, you have to then of relations. So again, when you want to kind of present it a little bit more of a one-dimensional area, the halacha is it's a bit more complex. And anyway, my purpose is today. So she's going to be Amida. So again, remember, listen, Amida or Laisa, 2 months leave extends for how long? 7 days. Remember, so we saw this week, couple of people when we said glucose leader in our last so every day just important to the side. The concept of glucose leader of being a 12-day period is a combination of leader and stock behavior. We kind of collapse them into one. Leader going down 7 days. That's it. It doesn't matter. Clean days, bleeding days, it doesn't really get so very easy. Leader 7 days that goes to the mikvah. That's it. The construct that we have, because we have again put these steps into a concept of how it's actually. So therefore, you're both coming to see blood after she's coming for 7 days. That's Thomas Nida. And he's coming because because the relationship with when you saw that the blood that he's finding on his blood had to be from her. So either she was eating before the activations or during the activations. Either way, so she's in Yudah and he is high. Therefore, they're both coming. They have the cover. So you might say, what's the case? My love is some of the best stuff. We're not talking about a case where she was expecting it, and therefore it's the best stuff. And the liability is from the entry because they should have never had relations with me. Oh, we have other best. So I'm like, oh no, maybe the question was, should have some of the best. No, it's not close to the best. So what's the case in the Akisha? What's the liability? The liability is for the withdrawal. Because a lot of relations with withdrawals must do is the other also. There's absolute liability. If you came up, Prisha Lamani. So you might say, but why do you need to use the Prisha Hartanale? We already read it. She wants to cut the question. I need to make sure you're getting more. Yitza al Shalom, it's really going to be suffering. As much as it's very interesting. All of this is peace, supposedly that if I am peace fighting blood on peace cloth. What happens if after the act of relations, she's cleaning up and she finds blood on her cloth? So what's the halacha? The name is suffering. So in this case, interesting enough, the Tmeim is suffering. Now, why would Tmeim be suffering? Because I'll say, when she finds that blood cloth, it's possible that she's bleeding before relations, during relations, or after relations. So because of that, again, remember, she's not finding the blood. Maybe it happened after relations. If it happened after relations, she may be a daughter, but ultimately, again, she may not have any blood at all. The two men may not cover. And ultimately, again, therefore, they are both, they are partner from carbon. I think the body missed the Mitzah al Shalom. Since the no one can make up a case of she finding blood on her cloth, therefore, Kananani Mitzah al Shalom. Ultimately, also, he's been finding on his cloth. I'm going to do that. We must as well come off. Lahid Shalom. Is it really possible to set up as a case Or the habit is not to come up outside of the access. But so this is not a access issue. And the like, even because it is true in a state zone, that's why halacha, the mindset is what you love it. The heart needs a katani, but that's not what it says. It's a cutting like this when you find it on the floor. The inside, the basar hakimashma, usually is what? Active declarations. So the Gemara says, the Mitzvah said, I need to cut it. It's a basar hakimashma. You sharp, and then cut it off. That is idea, and cut off. Now I'm saying, some of the distribution that occurred before. Harishly made Kahakuba ETR, and ultimately against this very true, there was an awareness of this situation. Already love science might have come around. Because it makes a lot of sense what you're ready. Already, how losses, how can you come up this case, how can you construct this case, and it's much the sign Allah, so much I say should have done. This is the case in the Mishnah. This is the mitzvah. I'm sorry. So I say should have done. If you saw now, if it's as it's correct as though you just set it up, mitzvahs most are safety. Most of them discuss the essay, the most I say is no. But this is not a case of a mitzvahs per se, but rather again, this is a case of a mitzvahs most are say. On the leg, Torah crosser. This is the way we're reading the Mishnah. It must be the fish. This must be like a fissure next to the Hafi Katoni. So most of the Tani Hafi, this is how you have to do it. Here we go. There's a Zuki mitzvahs most are say should be done. This is actually the case of a mitzvahs most are say. If you violated it, you wouldn't be chayiv. Never say that. Remember again, the greater context of all of this, just remember that we're not going to go too much into this, but the greater context of all of this is various all of these are talking about cases where based in deconstruction and ultimately again in erroneous instruction. To try to figure out whether it be liability in those cases. So we need such notes as they should have done. This is an example of a mitzvah law when it means in where to give a little bit of instruction with liability. What's the case? How you shinish in a Tahora. A man was having relations with his wife who was a Tahora. Barbara, it's me. She said, I am Tmeo. He punished me guys. And he withdrew while still in a state of arousal. Kind of ultimately Zuki mitzvahs asay shell. That ultimately again is a violation of a mitzvahs asay by a Yidah. Okay. So therefore again, halacha of Esau, what you see here is that what's clear is that Rabbi is a situation where she becomes a leader, she tells her husband, again, the halacha is he's supposed to wait until there's no longer arousal, and then if he goes ahead and withdraws past the state of arousal, it is going to be for that particular case. Rather than depending upon the entry case, how did all of this start? Before that stuff, not some of that stuff. So it's all as if you know kind of puts that to the side a little bit, because really the reason what threw all of that a little bit into a tizzy was that Bryson exposed about Chayiv Stein, which you can be Chayiv twice. We're trying to figure out what even Chayiv Stein is, but if you kind of put that on the side, the case that we're focusing on is the contract which becomes a leader in the middle of a machine, and if he withdraws while still in a state of arousal, it is liability for an act of relations with if he waits, then the halacha of said here, they won't be liability in that case. So the Gemara says as follows. Or I should say, there won't be how long going in that sequel in that case. Okay, so now let's analyze this a little bit more. Perish be a type. If you withdraw immediately while still in a state of arousal, ultimately again, there is a case here. There's liability. So that's what you do. What exactly is he supposed to do? So he was, I'm not going to be speaking about noise assets to point out the character. Actually, that was utopia. So he will be translated. He should take his fingernails into the ground until he's no longer around, and then ultimately, they're going to be good for him. That will say what that means is he should wait. Rashi says, so wait to see part of the Lord. Yamik has no Lord. Actually, that will say that he should wait. You should just come up and stay still until there's no longer arousal, and then you should withdraw. So, by the way, what's the notion of noise? Turn up the kaka. So, Moshe said in our chapters that this is the Russian of Yitzhak, right? You want to check Sota. He's the one who said Sota, and what we want to discuss is how Yosef was so tremendously heavy, right? To sing with the length of 45, but he decided not to. What did he do? It's us, essence of the Catholic, we're going to plug his fingers into the earth, right? And he extinct. He went ahead and he held himself back. Okay, that they go with into the viewers. Let's see Russian over here. Talk about this idea that his husband has to exercise restraint, not go ahead and connect relations, leave until he's no longer aroused, and then withdraw after that. This is the advice of the Torah. Don't be good for it. Don't be good for it. Because Abraham was also less. So just by the way, this is actually interesting. So this also tells something else. And the Shamish so it's very interesting. What if a man has relations with a woman but she's not aroused? There's like some not penetration occurs without arousal. So you see from here that you're not liable. It's not liable, but with halacha so if he withdraws, as long as he's not aroused, it's not considered to be an act, so to speak, of love. Right? So you see from so I guess if he wants to just extrapolate that if a man that has relations with a woman who's an Arab, but if you're not aroused during the act of relations, that's just not liable to do that. Unless if he's out of hiding, does the halacha say that you would be hiding, then halacha might kind of want that. You know, saying this if you would be hiding for having relations with an Arab, even in an unaroused state. So in this case, even when a husband withdraws and he's not aroused, there should still be liability. Which was maybe this case is different. Why? We shouldn't be honest. Maybe this case is different because here he's homeless. Let's just get into that cases. Because again, a man who decides to have relations with one of the Arabis, like one of the aircraft, and he's not aroused, he's choosing to engage with them. This is kind of it's very important to understand. No one here started out with the intention to do anything wrong. Right? Like, if you remember, this was a perfectly fine, life subject happened illegal. So given a lot of the basic is because his own developers that's okay, waiting is not arousal and from the practically extrapolating these case to others. Versus the honest case, if he's an honest, he punished me out of that, or if he's an honest, then we'll try to stay aroused. In other words, so I would say if he's an honest, why does he have to wait until he's no longer aroused? So it says, keep your shed idea, and the honest, we all know and the Shamish means the Elias type. So in reality, in general, someone has relations with an even if he's not aroused, a lot of Mesa is inviolable. What come I kind of project? So why you talk about the year because he's not aroused? You shouldn't understand because of that they made a difference. So the second that you get is extrapolate from here, target to I have a hundred, keep my side, and again, but a lot of I said that to what is it by looking at the oats? Shahayro Rifosh Bahayam, Kikrish Bahayam, because he shouldn't control in the case where they would be diminished pleasure, but instead he was treating them to be higher pleasure because he's trying to steer around, so he can give him pleasure from this act. That's where it comes from. Amalei Rabbi, but I'm going to make Rabbi Rabbi. It was very interesting. Into Matsu Aruka Ukitsara Fukita. Not a refresh there. So it's interesting, right? And now here comes the paradox. And remember again, as it's going on starting to share today, why do we do this? Why are we doing this? Because remember again, this is very similar to the Beis case. Both are dealing with cases of entry and then again Torah. Right? Entry and Torah. Now again, it's like the Mikdash case. The Mikdash cases, I entered into the state of Tara, and then it went inside and Tale, very similar to the case of Nida. The act of illusions began in a state of Tara, and then in the middle, Tuma occurred. What's that? Right? You become telling me things like, what's the halacha? What's the halacha? Find the shortest exit. Shortest exit. So it's interesting. By the Beis Hamikdash, you have Haruka and Kitzara, right? The long way out, the short way out. And now, if you have the big Kitzara, I know for Nida, you also have Haruka and Kitzara, withdraw as quickly as possible, but you don't actually again you wait for the withdrawal. It's fascinating. So again, Matsino Arugo, something to do last Rashi, with Rashi Arugo, Matsino Arugo Pizarra, being Pizarra Arugo, she had to show up Potter, the Pizarra, Kilor Minad Hadikai. So I thought obviously there's like so much information unfolding in these cases. So Allah comments again, here's the point to remember in all of this, right? So remember the case in the Mishnah, remember the case in the Mishnah that there's liability for the Torah immediately. Remember that Allah can open up again of someone who left and then now the parallelism between the case of the Mikdash and the case of the Yudah. On the base, Ra'anan, the Mikdash, there was an interesting, the Mikdash says the holiday of the Nani, the Yudah, so I say, so it's interesting. So you might say, why don't you use the same washing? You might know about the same way that it's a Mikdash, there's Haruka and Pizza, there's a look at the Pizza. Why not use the same washing by Yudah? You're already bringing down the Yudah case in our Mishnah the second Shmit. Right? You're already bringing it down because of how. Why not extend parallelism all the way and just say, again, just like you said by the days of Mikdash, Haruka Pizza. So ultimately, Yudah Pizza as well. Ella, Mogami, Haruka the Hava, Haruka the Hava, Pizza the Hasam, Haruka the Hasam, the Hava. Once I think what he says, but ultimately, again, that they're not alive. Let's look at that. Actually, they're all no double. Haruka the Hava, Potter, Pizza the Hasam, Pizza the Hava, Haruka the Hasam. That's interesting. You might have thought they might actually get it more confusing. Why? Because as we just said, it's actually the opposite, right? By the base of Mikdash, you are actually the Potter for Pizza, for Aruka. By the Chosnida, you're Chayyim for Aruka. Sorry, you're Chayyim for Pizza, Potter for Chayyim for Pizza, Potter for Aruka. So the can't confuse that opposite. The Gemara said, you know what? He's going to get confusing. So therefore, again, do not use the similar Russian type, but here for our purposes, this is it, right? This is the consolidation of the entire sugya into this one phrase with two cases of where there's too much entry. What if it is a Mikdash? What is the Mikdash? How do you resolve the Tumah in the case of Mikdash? If you think that it's already short way out to our Potter, long way out to our Chayyim. Those both Mikdash, if you take the short way out to our Chayyim, if you take the long way out, both look at them to our Potter. Incredible. That's it. So let's get the lesson. And I'm not tired of the let's go back to this a second. Right? So I was saying before, that the reason why there's not going to be liability for entry for the Esau, like for the individual relations, is because the husband is exposed to our own sin. So in circumstances, although we should all show some of the best that happens to us as habits, but it's with always. You have to make this a case where it's not subtle, it's not close to our best. We can't expect it. So because of that, again, it's absolutely no reason to contemplate that she's going to become a Yudah. So the Gemara says, but Rabbi was willing to start from the case of when they did one for entry and one for exit. So the Gemara says, how long does someone who less does Yudah? That will say that the only way to give liability for entry is if you set up the case as some of the best stuff. So in the case where ultimately she's expecting to hurt it. And because then, he made a mistake. Not intentional, but a mistake. He thought he had time to have relations before she became drunk. And he was wrong. Right? Why is it that this? Why not? Because it was some of the best stuff. Right? She was expecting a break. He just made a mistake. He thought he had time. The Gemara says, it's not that by the Amrit. By his statement, he's making in a general situation, not necessarily referring to the case of our Mishnah. Okay, so what I'm trying to say was essentially, you can construct a case of Chayiv Shtayim. How would you construct a case of Chayiv Shtayim? A case where the husband is having relations with his wife, some of the best stuff, ultimately constantly liable of a third. But that's not a byproduct of our Mishnah. I was just talking about singular liability. What kind of liability? Liability for the withdrawal. Right? You should have waited until he was no longer aroused, and then he was talking to the aroused, and then there's going to be liability. that must be a case of innocent for that stuff. But again, what she wasn't expecting very different. It's zero liability entry. Rabbi was saying, just know if you wanted to construct a case of truthful liability, you could do so, some of all that stuff. Beautiful. Okay, so let's say now we're going to use this as an opportunity to speak with us in general with which is really quite interesting. So why don't you have son, right, that you'll see them that you not, you have a shiver that you'll see them with you. Okay, brothers, right? So the other son that you'll see them with you, as far as all you got behind that Torah, what's his good? Last thing, where do you know that you didn't even really have relations with the God? So he goes, what did he do? Shako Kala Pasek Day. He took a plot of earth and he threw it at him. You know, so which is another way of saying, what a stupid question. What really, really? That's what you're asking me? What's the biblical prohibition that was about? Like, this is why I think it's also important to understand that they are related. Sometimes brothers have the ability to interact with each other, right? Because there's a love, right? There's an underlying love that's there. But it says like the equivalent of like you know, tell other people to do with brother, right? In other words, right? So like so that's how I think you want to take the highlight that obviously you wouldn't do this with someone else, even if the guy has every question is wonderful, right? Except for the ones that are profoundly stupid, right? But for myself, with a family member, but with a brother, you take a little bit more liberty, that's with someone else you never has to show them. So you take part of the thread. I told them all, it's a passing. It's a passing. So it's about Isha, the leaders to Asa, those sick life. Now, Isha, the leaders to Asa, those it's a popular passing. It's what's a passing? It's what's a passing in the Torah to a woman, pray to a woman, when you go to not come close. Elon, as Harlem is shining in that Tahoma, but I'm going to see the refresh me that you refresh me that no, see guys, so it's the opposite. I know about the concept about the question. And that's about the case of where a man is having a relationship with his wife. And the very relationship she says in the Buddha. But we do know that he's not supposed to withdraw on the there was supposed to point out, right? But if you think about this halacha, it's totally different, right? Like one would have thought just the opposite. Man is having a relationship with his wife. She says, "Oh no, I'm a Buddha." We would have thought the halacha is just withdraw immediately. So now again, I understand the logic. You can create a remove in place, ultimately, again, there's no over and withdraw in another house state. I understand the logic, but it's not a truth. It's not true. So you want to say if I know what you're asking is, where did the halacha come from? How do we know that? So you want to know the halacha is very interesting. So where do we learn it from? We learn it from Itihim Dasa Alvav. Itihim Dasa Alvav. So little bit again, Bernitos should be on him. Afilu Bishasti Dasa to Hey Alvav. So what's this very interesting? So maybe more attachment to things like this. Sometimes, even when a woman is in Nidal, her husband is still with her. What's the case of where a woman is a new dog and her husband is still with her? Is this case? If this case where again is having relations with her, she became in a relation. She tells you might have thought that he is supposed to withdraw under you. Very much more like he should wait. Now he's almost like by waiting. What's happening with her? By waiting, he is actively together with her. He's actively together with this woman. Right? In halacha, where even when the wife is a midah, the husband is still willing to remain with her. Because at the point that he's going around, fascinating. So Ashke on Aseh. So what's it? That's the Aseh. Because remember again, this is let's remember again. All these were shown in the Aseh, both sides say this is the Aseh. So there is an Aseh. She becomes an Ikra. With all relations, she should remain there until all is no longer aroused. That's the Aseh. Ashke say, Los Aseh, where is the Los Aseh? Where's the Los Aseh from? So you want to say, Amalakah, Los Sikra. So I say, this is Aseh. The Pasuk says, Isha B'tumas Nikasa, Los Sikra V'Galos Erika. So literally, a woman was done, not supposed to So how is that in my case? So most say this is fascinating. Sikra nami, most sikra also means do not separate. What does that mean? But it is said, so let's say comes from the pasuk in Yeshaya. So it says that Ha'omen krav elaha al tigash tigash. So it's another context over that. So it's in Yeshaya, and Rabbi was giving it a answer. So they were made son, and actually points out Scapper's made son, and who didn't want Yeshaya verses. What did they say? They said, Yeshaya, you know what? You're very holy. Come in that part. Stay close to yourself. Stay close to yourself. Al tigash. Don't come close to us. Because you're so holy. I was going to say, Yeshaya, you're so holy. Don't defile yourself by coming close to us. You're such a holy guy. We're sinners. You stick like this. What do you see from here? Sometimes Rothschild, means stay close to yourself. Watch this. When the Pasuk says, no secret, sometimes do not come close to yourself. What do you mean to come close to yourself? To withdraw. Sometimes the halacha says, do not come close to yourself, rather remain engaged with the midah. What's the case? The Torah would say remain engaged with the midah. Let's do something else. Well, I'm not going to say again. I'm not going to myself. She's in the middle of relations. And in that case, I'm not going to say, he says to her, sorry, she would be there until he's no longer in a state of arousal. That's it. I'm not saying, you see, I say, D'Alisha, I'm sorry. D'Alisha, I know, sorry, with the healing that say, and the lowest I say, your secret without ever. So you see, a secret lowest I say regarding this case, absolutely. So it says, you can to something beautiful. Not as much I've got to tell you, but it's more closer. So kind of what's going to come to myself. And you shall one day Israel regarding your trouble. Part of Rothschild, you can ask how in Israel, she need to show the show some of the rest. So that's what it says. But with that person, you shall one day Israel regarding the Rothschild says for you to see that a couple should separate for some of the best time. Some of the elder woman is expected to break it. Some of them as a couple should not go ahead and engage in relations. The comment said, how far do you have to separate? I'm going to have a holder. Holder means one time thing. So let's say, especially if you have a couple speed. So let's assume for a moment that some degree of regularity. So she knows that she's a period of a certain number of days, and she knows it's by day or by night. That period of day or night, which is expecting a period, the couple should not be, that's called the owner. So if she knows that 5 minutes in, she gets a bit of 30 day, every 30th day, at night, that entire night time period, you should not be engaged in relations. The previous day is limited, but that night ultimately is for the lesson. It's interesting enough that Rothschild is September. Rothschild is a concept from the Kumla of the Rothschild. The Rothschild is a famous school of yours, the Rothschild, that a couple should really exposed before as well. School of the road, and then it's a commerce. So the tech is a bunch of second. Yeah, I think it's a lot more popular of the commerce. So again, it should only get to that's another 30 day by day. So the halacha says they can't get together. Yeah, time period. But halacha went to the previous night because I says no, you should have said the night before. Logic of the ultra because even if there's some regular, some degree of regularity, I'm not lying somebody should. And if it just pipes up, the cautionary measure, better to abstain from what that's called the Chumrah B'Nei Squad. That was it, but it's not going to be for today. Yeah, beautiful Gemara for tomorrow. So we're going to start today, and that's actually going to start out tomorrow. We're going to start today, and that's when we said beautiful Haggadah. Shkayach, everyone. Tremendous with this. All right, that runs another quick day, everyone. Yeah, a lot of letters. Yeah. Rabbi John says, good morning, or good tomorrow. And it's incredible satisfaction to be able to begin a new week of learning together. Excited to set the shores, begin by thanking all of our sponsors today. Our annual telephone sponsors, Closing the Shop of Eretz Israel, the dedicated publisher this year as is a bus, and the service for us from Israel. From first to four, the ones are ER Habari, or Torah, Shmuel Rabbi Karak, please make sure that I take the spot and Nipa, and then the festival had Corey, Zichron, and Rafa. I'll be the learning sponsors, Kent, the brother, Shifra, Zichron, Rafa, Bass, and Rabbi, Shifra, Mocker, and American Torah. All of the shows that are the families in the family, all of those who are for Shabbat, can come from Israel. The Torah of Hashem, all of our has the color, and all these soldiers should be successful for all of mass safety. So in that place, again, exciting stuff ahead of us this week. It just keeps getting better and better every day. So today's date is, this is that 17. We are picking up our test Zion on the blues. We left off in the middle of the days at the two dots. The city that begins with Shtachava, Osha, Shach, and Shtachava. So probably about 15 lines up bottom. So let's just reorient ourselves a little bit. So you're in the Mishnah, we looked at two cases of Tumah. I'll tell you 2 days ago, the case of Tumah was someone becomes coming outside of the base of the Mikdash, and then also forgets about their Tumah, and then enters into the Mikdash and they stay for. What we then transitioned to was a new case. And in this case, someone became coming inside the base of the Mikdash. So then what's the status or specifically what's combined liability? So for that condition, it's going to be heads. What's the Hagan? Do you tarry? Are you lingering? So if you come coming in the judgment, you have to the shortest way out. Then halakha l'meisa, you have no combined liability. If, however, again, you tarry, now it's interesting because there are two expressions that were used with this tarry type. It's right with this tarry. One was to be shtachava, you know, to try to fix the prostrate yourself. And the other is talking about the idea that you take the long way out. So we want to clarify this a little bit. So first time we speak about bowing, the only kinds, again, now we call it moving inside the Mitzvah, that she becomes eminent in the flesh. If you now begins to prostrate himself, he is liable for that. He's liable. Rabbi qualifies this. What type of prostration of liable for is if you prostrate yourself kind of facing towards the Kodesh HaKadosh. Facing in, that's straightforward. But if you bow down the opposite way, like the opposite way, with your back towards the Kodesh HaKadosh, that is facing the exit, then halakha l'meisa, you are not liable for prostration, unless, of course, you stay in the base of Mikdash for too long. So what's that? I'm going to tell you this now, and then we're going to see this at this moment. We're going to see that essentially there are two different shiurim. There's Ishtachava, which is prostration, and then there's Shivino, which is lingering. So if you bow down, even if you're a quick bower, and you bow down in the right way, there's liability. If you bow down the wrong way, that's not called bowing, and then there's only liability to linger. So now what we're telling us, what is the definition of Ishtachava? Ishtachava means prostration in the direction of the Kodesh HaKadosh. Not in the direction of the Kodesh is Ishtachava. Not the Ishtachava can be called lingering if you get long enough, but it's not called Ishtachava. You know it says, therefore if you bow down, facing away from the Kodesh HaKadosh, the Bible, but if you don't, you're not liable, you cannot last it on. So others explain this on the same part. If you linger there, long enough and enough, and especially if there's a getting cloud, now that makes it sound like even in prostration itself, you still require some type of lingering. So it's going to about clapping here. I thought that was the most shock. Okay, so here it is. This is the one. It's also like this. If you're bowing down in the right way, what's the definition of the right way? Definition of right way? No, it's called the Shadalosh. No, it's called the Shadalosh. That's called the Shtachava, and you are liable. You are liable now, covered already, okay? for having remained in some question in the state of Tumah. If you bow down not facing the Shakadoshim, that is not called down. That's very interesting. The halachic definition of the Shtakavah is prostration in the direction of the Kodesh HaKadoshim. If you're not in the right direction, it's not called the Shtakavah. So then if you bow down in the wrong direction, you're liable. If what? If you do it. We haven't defined what lingering means yet. But just to try later, because of that, however, it means to say, it's not in a closet thing. If you go out and you bow down in the right direction, or you linger, then you count the time that it takes to question yourself. So it's now you can just say it as follows. Essentially, prostration can either be an act or it could be a duration. So meaning what? If I become coming inside of the brush and I bow down the direction of the direction, I'm liable. If I bow down in a different direction, so that again, I'm not trying for bowing, I can be trying for lingering if I am the person in the brush for the amount of time that it would normally take to bow. Okay, incredible. So one says as follows. The right one side, the so it's a good example. So now, explain to me bowing that has lingering, bowing that doesn't have lingering. So the version, the rest of Shia, Zukriya Ba'ados. So we're going to see the bowing, So ultimately, again, there's actually bowing with lingering, and it's bringing out lingering. So the says, the rest of Shia, Zukriya Ba'ados. So literally again, so bowing without lingering, that's Kriya. What's Kriya? What's that? So Kriya is kind of like Banach code, right? In other words, just a bow, a quick bow. So literally again, like the bowing out the waist, I don't go out the knees, then ultimately again to be a Shtakavah without Shia. Ye's May Shia, what's the example of bowing as the lingering? He should be a dying Radua. That's frustration. That's like, spread out flat on the ground. Become a Shia. So we'll say, but again, this is a little interesting, but remember in Halakha is all about what defines Shia. So Halakha is like, so what is the actual thing? Right? In other words, if we're going to create liability, I need to know time-wise how long do I need to be in the base Mikdash in order to be liable after having contracted tumah. So think about it's a part of money. So this is one of his Korah had two was Umaru, and Shimon ben Pazi. Ramin and Shimon ben Pazi b'chati. Yamana is a part of money. Ramin and Shimon ben Pazi. Chab Amar mainly the heights. So one side, the amount of time that you are liable for a Mikdash ultimately means the amount of time that it takes to say this pasuk. You'll see what this pasuk is in this moment. The Chag Amar is the Yichru L'Sefer. And what's the amount of time that's Yichru to the Sefer? What's the pasuk that we're referring to over here? So the Gemara says as follows. The pasuk is V'chol B'nei Yisrael growing B'redes Ha'ish V'chod Hashem Al Habayis V'yichru Ha'i Arza Al HaMitzvot V'yishtachavu V'hodos V'Hashem Kitov V'yomam V'chasdo. So again, the focus is the amount of time that it takes to say the whole pasuk, the amount of time that it takes to say part of the pasuk, but that's the shir. Which I will say, the beginning is a very short shir. Which means that in order to avoid liability, the moment that I find out that I'm coming, I need to get out as quickly as possible. By the way, so the mother is like that. The mother says, good. Keep us now that you want to introduce ourselves as you point out. First, we have the information for today. Rabbi, what does Rabbi teach us? That if I can track too much inside of the next Mikdash, so obviously my obligation is to get out as quickly as possible. How much time do I have? So I'm not allowed to, I'm not anywhere to the amount of time either of lingering or prostration. Now, what's the difference? So, the definition of prostration is bowing down in the direction of the Kodesh HaKadoshim. Bowing down in any other direction is not called bowing. It's not called bowing. So, in any other direction, I am liable if I linger. What's the definition of lingering? The definition of focus is if you know the time to say the entire pasuk or just part of the pasuk. Beautiful. Now that we spoke about prostration, we're going to just talk about different forms of prostration. So we'll say what's called kido, that's called falling on your face. Kind of like Kaya. He is down on knees, as he wonders, you throw out your cup. You step alcohol, that's what's called two features that I like, right? That's called frustration. Like when little bit again, the person is just flat out on the ground. You know, man, how I need to think you look about that, but step up with the front answer. Okay. How about you, Laura? So it's really got so last 2 lines, that's the same thing. Very well. So actually about this. Oh, in the section, yes. So as I asked the following title, if I do your going to act, what's over there? Up until the title point, what are you talking about? We're talking about carbonic library. Alright, so in other words, so here's how I know. I know that if I'm using some Dutch and I can track too much, I'm going to get out as quickly as possible. And that's delay. But however you define delay, I am liable to recover all that loaded. Fine. Listen, what about the following? Let's say, let's actually have about this. In this world, Shinomaho, the Amar Purpose Shia. Watch this. Let's say I'm going to say a brush, and I become a tunnel. And I try to become tunnel, I warn, ultimately again, get out as quickly as you can. And I delay, not long enough to incur carbonic liability, but the question is long enough to potentially incur losses. Because remember again, if you remain some interest state of tumor, one is in violation of a law. So now I got Hasra, I got Hasra, interestingly enough, I remain in the Mikdash even after the Hasra, after the violation, but not doing Shahira. So let's say, for example, let's just give an example. Let's say to do Shahira is 20 seconds, bargaining check, 20 seconds. Right? So the lights are, so let's say, by the way, it's interesting. Think about this just a moment. That it seems like such a short amount of time to get out. It's fascinating how different events in life sensitize you to different realities. So you think about this, like, how can someone get out in such a short amount of time? And once you think about it, like one of these systems in order to start having going through, right, when silence go off, like how will you, first of all, especially about the question of the powerful motive of Hashmonaing, is during this one about how much you remember this part, but actually, be friendly, right? Be that. I actually get right now. Right? So how long after the silence was so how long after the silence was once the silence got from the ground? 2 minutes. 2 minutes. When you think about this, you have this like we're living in times where people are very short about this time to traverse the distance across the short that's just interesting, like different events sensitize us to realities. And we're talking about a situation that happened after 2,000 years. Actually, something happened. I got to get somewhere. Hopefully, it amazing how like this thing is so bad. It's in a very different context. But we might ask like this. So let's say now, I love her myself. So I became contracted in the flesh. So I'm not staying here to do shitty up, so there's no carbonic liability. And now the shyness isn't multi liability. Fascinating, right? Because I'm in violation of a law, because I'm a reading of the flesh, ultimately is to the tumor. So the race, again, is the Malchus or not? So the Gemara says, why not? It's actually a Malchus. Please say, anyway, that a carbon requires Shia lingering, something Malchus required to the money or not. Maybe lingering is indeed ultimately again in carbon, but not again in Malchus. The carbon is Shia or not. Sorry, the Gemara recover the Shia. Malchus won't be Shia. Maybe lingering is only by carbon, but not by Malchus. That's what we say. If Shia, most of the carbon, the most of the Malchus. It doesn't make a difference. In other words, if you come to me, there's a Shia for all Allah, also the only two things in it. Whether it's for carbon or whether it's for Malchus. So I say, what's that? The Gemara says, take you. You don't know Kishki bias, Kushasi bias. But Kasha, no answer. As we always say, what do we do after take-home? What do we do after a take-home? Move on. Because we respect conditions are. So we might get many questions, some of them really good questions, but some of them overwhelming questions for which we're not going to find the answers. So you have two options, two choices. We separate, right? It's just like focus on it and you hyper focus on it and lose yourself in the inability to find answers to your questions, or move on. Move on. Understand it's a good pressure. The day will come and you'll get all of our answers. And what does he have to do? That's what another. Let's take this. Okay, watch this. What happens if you suspend yourself in the air of the Azara? You suspend yourself like you're flying in the Azara. So let's say, yeah, these are interesting things. What's happening over here? What's happening over here? But I become coming. I become coming inside of this push. And now I'm suspended. Yeah, but remember, as we learn to know, long enough to know, that how often am I stuck? You will always come up with pieces that you're like, come on, it's never going to happen. You might be like, that doesn't make a difference. Remember again, sometimes, because our purpose is doing exactly the cases in order to bring out a point. What are you trying to figure out over there? Trying to figure out, so if I become coming in a crush, let's say a ground, like you cannot ground. I'm hovering in the air of the brush. Is there liability for that? Gemara says, Shivia Tishtakalah. The Rabbi Tishtakalah. So how we say that maybe the only time you're hiding from lingering is when there is a leak which could result in prostration. What? You gotta be on the ground. But if it's a lingering, that can't result in prostration. Why not? Because in the air of the Azara, maybe there's no liability. I'll do what if we should be Rothschild the Rothschild or Rothschild the Rothschild. Or maybe not. Because maybe literally just something like lingering. So whether you're lingering or not, you're in the airspace, there's going to be liability. What's the question? What's the answer? Well, leaves this organization. Listen, I just look at this last night. I thought it was like such a beautiful metaphor. That a person could tunnel but still swim. Right? See, this guy is coming, but yet when I said the same thing, he's levitating. It's not a stealer. It's not a stealer, right? In any given moment in life, I'm tunneled and I'm soaring. I'm tunneled and I'm climbing. I'm tunneled and I'm growing. Most of us live in these two states simultaneously all of the time. So it's almost like everyone saying to you, so what's your status? Are you a growth person? Like, are you literally again idea? Like, are you going up? Are you going up? Or are you tunneled? Have you realized this? Sometimes it's hard to tell. Sometimes in life, I'm not exactly sure. Like, am I going up or am I going down? But what I'm saying, you know what the idea is? That even if you're tunneled, make sure you're consistently and constantly at that idea. Even if you feel this, listen, all have it. There's certain things in my life right now that are tunnel. And the truth is, that we don't live in tunnel. We all have those pockets of our life that I know I need to change. But the reality is, they're not changing right now. And all too often you assume that because you're not changing right now, that you have completely from being a growing individual. It's not true. You can be tunnel in the Samikash, but still find a way to lift yourself up. That is the essence of what needs to be hungry, but still growing. That's what I do. By the Rashi, Nazir the Kara. So as you know, the interesting things. Nothing is known as the Rashi. Nazir the Kara is very interesting. Nazir Shmukma always be Sakfaris. Do you have the Mikma Bajara? So the Sky of Nisa, so the Mikma Nisa, but the people in Nika, or Bahamas, Nazi, that's God, Kahala. So it's insistent things. Some of the things we've seen before. So Nazir enters the sun. Now, I think the way that people in the pieces is he enters into something like something like a cabbage. Like they close the box. A closed carriage. Then his friend meets him, and now he's going to listen to closed carriage. He really feels like his friend here, right? His friend here is a cemetery. He decides to surprise his Nazir friend, and the pop is open and there's lots of carriages. Right? So now suddenly the Nazir is in the cemetery. So this is similar to the case of the guy with the therapist tunnel inside the cemetery. What's the tonality? In both cases, they entered in a state of Tana and only subsequently became a tunnel. So therefore, again, that's what's called Nazir Kevin. So quite Shivama, that's all you know, it's very interesting. So once you say, watch this case. So the Nazir entered into the cemetery and approached the carriage. So he was fine, somebody talked about the door incoming. So here's the shaila. Here's the shaila. Do we say that the nurse also only becomes coming if he lingers? But if he gets out quickly, perhaps there is no liability. Oh, I'm sorry. So I said, if they the whole time you're so the people she anyway, don't make any inside of the discussion. But outside of this, don't get a shiro to become too ridiculously. Ultimately, this thing shiro, no show anything, no show. So maybe not. Maybe lingering, ultimately, again, even as a din in onus in extenuating circumstances. Doesn't matter which way chats on it, which one says, take room. Once again, unanswered by next. All about good time to talk about. What's now up to this public. So let me get what the Mishnah said. Simpkins, I'm in the flesh. I walk in the tar. I become coming inside of the base and mikdash. So now what did the Mishnah say? If I get out as quickly as I can, you find the nearest exit. By the nearest exit, then I do not incur liability. Take the long way out, then ultimately I incur liability. I'm a rabbi. So let's say, Rabbi, let's say, Rabbi. I'm a rabbi. It's not a shamlo. I do inside the dojo. Look at how I this is fascinating. Rabbi says, as long as you take the nearest exit, you walk very slowly, you're not liable. This expression of again, this means literally like walking away from your person once you ride it off the other. So like your big toe, it's actually your heel. I see you're walking one small step after the other. And even if it takes you the entire day to get out of the base of the brush, that's how slow you're walking. That's how slow you're walking. Ultimately, you still know that it goes well. So another section is, as long as you the closest exit, the shortest way out, even if the shortest way out takes you the longest way out to drive, you're not liable. You're not liable. You know, so this is the definition of what Chazal call the Derech Kitzara Sheki Arupa. It's actually we learned this kind of 2 weeks ago. Derech Kitzara Sheki Arupa. There's a shortcut, but sometimes the shortcut can be very long. Sometimes there's a Derech Arupa Sheki Kitzara. Instead of getting suicide, so very long. Just you should know it's what the said, right? It's a representative of Chazal. The Derech Kitzara Sheki Arupa represents the end of the life. Trying to take shortcuts. Right? You see shortcuts. Oh look, there's a life hack this or a shortcut for this. We're listening to Chazal, so we know more often than not, when you take shortcuts for meaningful things, those shortcuts often become incredibly circuitous, difficult, and actually don't get you where you need to go. That's called the Derech Kitzara. She had a shortcut that you can very well make. Firstly, very often in life, the Derech Hanuka, Sheki Kitzara. Very often in life, the path to choose is the long way. Because the long way may be the little more. It's the actual way you need to go. So Rabbi says, very fascinating. Take the shortcut, take the short way out. Even if it takes you a very long time, you're not liable. So by another way, Shiras Rashi, it's that group. It's interesting. So I'm saying, let's assume for a moment again that the amount of time from legal people, which reliable is 30 seconds, 0 seconds. So it says, in China, it's linger incremental. That's it. Can those increments of lingering combine to form the sheer knot? So you want to say, officially, today, I'd say, versus I'm not. Based on what I just said, another set of focus, you're headed out. The right exit, even if it takes you the whole day, you're not liable. So I just say that lingering does not go ahead and combine. So I say, no, Hassan for a shot. Roth's talking about an idea where a lot of the race up. I'm taking a short exit, and even though it takes me the whole day, I never stop. I'm constantly moving and constantly walking, I'm very slowly. So what do we have? So if I ask the following question, I say, so again, is there a thing of the Rabbi? So Rabbi says, as long as you take the shortest exit, actually the closest exit, even if you delay, like if you walk very slowly into the entire day, you are not liable. Which I want to say also tremendous responsibility in life, as long as you're on the right derech. Which one is not looking how long. as long as I kept myself on the right path to self-actualization and growth, even if the results realize so quickly that I'm heading in the right direction, that's all that the ownership overwhelms. Incredible. You know what goes like so finally, I buy the apple, so I started for the apple, followed by Lucas should serve nothing. Oh, watch this. So let's say now I become Tommy. I mean, this is become Tommy. What happens? I gotta get out. Okay, so what do? I scan the exits, right? This is right, fine, right? The limited line, right? So what happens? I know exactly, right? But here's the issue. I know, so it'll take me 10 seconds to go ahead and get out the closest exit. But the truth is, there's another exit that's further, but if I run, I can also get there in 10 seconds. So what if I could take the more path, but I'll run, so I make it there, and the same amount of time that it would take me to get out the closest exit. It's their life, and I do that. So I end up exiting the base of the rush with the further exit, but within the same amount of time for me to get out of the closer exit. So is their life it's like that? So it's fascinating. No, it's much now. Should we, if you should start about that, definitely value the kind of start about this. It's actually just things like this. Is this a shear? Like, is this a shear time? And for as long as I get out of this, I'm question within the shear is hiding that out, or no? This is a dig in the closest exit. Again, it was exactly. So let's say in my case, I know that to get out the closest exit would take me 10 seconds. It turns out I need a mad dash, but the longer exit, I got out in 9 seconds. So again, if it's a shear in time, but I'm not liable, if it's a dig, without looking at it, no, you gotta take the front exit. Doesn't make a difference how fast you have to move, no one is still going to liability. Jewish Gemara says, I'm a lay, look, I look up the house as well. Second Gemara says it's not a shear, it's a dig. What's the dig? The dig is closest exit. And I was like, by the way, you can see this. I thought you can see this. You know, this comes up and comes to that. So I said, that was exciting a lot because these are experienced website. And I was like, you do this, it's just imagine if you lose the flesh. You become Tomei. I mean, which is not exciting, but again, when you become Tomei. Right? So now what happens? You can see this, by the way. The closest exit, there's a lot of people there. The farther exit, no one's there. So I know that it's easy for me to run it. Without running, I'd rather get out from the farther exit faster than the closer exit. So I check this, so Gemara says it's a dig, which makes sense. It's halacha. What does halacha say? The closest exit. That's the halacha. Even if technically speaking, now we can get to the further exit and say, if we get to the further exit in less time. It's a halacha, which doesn't make sense because we do this to a shear. Is the moment that this whole halacha falls apart. So it's halacha. Again, no matter what, take the closest exit and you go for this harmonic liability. Incredible. Let's get there. Listen to this. The camera line, combination change, the sound was another interesting halacha. If you have a calling, he is coming. Who's coming? So halacha is, and he does avoid the enemies in the Dush. He's chayv b'yisrael even shamayim. Okay? At the hands of heaven. So the Gemara says, I don't understand how this with this stuff together. So the coming is coming, does the other these kind of speech shamayim. The Gemara says, how are you ever going to find this case? Now look at Rashi. Rashi is the side that you have this law. What colors? They will say generally, if you would take what you knew to make this in the state of Tumah, you kind of colors. Remember again, colors and these 70 shamayim are different punishments. Both bad, right? Both bad are different punishments. So the punishment for a Tomei colony during the Avon, the Yiddish and the Dush, is a new 70 shamayim. The punishment for the Yiddish and the Dush is the Tumah is colors. So the Gemara said, we get this ready. The Kohen does, and the Kohen does a very long time. He's hiding shamayim. But what people automatically hide colors. Why? Because if he's doing the Avon, what is he doing? He's whimpering. So how do you is not hiding colors? So the Gemara says, listen to this. If you got Rothschild, if you're Shah, then if you have that holder. If you're then how do you do that holder? If you're Avoda takes time. And eat the shava and it linger and about currency. There's high currency. So watch this. Nishkakas the honest now she be Sarah, so if you understand that movement is a shear in time, then this makes sense. Why? Coin becomes coming. He realizes it's got to get out. It's got to get quickly. So he realizes time to the closest exit, 30 seconds. He's like, no problem. I got this. I got this. Let's see, because you know what? I'm going to run. And I only, if I run, I'll shave off 10 seconds and 20 seconds. And 10 seconds for our window. Right? Incredible. So what does he in a 30-second window? This is bad, right? You should not be doing this. But sometimes people mean well, you just end up doing really bad things. So he thinks to himself, okay, I'm going to run for 10 seconds, it gives me 20 seconds to exit, seconds to do that window, and he does that, like he chefs, he does whatever he does, right within 10 seconds. And that makes sense, it makes sense. However, here in some you're in the trap stuff, that's not something so again, he runs, he runs the time that gets to the closest exit, he runs, shoots out 10 seconds, uses the rest of that time for a other things. Smart kid. Hello. I have to slow down. L-E-Amrit. That's got, that means that's got, it's not stuff. It's not a sheer time. Right? But it's just a thing of getting out this with me. How is it going to do that? So in other words, again, if you understand that lingering is a sheer in time. So in other words, and I was like, interesting enough, what's the sheer of lingering? What's the sheer of lingering? But it's a talk about the really again, but really, it's the amount of time that you guys cross section. Right? Which means it's subjective. Right? So it all depends on where I am. So when I said that, if you understand that's a sheer, it's a defined amount of time, or subjective amount of time. Great. Calling from 30 seconds to the closest segment. If I run within 20, it gives me 10 seconds. I can use every second for that. But if that's the case, I'm a point. Does a little bit while he's coming, never ends up lingering, and therefore it's not had times, and what we had recently Shammai. But if you had like the din of Shia, not a din of lingering, it's objective. You just gotta get out the closest exit. And how can you all group that in this case of recording and apply it? These viewers are Rabbi and Kasha. What's the question? He's very interesting. Mishkatas, like we know, Shabbat Tzara, the Hafid Syria. What's the case? You see us and look at me at our Voda, as like the local process. You might give your answer is there is a type of Avoda which is very fast. What's the Avoda? When the coin is blowing out the closest exit, right? So therefore again he's going to avoid lingering. And what does he blow it out? He takes a fork, like a sacrificial fork, and he flips the piece of meat on his back. And remember again, meat's running on his back, so what does he do? He flips it, and that's ever flipping the meat on his back and causing it to burn. That meat is pumping all those oils. So you can imagine that's something you could do really quickly on the way out. We're imagining our both as an involved process. This is not about he's walking out, he flips the piece of meat on his way out. So therefore, again, this could be a case where he didn't remain in the flesh long enough for Shia, for lingering. Therefore, he's not going to be chayiv kares, but he will be chayiv usually because he's a kohen who's coming who could be avodah. Incredible. So Rabuno desires to help us with Sinuya chayiv himself. That kind of Rabuno says that little bit of not coming. Sacrificial meat with a sacrificial pork. Ultimately, again, is high useless. What is he doing that? Then it's not hold up. That's why you're hold up. Okay, so let's analyze. Well, we can actually find a true beat. So he wants to scoop up. Hold up, Design Shabbat with the Kayavis. So you just said before that if the non-coin goes ahead and flips a piece of sacrificial meat with a fork, it's high useless. So if you don't, what's the case? So we're talking about a case where, let's say, for whatever reason, the meat wasn't burning, right? And had you not flipped it, or rather, I'm using the word flip it, but it doesn't have to be flip it, it could also just be moved it. In other words, if the word over here is, well, I'm just going to use flip as the expression, because that's hapa, right? If you would, in other words, we're talking about that had you not flipped it, the meat would not have burned, shita. Obviously, that's a photo. Obviously, that's a photo, right? Because the mice again, he's doing something ultimately again to expedite this process. My God, that on the other hand, like it's for what? Well, look, even had he not drifted, like even had he not drifted, ultimately again, ultimately, I'm saying, he drove up and it had not drifted, the meat would have burned in my car. And what is he doing? So just trying to figure out, so again, just understand what are you trying to accomplish here? That's an excellent question. I have no idea, right? What are you trying to accomplish? Besides coming closer to that Father, and yes, you're getting tremendous political Torah. I'm trying to find a very specific things. You might have said that a Kohen who's coming, who does avoda in the Beis Hamikdash, is chayav nisa idei shamayim. Okay, that's a fact. You might just kind of threw out at us. The problem with that is we've been operating with the principle that if you're coming and you leave the Beis Hamikdash, you're what? Chayav kares. So now the Gemara is trying to figure out, I don't understand. How do you ever have a case of a who's doing a holding its Ishtamim and not lingering? By definition, he needs to be using a holder. Lingering, what's the problem? This guy is not this condition. He comes to us in this condition. This guy is, and then it's condition. I'm trying to figure out how can you find the case where a couple is not lingering. He's not lingering. Let's talk. I got it. Here's the case. The case is on his behalf. He flipped a piece of sacrificial meat with his horse. Right? So that's quick. That's fast. Right? And you can see a Kohen that kind of like not even stopping. Right? Not even stopping. He's got his fork out. He's got his hand on the fork. Right? He's got his own car. Fork. On his way out. He flips the piece of meat. So you want to say, okay, so therefore again, we're doing that whole dog, but now we're doing and therefore I don't know what I saw this kind of mission right in let's talk about it just a moment. Right, when it flips that piece of meat, what does it do? It's like the piece of meat would not have been consumed on the fire without this flippage. Right? And then we might saw, okay, we might say that's a hold up. If the piece of meat would have been consumed without this flippage, then we might have it's good, no? I think it works, right? But without that, if you would have burnt anyway, without this intervention, then the Mesa, what does he do? Then why should it be liable? His act is inconsequential. If you might say, he's got to be about it. It's such a productive soul. It's like, how do you know what you're supposed to be focused on in life? How do you know? So, I think, I don't know but I think that something you just need to look at is, look for the things that no one else has done. And if it's not going to get done unless you do it, it's a pretty good indication that control you want to do that. If you ever like you pick it up, right? If you act like whatever, someone else is going to do it, then it could very well be that it was probably easier to put your efforts elsewhere. So it's interesting that we realize if the meat's going to burn anyway, so the Kohen's act of flippage is inconsequential, but it doesn't mean on the hand, if his flippage causes it to burn, and then the lights again, that's consequential. Again, that's the one things where I expressing like they were so attractive that I never think for other people to. Which sometimes is good, there's a positive impression of that also. But that's why we put us each in this world to accomplish something's kind of something that you should have your eyes open for. Things that we need you, that others are not doing, that others are not paying attention. So that's what we talk about. That's what we focus on. You want someone to talk? What for these guys to talk? He will hop up front, the Ashtar, the Achmad Shaita. Oh, interesting. That was as much as you know. Then he would have burned. So without flippage, it would have burned 2 hours. And now with the flippage, 1 hour. It's 1 hour. So the lights that you have, what consequences? What can also love? I'm voting. And you might say, what do you say to that? The expediting of service is considered itself to be service. So that's the right person. So the meat would have burned regardless. They would have taken 2 hours. Now, post flippage, it's only 1 hour. It's only 1 hour. And come on, well, you would have thought about what is expediting the burn of sacrificial, what does it mean? No, it doesn't mean something to us another secret there. It's kind of it's not like using it such an hour like you can use it there. How Jesus. As you still said, like sometimes you say to yourself, like, you get done quickly, or it just gets done in a regular basis. It matters because how you do something really represents how you feel about that initiative. If you like it, it's just one good. Jesus, it shows that you are getting a lack of things, actually, achievements. And what I say is one single year, that execute that helpful service to some Jesus is quote incredible. So listen, so if I look at itself, what comes out from this? So if you this first of all, it's taking the brother, meaning that our motto is you need to get the closest exit if you become coming inside of this in the Dutch. But interestingly enough, we don't care, especially we don't care how long it takes you to get to the closest exit as long as what? As long as you're moving. As long as you're moving, we don't care what you're going to be taking steps. As long as you're moving, right? Even if it takes you the whole day, we don't care as long as you're close to tremendous close to hospital. But we just want us to move. Even if it's baby steps, as long as I am moving in the right direction, then we don't know should all of these happy with. Now we just saw this case of the coin. Coin becomes coming inside the Dutch and does tomorrow. Sorry, does avoid in the state of tomorrow. Ultimately, the end is going to be viable. For this video Shanayan. As long as it doesn't linger. If he lingers, then it's going to be high carbs. What's the case about all the way out linger? It's the case of where he walks out, and as he walks out, he engages the footage, he goes ahead and he flips the piece of sacrificial meat, and specifically in the case, this is the piece of meat to burn faster post-footage than it would have burned without expediting of the burning of sacrificial meat is going to be a vote as well. Incredible. Let's go back to it. It's now over. Oh, shit. This is great statement. But you know, I'm no son. So this was so stupid. Let's just say, I want to sit over a hammock in this medrash. When you start feeling the traveling, I'm afraid of my friends. Right? What does this mean? I'm afraid I'm going to say something that everywhere is going to jump down my throat. Well, I understand that. Right? It's like that, but I really want to share it. But I'm afraid everyone's going to jump on me. But what does he want to say? Does he say, I need to ask the things how you got. They don't have hold of. Listen to this. So let's say the house with Sarah. I don't know what's that look up. I give a home like a home that is declared Sarah. So it's a look up. And the people who enter into it will become common. Listen to Rothschild. He says he was like this. What happens if a person walks into the house backwards? They're at hold of. Person goes into the house backwards. Uno puts me for no tar. And even was the kind of bodies in the house except his nose. Okay, so his nose is extending out. So obviously this means there's the one majority of his body. Not one majority of his body is inside the home, but a part of his body, even if time about his nose is outside, tar. Wow, he's tar. Why? What's his fate? The same, as he goes over here, the person El Hadayis. So this guy, all of ice calling his skill. So you not that if you come into a home of Saras, you are coming. There won't go to that. Derech Bia Pastor Torah. So Torah only answers if you enter what's called Derech Bia. What does Derech Bia mean? Normal mode of entry. What's the normal way of walking into a house? Go into a house. I don't know what you call it. Face first. Face first. Face first, right? So therefore, our board can say if you're walking backwards, so the race, again, you're not going to contract tomorrow. Okay, so it sounds pretty logical. What's the Rothschild afraid of? What is not right? I'm afraid that I'm going to say, well, the Rothschild, you're right. You actually, you don't know. He said, you might have to store in the house. So the Rothschild afraid of how Rothschild was. You walk into the house backwards, and your entire house is with the exception of your nose. You look as your body stands out. So if you're right, then even if your entire body is inside the home, as long as you're walking backwards, so the mice said that you should be taught. I'm a and none of the factual. No one of the kids in actually the entire body is in the home. Everyone will agree that halal for myself, you become atomic. Why? They said with a mitma called Asher Banas. Is ultimately the Lord said because halal for myself. I'm not going to kill Shabbat. They said with a mitma Shabbat. It looks like he's, for example, it's in utensils. Utensils inside the home, what's the home? What's the home? They become tummy. Now, utensils, interestingly enough, were there even before the tummies, even before the home became all of size. What you see here, anything that's in the home, of course, is tummy. So everyone will agree that if a person is fully inside the home, even if they enter backwards, they're going to remain in tummy. The finisher of Rothschild, which seems to be correct, which is if you walk them backwards, as long as there's a part of your body that's not in the home, you will remain with tummy. You've got to those that only say one view says kind of enough, but that's the voice. They want to see what you see from here is that halakha that I saw sometimes when there's liability, what they call geographic Torah, they're only going to be covered if you enter into that space in the normal way. If you enter in the abnormal way, that is safely from the conquest, which is what this example by Sarah. So again, and by the way, do not accept Felicia's idea. So if you walk backwards into a home, strictly condemned with Saras, as long as there's a part of your body that's not in the home, you will remain taller. Once your whole body enters, you are different than people. So what's this mean? Says, talking about videos, that's what it says. God, you have a, so I said, this is talking about actually better to look at actually. God, you have a little actually says, Shiva Asara. They would say, part that is in the Dash. There are a series of chambers. Those chambers have rooftops. Those roofs do not have the same safety as the roofs on the Dash itself. So because in God, you have a roof. Ain't no blue shot touching the leisure, for you can't be touching the leisure. Ain't short shot touching color, you can't just touching color there either. Time should make that you got in the whole potter. And interesting enough, if you're coming and keep on the rooftop into the hall, you are potter. You are potter. Shenemar, Rabbi Miftash lo savo. As the Pasuk says, you shall not come to Miftash and speak of Torah, you're at the Oscar Torah. Torah answers what we call limited entry. And what's limited entry? What's limited entry? When you enter to the internet, if you come from one of the rooftops and down into the ankle, there is not liability for that. So let's say, so another display ultimately of this idea that halacha remains are only too big liable for entry again. So we saw by Tzaras, so again, let's say I won't point out the Tzaras, this is different in Tzaras case, someone who's tall is entering into a place that is tummy. And in the second case, someone who's tummy is entering into a place that is the same principle. Essentially, what Moshe is espousing, whenever you see the notion of law of entry means normative, face first, and normal entry, entrance. Like for halacha, that's the case of Tzaras. If you're walking back first, you're not going to be liable, and won't become tummy. Next Hamikdash, if you come from the rooftops instead of through the front door to one of the normative gates, ultimately there will not be liability. No, there will not be liability. So something for today. Thanks so easy. This is all peace. Share website. When we start the week, incredible Ascala. It's which is supposed to start this research for Abba. The Amkus, the Stavros, and Yitzhak Shem together this week and for many weeks to come. Share everyone. Everyone's going to be everywhere. Yeah, yeah, it's right. Up at 4, 6, 8, 12, 14, 16, 19 lines up at the bottom. I think like yesterday, so 19 is a lot of next couple of days. What's the number? expanding and getting more countries as well as the distribution, right? People so we spoke about Yoshi Sisha, our Yoshi chapter 9 going into it yesterday. Now we discuss these more the talking the Rothschild and yeah, strong and show. You see the Kathiko, a song of David, when he was running away from Absalom's sons. And what is he saying that? They go, Rara Boot Salai, Angela Shema Yisrael Kabet Hashem Hashem. You see from the concept of Rara Boot Salai, how great is my suffering. How about the concept of Shema Yisrael Kabet Hashem Hashem. So why did he see the concept? Why did he do that? So look at Rashi. Rashi says that we have Omer Hashem Hashem. The teacher Emma Bogadi, Omer Rashi, in Yeshua Son of himself. Shem explodes it, so he will be learning. Usually with the song that number only as a whole one. So it's amazing enough. Now another thing discusses the idea that no one supports it. No one supports it. Everyone divides it, but it's something no one supports it. When Ezra and the Nehemiah were coming back to rebuild Jerusalem, people disparaged their efforts and said, come on, what are you doing? Jerusalem is a destroyed city. The Jewish people are downside. Why are you trying? Maybe Allah Lahani was that you continue to want to his students. As she said over here, learning to speak Shabbat because this particular capital speaks about being saved from destructive or difficult forces. So before we go to speak ultimately again, I'm sorry. No, so first of all, we see Yoshi just about a fresh we see these people every single day. So where does it come from? It comes from Yeshua. Yeshua didn't get this because before he would ask for divine protection from all the different distresses that exist at night. It's much to happen to this. Also, the disciples who give a Torah. One is not permitted to fuel oneself with words of Torah. So what this means is that at the end of the day, one is not supposed to use Torah, as a bomb, as some type of medical treatment. So the Gemara says, to protect against negative feelings, that's different. And furthermore, again, when did we say it's a kid who's living Torah as a form of before? That's why a person is suffering from a person has ailments. So the Gemara says, is that is some type of injury? That's what ultimately again one can't use the word Torah as some type of self-healing. So once you see what that's like, hello, fish in the theory of the mother. Yet again, the Gemara says that sorry, Rothschild also means somebody literally whispers on a beat, which means somebody whispers words of Torah in order to heal a particular ailment. Any of healing of a mother. It's very traumatic statement. What does that mean? But it's my love. The rope that you should mess was never been discussed before. So the Gemara felt that what you say, medicine attempted to felt that's at certain powers. So there are many things that you would try to heal with saliva. So if you eat some saliva, why you can't recite the super or something like that? Because that's a lack of that's like a lack of habit to a control. To go ahead and recite the super of Torah with saliva, right? This is like basket on the wall. That by definition is considered disparity, and that's the type of healing that one cannot do with words of Torah. But the most to go ahead and recite words of Torah, to go ahead and recite the super, ultimately is what as a form of protection against negative things. That's actually that's why halacha l'maisa is you live Krishna and we live Krishna to see incredible range of a variety of things. Because of course Shema in there, there's the Nibah Shalom, there's the Brachas Hamapio, there's those shapes, so you ever wonder what all these things together. So the simple that these things are put together as a compilation and various things that are going to be developed. So placement of those shapes of chapter 9 comes from here, from Rabbi Shalom. So you might look like this. These are how we should go to the walks. And the fish walks, and this is around and the two toes are over there. Remember, the basic premise of the Asli is that these walks are part of the Torah. Opposite a year Acharea, Oshaya, the Chatzisari. So you must once again get by extra time after the that going to talk to lots of usually say they came out, they told us now, most of these happening, so they have he told the laws come first, he told the laws come first, and then afterwards, ultimately again they targets. These are the happens. So I say, how do we transform the rock and very how they carry? So you must say, here but Hashem Rabbi, one should have two lobes represented, other should have two lobes, one after the other. So the one who says that the two lobes are walked by carry one next to the other. Happy is the capital holder. So the Mishnah seems like the inner loaf is a reference to the roof that is carried closer to the wall. Magnum is the offensive. One who says that they carry one after the other. Happy is the capital of these. Ultimately, the inner loaf reference by the Mishnah is the loaf that is closer to the so Tanan, happy is that on the surface. So what did the Mishnah say? The inner loaf is and the outer is hard. So as a Mishnah like so I don't give me a sense of the loaves I carry one after the other. So I'm not too happy. Meaning you should ask your persona come up, so say I understand that the loaves you carry one after the other, as soon as the inner loaf is consumed one, because the outer loaf comes first, it's constantly, or I should say any consequence the second loaf. Element don't think negative. I value behind that very connection. As well as most of the other. The enter here at the same time, they're concentrating at the same time. So ultimately, again, why would one be treated differently than the other? What is this reasoning? But not going to laugh at school. Cotton in nature. Because I furthermore, I can't one that the ones that carry one after the other. These are such a concept of one of the things that one can be concentrated and the other. It's called cultural analysis of people. The says that it's told the rules are treated the same way. But even I know the others we call you, I buy your cabinets, two rules are elected as one unit. So I would give you different treatments for each of the rules. Hello, I'm going to do a cap of the salad, dollars, different from my says, how to study that, LS, and the other says, that in this is a sequence of the same level. Process of using the left newly extracted sorrows for sleep and shalom was a process that was used without the protocol and the view of the ones who said one goal was burnt, one goal was consumed. Not just a few, there was no reason for prison. There's no spiritual reason. Rather than being ultimately handed down in this process through the high culture. Says in our cultural analysis, so remember, we should discuss this Mishnah now in the wholeness of the proper protocol for expanding the ashram to the courtyard of the district, or and expanding the perimeter or the size of the city of Yerushalayim. So there are a number of things that are included in the process. So the lack of the Kodah, there's the king, there's the Melech, there's the Grey Gadol, there's the Tumen, there's Shir, there's all of these things. As said, Mr. Smith said, cultural analysis calling it not expand or consecrate the areas with this process, then the area is not consecrated / expanded. Says Gemara, Itmara, Amar, Becholim. The Buddhist is not the only means that the order was that to consecrate, to expand and consecrate areas, you need all of these things. You need all of these ingredients, any one of these things, so the area ultimately can consecrate. But not the doctrine to really all of these kind of what you do. One of these things. Any one of these things to expand and consecrate into the city of Yerushalayim, or the exile of the courtyards of the Jerusalem. So it's not a sort of about the whole. So let's say now let's analyze this. That's quite interesting. Let's quite interesting. So when is the running of all of these things? So Hollywood said, Asaba, you should know that. You should know us. So we'll say, here's the problem we have. The problem we have is We know with absolute certainty that there was a consecration expansion and a consecration that was done without all of these things. Where was there a consecration that was done without all of these things? Just like Ezra. When Ezra comes back with the way of exiles from Babylon, to rebuild the second Hamikdash, to go ahead and recount Zeros and recount the city of Yerushalayim. Stuff that was missing. There was no Melech, there was no king. There was no beauty to it. Right? There was no Kohen God like that for the time. Right? There was the one of the two. There was the rest of the 72 let anyone up in this market. So we see from this, let Ezra always go ahead and watch. Ezra does what he consecrates the area. So watch this. Muna says that you require all of these things. But also, if you require all of these things, right? That's not like you show you teach us like you teach us about. The Ezra, take out the album of the other. So let's say, so the things of the people. That you refer to the shot of the Sharai. Remains intact. And Ezra didn't really need to be sanctified in the Sharai. Why did he need to be sanctified in the Sharai? Because sanctification stands. I said, why do we do this whole process? It is just because of the symbolic. Who is symbolic? You can actually consecrate Yerushalayim, because Yerushalayim and the Harabais is already consecrated. Rather than just be something symbolic, it's part of the dedication, but it was not necessary. So that's all the Akas people believe. Akas was not the most, all you need is one of the items mentioned to expand and to consecrate the seven Harabais. So it says, the seven Yishun Shodah, teacher is like the love, teacher loves the love. So we'll say, behold, that the use of Yerushalayim was sanctified. But then once the mission is destroyed, or once God is held in exile, that mission is lost. And therefore, one of the items mentioned in the Mishnah to be consecrated. So it's the Ezra say punish. After all, I do believe in you. And Ezra actually came out of what was right. He actually literally consecrated Yusha. Like, I was able to do this on them. You don't do all of them. Understand like what you need, just have to one of them. So you want to go like the issue there, not that one. So the other question today, that's the cultural analysis of what we do was the issue said, that anything also can be dead, any consecration, that was not the all of the items listed in the stuff. It's not a proper consecration. First was the AFM that continues because of the Mishnah Tani, the Akbashim color, and that's the answer. So they change the text, and the text should actually say the Akbashim color. Any consecration that was not done because it's one of the sections is not a proper consecration. Okay, Tashma, so you're done. I'll stop it, right? This actually very different. It's seen Hariba Haraj. Most of the two like swamps, the marshes, and Haraj. Haraj says Haraj. Charges is not about it. And so there were 60 marshes and Haraj. Watch this. Tachtona del Lord. Marsh and the lower marsh. Tachtona. So the lower marsh was the same part. Trying to expand. You're trying to do this marsh. So the lower marsh was in fact sanctified with all of the items for each. Al-Yona Lord is at home. The upper marsh was not sanctified with all of the items. So you say Ella, but only Gona, but rather the upper marsh was sanctified by those who came back as God, and we claim the marsh as part of the Yerushalayim. Shalom Benelech, there wasn't who was present. The Shalom community, and also the Yerushalayim. Tachtona stays with the Yerushalayim Yehuda. On the other side, so the lower marsh is ultimately again had complete Yerusha. So how do the lower marsh was sanctified earlier on with all of the items listed in Yerusha. The upper marsh was not. The upper marsh is simply closed by the Jews who came back with Ezra during the second. So therefore, the price at the following. So Tachtona stays with the Yerusha. So we'll say the lower marsh trying to complete Yerusha because it was sanctified with all of the items listed in Yerusha. I'm the eyes with Yerusha. See, I'm the eyes coming. Both in some parts of common, anything you touch in calendar. How about my sister? You check my sister. The family of Yerusha Tell you what, what's the other one through is what happens to in each of the different large areas. The Havana open sounds such a Italian almost see Havana Rosas, the Italian for creature such Italian, nice to see. No, no, so no nice to just the upwards, which the night has to be, there was a second, all the time, there was only simplified with the only goal, or those who can get it, right? So, I'm the artist, I'm the message of the artist will come here, the whole picture of country, Italian, about low prices shit. The Havana, the Oakland sharp, low country Italian, the low, on the day of map, was a wide perspective of the lower slum. Excuse me. Why was it? Uh, why got full of the low slum was supported without exactly the upper slum was so that's the main amount of why was the upper slum fully of production was I'm like here for I was in Duffy who were the two this and edges so I found it what was those who so why was it through the production or to simplify requires all of these things. You only expand the boundaries of each time. So this is not enough. This is its boundaries of each life. So apparently we expanded the boundaries only to include the lower slum, but not the upper slum. Why not? Because since apparently they had all of the tools available to include the lower slum at that time. And by the time you get to include the upper slum, you lack the would too many so on and so forth. So once the other picture, another picture of the front picture, why do you think about it? Just about what you think about it, and another picture, so what's the most actually the following. So what we have over here is the following. What we have over here is the first one was formally recognized as artificial life through the entire process of what we'll call territorial reproduction. So they came, they love the Olympics when they told us to share. So that was the lowest spot. The upper spot was not. I was going to say, why is the upper spot not? It's also all of these items. It was your king, it was literally food. So why can't you even try to do the upper spot as part of the Sharai at all? If the mechanisms were a lot of these small different conflict study Sharia. So the Yohan did this so it's like the idea that this is about the strategic issue. He wanted to cover the upper structure to Sharia one. Because it's not just what almost people are ability to see. That it's the upper slum outside of the wall poses strategic vulnerability to see. So from a strategic perspective, that is really you know what? You know what? It was not part of consequences municipality of Israel. Why she wasn't speak up to this idea? You had parts of these type of hierarchy that were part of what we call the general municipality, without being part of the spiritual municipality. The part of the spiritual municipality is how you want this entire process. You can not be God won't do it, state photos, all these things. The part of the time when you governmental decision to include the walls. So the lowest one was because the lowest one sanctified all to the pastel out. The upper spot is not. And the upper spot is still included ultimately in the actual municipality. Like why? How specific because if not, you can do the students trying to expose. Okay, beautiful. So you know, was the first white line because I never done. Now, this is pretty much just what is it? I'm not about that. Someone knows that I hope this time is hard. Part one is when this discusses this way of items necessary. Concentrate on what of the items listed necessary or just some of the items. As a rule, and then only the owner moves into another macro list about the sanctity of the Shalayim in general. There's the sanctity when you find a promise, no matter what, teach them a sacred teacher level, or is the same kind of believing on the inside of us as well as residents that probably strongly use as well. Most of the body tonight, we stand up about this Rabbi Shamati, he sets the people to show you only neutral, or sweet to my vehicle, with crying master, was in the room and in the flesh. This is speaking about. This is more looking today. Rebuilding up and then set fresh under and his heart. So also what you did is we put up curtains. So as you're rebuilding the actual disease itself, we put up curtains. And the process what it is we put up curtains through the walls. So that's like they call blind outcomes. We put up walls for the actual, so we put up curtains for the walls of the actual place and the spot for itself, as well as the walls of the courtyard. Hello, so the curtains for the Ikhwan site would be upwards. What they did is they positioned the curtains in a way that the artist building this image would be building the walls outside of the curtains. So the idea is you would have a curtain and you would be building the wall from the external part of the curtain, not an internal part of the curtain. The idea out of respect to the Islamic the idea was the artist was working on the inside of what would become the Islamic rather than build the wall outside of the curtain. The wall was on the wall was on the outside of the curtain. So they were building the wall outside of the Islamic. However, then the curtains of the courtyard that wasn't the piece of the courtyard, again, there was a curtain. And then they would put the wall on the side of the curtain. Artists building the walls from inside the courtyard itself. However, Shalai is the Matthew Application Bites, was in this case. And he says, I heard that today we are going to talk about Kadalos, even though what? Really coming to us. All from Kashi Kadash, not to say Shalai. You can go ahead and Kashi Kadash. There are no curtains. There are no walls for the Islamic Kashi. Kashi Kadash, Application Kadash. You can Kashi Kadash, or the Israel wall for you, Shalai. Why? The society teaches us about what's like this is dramatic. And in the sense he says, I heard that the Kabbalah. We know Kabbalah. And we know Kabbalah even in absence of an Islamic question. Why? Why? Because the higher guidance is your life has external sanctity. And that sanctity is the existence of the actual Islamic question itself. So if you want to go to the higher guidance today, and also of one has the ability to do so. So there are also objective free constant adoption, which refers to has to be consumed on the horizon, and constant common message, which has to be consumed in the shop. And the constant issue shall present the future of possible. If the future is alive and the future of us is ongoing, the future has even the absence of the future of the and the future has even the absence of the wall of the crowd that is level to us level. Then we refer from this. Then the Yezu must know to the Shama advice to Israel was not completely sanctified. He was only sanctified with what? It is a because the more Israelites that we are rushing tonight, I need to check. Dilma, when I'm a people, maybe everyone agrees. And the sanctity of the Harabites and the sanctity of the Israelites eternal was that they are eternal. This is not actually we're talking about a specific type of sacrificial sanctity. We're trying to figure out is, can I go and have an eye in the Kabbalah? That's the shite, political consideration decide. Can I go and carry up Kabbalah? Can I do the price of shame even shite? So that's what the spiritual sanctity, the sacrificial sanctity. So maybe everyone holds that the traditions, eternal, and we talk about Kabbalah today. And each particular Kabbalah that is just related that which he has heard. Because he came out, that I'm going to be the husband of God. So that's that the good should try to teach us about was there the same thing with the Harabites, is eternal. And if we speak today, if you offer up Kabbalah, Harabites, why do they, as you say, that you should put up curtains, like which is maybe required tonight? Our answer is it's about. Even residents who get tested to bring up Kabbalah, one should try to elect partition, same type of curtains, in the area of the celebration, so it's food structure. So it's food structure. The Kabbalah should offer some type of nice way. not just out. Allah Allah. Rather than also say you are my focus on the answers to the following. This standard. How do we show me those? Now I'm going to find this. Why do you follow those? Ultimately, they go ahead and recount this particular should do this. So you can show them that all the lots of different issues. Because ultimately, again, when you just come back to Ezra, they found these cities and they sanctified them. How about you show us front you, you shall find our eyes. But the original cities that were sanctified under Yeshua was their sanctification of the Israel exile. If you exile, what is the how about the summer to show you showing the Shaita? The motion showed us. What's the race? It sounds like a man that at the end of the day, sounds like at the end of the day, Malachal Mesa, once we go ahead and once we do the exile, that the Kedusha of the Sisra will launch, which sounds like the showing the Shaita. The motion showed us the level which we was in the people. It's a Kasha. How many is that PLC? That he able to go by Honey. With these MCs, I don't find my shit or fellow eyeball. I'm not as hot by my son. And a call on the first form of the law. Never allow a mother to find us. Because there are many other cities. So why do you keep the cities? She can show up that I go on much bigger because they just came back from Israel. The cities that also the cities that they came on their capacity. Mas eu acho que acho que talvez ela acabou de ser falando de você. Isso é sendo quando a gente não deve ser preparado para o que o chama aqui already. We know rather than trying to keep back to this what we do was it on these things. But all the provide not only these cities, and our call should have a blood from a source that etc. So we have a strong official minimum. Commitments to the noble spot. The sunshine says I didn't teach us about. Was it not one of these weeks? Was it out like the time to something else? But see as walls. Don't get wasn't referring to seas that were all at the time of your short network. They also when you just came back, you want to get these cities as world cities. Ultimately, again, the seas don't to the theme of what? They lost their walls. Why? Because the sun keeps us as a picture of us above it. I have to be sure that it's not a picture of us and down about it. Because you can see things under the shoulder of the sea. People say it's like you touch the shoulder. What that's what it is. You have two different units of what the shoulder is. People say that happening in Nairobi of the loss of this stuff. But the last show us that this fact, one of the attributions is wrong. In fact, one of the should be the Muslim. Sandra, the Muslim looks over. I share a role with her. When the boss says you guys has a wall, I thought you should do a shop from a violent on the now at a wall before these should be people see. So let's unravel this a little bit. So remember again, so what the mercy is saying is the following, just let's look back. The cities that are mentioned over here, these should here, these cities that were mentioned. And ultimately, again, we're mentioning again, all are mentioned today by the older brother that Ezra. So it's that's referring to which cities were designated as walled cities. So obviously, the different walled cities has a number of different halachic ramifications. Now, halachic ramifications we must focus on here also are the laws of Praktik are in hope. Praktik are in hope that are sold in walled cities. Under all circumstances, so what happens? You have the first, depending on what you do, a certain amount of time in which you have a buyback option. You have a buyback option. And if you then you have, you choose your buyback option the entire time of your wealth. And if you don't exercise your buyback option, what happens in your wealth? That property comes back. The exception to that rule is the walled city. If you sell property in the walled city, now roughly you have 1 year to buy it back. If you do not buy it back, it's sold for eternity and it's not referred to that by notice that. So that it says walled cities are very often border cities. There are strategic cities. You don't want a lot of changeover. And you don't want a lot of changeover in walled cities. Why? Because the residents of the walled cities only have to know each other, have to know how to live together, have to know the ins and outs, have a lot of changeover. and ultimately again that compromises not just the security agenda for the city, but the rest of Eretz Israel as well. So what the verse said over here is he identified Wall Street as we come back. Of course, when you think about Wall Street, you think about it more like the pillar or things like that, which is true as well. So principle number one of the verse is the status of the Wall City was that city that was more terrible or sure of the Lord. It was. He had subsequently lost its name as far as the definition of a Wall City. Was that but really what the city happens, and again, we're not going to is what's the concept? We really said the Israel showing 50% of the future of us level. We said the second of the Israelite was sanctified at the time of the Israelite and going forward for only 22. Or no. This is the subject of the practical yes. And also, the Rambam is that we said it showing the future side of the future of us level. At the same time, Rabbi is the same thing is that it's still good in the absence of the second brush and the absence of all of that solutions are at a level. If one wanted to offer up us today, one could do so. So this is why we start with some of the biggest personalities in this outfit. And Dr. left to do Shabbat and put this out. We did not say except to do Shabbat. Why not? Because we felt that some Korbanos practice would be offered up today. There is still good covered inside. And therefore, again, today we find that often does something by each other. This is not the accepted names, but I'm just pointing out that I'm not related to the form of the other man. So something is kind of broke up on today, even in the absence of the second person. And again, that is different manifestations that I have over. So our purpose also was that every constantly is usual Shaila. Usual Shaila was that we want to expand and concentrate Yerushalayim and Haradayim. Yeshua gave us the whole list of all the different things that we do. And I told this with Huno and a Nafta. One of these things, one of the has to fight for Huno, that one requires all these things in order to expand and concentrate on areas in Shalayim or the Haradayim. It's good. Plus the other things. I'm going to tell you something. Nitma the Hazara Biyaru and was it back to a little bit. So remember again, Israel introduced us to a new concept of Torah, which was a person who comes coming outside. Because up until that, we were in this moment, our futures, where a person can come in outside and get the people. And now a person is coming inside. So what happens? Two of us have another. So 2 ago, that one is tiny, if they become coming in the base and itself. So I'm going to put the question on this, today. One portion says he has finished Hashem, the constant effort over it, he has Mikdash Hashem. So we'll say, so you see, one says that he is the final Mishkan Hashem, one says he is the final Mikdash Hashem. And they don't even know too much about what's debated in the case. It's like, one person that I'm thinking that one. And if I'm coming, I can't enter into the base of the flesh. So why do I keep that? So it keeps me one. One person teaches me that I'm coming, I can't enter, and one person teaches me that what? But if I can coming inside, I have to leave as quickly as possible. If I carry, we will discuss, I'm not going to discuss carrying, I am carrying for that. I'm carrying that food, I'm carrying that one of these things. So it's not true. So it's not teaching. You need this to the most running is teaching, deciding to learn, that the others are there. So what the Moshe says, whenever I Mishkan, whenever I Mishkan, whenever I Mishkan, what's the white Mishkan for it? Two different words to refer to the definition. I didn't say Mishkan, either call it Mishkan or call it Mishkan. I use two different words. So I'll take one. Whenever I Mishkan, whenever I Mishkan, because just said Mishkan and not Mishkan. And it's over on Mishkan inside. I would have thought one is only kind of entering into the Mishkan instead of Torah. Why? Because ultimately the Mishkan was anointed and inaugurated with oil. So the Mishkan and make its condition is more intense. So it was not anointed and anointed in Shara Mishkan. It was less than the was not kind of entering into this Mishkan. And then I Mishkan. And I think once we just said Mishkan, you see, I would have thought the concept means that the question is from a why. Sorry, you just open. So I would say, when we said Dash, it's usually like what we just said before. Right? If you use as a model, the higher guidance is forever. This commodity high, It was like, but for each structure, which was a temporary structure, they wouldn't try it ultimately again for every opportunity to do it for them. Therefore, the Tachnem and Mishkan, the Tachnem and Mishkan. So what's that? What is it? Remember, what this was, we just wanted to say, that there's extra cost. Plus, it says, as Mishkan Hashem Kine, this Mikdash Hashem Kine, took you can't point to this Mikdash Kine. So it says, well, we wanted to say, there's extra cost. Where's the extra cost of the teaching? So the teaching that there's a prohibition to enter into this Mikdash Kine, and what? And what? And what? There's a prohibition that if I become coming inside, I must what's that? Is that an extra cost? I need to use why? Because the third that with the Mikdash and the Mishkan come that the laws of Torah apply to both. Because had we not said Mishkan and Mikdash, I would not have necessarily assumed that the laws apply to both of them. Which we might say, for Katya and Mikdash, the laws of Torah, those are the guys. These are the laws of that's why not the second case. This is the laws of Kasha. Mishkan, Mikdash, and Mikdash, and Mishkan, just always doing the Dutch or always doing this one. Like we're the same thing. Whereas like first I'm gonna type it. If it was in fact right now I'm actually two other variables. Or there's two other variables. Number one, like the laws of Torah apply everywhere. Both the Mishnah as well as the Dutch, plus the fact that what? Because the prohibition enter into the and you're supposed to prohibition to what? To remove the base of English once one is already covered. So therefore we have both of these halachas ultimately again from the uses. It says the Gemara, so once again, why be clear? Two halachas going down from the uses Number one, the prohibitions of Torah apply equally to the Mishnah, temporary tabernacle, as well as the sacrifice of the That's number one. And halacha number two is that not only is one going to be entered into the base of the state of Torah, but if one practice inside the base of one is permitted to carry, then the one must fix it as quickly as possible. Good. Those ultimately again heard down. So this Mama does most and never go back. Second one, I understand what the Mishnah is. That's how the Mishnah is all around. As the Pasha said, I will put my Mishnah in minutes. However, the Mishnah is the Mikdash Miller. So that we didn't know that the Mishnah is also called the Mikdash. So you can see the Yasra Kasim, Yasra Mikdash. So maybe you'll say, because the Kahasim the Mikdash, no. Mikdash Hapu, or so that Mikdash doesn't refer to this. What is Mikdash refer to in that context? That is other element of rather it's Kahasim Mikdash, which shall try to be so hard. Make me a Mikdash, and I will dwell in your peace. The Chorah of Israel is Hadith. So these actually it's funny when I ask this question because it's so obvious. You must really see that the Mishnah is called Mikdash. Part of the verse is called the Mikdash is a practice of that was like is that maybe that's not a reference to Mishnah at all. Maybe that's actually a reference to the base of Mikdash. Kamash we don't know. The Mishnah is called Mikdash. How do we know? Because right after the verse it says the Chol Shadimara Osrov is this condition. Show you when it comes to the construction of the Mishnah. So maybe you see that the Mishnah is called the Mikdash as well. The Yishkach of the ocean showed you the Yishkach of the ocean. So again, the Mishnah says, if a person becomes punished, now here's what we know. If a person, if I become like inside the Mishnah, this is inside the Mishnah, he said the Mikdash, what's the look? I will say, what's the look? What's the look? That is completely possible. And if I tarry, I'm chayav a card. The Lord says, Shailah, these things go on. How long is time? How long is that? Mishnah said, I doubt that. Or I determine the amount of time, the duration it takes to doubt that. So let's see through the definition of time. She says, well, other level, those from the Arashi staff of the prophet did. When you sit down there, that's when you can be bound down towards the east side. Bound down outside, facing east, facing this one. You bound down facing east. I'm sorry, west, I'm sorry. I'm on the staff of the prophet first. But if you bound down facing outwards, facing outwards, actually says when Israel east, that Rashi points out, that's not called Yuri Shnachaviyah. Now, the second topic, what's Shalom? What's his reference to color? If I bow down to class with you, it's inside Mahara Poland to rest, then the nice thing inside. But if I go ahead and bow down to the outward facing east, then that's not called Shnachaviyah. That's not called bowing down. We're going to find it in just a moment. And if we're Shah, you can use Shalom. If I carry, I will be naive. But if I didn't carry, I won't be naive. This is the master. Você está participando also short the finish that have ball. If a person went ahead and carry the amount of time it takes to down down. The crowd is that have ball, who for point shooter. So as it sounds like the finish that have ball itself, and down her own carry what? If I down and carry as a result. I'm not going to have a stuff on the pocket hits. So I'm going to down, it's like pocket hits. About Rabbi here, half on half little shot, but ultimately, if I doubt that this even if I was looking at it wrong, so this is what it means to say. You start on that Rabbi pin. If I doubt this shot, those shot is not off. Or I think the amount of time that it takes to bow down. So the half is not off, if Rabbi wants to tie it. Ultimately, again, if I go ahead and read the amount of time that it takes to bow down. With this type of down, this how good I would be high. So we'll say, but it sounds like what we do in the foundation. If I down this, which is a form of our goal, as we'll see, a form of service, and high, that's what a man we call charity. If I go ahead and I read the amount of time that takes now, either without doubt, or down outside, or the next second of time of something is used as down, probably. So if I can, even if I'm a very fast down. Let's see a fast power, so the next again, something high if I balance on the cash. On traffic foot on the outside, there's some discussment. If you saw out that I'll check the time it takes to bow, if I can carry that amount, or I down that amount of traffic foot like this, so it's not going to put the end, and then obviously next trying to figure out if they quantify these amounts. But the idea is, it wasn't something to say what is this. The idea is that as I recognize, the first tracks somewhere on the two side of the base of the question. Obviously, I didn't plan for that. I didn't get for that. I can't decide if these things mean this. Why can't I decide this? It wasn't this was very important. Why can't I decide these things? Why? Because I can do this. You have to give me a window. You have to give me a window to extricate myself from this circumstance. We're trying to figure out what's your window, what's your exit window, what's your exit window? Is it an exit window? If it's not, don't get back to the exit window that exit window has. We're trying to figure out, trying to find, quantify what is the exit window. All right, so we'll say good morning, Rabbi speaking. We like to all of our sponsors from this main year to take. Our annual commentary sponsor took some stuff of exercise again. I'm sure it was this is a course. So all of that is right. From first position, like we are about it, we're trying to show it up correctly. Originally, we have to take a small spot of Lipa, playing the Tesco, I call it, is a bone of your favorite. Our commentary, the short side of the family, I come up. All about has to do with shock out of the soldiers to be successful before not say. So that let us do a lot. Actually, a couple of times, that's called 15. Not the next I showed on the dumb covered is you really have I know is 14 B actually left up 10, but the easy is what I say. So 2, 4, 6, 8, about 10 million down from the top. So for example, which was something about that it's actually they're going through it's actually not dealing with the topic we are learning, but it's really just brought them to see why it's the moment. And yesterday that with a discussion about colloquial way, so as it says, I said, which means that if your state is very large, maybe share that is a bit of beastie. And if you're willing to be going to do it, you're willing to right? Actually, the distinction in the structure is someone to do something that was also, so there's a certain amount of liability involved. So we might give an example of that. These are the Torah, and that was also in this sense, essentially, Shahayana, an example of a sin offering that would be fighting for if someone of the wrong advice is supposed to be done. So you might be interested in the Shanish about the Torah, but I'm alone at place. And I was having relations with his wife. And in the relations, she says to me, I am a Nida. So what's the halacha? He created out, and he withdrew immediately. Chayiv. Ultimately, I think there's liability for relations with a Nida. Why? Because she is Yasa, and the other to be Yasa. Because ultimately, again, since he's still aroused, he has pleasure in the act of withdrawal, in the same way that there is in the act of itself. And therefore, halacha, again, would be liability. So actually points out what has to happen in a situation like that. He essentially has to remain still until he's no longer aroused, and at that point, he's able to withdraw. So, things the meaning of loneliness weeping in this area, they would become liability. What does this have to do with our topic? Absolutely nothing. Absolutely nothing. It was just trying to repeat it, forget. The only commonality over there is they're both Tumah. They're both Tumah. So we thought we spoke about a case where a guy was becoming in the base of Mikdash. And again, he didn't get out immediately. There would be liability. So he brings up just a similar like case of a host. Okay, that's the end of that. He says, so there's a word that says, Shasheret, Yinalam Nevi, Al-Halam Sheret, it says now, we're actually going back to what we said at the beginning of this chapter, which is what type of lapses will create combined liability. So the Ezra says, one is multi-time, and there's a lapse of awareness about the tumor. But in Halakha, there's a lapse of awareness, let's say, or that you're consuming something kodesh, that does not generate a kind of liability. Or the Kiva says, you're supposed to have Rabbi Akiva and Mike Holman. Absolutely incredible. Rabbi Akiva on that. So that's a Rabbi Akiva on that. So you got to keep doing this. Rabbi Akiva on that. But we took it. So we keep positive. They have a little bit of it. It was given for him in the story. I'll have them to a kind in the final help of Mikdash. So ultimately, Rabbi Akiva says that I saw one is higher for a lapse of awareness about the tumah, but ultimately, again, not higher for a lapse of awareness about the Mikdash. The whole saying, when you say not higher, what does that mean? It means not higher the kardosh, not higher the kardosh, the cover over the other. But the Shul said, Omer, the Ne'elav, Shkita. The Shul says, no, it says the Ne'elav, two times. The higher about Ne'elav, tumah, about Ne'elav, Mikdash. Because that is liability, whether the lapse of awareness was about tumah, or whether the lapse of awareness was about evidence. So much as many again, that each one of them is the one that we can operate with without this deception. But however, so whether I remember that I was coming, I forgot that I was coming, that I remember that I was in the Mikdash, or I'm being touched, or I forgot that I was coming. Sorry, I remember that I was coming, but I forgot that I was in the Mikdash, or being touched. All of those cases ultimately will generate combined liability. That's what we should know. Okay. I'm not going to lie, guys. So one says that I'm Steinchen. I got now 1 second. So I'm leaving the very pieces of Philip. It's that Steinchen, but there are two cases that are foreign. So you might say, no, Steinchen is not here. There's really 6 cases in total. And you get that wrong. So you deal something like it itself. So I'm going to get these 2 cases. 2 cases of ultimately, again, where there's 2 more awareness. He also had all these people himself, 2 cases where there's a recognition of and a investigation of the relapse in the middle, and he's going to start to kill himself at 2 cases of recognition and recognition. And he had no relapse in the middle, it's all 6 cases. So some of these in their budget, in the outlet, really, it's 8 cases, how are there cases, the whole equal to the condition, the 2 of the lead flush, 3 with the self. Ultimately, because it's the case of was production to this request to yourself. So it's about Kasha, she to my office. And that's the question because that's just even one general case of Nico she's happy. 6 kids is therefore, as you said before. And the Rabbi all of coming back. The Rabbi in reality, you extrapolate all the pieces, you said every cases, you need to make it and use the difference. I always myself, you might see that you can cover, you won't have caution. So I'm saying, well, there might be the issues of case, not all cases need to carbonic liability. So ultimately, again, the first 4 cases that do not go ahead and into carbonic liability are not mentioned. Our law that's right, so it's carbonic combustion. The 4 other cases, which do generate carbonic liability, they are counted. I will say, now what are the 4 cases? What are the 4 other cases? Rashi points out that that's the deals itself. Those are cases where there's a awareness after you do the activity, you do the self-well, after the lapse, there is subsequent cognition about the behavior. Those cases that go ahead and generate carbonic liability, as opposed to the first 4 cases where the physical need to get the soul. Because when you get the soul, there's no subsequent recognition about what happened. There's no carbonic liability. Alternate version of this, how would I know about the other having the cases and all the variations to respond like how I saw the rest of the concussion. So ultimately, again, the first 4, which really don't apply throughout the rest of the Torah. And one of the first 4 that don't apply to the rest of the Torah, so Rashi points out over here, Rashi says, these are cases where there is initial awareness. Now, what does it mean that cases of initial awareness don't apply to the rest of the Torah? What does that mean? If you look at Rashi, Rashi says, let's do the Torah, Sha'ol, so Chivim B'Shonim, Afilim Onogel Al Chatikos Zubir Olav Shichim, with the Akar Chivim Onogel Chayim. And what's the most interesting? Generally, in the world of liability, it doesn't really matter if you have a witness on the front end. What matters? A witness on the back end. Right? In other words, if you give an example, let's say there's a piece of clay, let's put this for the fact. A piece of clay is sitting on my table. Okay? I have no idea it's clear. I thought it was just a hamburger. Like kosher hamburger. It's like, oh, I think you have to eat it. But then afterwards, I find out what the fact that was given. What's the halacha? What's the halacha? And I think the only time in halacha would require initial cognition or initial awareness is in these cases of tumah. Right? When you need a unique tchiva of initial awareness, and then again, we'll call it awareness and lapse of awareness in the middle. In every other halakhic area of life, all you need is a radical awareness that you did something wrong and you're liable. It's facts about it. It's an interesting distinction. So the Gemara says in verse 2, so that I like for myself the rest of the Torah Kuba Kakashim. Each is going out of this week to how many cases of Kuba that are unique, separate, and distinct from general cases throughout the Torah. Cases of the cases of Kuba. Whereas I thought about saying this in the Torah Kuba Kakashim, but the section of 4 cases, the latter 4 cases, those are cases of the of the soul. That was the idea of the soul by subsequent awareness. That's true for what? All cases of life. In other words, I can't divide it over something if I want. If I don't give it. So that's not interesting. Again, the Gemara does not bring up those particulars. Okay, beautiful. So going back on Rasha, now the question of plans. This is very interesting. So up until now, a segment of different kinds of cases where a person knew he was coming and then he had a lapse of awareness of his work, or he was coming, but a lapse of awareness that he's individual, or a lapse of awareness that he was consuming something that was sick. What about the following issue? What if basically a person just forgot the halachos of Torah? I forgot halachos of Torah. Right? So I knew that I was coming, right? I knew that I was coming. But I realized I forgot the halachos, the permit halachos. So what is that? The Gemara says, what kind of case is that? So what's the name of that? What do you mean that the halachos? Even when the word that sheriff's coming, it's right there. That was the first one I learned about it. which is not a sheretz, or another animal which is a sheretz, is that what we're talking about here? This is Kari Eilatu. If that's the case, we should have paid attention in Yeshiva. And listen, we had this before. Look at Rashi. Rashi says, Rashi always right across. There's no Kari Eilatu. You know, put Shabbat Tzvah, Kohen, HaChohen, Akbar, Vatzah, the Chaf, Eisa, however, each kind of deal with Tzilah. So it's like, so remember, that we've seen this before, that Halacha breaks up. The common knowledge, right? Common knowledge, what is supposed to be common knowledge, a person is responsible to have the and determined. And therefore, forgetting that is not called lapse of awareness. Because you must say, hold on, back to the Lord, hold on, you're going to be doing shadows. No, it's going to be turned you about too much shadows. So what did you forget? You know, you're not going to tie brush. What happened? You touch the rentals work on shadows. What doesn't he know? From a younger, he can't not sure he can come in over time. And what doesn't he know? He doesn't know how to follow himself. You touch the labels work of shadows. Does that make you determined or not? That's the shot. Someone was watching you would stuff like this. He wasn't sure. It's not a easy thing to talk about. Something is a sheer of Torah. So the Gemara says, right. So what it's keys like this. Maybe the other club. So we can say that because it's a charity in the council. Things that should be allowed to wear. Or people in the five. I mean, you know, the guy may have all these sins, although he knows that the charity is the common, but what? He doesn't know at least amount of charity is the common. Then ultimately, again, that is considered to be a bad. So awareness, which says, take it. We're not sure. We're not sure. You have to leave it undecided. Okay. So by the way, so maybe it's the shot because it's because Ben Baba shall be there to sell. She's doing this. A Ben Baba will look at it to sell. So then show up his own and your session. Then you have a middle, Mako with the Dash. Right. So Ben Baba will set himself and he knows that there's an excellent Dash, but he does not know where the excellent Dash is. Because in this case, Ben Baba, two Kutzlats, fucking system carrots to sell. And he knows that there's a excellent Dash, and he's not sure where the excellent Dash is. So nothing. So what's this? I guess what ends up happening in this case? She wanders into the excellent Dash in a state of Torah. But he's not going to. So in this case, I know I'm coming. I know there's an excellent Dash. I just not sure if this structure is the excellent Dash or not. That's it. So what's happening in this case? Money. How do you get the money? So according to these opinions, he had to be going to be a keeper. If we're asking the question of the keeper, before you deal with keeper, then I think the keeper says that you require the deal of the keeper, you require additional awareness. How I'll have a look at remember that the whole is the Hamok already saw, you're not trying for lapse of awareness about the Sanitas. Okay, so therefore that this gives you the keeping you come up. Scaling of the Shmuel, and this will be Shmuel in the time of Hebron the Flesh. It's a Shmuel the whole flesh about high. On Hebron the Flesh, how low body you keep up. Present Shmuel is not really strong like this. The rest of the Yikab, you look at that, it's considered, the Kash considered, the body you deal with keep up, and the Shmuel about Hebron the Flesh. So this is all the points of that, like the Rebbe holds, you require initial awareness, the Rebbe holds that you are trying to open. For Hebron the Flesh. So what's the Shaiva? Yes, please, the Rabbi. Shmar Diyah, Mai. Kiva Diyah, the Ikabit says, so what's the Shaiva? Shaiva is this guy knows that he's inside the she knows where it's in from. You can depend on the Shiva. You can listen to Shiva. He knows that it's inside the Flesh. He just doesn't know if this structure is the inside the Flesh or not. So keep with the other day, so he must not what's not up. Keep with the other day, he can be touched with your love, you to keep. And what did he say that since we know from the world, this is called awareness. Oh, dear man, even the common another range, how long it be? But we don't reflect location. This is considered that he does not have complete awareness. So what's the love outside? Take it. Really profound case. Incredible. So you see, you must struggle here is that what constitutes of awareness. So it's interesting enough case number one. In case number does a lapse of awareness about the sheer of Tumah? Does that create a lapse of awareness or not? I know that there's an interest, but I don't know exactly where it is. Does that create a lapse of awareness? Okay, I can't find my thoughts out. So now, we can talk this is ahead of us right there. So remember, the topic that we're really dealing with is the following. So Mishnah taught us the idea that the entire all of this and one of the pieces of Torah to us, which means I know that I'm talking, but I add all of the activities to one of the pieces. Right? I know that I'm talking, but I forgot how I do it for this. That's what it's called for processes. I know that this is the design rush, but I forgot that I was coming. So let's just think of classic case. I knew that I was coming, I forgot that I was coming. During that lapse of awareness, I then finished doing something rush. I subsequently had not been saying rush, and I remembered that I was coming. Then that's what we call the myself, the have not been silent. I knew the beginning, and the end, and there's a lapse of awareness in the middle. Once I look at that case, once I look on, carve up all the that's the character behind the piece. Now, what did the Mishnah say? The Mishnah said, there's only by looking at that piece if I entered into an actual part of the Torah rush. Now, there are two ways to become part of the Torah rush, which is either you're part of Rothschild and you have enough or you add on. You can add on. Now, how do we add on? So the Mishnah went ahead and described the detail. Now, remember, the Mishnah explained the process. Now, the Mishnah's process was not very descriptive. Like, the Mishnah just told us kind of who's participating in this, right? Who's in this? So you can add on. You can add on to the end of the Torah rush. Much like similar to the add on to the end of the Shalom. Right? Who needs to be about the players, so to speak? The king, the Nabi, the prophet, ultimately, which essentially means the Kohen Gadol, Sanhedrin of 71, two Todos, two Todos, shared, song, and basted. So that was going to be that's why we went to an area in the Rush, which was added onto the Rush. How to use this process, then why you know it. Why do you know why looking for entry into the state of Tumah? Because it doesn't have the Kedusha of the Beis Hamikdash. The process down the space with Kedusha. She said, all right, here we go. We're not going to use where do you know this from? I'm going to see Rashi. I'll look up Tichol Asher. I will say, my task is like this. How do you know that in order to go ahead and add on to the area of the flush, you need this whole process? This process. Others, it's just a declaration. This is not part of this image. You need to read this whole process as outlined by the Mishnah. The rest of the day, before I'm going to see what the Tichol Asher Ani Mareh Osah. Istab Nisan Mishnah, and Istab is called Kiva. As the Pasuk says, this is my Mishnah. Everything I have shown you, Istab Nisan Mishnah, you can make a plan of the structure of the Mishnah, make a plan of the structure for all the utensils. The Chayin of Pesach today, the Chayin Satsur goes, and this is what you do for generations. Now, both sides. So what is that? So the process that was used for the consecration of the Mishnah is the same process that was used in order to consecrate the expand the Beis Hamikdash. Who was involved in the consecration of the Mishnah? To the top Rashi and Pesach without 50 days. The King Sasu, Chol Yisrael Rishon Yoros, Bnei Moshe, to the Yara, and David. Remember who was involved in the consecration of the Mishnah? And Moshe did it. What was Moshe? Moshe was both the king and the David. Right there, according to what Aaron is pointing out, the Hashem is a king. So again, for the consecration of the Torah, we have the king, the prophet, the high priest, and Sanhedrin. So then the Pasuk says that he Sasu declares, this is what you shall do for generations. The same way all of these individuals were necessary for the consecration of the Mishkan, they become necessary for the consecration and expansion of the Beis Hamikdash as well. Remember, so massive brother, lovely Zekasha, what's it for the Markola, Yishua Moshe, Yishifasa, Mikasha, Mikachasa, all of the utensils that Moshe fashioned for the Mishkan, ultimately, So Rabbi says like this one day, when Moshe Rabbeinu anointed everything with oil, that ultimately went ahead and designated them for certain. You can't get anywhere, but not only by Mishkan. But on, Joseph wasn't anointed that went ahead and that designated them for certain. Otherwise, it wasn't. It was service. It was the actual signet which went ahead and consecrated and made it for a holy purpose. So listen, just read that. Fascinating distinction. In the Mishkan, for Moshe Rabbeinu wanted to designate utensils for the sacred Mishkan service, anointing worked. Right? Anointing worked. So in the future, anointing didn't work. What worked? Usage. Why is that? Why don't you just say Joshua? Right? The Pasuk said, why don't you say that whatever was done in Mishkan is the touch will be utilized ultimately against the future generation. That's what we just said. Right? The same way, it's a creation of the Mikdash, or it's not we learn from the consecration. Say whatever was done in Mishkan, follow this in the future. And therefore, the utensils of the Mishkan were designated or were consecrated to anointing, so to the utensils of the Mitzvah should also be consecrated to anointing. Shine life around it all, by the Shechin, and by Kaddish also. It's different because by Mishkan it says that the anointed them, and it's sanctified. It's still the Shekha, although they don't ask for the Shekha. It was only those utensils ultimately again that were consecrated to anointing, but for future generations, it was not done that way. Ima also Mashiach, the Doros, all the Mashiach, all Rabbi, the responsible public for the Mishkan, those utensils ultimately referring to service through anointing, but for future generations, it's either through anointing or through service. I can't say the service, but because the Pasuk says in the future, that should be used there, which means that in the future, I will use the Mikdash, utensils are consecrated through service and not through Mashiach. Hashtag because of Rahman Shas. Also, if that's the case, if the husband is saying that they need to be used, not be consecrated, why do some of them in myself anybody? You know, because of Rahman and also can say of some, how do I mean that? How do you think the Mashiach? I would have thought like this. It wasn't a Mishkan where the way you put the utensils into service is through the Doros for future generations, and Mashiach is the Abba. That's in both anointing and usage. The Hakasa and the theme of sense. As the Pasuk does say, this is also this is what you shall do. Therefore, create Rahmana or son. Therefore, the Torah uses an exclusionary phrase as for son, of son of Mashiach, but not of the rest of Mashiach. It's not the utensils of the Mishnah, which are commissioned for use through anointing, but for future generations, it's not. Rather, what is it? It's usage. Also, before we go on, we just learned tremendous kinds of things. This is not that I'm asking you according to Rabbi, but there's a fundamentally different designation process for utensils for the Mishnah and for utensils. Now, what's fascinating about this is, even though there are so many things about the books of English that we learn how to find the Mishnah, apparently we saw how we got here. What we got here was, how do we know the process for expanding basically, or just for consecrating the experience of English? How do we know it? We learn from Mishnah. You see that the Mishnah was consecrated with the king of in the Kali, but it's a sacred translation. And the Kali, who were the other people, and the sun that's right, it's used for the Mishkan, that's also used to expand the area of the Mishkan. But particular area of utensils was a fundamental difference in Mishkan. Utensils were put into service through anointing, and the Mishkan they were put into service through usage. Through service. It was like just a little bit like I read something really beautiful. It's why the distinction. Why the distinction? So also the distinction really goes in what simple fashion, which is the role of the tzaddik, the power that a tzaddik has on those around. This is the family so tolerant, unlike Bover, where again the whole day is focused on the power of tzaddik, of Rashid, right? From Shem Bayochai says, I need to color over. I can sense the entire world full liability. Right? Rabbi Akiva, what is it? In Mishnah, when there was Moshe Rabbeinu, when you have a tzaddik in your midst, when you have a shepherd, and you have a relationship with the tzaddik, that relationship endows the recipient of the relationship, so to speak. You can kind of do this. Just being connected to holy people by definition elements. So if you're a Moshe Rabbeinu, all the utensils you need is what? A little bit of yeshiva, and you're good to go. It just needs a little bit of an anointing, right? All you need is a little bit of anointing, and you're ready to go. Because that's the power of the tzaddik. When you have a shakir connection with the tzaddik, this kedusha ultimately spreads to you. Anything something was as big as it was, there was no Moshe. There was no Moshe. So what do you do when there is no Moshe? What do you need for kedusha? What do you need? Dynamic activity. Dynamic activity. With the tzaddik, sometimes just sometimes connections. That's why in Chassidus, there's such an emphasis, and we see this all the time, about being together with the tzaddik. Just attaching yourself to someone who's even or being in proximity to that person. This kedusha rubs off on you. So when there's an issue there's an entire atmosphere of kedusha, and all that's needed is a little bit of anointing oil, and those utensils are ready to go. And it makes a mikdash as holy as the mikdash is. I don't have a Moshe. If I don't have a Moshe, I can still treat the kedusha, but it requires a lot more effort. Starting with this, avodah misachas, and you need dynamic activity in order to use what's the forgiveness. Forgiveness is, as Jews, no matter what we do, we can always clean the kedusha. That becomes good. No matter what, like right now, you hear Hashem Yisrael, Yisrael Mekiva, we have to become the best. But you do that, Yisrael, why surprise or never worry? Because we can always find to be good. We can always find power. Not Yisrael despair. Everything is going to be good. How do you get that kedusha? Depends on where you are. If you're a Moshe, then all you have to do is just attach yourself to a Rabbi and you are good to go. Just a little bit of extra effort will then bring about that kedusha. If there's no Moshe, okay, don't worry, you're still good. But just know it's going to take a little bit more dynamic activity to create that kedusha. Incredible. All right, let's go back to it. So when it says kedusha to us, it says now I'm going through this process. Right, like going ahead and expanding the Christmas of the fish. So now we bring 2 carbon togas. The Lord says, turn out, and what's the number again? Carbon togas a Thanksgiving offering. One of the most unique carbonos I've heard of. It's a very unique carbon. Number one, because it's very big. It's comprised of 40 loaves. Now, by definition, it's very big. Why? Because again, for 12 you want to do half of the carbons. No one person can finish up a carbon toga by themselves. Right? No, you can't. It's not enough time to eat all of that. So what do you have to do by definition? You live on Goda, you gotta make a sudas hoda. You have to make your head. Because you're gonna sit in the next whole country, and when you bring your brother Goda, usually when you've been saved from some type of life, okay, that's your reason for the Goda. So you gotta show yourself. So that's part of this consecration process. The newly expanded piece as it is a touch, is you bring 2 tacos. So turn out. Straight on the show, the last one, global sun. So by the way, we speak like this, I do process. Like it seems like almost like the process is. But the Mishnah doesn't say it's what it sounds like is you're taking the loaves, or so you're taking the carbon toga, and you're walking like the perimeter of the shell and expect there is some flesh. So now you're going to see, by the way, what are you walking around with? You're walking around with the loaves, but not the meat. Like you're not taking the meat of the carbon toga, you're taking the loaves of the carbon toga. So behind you, remember, so over the case of the crowd, the person says, Va'anida shtei todos gedolos, the Talmud calls the Yom Mi'al and the Choma. Because the person says, we are calling from the Choma. This is actually taken out of how they deconsecrated the area for the second Semidesh. If they wanted to deconsecrate and extend, so the Choma explicitly says what they did. Va'anida shtei todos gedolos, I took the 2 large todos, they are the oval. So my gedolos, what does it mean with 2 large todos? What does that mean? Even though if you want to say that they brought the todos from the So the Gemara says, name a part and just say, you got cows. I want to do this for me, but rather I think it must mean that we took a large number. Those will mean. So the Gemara says, but what does that matter? We can actually use it for Mishmaya. So it says, like, the number is important for the Mishmaya, which says, Never almost name of Isha is rare to talk. Like by always getting that free to keep the animal. It says, I'll put the all us are off. Isha rated rare to talk. It says, please number 5 and all us are off. Spot off it. Which is not even meat, right? It's just flour. Meal offering. Isha rare to talk. So much like you notice by the way, it uses the same portion of rare to talk. All types of words. What does this teach us? One of the most beautiful lessons in Yiddish. Here it is. Whether you do a lot or you do a little. So the end of the 12 is not looking at the size and the bottom of the carpet. What's he looking at? He's looking at the heart. He's looking at that much of that steady state. Right? What this doesn't mean is, you know what? The response is not to be improved. And really showing up the chakras mentally. Right? All that matters is it was a really good chakras. No, that's not what it is. Right? Obviously, I have 613 right? And I'm obligated to go ahead and do all of that to the best of my ability. But what it doesn't mean is that we might sometimes be precluded because of our circumstances from doing certain things. Here specifically, with carbohydrates. If I don't have money, I am precluded from doing certain types of carbohydrates. You got to find that because you have less means, material means that your disposal, that you are less than in the ice of the it's not the case. The Rothschild does not look at the size of the carbon, but rather he looks at the expansiveness of the heart of the Jew. Chazal also phrases in different ways say, Lachmana liba boy, Moshe wants my heart. More than anything, more than he wants a big carbon, he wants a big heart. It's one of the most beautiful things in Yiddish Yes, you have to be able to go through the details, and yes, we're obligated to go ahead and be as careful with the details as we can be. But in those circumstances where we are precluded from doing things that we really want to do them, just know that the responsibility looks for more than anything is your heart is your last. So what does it mean to be good? So like we'll say some shadows. So like Mechem is saying, and brought 2 large totals. So again, what does it mean? Hello, the Dover Shepherd. Rather, what it means is it brought the larger part of the carbon total. What does that refer to? Like new comments. Now, we'll check. Carbon total has a very interesting feature. It's 40 loaves. 40 loaves, as we're going to see in just a little bit, it is the only carbon that has loaves that are comments. Generally, zero comments and comments. It was the only carbon that was comments. So, what did they bring for the separation process? They used in the comments loaves of the carbon. It's not Hatoda Isababu Kamish Sing Shamios. So again, they told the key from 5 Jerusalem cities, Sheish Shmidaros, which are the equivalent of 6 desert cities, Sheish Aphos, which is 2 Aphos, each nations. Ra'ifos Shlomosh City, and Aphos 3 city, in Isaro. So you might say Asara. Something that is 10 Israelos that were used for comments loaves, and ultimately again, it was 10 Israelos. So interestingly enough, so exactly half of the flour was used for comments loaves, and half of the flour was used for the matzah loaves. But here's what's interesting: in the matzah, shloshim, but out of the matzah loaves, they made 3 different batches of matzah loaves. What were they? Follows the Kikin Urugu. Someone said, "Rabbi, it turns out." How many loaves did Rabbi told us? This is the concept of how many loaves? 40. Interestingly enough, 30 of them were matzah, 10 of them were chametz. But volume-wise, it was the same amount. It was the same 10 esronos of flour for chametz as it was ultimately again for matzah. Just the difference is that matzah was baked into 3 types of loaves. Chalos were taken and were gone, whereas chametz was just made it for 10 loaves. So now, about that, just before we go on, so what does it mean when it said it brought the large part of the Torah? So obviously, the chametz loaves were bigger than the matzah loaves. Now again, Sakakol, right? Total amount of flour used is the same for both. But the actual loaves of chametz were larger than the actual loaves of matzah, and those were the loaves that they used to go ahead. Those are the loaves that they used to consecrate these Mikdash. Incredible. So once it's now the test, so remember, what we use so much sugar, we're kind of putting meat on the bone in terms of what the process was. So now I know waiting when I'm using my two togas, it means I'm using the larger loaves of the toga, namely the chametz loaves. I'm not about that, and as I was going to just, I'm not so this is interesting. So now, Rabbi Kama says that when we talk about using toga loaves, that's for expanding the territorial area of Yerushalayim, the middle of Yerushalayim. But if you want to expand the area of the Beis Hamikdash, you use leftover mincha. We'll say, remember, what's leftover mincha? So we're doing leftover mincha. How much of the mincha goes in this day? How much? How much? Just the mitzvah, right? The rest of it goes to the Kohanim. That's called Shiyar mincha. So our Talmud says, if you want to expand the area of the Beis Hamikdash, you have to share it with time. What is it, right? Yerushalayim. It's interesting because the expansion of the Beis Hamikdash is similar to the expansion of Yerushalayim. How so? My Yerushalayim, the Kadsha. So just like for instance, Yerushalayim, use something that's eaten in the confines of Yerushalayim. What's the example of something eaten in the walls of Yerushalayim? What? A covered toga. So just like we use that to see Hazara, and the Kadsha. So then they say. So the courtyards use something in the courtyards. I.e. the leftover part of the mincha. I after that they told me that there was happy that let's take it I don't go in the courtyard of the fish as well. So why not use the loaves of the Torah? Elakim shalayim. My Yerushalayim Gabanechal Providence of the lips. So it means it's like this. Just like to expand the area of Yerushalayim, you use something that must be eaten in Yerushalayim. And if you eat it outside of Yerushalayim, you invalidate it, maybe like the Torah, like the Torah loaves. So to expand the Azara, ultimately you're going to use something that is only in the Azara itself, but even outside will become invalid. And what is that? That's ultimately again the leftover mikvah. The chametz, chametz. Oh, okay. Okay, so there's example. This part is fascinating, right? Really fascinating because now, essentially, I know what it is. I'm going to use a carbon toga, ultimately again, or the loaves of toga. That's part of the process to that end. The municipality of Yerushalayim. Why toga? Because I have to use something that can only be in Yerushalayim, can't be outside of Yerushalayim. So too, to expand this Hamikdash, I'm going to use something that can only be in the Hamikdash itself, but not outside. What we can use? Shiyar Mincha. We're not doing Mincha. That's what I just want to point out. We've done a lot of Gibor today. I just want to share it with you, right? There's no point that. But again, but small ways. So as that's the case, chametz, after chametz. So let's say that's the case. So again, if you're going to compare it, then the process for expanding the Beis Hamikdash to Yerushalayim. So Yerushalayim just said before, what are you using? Not just using the total loaves. Which total loaves are you using? What are you using? The chametz loaves. So to expand the Beis Hamikdash, you should have to use something that is chametz as well. So much as okay, it's minchas chametz mikdar. There is no mincha that is chametz. Also, as I said before, the karbanos are not chametz. The only exception to the chametz rule is a covered mincha. So where are you ever going to find a mincha that's chametz? Other case, if you cannot have not chametz rule, shirayim b'kadosh rule, or maybe you said this, maybe take the leftover mincha, allow it to become chametz, and then use that to go ahead and consequently expand the area of the Beis Hamikdash. So you can't do that. Let's say Kessel is 15 weeks second on the great practice. Let's say all that chametz, Joko, you have to make the mincha chametz. So that's not going to work. Chametz like this. I think with Chalkov, let's say all that chametz. Just like we said, let's remember again. You might have thought that after the pizza is offered up and the Kohen gets the leftovers of the mincha, maybe the Kohen should be allowed to do with the mincha whatever he wants. Kamash no, you can't. You can only go ahead and eat the shell and go out and eat on bullets. So the person says, I'm on the low and I'm pasha. So it's just how I'm trying to do it. there's some way to utilize comments to expand the area of the base hamikdash, to use this consecration process for the base hamikdash expansion. So it's a lot of those. It's hashtag in the Kaddish scale left of that status. So this is another carbon that is Mishkan Aleichem on Shavuos. Basically, so it is so known that ultimately the true preparation for the church as much as almost zero is the preparation for Shavuos, but the preparation begins on Lag Boven. So incredible again, Shtei Aleichem, just had a Shavuos reference, how Lag Boven is incredible. So what I should see is what about Shtei Aleichem? That is from it. I should have the Shtei Aleichem. Not that is you shouldn't try to like whatever. What's in our watch face? So what's this now again? Here's what we're doing, right? So you might be explaining we're going to use the comments loads of Todah to go ahead and expand the area of each. So now we're saying also we're going to use a couple of minchag to go ahead and expand the area. So it doesn't have to be minchag. It just has to be everything that needs to be eaten in the confines of the Mikdash. But I am trying to find something comments. This way again the process is growing. So the verse says, let's use the Shtei, which is the unique carbonic offering for Shavuos, which was comments. Use that. The verse says it's not going to work. I'll tell you why. What should I do? Usually in the catching asshole, simply say let's build the base let's let's extend the base of Mikdash on Erev Shavuos, on Erev Yom, and therefore consecrate the loaves of the Shtei Aleichem and Shavuos as well. That's not going to work. Why? Shtei Aleichem and Shlitas plus even catching. Because remember again, when the two loaves become consecrated, only when what? Only when you shaft the carbon. When is the carbon shafted? When is it shafted? On Yom Tov itself. And if it's shafted earlier than Yom Tov, ultimately the carbon is invalid. Right? So you need an estimate of the catch area. So you go right when we said, no, extend the next Hamikdash way on Erev Yom Tov and consecrate it now, the loaves now on Yom Tov, right? And Kiddush, the Shas HaBeinish. That's not going to work. Why? Because we need, whatever the earth, I need the consecration of the expanded area to take place at the time that the new area is actively being expanded. In other words, you can't build now and consecrate later. You have to consecrate at the actual time of building. You need the Yom Tov and actually Yom Tov. So let's expand the area of the base of Mikdash on Yom Tov itself. Expand it on Yom Tov. And then you have the actual loaves of the Shtei Aleichem. So let's get the area. There is a Mikdash built on Yom Tov. As important as expanding and building the base of Mikdash is, it's not built on Yom Tov. Doesn't say Aleichem. You shall be the most significant in the Kachai. So let's go ahead. So okay, fine. Leave over. So offer up the Shtei Aleichem on Shavuos, and then leave over the loaves. For after Shavuos, and then after Shavuos, go ahead and build out the base of the Mikdash, and use the loaves for that. To which the Gemara says, if somebody believe it, it's not going to work. Why? Because again, the loaves themselves will become disqualified to be left off it. Okay. And if you remember, they get shy in the foot, the art the Kaddish over the altar, you will not check. So we know the Gemara says, go ahead, build, expand the area of the Mikdash, but don't finish it. Leave over a little bit, ultimately again, until what's in them. Right? And then on what's in them, before the loaves become possible through the lead, go ahead and use the loaves to consecrate the lead. There we go. It doesn't work. You can't make it any percent. That's fascinating. You must. I'm not buying 9 shit though. That makes it a survival. From where you have to make any percent. And now, if you don't, yes, I'm just on the day that they are acting in the strength. You're not to go, but life is much more. By day, you can put up the mission. At night, you cannot put up the mission. Still talk about actions. Therefore, there is no way ultimately again to use any comments. Ultimately, the dedication of the expansion of the base of the state of us and what we have to talk to. So remember that we now understand that there's 2 distinct processes. One for going ahead and expanding the area of the Shalai Yerakodesh, and one for expanding the area of the use of the fish. One you use for the expansion, so there's many pieces, but both of them require the use of korbanos, right? Sacrificial items. What type of sacrificial items? Type of sacrificial item that can only be eaten in that particular area, not outside. So in Shalayim, you'll use total loaves. Total loaves, why? Because total loaves can only be used in Shalayim itself, not outside the walls. If you move outside the walls, it's possible. Which total loaves do you use for the concentrated expansion of the city? Chametz. How many chametz loaves out of the 40? 10. What are they referred to as? The large loaves, the same volume of flour. For the chametz and the non-chametz, all of you again, the non-chametz, they're not somewhat for 30 loaves, and not 3 types. Chametz is only one type of the 10 of loaves. What are you going to use for the expansion of the base English itself? So we're going to use Shiyar and Mincha. Shiyar and Mincha. Leftover Mincha, the Bahani, is the Kabbalic item that is used for the ritualistic expansion of the base English. Why not use chametz as well? Simple returns. You can't find something that is chametz to use in that place. I would say, go out, tremendous spread. It's not very much to incoming traffic tomorrow's down. Ridiculous. Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. So like Granita, some need for a for everything in there. I would say, tremendous week. So stories all of them. A good night of shots. All right, that's it. Good night of shots. I think it's just alright. It's strong casual, the Shabbos, the Chofetz, casual with the Shabbos as well. Share them next week. Alright, I want to say good morning. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's thank our annual sponsor, Chelsea Roberts Israel, for dedicating all of the Shiurim and Drushes this year as its host for the Zohar Tabos from Israel. Our Talmud sponsor, Rabbi, Talmud Shmuel, Rabbi, the collection of the United States Shmuel's father, Leonard Ben Yecheskel, our coins of Rabbi, the Barrett. Our all of the shows like the families and all of those people who showing the conformity, so construction, the former hostages. Show them the call of our hope soldiers should be successful to call a massive people. That will let us be allowed to be today about Hashem. Great out, I want to leave that is 2014. We have to talk about Hashem on the people of the ladies. Okay, we pick up the euro base, but we left off actually one Rabbi Hudipi, which is 2, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14. our Kohanim Malkinos Mikdash Hashem. So again, at this point, the Mishnah is not disputing, right? The Mishnah is not disputing. The Mishnah is highlighting the following idea. It's in the same way that when it comes to Tumas Mikdash Kadasha, ultimately there's two different mechanisms of Kabbalah, right? Let's go back to this today. So let's Tumas Mikdash Kadasha. I enter into the Mikdash and sleep tomorrow without realizing it, right? Or I consume Kodesh and sleep to without realizing it. How do you achieve Kabbalah for that? How do you achieve Kabbalah for that? It depends. What does it depend on? Who you are. If you're a Kohen, you're going to be told for that the power of the people. If you are Israel, you would be told for that through the good application of inner seer, inner code. So the Shimon says, just like when it comes to Torah, there's a different application for an Israel and for a Kohen. So too. I'm sorry. You should say this down this here, but I'm not saying from the thought you saw to the social condition. Customer public trouble, I'm not going to this condition. You should be shall see on the Shkaya and the Fabra on the Swamp Shara videos in the same way that the confession is your Shkaya, which is the code that is saying that moments. The same way that confession goes for cops for all general videos. So too. So too, the confession will be the power will take care of all other averos for the Kohen. So what's happening over here? This is really quite fascinating. So if I bring my focus between Rabbi Yehuda and Rabbi Shimon about the framework of Kapara for Yom Kippur. So Rabbi Shimon says like this: we see here that Kapara for Tumah is fundamentally different from Kohen and Yisrael. Rabbi Shimon says therefore the framework for Kapara for all Averos is going to be different for Kohanim and Israel. So what is that? So let's go through this. So Rabbi Shimon's model. So for Tumah, Israel are atoned through the inner sphere and Kohanim through the power. So too for Shar Averos, Israel are atoned for through the confession of the Sirah Mishtabeach, and ultimately Kohanim are atoned for through the confession of the power. That's the Rishona's model. So therefore, the Rishon Israel and Israel have two different avenues of Kabbalah and Kippur for everything. Now again, let's go back. Rabbi Yehuda disagreed with this. Rabbi Yehuda said the only difference between Kohen and Israel is the level of Tumah. Right? And everybody's agreeing on the Tumah piece. Right? That Kohen will be told for the power, and Israel will be in a sphere. But for all other averos, according to the Yehuda, everyone, Kohen and Israel are atoned for through Israel starting to it's a fundamental focus in the framework of Kapara. You get on Rabbi Shimon, Halfa, that Bush food, my Bush food. So for Rabbi Shimon, here's the issue. The concept that we just quoted, it creates a commonality in Kapara. It creates a certain common thread for Kapara. So this is behind all of the Kapara process. But according to Rabbi Shimon, there's two distinct avenues of Kapara that are folding in a parallel sense for Kohanim. And for Yisrael, so let's go over there. So Gemara says, "My question is, how is there commonality? Did we get power in the university? How can I get a shot?" So it's like this. But the blessing is as follows: there's kapara for everybody. That's really beautiful, right? There's kapara for everybody. So whether you're going, maybe Israel, whatever you are, there's kapara for you. That's the commonality that the kapara experience. But that's where the commonality ends. What happens after that? Everyone has their own avenue of Kapara. Incredible. So the says, so once I said, that's my host, of course, in my time there, finishing. So I finished the project. Right? But so again, I won't say the same word. Let's talk about everybody agrees. What does everybody agree with? What does everybody agree with? Tumah. Everyone agrees that the mechanism for Tumah Kapara is the same. Right? So others should say the same. Everyone agrees on the mechanism. Israel are atoned for the inner seer and go on through the power. These are both offense and Kippur. Okay, so we're right now for this. And the focus is really about the seer Rothschild. In the Rabbi Yehuda's model, everyone is atoned for. Everyone's up for in seer Rothschild for all averos. In the Shimon's model, Israel are atoned for the seer, and Kohanim are atoned for through the power. Specifically the Hebrew of the power. Okay? So you might have Shimon. So specifically, why is that Shimon is not mechaber for Kohanim. Chsid the lokach eshnes. So the word says the lokach eshnes here. So the pasuk says to take the two goats. Remember, this is the look. Remember, what are the two goats? One is the swearing outside the flame, like what we call the seal of the hashes, and you offer that as a korban. And the other is the seal outside, pointing to the cliff. So the Lord says, this dish, seal and out, the seal outside the flame. So the Torah equates the two seals. The Torah equates the two goats. The goat that is pushed off the cliff, and the goat that is down inside the seal Hashem. So just like the inner seer is not the chaber from Kohanim. Remember, again, I want to say everyone's agreeing. What is the inner seer? What is it doing? It's for Tumas Mikdash V'Kadashot, for cloud, for Yisrael. So just like the inner seer doesn't have Kohanim, so where it says already doesn't sound like chaber from Kohanim to Russia, but today Asher La'am, because the concept is specifically that inner seer is for the Am. Who's the Am in this context? The Am in this context is Yisrael. So to Am seer, so again, so Rishon says so too the outer seer, which is not mechaber for Kohanim as well. So essentially, we'll say this is fascinating. So what the Rishon's model is going to be predicated on is like this: the Torah itself creates equality between the what is that equality? Essentially, the same way that the Sirah said that the Hebrews and Sirah said is not mechaber on Kohanim, because it's only mechaber for the Tumah for Yisrael. So to the Sirah is not mechaber for Kohanim as well. It's only mechaber for the Averos of Yisrael. That's very Shimon's logic. So the Gemara says, Rabbi, so what does Rabbi do? Now again, what does Rabbi do with this comparison between the two seers? And what is he doing that? Rabbi Buddha, I'll tell you why the two seers are compared. Shinihu, Shavim, Benaya, with a coma, with a double Dasa. Because he's going to create an equality between seer and seer, it would have to be the same in their appearance, in their height, and in their value. That's what it means. But it doesn't mean that they are the same in terms of their ability to affect Kabbalah. So let's say it's really fascinating fundamental focus. And I can always say what's really incredible about this is here's the beauty. What's the beauty of this my focus? Because you watch the good news, everyone is getting Kabbalah. Don't worry, don't lose sleep. Everyone is getting Kabbalah. And the focus is on the real mechanism of that Kabbalah. So once again, what's this cry? So that he himself is holding. Essentially, every Sirah atones for everyone, for all Averos. Everyone for all Averos. So where is the distinction? The distinction is only in one area, namely Tumah. Tumah for Yisrael, they're going to be atoned for through the inner seer. For Kohanim, they're going to be atoned for through the pad. Rabbi Shimon essentially said the same way that Kohanim and Levium, say the Kohanim are distinct from Yisrael for Tumah. So too, Rabbi Shimon just says they're distinct for everything. Distinct for everything. And therefore, halacha l'maisa, they're not included in the Sinish Galea. Rather, they get their kapara for Shara Avidos from the deeply on the part. Incredible. She was a non-tribe who choose the author of the Bible Negio to shut out Asira Katas Asherah. So the Pasuk says, the Kohen will shut the Asira Katas that is before the nation. This is clear significant. Clear significant. Sheina Kohanim is capital. Kohanim cannot achieve kapara through this seer. So in words, the people not this kapara. So how do they achieve kapara? The Bible says specifically what kind of kapara talks about it. In Hashkas is kapara. So in words, the kapara shel Aaron. They get it only through the har of Aaron. Okay? So in words, in your home, one is kapara of Aaron shel Aaron. You have to get Kohanim of Kohanim. Cannot get kapara through the har of Aaron. After all, showing Kvaidemar, because the possibility says, Asher Lo. So interestingly enough, when it comes to the power of Aaron, what does the Pasuk say? Asher Lo. What does Asher Lo mean? What does Asher Lo mean? It's his. So I might have thought that literally again, the power of Aaron only works for Aaron. Only works for Aaron. To which the Gemara says, Yato, Asher Lo. Yato, but if that's the case, so Kohanim don't get kapara kapara through the sea on that side of him, Elusia, and the kapara through the power of Aaron, to the power of the problem, where do Kohanim get kapara from? So the verse is to show over, you kapara our Kohanim, where the Pasuk ultimately says, speaking about the power. Even at the power behind the kapara Kohanim, but Sira Ryan kapara. I'm sorry, I should give a good idea myself. When the Pasuk says kapara Kohanim, the Pasuk says, it's kapara from the Kohanim. So when Sira kapara, you see that where did get kapara? I wanted to get kapara from, but my name is Kapri. Muto she's Kapri, the partial Aaron, showing who's some of the so it makes more sense that Kohanim will get kapara through the power of Aaron. Why? Because what's interesting enough, as much as the Torah calls the power of Aaron Sherbo, that's his, the Torah also makes an exception to that, that's his. What's the exception? His family. So Aaron's family is included. So it makes sense to say that once Aaron's family is included in the so to what? So to other Kohanim should be included in the power as well. But his Kapu, the Sinai, said with him, Shalohotam Bichlala, and so they said. But Kohanim will not be included in Peter's Seer, where no exception should be for any member of the Kohanim family. That's why, like, in Nafshechallah, which we like to say, Holly Golden takes Aaron by Buas Hashem, makes Haridu by Buas Hashem, Ea Hashem by Buas Hashem. And if you want another proof to this, look at this possible. It's not immediately clear what that proof is. You must want to explain the rights and how whatever will come to this. You must one time. If you want to this, or a real look at the it's not like you got why not? Because it was say what did the rights say? The rights say that the Kohanim on the tones for keeps saying Shaleach. Now, if you do deep to the our Kohanim, you shouldn't have part of the same Shaleach. And if you look at again, that the holds that even Kohanim are told for through the Sir Mishkan. You must so who's it being is it? Rabbi Shimon, you must be Shimon. Rabbi Kohanim, even that part of the Sir Mishkan. Because again, it's really that Kohanim do not achieve atonement through the Sir Mishkan, rather than according to Rabbi Shimon. Kohanim achieve atonement ultimately through what? On the power. Rabbi is not necessary. It cannot be done. The vice giving that the house saw it. That was to say, hey, I told you that they can't call it to us because the Gadosha, you might have thought that we could take Kohanim, Kohanim had no connection. So, for power, for very much. So, you might use it for the Hora. For Thomas Mikdash, the Gadosha, she already the fact that Allah Kohanim, when the Pasuk says, oh, when she told me, Matsu, she reached the Kapara B'Sharaderos. You do find that the animals have kapara for others. So say last line you all the these, but you might say she spoke about the Sharaderos, and the same with the Kohanim have kapara for other Aderos. Kat in the Ishtan kapara top of the Dalit, the Thomas Mikdash of the Gadasha. So therefore, again, I'm assuming that the Torah tells us, or you will say, the Torah doesn't tell us how, or explicitly how, but the Torah does tell us that Kohanim achieve kapara for Sharaderos. So the same that Kohanim are going to get kapara for Sharaderos, they also should what? Get kapara for Thomas Mikdash of the Gadasha. I probably got in 14a. First enter the first one, early the first line. I have a name established. I have how do Kohanim achieve kapara. Mutar she is kapara the parasha Aaron. It makes sense that at least for Torah, it should be covered under. It should be covered under the power of Aaron. Why? Shakuta Miklalo Itzomitso. Because Halacha there's already an exception, even though again, if the Torah calls the power of Aaron a share of which makes it so that it's only for him, but it also includes his family. Once it includes his family, it makes sense to what? Also include other Kohanim. In other words, by his Kabbalah B'Sar Nas and Ifin, share the book of the Chrono. So it makes more sense to include them in the power of Aaron, where there's already an allowance for his family, as opposed to the inner seer, where there's no allowance for other Kohanim, rather again, it's clearly to function for his family. The Nafshechallah, if you like to say, hold on, for the addition that tells us in case Aaron Baruch Hashem, not in Nafshechallah, but exactly in what you're doing, I'll take what think about it. And so, you say, well, how can you do that? The Pasuk makes that the power is only works for who? For Aaron, and which sounds like his family. So how can you include the rest of the learning. What's the answer? He says, so all Kohanim are called family of the Aaron. Where do you go? That's what Shemar is Aaron B'chles Hashem. Who's B'chles Aaron? Who's B'chles Aaron? That's God, right? All Kohanim see here. When the Torah makes the ultimate again for the family of Aaron to achieve atonement for the power, who is included in the family of Aaron? The entire incredible. So you know it's Shema based on Hashem. You may have Shema above B'chles Hashem. Incredible. So the word is high behind. Asher la'Allah also. One second, is that phrase Asher la'Allah? I will say that I wanted to suggest before that because of the stern side of it, the passage by the King of Seir says Asher la'Allah it only works for atonement for Israel, but not for Kohan. Interesting, it's coming to exclude Kohan. Because it's very interesting to Russia, but it's generally, with these types of drashas work, generally Israelis are excluded from Kohan. Here it's fascinating to see Russia, where Kohanim are excluded from Israel. Kohanim are excluded from that phrase called which is fascinating. Fascinating in and of itself. That is, I want to point out something incredible. That as much as there is Kedushas Kavod, it's something better than Kedushas Kavod. Sorry, God. Right? You know what's better than Kedushas Kavod? Kedushas Am. Kedushas Am is what it's out now again. It doesn't call them on part of Kedushas Am. But it's something. It is ultimately again the Kedusha of the masses that the Kohanim don't have. And there's something powerful about Kedusha of the Kehuna that the masses don't have. Everyone has their own unique Kedusha. Similar to like I showed you, obviously, that's right about I showed I'm not using ourselves. What was it? Is that things comes from? Is that phrase used to teach us that the Kohanim are excluded from the Seir outside the thing? So much the honey that come up now, need the Am. That must be necessary for something else. That the money for the Seir outside the thing, has to come from the communal coffers. So I was supposed to say, if I come along and I say, you know what? I need to something. Imagine somebody said to you, there's a dedication opportunity open. Right? Dedication opportunity to this and to sponsor the Seir and Asada of Yom Kippur. I say, who would not take that opportunity? Right? So again, the word says, sorry, not open. Taken. It's got to come from communal funds. Which means that it's fascinating that it's like, now why does it have to come from communal funds? Because it's a communal offering. Communal offerings cannot be privately sponsored. Communal offerings must come from here. Which let's say is fascinating. So there's a place, actually there's a lot of places, private donations, right? But there are certain things that have to come from the city. Certain things that all need to get involved in and cannot be carried by anyone individual. So you need the Am, when it's at the covenant comes from Am, that means that the covenant is from communal funds. That's what it's called. I write it to cover up one of the Am, they are them. And when it says, you are the Am, you can do the things you must deliver on pastor, that's a different source. So what it says. That's so not from the face of the inside that's been so. But the covenant has to come from I guess so. I the high Asher also the most goes that does that phrase Asher competition. They have a race only the Kohen, like only the Kohen achieves Kapara. Who is high, so much is highly important. Asher for something that's been signed up. And you shall know who you shall support. That was interesting. And you see that the Seir said the interview with Yom Kippur has to come from the funds, cannot be part of the sponsor. The power of the Kohen Gadol must come from his own money and cannot come from communal funds. Where it says, Yaakov, when Yaakov shall see one, she has seen his pattern about Yaakov shall have a Kohen, you might have thought, okay, so the Kohen Gadol, he can't bring his power from communal funds, you know why? Because the power of the Kohen Gadol does not affect communal power, it does not affect communal kapara. The fact that perhaps you get a good collection amongst this fellow Kohanim and go ahead and bring the power from that way. Since Kohanim did get Kapara from it, Hashem no. Therefore, the Pasuk says no. Even as we've established that the power will atone for other Kohanim, it must be paid for by the Kohen Gadol himself. No Yogi in the culture. See what I'm saying? Okay. Ideally, the Kohen Gadol should not bring the power that is not paid for by his own money. If he brought that kind of power, he should still be kosher. We're not sure of Hashem. So then the Pasuk says a second time that the power has to belong to the Kohen Gadol. Saying, Shana Allah Akosov La'akim. Also, something says something twice is to teach you what? That it's in Kuba, that you have to have, that this is an indispensable piece of information. Therefore, again, it's not just that like a kilo of the power should be bought with the Kohen Gadol's money, but if it's not, it's okay. No, it's got to be bought with this money, and if it's the part itself is going to be possible. Times in which it's kind of hard to concussion. This is what the down is about. Nice to know that the arm the law, why is it the ultimate again? Why is it the ultimate? The arm is not, what nice to know that why is it that I'm not going to raise up? That you can include it in the capital. You were saying, the law costs you in my moment. I share land. This is incredible. Cannot achieve kapara and something you cannot spend money on. This is incredible. You cannot achieve kapara for something you cannot spend money on. Kapara requires sacrifice. If you're not going to give up something, kapara is not achievable. Let's say, we claim it, we see this kind of many different ways. Sometimes what stands in our way of becoming true Baal Tshuva? It's too early now to be honest, right? What stands in our way of not becoming true Baal Tshuva? It's we're not really not willing to give up things, and we're not willing to stop doing certain things that stand in our way. In other words, all this sincerity to be a desire to change my life. I'm just willing to let go of certain things that are holding me back. As I love the term, what is it called? It's called Total Shayat's Biyada. All of us have our shreds in our life that we hold on to. Right? It's the things that I know are not good, they're not healthy, they're not helpful, they're toxic, make you sinful, or make you just detrimental. Right? And I know, but you are that, right? I'm strutting off to the front, right? Doing my thing, ready to achieve Tara, and I'm thinking, and it represents all the beautiful things that I'm doing right. And it's all incredible. And then I'm wondering, I'm doing all this great stuff, but why am I not getting traction? And it's very simple. Look what you're holding on to. Look what I'm holding on to. I'm holding on to all of those shrugs. As long as you hold on to the sharats, you can go for the most beautiful picture. You can engage almost half the beautiful that I ever put in your life. And it'll help, but you're not going to get anywhere. I don't get anywhere until I let go of my shrugs. True kapara requires sacrifice. True kapara requires excising certain things from my being so I can leave myself for as much as. Do you know how I know that Israelis are not included in the kapara of the Kai? Do you know how I know that? It didn't cost them anything. And if it costs you anything, you're not getting kapara. Kapara requires sacrifice. It requires sacrifice. Growth requires sacrifice. Sacrifice of my money, sacrifice of my time, sacrifice of the shrubs and stuff that I don't know for a very long time is actively holding me back. Again, the reality is, most of us go through life and we never let go of our shrubs. Now, the good news is, even if you don't, even if you never let go of your shrubs, to accomplish great stuff in life, you accomplish. Yeah. But you never fully step back from it. You never fully become the best version of you because I'm easy to let go of the stuff. And at the end of it, what it's like? It's like let me get a sleeve of the shirt, right underneath the area when you're tired. Something happens to me. I wish I could be the only person up there. I get God, right? So my sense was, it's just the fact is, you have to look around, fully self-conscious all the time. right? Because as long as my tie lies straight, I'm good to go. I mean, like I turn a little too late, something else like right here. It's right there. To me, it's not really become a tremendous metaphor for life. Instead, what can I do? What could I do? I can change my shirt, right? I can't do much. I had to wear it for 4 days, man. You know, and I kind of like, you know, I'm really good. Like, when you come to go to custom one, you know, everything is nice, everything is fine. So it's up to me. As long as the tie remains perfectly centered, we're good to go. We're good to go. Now, let's say it's a tremendous metaphor, like we said, it's pretty clean shirt. It's pretty clean shirt, right? So you don't have to worry about the position of the tie. But I like it. Kind of got used to it. And kind of like being become one. You know, so eventually you go through life like that so much and hold on to those thoughts and we just never let go. Instead of realizing that I can accomplish and it's big and I look nice and I look fine, instead of finding courage to like go and start to make the sacrifice. Let go of something, make yourself forward. So much as that's how you know nothing about the young. So much as the honor of that, broke up as you live on, because hold on to the so I go and check what that is. Because just think about it, because I do a kapara, not chief kapara through the power. I get it. You can't spend any money on it. So what's going on? So you must because for the so this one understand how you get so you do. The down aspect of the makes sense. That's why it says in 2 degrees, like it's 2 degrees, like also the one I show the power. That can make it see enough. So what I find in the secret. The calculated sound asset corresponding to the outer. She don't let the reliable one. She don't let the reliable one. She don't be for the one who is reliable. In other words, what's that? The Kohen Gadol is the architect from Kapara for everyone, for himself, for his fellow Kohanim, and for God's Klal Yisrael. Therefore, only makes it the architect of Kapara, like the city, the quarterback. That's the architect. This one's the architect. Quarterback kapara should first what? Achieve his own level of kapara, and then be the quarterback for everyone else. Because if the quarterback himself is not kapara, having the head, and if he doesn't have kapara, how is he achieving it out of kapara? Which also, in and of itself, is a good focus on us. But if you want to accomplish things on behalf of other people, first make sure your own house is in order. You want to raise inspired children, make sure that you are an inspired individual. Want to go ahead and encourage others to become the best version of themselves, make sure you're living your best life. So let's say ultimately I get that to happen. So okay, so yeah, we have a ton of information over here. So we saw like how to pass it. And there's a number of different things going on over here. Number one, in this file that we did up, they got these shimmy our passing. Specifically about some of these things that means as follows. What's the point of contention that we do shimmy? See that right? You see that central cliff. Does that only come from Israel? That's Rabbi Shimon's model. Only Israel, not Kohanim. Kohanim get their kapara for the power. Or to see the kapara for everyone. That's Rabbi Shimon. Because remember again, when it comes to Tumah, everyone is agreed on the kapara framework. For Tumah, Israel are atoned for through the Israel, and Kohanim are atoned for through the power. The shed is what the seed. So here it is. The much awaited, fully anticipated, or long awaited, much anticipated Rambam. Simish Dalea. So let's say, first of all, Rambam said when it comes to Simish Dalea, the Rambam writes, Simish Dalea. The picture kapar the Kol Yisrael, Kondot of the Stad, Allah, Allah, Shakar, so Shkeman, the Stad, God is called on the Israel. Simish Dalea, Mechaper, Al Kol Avinos Sheva Torah. The seer goes ahead and atones for everything, all Avinos. Yimon says, Akaros, Vakamuros, in text of Eros, Wesley Eros, Zono, Shogeg, she knew about it, you know about it, everything is atoned for through Shuvah. That was the other that Rambam says, and it told everyone. So he asked me at the end of the day, like Rabbi Kudo, the Service atones for everyone, for all Averos. However, the Rambam added a very important caveat. What's the important caveat? Sha'asa Shuvah. So sorry, no keeper. Right, so this goes back to yesterday's time. Machlokes Rabbi and Rabbanan. Right? How does Yom Kippur work? Remember, Rabbi said it's 2 The essence of the Day of Atonement. Ready? Even if you don't die, even if ready, it's even better. Right? Even if what? Even if you eat on Yom Kippur, right? Even if you do a lot on Yom Kippur, the day itself atones for you. But I want to say, yes, it atones for you, but you need to unlock the atonement power of the day through what? Through tshuva. But I'm not asking like that. I'm not like that. I don't know. I see Yom Kippur the most powerful day in the world. But the power of the day must be unlocked through tshuva. Now, let's say, you see yourself, something like you say, it's kind of what am I about? No, so just understand, is that works in our finger? This works in our finger. Why does it hurt? Because the Rambam says in the next halacha, he's a shame this anitrash kalim. Meaning on the mizbeach kapara. So remember again now that unfortunately there is no anitrash, and now that there is no altar upon which to achieve kapara, ein sham shuvah, shuvah mechaperes kol averos. So remember again, I will say, as beautiful as it was to make this position, that ultimately at the Tzul Shana Makapa, that the day itself atones. Even according to Rabbi, that atonement was unlocked if you really see that through Tzul Shana, which means as beautiful as Rabbi's model is, it's fantastic when the Beis Hamikdash stood. But if the Beis Hamikdash is not standing, then what do we do? The beauty that we have on both sides, even in the absence of the Beis Hamikdash, the Rambam says, we have something more powerful than the Beis Hamikdash. Can you imagine saying that? We accept each of us possesses something more powerful than the Beis Hamikdash. We possess something more powerful than the Mizbeach. We possess something more powerful than the singular ourselves. What is that called? Tshuva. The most powerful force in the entire universe is the power of Tshuva. And it was like the Gemara said yesterday, and when you can access to that most powerful force in the world, any time you want. The Spirit also told me in the Father, you won't see that. I'm not kidding. If we're not going to the Kodesh HaEloshim, you won't see that. If you would like to access the most powerful force in the universe, you need Tshuva when? Each and every moment. Incredible. I do what's that fellow. I say, Hajjah, Shmashai. Mazel Tov, Mazel Tov. But I'm not the second choice. What a ride. Incredible. Okay, it's going to get better. Let's go. You guys have to look. So once it's not active, this is a repeat of yesterday's, sorry, the first issue. So back to tomorrow. I know you totally know it's tomorrow. We're not. So what's the count? Tomorrow everywhere. So it says as follows. You feel it's not first time saying that. Remember again, or there are two biblical cases that are really for. Now again, what are you? You're never experts. What are the two biblical cases? Two biblical cases are, I forgot when I was tummy, but I remember it. So again, two cases, right? I became tummy, I forgot, I entered into the crush, I remember that I was tummy. When I became tummy, I forgot, I ate Kodesh, and I remembered afterwards and that I was tummy. Okay, two biblical cases. So what we call parallel tumah. I forgot that I was tummy. Four cases, one of the two more cases. I remembered that I was tummy, but what? I forgot that I entered into the Beis Hamikdash. Or I remember that I was tummy, but I forgot that what I'm eating is Kodesh. Right? So those are the two additional cases. So those are the two that ultimately then become force. You want to just elaborate on it. So again, I became tummy. I knew that I was tummy. I remember that I forgot. Now I'm not tummy. But so after I saw Kodesh, but I remember that the Beis Hamikdash, right? Or never or ultimately, I forgot about that. Which is up, I remember you talking about now I'm Zem, or I forgot about both of them. Rothschild, I Kodesh, and I consumed Kodesh for the Yadon, and I didn't know only Sha'ak on Yadon, and then after I did the Kodesh, I remember how they said, but older you know that, I won't say so again. The rest in that excuse me, which that's like 4 weeks, which we have to get the cases, it's in the elements of the cases. But again, remember, essentially, any case, whether it's the you deal the self. So awareness in the beginning, awareness in the end, lapse of awareness in the middle. Now again, there's four different cases of lapses, right? There's two lapses of tumah awareness. I knew I was coming, I forgot, I entered the Beis Hamikdash, I remembered afterwards. I remembered that I was coming, I forgot, I didn't Kodesh remembered afterwards. That's cases 1 and 2, which then give 3 and 4 different cases. I know that I'm coming, but I forgot I was in the Beis Hamikdash, and then I remembered. little bit on this comment. I forgot that you call it the Kodesh. Normal those cases when there's awareness beginning and end, right? It lapse in the middle. The liability is what we call a carbon overkill, which is the carbon is a single offering that is based on your finance. Right? If you have money, you bring what that will have on top of all this. And if you go all the way down to the right side, the highest level is going to be the Himah, and the lowest level is a Mincha. That's the range. So when you are the person who can come in, and you fight the honor of the מעבר למקדש או יפתח את המקדש, is up to Torah. Never little said is that we forget about both of these things. The Mikdash below Yadon, and where the Mikdash and what's aware, and she lets in that when you have a Mikdash, she became aware. Then they go over here. Again, it's also the same time here. You give the Tila awareness, the beginning awareness in the end, and the Haram and forgetfulness, relapse awareness in the middle, results in cover over the other. Next. So now, interestingly enough, it's actually quite fascinating. We speak about entering into the Mikdash, the state of Torah. So now we're going to discuss what constitutes Mikdash. Echad HaMikdash LaHasara, so whether you enter into the court by the Mikdash, Echad HaMikdash LeKoseh HaHasara, or let's say you enter into an addition. So just the idea now that technically speaking, always to extend the technical compound. Okay? But it's a process. It's a process. So let's say Christ from besides the Sanhedrin decides we want to expand the Sanhedrin, so we expand the footprint on the Sanhedrin. Okay. How do you add on to the Sanhedrin? So it's not just enough to start building stuff. Remember, you have to add, if you add on, you want the additional area that is simply of the Sanhedrin. How does that happen? It's incredible. So simply, by the way, Yerushalayim is very incredible. If you want to expand the borders of Yerushalayim, you do that. Now again, if I expand Yerushalayim, I don't just want to expand the municipality. I want to expand ultimately the Kedusha of the city to develop what the same areas as well. So in order to do this, the only people who do this are the Melech, Rabbi, the Sanhedrin shall shiv le'echad. So again, the end of this process, but this is very incredible. If you want to expand the Kedusha orders of Yerushalayim, you want to expand the Kedusha footprint of the Beis HaMikdash, you can do it. But in order to do it, you need the king, the prophet, the Urim and Tumim, which remember again is the 72-letter name of the prophet that goes into the fold, right? That's the breastplate of the cause of my novel, and the Sanhedrin of 71. Now again, when you all of these people, some of these people we're going to discuss. Furthermore, who we should will say good morning, and let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's debate. Our annual Ramadan sponsor, Tosin Mishpat Habash Israel, are dedicating all of the shiurim and drashos this year as it's a course for Besoros Kavos for Am Yisrael. Our Ramadan sponsors from the Rabbi Rabbi, in relation of the yardstick of Shmuel's father, Leonard Rabin, Luca, and the Chesed on our comments about Rabbi Yochel merit. Our comments are all of the Shem Saga, we have the families in the home. All of those in the Shem that will come for these. So the top trainers that should be Homa has to show them the call of all the soldiers should be successful because I must say we think. But in that will let us be a lot to tell about Hashem. Greek God, I was telling you that 8, Yud 14. We're picking up the Yetz Hashem on you give it on the knees. Okay, we pick up the Yud race and we left off actually running which is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 13, about 15 lines down the 12 dots. So just a very quick review. Remember again, we're now focusing on the end of our issue. And essentially, put that as follows: that Yudah, or the Rothschild says as follows. Now, when it comes to study Kabbalah, it comes like that as the goat. That is thrown off. So, halacha, when I say again, that goat is mechaber forever. All of this, and ultimately, I can mechaber for everyone. So that's Kohanim, Yisraelim, even Kohen brother. So, where it lies, where lies is the Kapara. Of, let's say, for example, the Kohanim. That lies in one very specifically, and maybe plus Mikdash Hadashah. That it was any type of a regarding that is Mikdash, instead of tomorrow, so Kodesh instead of tomorrow, so Kohanim, Kapara through the Par, and Yisraelim find Kapara through the inner city. So that's the of Kohanim showing the Kippur, but for everything else, everyone is covered by Sasha. By the way, these two reasons for the first reason. About Sasha, the brokenness, or the seal and the you see that it's set. It's the same animal, same color. Okay, beautiful. So Gemara says, money ready will be. Who's saying this? If I decided to do this sign, here we go. The Hebrew is Hakodesh. Sorry, the Hebrew is Mikdash. Hakodesh is a very different. So it was required to do as follows. First, the process. I am the again, and going to go through this follows. The process as easy. The Hebrew is Mikdash Hakodesh. That's all I'm going. So you want to throw from Mikdash HaKodesh maybe to the husband entirely. Like that's all boy, and also the oil boy, which is going to show you this Mikdash. Rest time is there, and the altar. You have there ultimately what you're doing. Ba'al Kohanim, Ba'al Kol Am, Hakal the outside, Ba'al Kohanim, Ba'al Kol Am, Hakal Yisrael. Now the Kohanim and the Kagila will be atoned. Now the Gemara breaks up this passage. Here we go. So the Gemara says. The Hebrew is Mikdash HaKodesh. Yeah, this refers to similar infractions that occur inside of its Mikdash. As all Lord, which is in family, as all Lord. That Jacob, that refers to Jacob, is Be'ah, Mashmal. So all this is referring to different similar infractions that may have occurred in different parts of this Mikdash. Yichater, Yuazarish. Because the Azarish Kohanim, Mashma'an, Am HaKahal, Mishahal, Idu, Israel, Yechaper will be told. Idu Haladir, versus Kushlu, Kumach, Lekapora Akos, Shemishaper, Israel, Mishtareach, Shar Against the So what's happening here? The process is establishing the spirit of the call, Kapora Shamagala. Meaning that all members of Israel, Kapora in the same way. Which Kapora is that referring to? Referring to the Kapara for all general others. All general others, that was remember again, all general others is everything except tomorrow. So for all general others, all of Rabbi Yisrael is atoned for in the same way. Which way is that? Severe Hadashaya. Don't that sent over there. That's how we do that. But Shimon says no, he says Kishim Shetan Soya and Asa. The Chapter of Akilos Mikdash Hadashah. So Shimon says, he wants to still get this. essentially what we're finding out here, this by Hebrew are just two different kapara. That's the most important for the section. Like this, it's really serious. He says, the same way, she shut down the severe everything. The same way that halacha leisa, the seer of the seer, the dam of the seer master, that's the miracle. In the same way that halacha leisa, the dam of the goat is the chavesh of the Kabbalah and Klal Yisrael of the Jews, the Svedin, Al-Shumas Mikdash Vekadosha, for such Rabbinic attractions, have done a pattern of Tumas Mikdash Vekadosha. So again, at this point, Rabbi Shimon is not disagreeing, right? Rabbi Shimon is saying like this. Rabbi Shimon is highlighting the following idea. He's saying, in the same way that when it comes to Tumas Mikdash Vekadosha, ultimately there's two different mechanisms of Kabbalah. Let's go to the Mikdash. Enter into the Mikdash and state of Torah without realizing it, or I go ahead and I consume Kodesh and state of Torah without realizing it. How do you achieve Kabbalah for that? How do you achieve Kabbalah for that? Depends. What is it depending on who you are? If you're a Kohen, you're going to be atoned for that through the power of the Kippur. If you are Yisrael, you're going to atone for that through the what application of the inner seer, the inner goat. So she says, just like when it comes to Tumah, there's a different kapara mechanism for a Yisrael and for a Kohen. So too, I'm sorry, just set down the same. Nelson, if you have a shot, after my father, in the same way that the confession is in the same way that confession is for Klal Yisrael for all general rabbis, so too God, so too the confession over the power will take care of all other averos for the Kohanim. So what's happening over here? This is quite fascinating. So we fundamentally focus between Rabbi Yehuda and Rabbi Shimon about the framework of kapara for Yom Kippur. So Rabbi Shimon is saying like this: in the same way that kapara for Tumah is fundamentally different for Kohanim and Israel, Rabbi Shimon says therefore the framework for kapara for all averos is going to be different for Kohanim and Israel. So what is that? So let's go through this. So Rabbi Shimon's model. So for Tumah, Yisrael are atoned through the inner sphere, and Kohanim through the power. So too for Shara averos, Yisrael are atoned through the confession of the Siyah and ultimately Kohanim are atoned for through the confession on the power. That's Rabbi Shimon's model. So therefore, Rabbi Shimon and Kohanim is saying there are two different avenues of kapara on Kippur for everything. For everything. Now again, let's go back. Rabbi Yehuda disputes. Rabbi Yehuda says the only distinction between Kohanim and Israel is the realm of Tumah. Right? That everybody's agreed on Tumah. That Kohanim is the place for power and Israel is the inner sphere. But for all other averos, according to Yehuda, everyone, Kohanim and Israel are atoned for through the Mishtareach. It's something much more focused in the framework of kapara. Incredible. Rabbi Shimon, how about that? My history. So Rabbi Shimon, here's the issue. The passage that we just quoted clearly creates a commonality in kapara. It's a certain common theme, a common thread for kaparas. All of the problems are in the kapara process. But according to Rabbi Shimon, there's distinct avenues of kapara that are folding like in a parallel sense for Kohanim and for Yisrael. So what's going on here? What the Gemara says, my question is, how is there commonality? To be kapara maybe because you Kohan Lechad Lechad Ben Shai. So I'm sure it's like this. But the pasuk is saying as follows: there's kapara for everyone. Actually, a beautiful thing, right? There's kapara for everyone. So whether you're going a Levi, a Yisrael, whatever you are, there's kapara for you. That's the commonality in the kapara experience. But that's where the commonality ends. What happens? Everyone has their own avenue of kapara. Incredible. Gemara says, that's not hope. So we go to nighttime Rabbi Shimon. So what's Rabbi Shimon's logic? Right? What's Rabbi Shimon? I won't say essentially what it is not even. Let's start with everybody agrees. What does everybody agree with? What does everybody agree with? Tumah. Everyone agrees that the mechanism for Tumah Kapara is distinct, right? In other words, I should say distinct. Everyone agrees on the mechanism. Israelim are atoned for the inner seer and Kohanim for the power. These are both offerings of milk giver. Okay, so we realize the Machlokas. The Machlokas is really about the seer of ourselves. In this model, everyone is atoned for. Everyone is atoned for the seer of ourselves for all Averos. In the Shiv's model, Israelim are atoned through the seer and Kohanim are atoned for through the power, specifically the degree of the power. Okay? So you might have the Shivit. So specifically, why is the Rebbe holds that the Sawyer is not the Kaper for Kohanim? If Sid, the Rokat Eshne Asir, it's the Rokat Eshne Asir. So the Rosh says there's only two notes. So remember again, this is remember, what are the two notes? One is the Syria outside the flame, like what we call the Syria Hashem, that's the upper level of the carbon. And the other is the Syria Zazel, going to the Bushel of the first. So the Lord says, Istish, Syria Mishtalea, the Syria outside, so the Torah equates the two Syria, the Torah equates the two notes. The goat is off the cliff, and the goat is down on the inside. The Syria Hashem, Nasir, Hanasa, with me. So just like you either see here, it's not the Chaper for Kohanim. Remember, I will say everyone's agreed. What is the inner seer doing? What is it doing? It's for Tumas Mikdash Vekadashav, for Yisrael. So just like the inner seer doesn't help Kohanim, so the Lord says, it's not the Chaper for Kohanim, it's for the Russia, it's Sid Lahan, the positive specifically. That inner seer for the is the context. The obvious context is Israel. So to our seer, so we should say so to the outer seer, it's not mechaber for Kohanim as well. So essentially, what's this is fascinating. So the machine is model for the type of like this. The Torah itself creates equality between seer. What is that equality? Essentially, the same way that the Siyana said the thing, you don't see that shed. It's not Mechaber for Kohanim. It's only Mechaber for the Tumah. So to the Siyana Shtaleha, it's not Mechaber for Kohanim as well. It's only Mechaber for the Avilos of Israel. That's finishing with logic. So the Gemara says, Rabbi, so what does Rabbi do right now? Okay, I will say, so what does Rabbi do? This comparison between the two seers, what is he doing with that? There you go. I'll tell you why the two seers are compared. Shivu, Shavim, Benaya, Uvekolo, Uvedalim, Dasa. Because he's going to create an equality between the seers, saying that they have to be the same in their appearance, in their height, and in their value. That's what he means. But it doesn't that they're the same in terms of their ability to affect Kabbalah. So it's really fascinating to find out my focus. And what's really incredible about this is what's the beauty of my focus? The good you watch the good news, everyone is getting Kabbalah. Don't worry, don't lose this. Everyone is getting Kabbalah. My focus is on the mechanism of that Kabbalah. So once again, I want to just get this clear so that you can himself is holding. Essentially, every distinguished Torah atones for everyone, for all others. Everyone for all others. So where is the distinction? When the distinction is only in one limited area, namely Tumah. Tumah for Israel, they're going to be atoned for through the inner seer. For Kohanim, they're going to be atoned for through the power. Rabbi essentially says no. The same way that Kohanim being say that they participate from Israel for Tumah. So too, Rabbi just says it's distinct for everything. And therefore, halacha l'maaseh, they're not included in Simush Kameh, rather they can't get kapara for Shalat from the deed with the man power. Incredible. So it was a non-term, the Torah Rabbi, choose the order of the Bible. Shachat Esirah does have a. So the Prophet's code will check the Sirah Chatos, that is ordination. This is the inner seer now. Sheina Kohanim is kapara. Kohanim do not achieve kapara through this seer. So the word is overwhelmed is kapara. So how do they achieve kapara? And the Bible says specifically what kind of kapara we talked about. Every passage is kapara for Tumah. So the word is the part of Shem Aaron. They get atonement of Aaron. Okay. a Yoko, Moni's Kagu Mahara Shal Aro, you might have thought that other Kohen cannot get Kapara through the power of Aro. After all, showing because the possibility says Asher Lo. So interesting. What does the process say? Asher Lo. What does Asher Lo mean? What does Asher Lo mean? It is. So I might have thought that really again the power of Aaron only works for Aaron, only works for Aaron, to which the Gemara says, Miata, Shinai Ashero, Miata, in Kabbalah. But if that's the case, so if Kohanim don't take Kapara through the Seer and Asadif, you will see that, and they don't take Kapara through the power of Aaron, so then you have a problem. What's the problem? Where do Kohanim get Kapara from? So we must issue Omer, the Chaper Alako, when the Pasuk ultimately says, speaking about the power. Speaking about the power of Aaron, Chaper Alako, but Seer Lahem Kapara. Like I'm sorry, I should give it in that again. But the Pasuk says, the Pasuk says, it's Kapara from the Kohanim. So what's in my Kapara? We said that when you get Kapara, I want you to get Kapara, but not in this Kapara. It makes more sense that Kohanim will get Kapara through the power of Aaron. Why? Because I want you to just that as much as the Torah calls the power of Aaron Sherbo, that's his. The Torah also makes an exception to that. That's his. What's the exception? His family. So Aaron's family is included. So it makes sense to say that once Aaron's family is included in the power, so to what? So to other Kohanim should be included in the power as well. So, but Kohanim will not be included in the interceder when no exception was made for any member of the Kohanim family. First one, in Nafshachal Lomar, if you like to say, already Omer, it's Alpha, who is Hashem, Yes, Habibi, who is Hashem, Hashem, Abba Hashem. If you want another proof to this, look at this passage. I wasn't immediately clear what that proof is. You might want to explain the rice and how everything will become clear. So one time, who's the one rice you just called me? But Rabbi, we look at Yehuda. It's not Rabbi Yehuda. Why not? Because it was saying what the rice said. The rice said that Kohanim are not atoned for through the Seir Mishtaleach. Now, if it was Rabbi Yehuda, Yehuda, Ha'ava Kohanim, Kapara, the Seir Mishtaleach. Ultimately, again, Rabbi Yehuda holds that even Kohanim are atoned for through the Seir Mishtaleach. You want his Umari, so he's a thing is it. Rabbi Amar, Rabbi Shimon, he must be Shimon. How did even Kapara, the Seir Mishtaleach, because they don't do that Kohanim do not achieve atonement through the Seir Mishtaleach, rather than according to Rabbi Shimon, Kohanim achieve atonement ultimately through what? Through the Zikr on the path. Rabbi says not necessarily. I feel the thing about Yehuda. The Rabbi speaking about Yehuda. How so? I think it needs to say, Mi'ata, Yehuda in Kapara, to us in Kadosh V'Gadosha. You might have thought that when you look at Kohanim, it's for Parah, for right Kadosh. So no mechanism for Kapara. For Tumas Mikdash and Mikadasha, to show only the Chaper Ala Kohanim, but the Pasuk says, when you atonement, Matzilu, Shlish, Lahem Kapara, B'Sharaderos. You do find that Kohanim will have Kapara for other others. What's the last line in the Kimon on the Greece? The Kimon, the Matzilu, Shlish, Kapara, B'Sharaderos. And the same with that Kohanim have Kapara for other Averos. Each Lahem Kapara, Kapara, B'Dam, the Tumas Mikdash and Mikadasha. So therefore, again, the same that the Torah itself tells us what you will say. The Torah doesn't tell us how, but it's supposed to be how, but the Torah does tell us that Kohanim should be Kapara for Shara Averos. So you see that Kohanim are going to get Kapara for Shara Averos, they also should what? Get Kapara for Tumas Mikdash and Mikadasha. I probably got 14a. First, I did the first one, the first line. I will let him happen. I will how to go around the Shikha. What of Shikha with the Parasha Aham. It makes sense that at least for Torah, it should be covered under. It should be covered under the power of Aaron. Why? Shayvata Mithlama from himself. Because there's already an exception. Even though the Torah calls the power of Aaron a share both, which makes it say it's only for him. But it also includes his family. Once it includes his family, it makes sense to what? Also include other Kohanim. So it's more sense include them in the car of Aro when it's for this family. As if the nearest year, no allowance from Kohanim rather again is really to function for Israel. It's not just on the line. I'd like to say, already over, in addition to that, to say, it's our of course Hashem, not I in national what exactly would I do that possible? I'll tell you what, he said that how can you do that? The Pasuk explicitly says that the prayer is all works for who? For our own. And so, and his immediate family. So how can you include them? It's God, how can you include the rest of Aaron? What's the answer? The answer is Kulan Kulan. All Kohanim are called the family of Aaron. Where you know that from Shnei Aaron or Chesed. Who's the Sarah first? That's God, right? Kohanim, and therefore what you see from here, when the Torah makes the allowance ultimately again for the family of Aaron to achieve atonement here, who is included in the family of Aaron? Are the entire people. Shema Bezalel B'Chutz Hashem, Yirei Hashem above Chutz Hashem. Incredible. So the verse is high, Hashem above. Also, what's happening is that phrase Hashem above. And I will say that no one doesn't suggest beforehand that Pasuk by Israel outside of him. Right now, the Pasuk by Peter says Hashem above. Hashem above money that Chuck's it only works for atonement for Israel, but not for Kohanim. Interesting, it comes to exclude Kohanim. But I must say, it's a very interesting generally. When these types of drushes work, generally Israelim are excluded from Kohanim. It's fascinating to see a drusha where Kohanim are excluded from Israel, and Kohanim are excluded from that phrase called which is fascinating. Fascinating in itself. And it's, I sort of point out something incredible, that as much as there is Kedushas Kibura, there's something better than Kedushas Kibura. So, like, you know what's better than Kedushas Kibura? Kedushas Am. Kedushas Am, instead of Am. Now, again, it doesn't mean Kohanim are part of Kedushas Am, but it is something. It is something ultimately, again, the Kedusha of the masses that the Kohanim don't have, and there's something powerful about the Kedusha of the Kohanim that the masses don't have. Everyone has their own Kedusha. Incredible. So you look like Hashem, obviously, what is Hashem, I'm not doing that. What's it? Is that what that phrase comes from? Is that phrase used to teach us that Kohanim are excluded from the Siyah outside of them? So it's a hundred of the Kamara Chorot with the Am. That possibly that's for something else. But the money for the Siyah outside of him, the Siyah outside of him has to come from the communal coffers. Like the most like, if I come on and I say, you know what, I do this, I do this, I'm sure. Imagine somebody said to you, there's a dedication opportunity open. Right? Dedication opportunity to dedicate and to sponsor the Siyah and Asad of Yom Kippur. So I say, who would not take that opportunity? Right? So again, the word says, sorry, not open. It's got to come from communal funds. So it's like it's fascinating that it's like, why does it have to come from communal funds? Because it's a communal offering. Communal offerings cannot be privately sponsored. Communal offerings must come from the. But you also say it's also fascinating. So there's a place, actually, there's a lot of places for private donations, right? But there are certain things that come from the people. Certain things that all of us need to get involved in and cannot be carried by any one individual. So the Gemara says, when it says that the covenant comes from the that means that the covenant has to come from communal funds. That's what it's teaching us, not to exclude covenant. Anybody the covenant of one of the they have it. And the Gemara says, you can remember it's not just enough from a different source. So the Gemara says, we ask the son no, we have to come from the funds from the things of the Isa that's in Israel. But the covenant has to come from Adas in Israel. Asher Lo, also, what's that phrase? Asher Lo computation. And I love the race of like what we call it a chief's kapara. Doing part. So versus highly quietly, you need that shut off for something to sign up. We shall maybe we shall come from the ones cannot be part of the sponsor. The power of the Kohen Gadol must come from his own money and cannot come from criminal funds. So he wants to say, no, Yogi shall see, but she not see this happen, but about Yogi Michel, Akal Bakal, and Akal Bakal is happening. Now you might have thought, okay, so the Kohen Gadol, he can't bring his power from funds. You know why? Because the power of the Kohen Gadol does not affect criminal power, does not affect criminal kapara. But I might have thought that perhaps he could make a collection amongst his fellow Kohanim and go ahead and bring the power from that way. Since Kohanim get kapara from the power, what word? Asher lo. Therefore, the pasuk says no. Even as we've established that the power of the will atonement for other Kohanim, it must be paid for by the Kohen Gadol himself. No Yogi, kosher. So therefore, okay, I think Kohen Gadol should not bring a power that is not paid for by his own money. But if you brought that kind of power, it should still be kosher. I'm not sure, but I shall know. So therefore, the pasuk says a second time that the power has to belong to the Kohen Gadol, saying, "Shana alav akasav la'akim." Also, something the Torah says something twice. It's a teacher, right? That it's mikuva, that you have to have, that you should dispense all this information. And therefore, again, it's not just that like a kilo of the price should be bought with the Kohen Gadol's money, but if it's not, it's okay. No, it's got to be bought with his money, and if it's not, the heart itself is going to be puzzled. Times the says, no, I'll be kakasha. This is what the town was bothered by. My shnar, with the am, the mochacha, the law was quite easy, but ultimately again. Why is it that ultimately the am is not, why my shnar with the am, the mochacha, why is it that halacha myself, that the am is not included in the kapara, because the law has really been mamonet, if Sid Asher La'an, the ultimate beginning of said, is incredible. You cannot achieve kapara in something you did not spend money on. Isn't that incredible? You cannot achieve kapara with something you did not spend money on. Kapara requires sacrifice. If you're not willing to give up something, kapara is not achievable. Let's say you see this concept in many different ways. Sometimes what stands in our way of becoming true about each other? Let's be honest, right? It's too early not to be honest, right? What stands out becoming true about each other is we're not really not willing to do this, and we're not willing to stop doing certain things that stand in our way. In other words, I have a sincere desire to be a better person, and I have a sincere desire to change my life. I am just unwilling to let go of certain things that are holding me back. Because I have a term for this. What is it called? It's called Tovel Shatz Yado. Right? So I have it, all of us have our struts in our life, right? It's the things that I know are not good, they're not healthy, they're not helpful. Say, maybe they're sinful, or maybe they're just better, right? And I know it. But here I am, right? I'm strutting off in the front, right? Doing my thing, ready to achieve Tara, and I'm dunking, and again, you need to represent all these beautiful things that I'm doing right, and it's all incredible. And then I'm wondering, I'm doing all this stuff, but why am I not getting traction? And it's very simple. Look what you're holding on to. Look what I'm holding on to. I'm holding on to all of those schmutz. As long as you hold on to the shadows, you can go to the most beautiful people. You can engage in all those positive and beautiful dynamic that in your life. And it'll help, but you're not going to get anywhere. I don't get anywhere in life until I let go of my schmutz. True kapara requires sacrifice. True kapara requires excising certain things from my feelings that I can make myself fall. Someone says, do you know how I know that these Israelis are not included in kapara of the power? Do you know how I know that? Because it didn't cost them anything. And if it doesn't cost you anything, you're not getting kapara. Kapara requires sacrifice. Purity requires sacrifice. Growth requires sacrifice. Whether it's sacrifice of my money, sacrifice of my time, or sacrifice of the struts and the stuff that I've been holding on to for a very long time, is actively holding me back. And again, the reality is, most of us go through life and we never let go of our struts. Now, the good news is, even if you don't, even if you never let go of your struts, and you accomplish great stuff in life, you accomplish, you never fully self-actualize. You never fully become the best version of you because I refuse to go over the stuff that at the end of you know what it's like? It's like you ever get a stain on your shirt, right? Right underneath the area where you tried. Right? So we have I guess I'm not the only person left to wear ties. Right here. Okay, got it. So let's you know what's interesting about it is you have to walk around fully self-conscious all the time, right? Because as long as my tie aligns straight, I'm good to go. But if like I turn a little too easily to something else, like it's right there. It's right there. You need to become a tremendous metaphor for that. Instead, what can I do? I can change my shirt, right? I can't, but you know what? I've been wearing it for 4 days already. You know, I come like, you know, we're good. Like, we're kind of going to custom point. You know, everything is nice. Everything is fine. So it's okay. As long as the content is perfectly centered, we're good to go. We're good to go. The whole thing is a tremendous metaphor, like you said, just put a clean shirt. Just put a clean shirt. Life is so much easier. You don't have to worry about the position of the tie. But I like it. Kind of got used to it. And kind of like spinning and I become one. You know, so once we go through life like that, so much, like, hold on to those shreds, and we just never let go. Instead of realizing that, yeah, I can accomplish and it's fine. Instead of finding courage to let go of the trying to make the sacrifice. Let go of the stuff that would be self-focused. That's how you know think about the other. You must be the arrow not. Hold up, that's the hold on. Because so I know exactly, but that doesn't make any sense. You can just say the Kohanim, you achieve kapara. You achieve kapara through the power, and then anything I spend anybody on it. So what's going on? So you must become including it yourself. So this one of Shemini says trade doing. The Dalawa especially Shemini makes sense. That's why it says again 2 Hebrews, right? There's 2 Hebrews right close to the blood, which are the power. So one corresponds to the inner sphere, and one corresponds to the outer sphere. The Chad negates Yerushalayim. The Chad negates Yerushalayim. You're not staring at the host, but Chad negates Yerushalayim. Hello, Rabbi Yehuda. Should you be doing the Gamma Harabam? Rabbi Yehuda. Ultimately, again, why do I need 2 Hebrews in a Harabam? I'll do it for you. You don't need 2. One of the 5 Hebrews, the Gamma Side. You only need 1 application and 1 exam. So ultimately, again, 1 is for the coin double, and 1 is for his family. So you want to say, can you turn the very strong? Casting that's how people have this. Here is how that's how it works. Muta Yabo Sakai, the Chaber Alachai, not Yabo Chai, the Chaber Alachai. It is better ultimately again that the Sakai, the innocent one, will achieve autonomy for the one who is liable, and don't let the liable one achieve autonomy for the one who is liable. I don't know what to say. The Kohen Gadol is the architect for Kapara for everyone, for himself, for his Shabbat, and for God's Klal Yisrael. Therefore, it only makes sense that the architect of Kapara, the quarterback, not the architect, the architect, the quarterback of Kapara should first what? Achieve his own level of Kapara, and then be the quarterback for everyone else. Because if the Kohen Gadol himself is not covered, how is he going ahead? And if he doesn't have kapara, how is he achieving it out of the house? Which also, in and of itself, is a beautiful mission lesson. But if you want to accomplish things on behalf of other people, first make sure your own house is in order. You want to raise inspired children, make sure that you are an inspired individual. You want to go ahead and encourage others to become the best version of themselves. Make sure you're living your best life. So we'll say, ultimately, I get that job. So, okay, so now, we have a ton of information over here. So first of all, highly possible. And there's a number of different things going on. Right? Number one, in Israel, Rabbi Yehuda and Rabbi Shimon, how are we possible? Specifically, so this comes out from as follows. So what's the point of contention for Yehuda and Shimon? Right? The street that's sent over the cliff. Does that only told from Israel? That's Rabbi that is Rabbi Shimon's model. Only Israel not Quran to get their kapara from the pot. Or is in the matter for everyone. Everyone, that's Rabbi Yehuda. Remember again, when it comes to Tumah, everyone is agreed on the kapara framework. For Tumah, Israel are taught for through the interceder, and Kohanim are atoned for through the power. The shadow is what does the student. So I want to say here it is. The much awaited, anticipated, much anticipated. So I want to say here, so the Rambam says when it comes to Shaleach, the Rambam writes, Shaleach. The Bishul Kapar, the Kol Yisrael, can go to Mitzvah, Allah, Rothschild, so Shnei Mitzvah, is Kol Yisrael. Shaleach Mechaper, Al Aderos Sheba Torah. The seer goes ahead and atones for everything, all Aderos. The Gemara says, Hakaros Vechamuros, intense Aderos, less intense Aderos, Zodon, Shogeg, so we knew about it, he didn't know about it, everything is atoned for through Tshuva. And listen, that's what Rambam says, it atones for everyone. So we ask him at the end of the day, like Rabbi Kiva. The Surah Mishtareach atones for everyone, for all Averos. However, the Rambam adds in a very what's the important caveat? Baruch Sha'asa Shuvah. Baruch Sha'asa Shuvah. So sorry, you can't sleep for the right, so this goes back to yesterday's time. Machlokes Rabbi and Rabbi. Right? How does Yom Kippur work? Remember, Rabbi said, the essence of the day of talks. According to Rabbi, even if you don't doubt it, even if you're right, because it was even good, it was even better, according to Rabbi, right? Even if what? Even if you eat on Yom Kippur, right? Even if you do a lot on Yom Kippur, the day itself atones for you. Rabbanan say, yes, the day atones for you, but you need to unlock the atonement power of the day through what? Through Shabbat. And I'm not asking by the Rabbanan. The halacha I see Kippur is the most powerful day in the world. But if the power of the day must be unlocked through Shabbat. Now, I will say, you say to yourself, something like you say, oh, that's kind of hoping like the other way about it. Right? No, so just understand, this actually works in our favor. This works in our favor. Why does it work in our favor? Because the Rambam says the next halacha is mentioned this Hashkayim. They learn this back to Kapara. So not like now that unfortunately there is different Samikosh. And now that there is no altar upon which to achieve Kapara, Ein Sham Ela Tshuva, Tshuva Chaperes HaKol HaVedos. So then we're going to say, as beautiful as it was to Rebbe's position, that ultimate Shimon Shalom Kapara, that the day itself atones. Are you going to Rebbe, the moment was unlocked through the seer, through Shimon Shalom, which means as beautiful as Rebbe's model is, it's fantastic when he goes stood. But his message is not standing in what to do. The beauty that we have of us is even in the actions of the English. The Rambam says, it's something more powerful than it's English. Can you imagine saying that? We know each of us possesses something more powerful than the English. We possess something more powerful than the Mizbeach. We possess something more powerful than the singular ourselves. What is that called? Truth. The most powerful force in the entire universe is the power of truth. And it was like the Gemara said yesterday, and when can you access that most powerful force in the world? Any time. The Seer Lazar can only be recovered once a year. I know Kippur. If we know the building going to the Kodesh HaEloshim, once a year. If you and I can access the most powerful force in the universe, they need children of when? Each and every moment. Incredible. I can also that thought of always what a ride. What a ride. Incredible. Okay, so we get better. Let's go. Ideas are about Stein areas. Once it's not actually this is the of the yesterday's of yesterday. So we're back to Toma. I know we don't really know it all. We're not. Not so everywhere. So those are as follows. You don't have much time to say now. Remember again, we saw it before. There are two typical cases that are before. Now, okay, what are we? We are experts in this week. What are the two typical cases? Two typical cases are I forgot that I was coming, but I remember. So again, two cases, right? I became coming. I forgot. I entered into the church. I remember. I forgot. I ate Kodesh, and then I remembered afterwards that I was coming. Okay, so those are the two typical cases. So what we call Halam Tumah. I forgot that I was coming. You know, it's two more cases. What are the two more cases? I remembered that I was coming, but what? I forgot that I entered into the Mesa Kodesh. Or I remembered that I was coming, but I forgot that what I'm eating is Kodesh. Right? So those are the two additional cases. So those are the two that ultimately again come forth. So you want to kind of just elaborates on it. So again, I became from it. I knew that I was from it. And I forgot. It's not for us, but I remember that I did it in the crush. Like I remember that I or never know how to sport. Ultimately, I had another case to be that I forgot. I forgot about that. For some parts, I don't really talk about or I forgot about both of them. Plus, I Kodesh and I consumed Kodesh for the Yoda, and I didn't know Umishah from Yoda. And then after I did the Kodesh, I remembered how they said the only the whole six. So again, the Mishnahs are fully specific to the cases. It's the elements of the cases. But again, remember, essentially, any case where there is a deal of tefillah, the deal of self. So awareness in the beginning, awareness in the end, lapse of awareness in the middle. Now again, there's four different cases of lapses, right? There's two lapses of tumor awareness. I was coming, I forgot, I entered the next English, I remembered afterwards. I remembered that I was coming, I forgot, I ate Kodesh, remembered afterwards. That's cases 1 and 2, which then give 3 full-time cases. I remember, I know that I'm coming, but I forgot I was in the session that I remembered that I was in the English. I knew that I was coming, I forgot that I was in Polish, and I remember that I was in Polish. None of those cases, when there's a way to be, like the opposite of it, liability is what we call a carbon owner video, which is the carbon is a sin offering that is based on your financial status. That if you have money, you'll bring one type of carbon, we'll talk about all this, and if you're poor, all the way down to the right, so in other words, the highest level is going to be a love, and the lowest level is a mikra. That's the range. So mikra, you got the person to each other, and you write down there, then forgot, now I'm going to talk. The justice makers, but you never get into this mikdash. You never know the mikdash, or you forgot that he was in the mikdash. The Zacharias had too much of the tumah. You never know himself as that, or you forgot about both of these things. The mikdash among Yadon, and where is the mikdash? And he wasn't aware. When she got to Yadon, when he came out of the mikdash, he became aware again. How did he say about over the Lord? Again, it's almost like some common denominator. You give the tefillah awareness at the beginning, awareness at the end, and forgetfulness, or lapse awareness in the middle, results in carbon over the already next. So now, interestingly enough, this section quite fascinating. We speak about entering into the mikdash in a state of Torah. So now we have to discuss what constitutes entering into the mikdash. So whether you enter into the mikdash, or let's say you enter into zone. So we're going to discuss the idea now that technically speaking, there are ways to expand the temple compact. But it's a process. It's a process. So let's say Klal Yisrael decides it's on its side. We want to expand the footprint of this. Okay. How do you go into this? It's not just stuff that we stuff. Remember, you have to add, you add on, you want this visual at the second view of this. How does that happen? Versus Shekin will see Allah here, Allah Zaros. She'll simply by the way, expand Yerushalayim. Very incredible. If you want to expand in the borders of Yerushalayim, you do that. Now again, if I expand Yerushalayim, expand municipality, I want to expand ultimately again the Kedusha. Kedusha city to develop the extended areas as well. In order to do this, the only people who can do this are the Melech, the Urim, so they will get into this process for this. If you want to expand the Kedusha of Yerushalayim, you want to expand the Kedusha footprint of the next hundred years, you can do it. But in order to do it, you can the traffic, the Urim, which remember again is the 70 that goes into the fold. Right? That's the breastplate of the cross of the of 71. Now when you want people, some of these people will be discussed. Furthermore, Todos, you bring carbon todos, over shear, and there's like a solid. What happens? Based in the housing, based in walks. Now again, I was never see like where all of this takes place. Where is based in going? How are they going? Based in the housing, which Todos after it. The two Todos are following after them. The Chol Yisrael Acharei. Whatever this is awesome. This is awesome, right? We are expanding the footprint of the next Hamikdash, expanding the footprint of Yerushalayim, Kodesh. So how does it happen? You've got to get the whole cover together, right? There's singing and there's entering and there's two Todos and all of Klal Yisrael is there. So some days have to this now. Unless the inner Toda, now again we'll have to see all of this means. The inner Toda is Isui, that we told them to Stratas. The outer Toda ultimately is burned up his death. And if you don't follow this process, then the expanded area does not have Kedusha. Like the Gemara phrase that is therefore, if someone goes ahead and enters into a state of Tumah, ultimately again we are not Chai. So you notice that it's not clear from the Mishnah what exactly the process is. It's clear what I said is there's a process. There's a process. And there's a clearly delineated process that applies again the king, the Navi, the Urban Tool, all the parties so share and Toda in order to go ahead and expand the footprint of the Beis Hamikdash, or in order to expand ultimately the footprint of the Beis Hamikdash. Sorry. Nikma Ba'azar. So let's say again back to tomorrow. So let's say again we'll call Ruben. Ruben comes coming in the Azar, and now I'm at tomorrow. So let's say in this case over here, it's a very difficult case. What's happening over here? But now we focus on the case where Ruben comes coming outside of the Beis Hamikdash and then enters into the Mikdash in the state of tomorrow. Let's say it's a little different. Let's say I love what I saw. Ruben becomes coming in the Azar. He's going to Beis Hamikdash. Okay, in the Beis Hamikdash, how does that happen? I don't know, Sheretz is there, a customer, somebody dies right there, and Ruben's right there, so you become coming out in the Beis Hamikdash itself. And now I'm on the name of Tumah, and again, either he doesn't know about it, he brings it back to the place. He's not dressing Mikdash, but he knows that he's in the Mikdash. He knows that he's in the Mikdash. Now I'm in the Mikdash, it's not that Tumah, or he's not that he's in the Mikdash, or he knows about Tumah, or now I'm in the Zevazak, or he goes ahead and forgets about it. The Shtachada, or Sheshah, the Shtachada, remains in the Mikdash. So what's it? So again, even though at some points you do wish for it, right? But what? Remain in the Mikdash for a certain amount of time. Much time, enough time to prostrate. Enough time to prostrate. Oh, Bala Baruch, or realizes that he has to leave. What does he do? He takes the long way out, tight. He's tight. And then what this thing is like this. If Rudy becomes Tame, Rudy becomes increase in English itself. So watch this. Now read the next line. The Sarah Potter. Interestingly enough, if somebody comes Tame, you realize, oh my gosh, just became Tame. And he's out of there as quickly as possible, does not have liability for being in the Mikdash in a state of like since he didn't cause it, this happened there. As long as he got out of there as quickly as possible, there's no liability for being coming in the Mikdash. If he became coming in the Mikdash, and what? Just either took his time by taking a long way out, or remained there for the time it would take to prostrate, then there is liability. So the word says, this ultimately, again, this represents, right? This represents the mitzvahs asay in the Mikdash, for which there is no liability. Now, what that means is like this: if you become coming in the Mikdash, and you realize it, and you get out of there as quickly as possible, you're not liable. You're not liable. Even though there's a mitzvah, what's the mitzvah asay? Rashi points out the mitzvah asay is the shelter in the The mitzvah asay is that if you are coming, get out of the Beis Hamikdash as quickly as possible. Right? So Rashi says, first you are coming, you can't keep in the Mikdash. That's the mitzvah asay. So if you became coming in the Mikdash and you got out of there as quickly as possible, there's no liability. So stop over here for today. I know we're stopping in the show. We'll talk about another mitzvah asay for which there is liability to get tomorrow. Mazel tov on finishing. Alright. I'm going to say, tremendous satzlach on the second part of Shuras. Shkoyach. All right, so I'll say good morning. Have a good morning. It is a great story. As well as Hashem. Be able to begin Wednesday morning together, learning our beautiful God. We are beginning by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's share today. Our annual Torah sponsor, the Tosin Mishpach so dedicating all the Shura churches this year as its hosts from Son of Talos Sha'an Yisrael. The Torah sponsors for the month of Iyar. Our brother, the Torah Shura Rabbi Rabbi, the connection of take a Shmuel's father, Lippo, Penny, Cheska, Queens of the Open, Bergabak, Alatora, and Shams Hagami, the families, the Yahama, all those in the foreshadowing the cult homies, like as well, between us, all of our hostages, and our holy soldiers should be successful, Bachol, Amase, Ude. Also, with that, let us begin. I am not exaggerating when I say that we have a ridiculously amazing job ahead of us today. It has anything and everything you could want out of a block of Gemara. There's numbers, there's Shkapa, there's Yom Kippur, there's everything you want. Everything you want to just take a deep breath, take a big sip of coffee. Because in this Hashem, the ride is going to be absolutely riveting, amazing, inspirational, and uplifting. So let's see, we got things that is, 13. We're picking up on the days of base 12 at the 2 dots. Pretty much like the middle of the page. Right? Yeah, the outside of the Mikdash. Good. Excellent. The outside of the Mikdash, the see Hanasa Mikdash. Remember again, we're now making our way actually to the end of the Mishnah, right? Because remember, so far we only had one Mishnah in a second. It was a big Mishnah, it was a one block Mishnah. We're making our way toward the end of the Mishnah. And over here, the Mishnah said as follows. The Mishnah said, Azono. So remember again, up until now, when we were speaking about the seed, and all of the seed, remember again, which seed have we had? We want goats everywhere. We have the seed of Chodesh, we have the seed of Regalim, and also the seed of Yom Kippur, right? But again, specifically the Chodesh and the Regalim, those goat offerings atone for what we call Tumas Mikdash V'Kadash, which means either you're giving example in a state of Tumah, you're consuming constantly items to tomorrow, always the commonality, however, amongst all of those experiences, and there's some element of shogeg. Whether it's shogeg on the front end, shogeg on the back end, like I didn't know that I was coming, and then I realized afterwards, I knew that I was coming, but I forgot. Now we come to a more severe case. What about intentionality? Intentionality, what we call Sodo Mikdash V'Kadash. I knew I was coming. But even though I knew I was coming the whole time, I still entered into this inflation. I still did coaching. Speaking of coaching infraction, it's still kapara. Where does that kapara come? So that's what I'm Azor too much Mikdash V'Kadash, with there's intentionality. To enter into this intention instead of Tumah, or to consume culture instead of Tumah, still not sort of thing. That is the goat, the inner goat of the keeper that atones. So because our accomplishment towards getting Israel, Pasuk says that we will again keep our country, that we will atone on the Kodesh for all of the tumults of cloud Israel. I must say now, the word doesn't go to the rest of the Pasuk, because exactly what we need is, we need to share it's not also, if we'll take care of the Pshayim, we're discussing this morning, Pshayim, the Chokras are saying for all of their sins, for all the Chokras. What does this mean? The Pshayim, sin, the world of sin. This is good to know. Now, things are making it free. In the world of sin, there are different types of errors. So there's what's called a pasha. A pasha means I have every intention to sin. So, now, interestingly enough, a pasha is a type of sin that's actually with the intention to rebel against HaKadosh Baruch Hu. It's going to be the most severe form of sin, intentionality, with the intent ultimately to rebel against the authority of Hashem. So that's just another. So once our country, what's going to Israel, will be Kishev. So what does Pasha refer to? Pasha refers to mercy. The people over Melach or Pasha, the over Pasha, living on the Etzavi. Chatos, what are Chatos? In the Hashkakas. This refers to others. So the people over Nefesh, Kitakatar, Ishkaka. So what do you see from here? You see from here that he's severe. The inner goat of the Kippur atones even for Shai, even ultimately again for intentional others. And also this is very important because that's where you see deeply. You see deeply, so remember again, depending on what your social pattern determines how often you say deeply. Right, so certain scholars say they will say deeply every single day. Everyone else said Kippur, like certainly that's just Shabbat. What do you say? Hatasi, Akisi, Kashaki, Hate, Shogeg, although intentionally, but with the intentionality for benefit, that's just doing it for my pleasure purposes. Passion is an intentional, the intention to rebel against that HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Good, let's go back to it. Says the Gemara. Al Shara Lucia Torah calls out the words on Zohar Tashkam. So now, you're going to say very interesting. This is going to open up the door for a beautiful and incredible sukkah. So this is really the end of the Mishnah. So the end of the Mishnah it says Al Shara Lucia Torah. For all other attributes in the Torah. Now what is all other attributes in the Torah? Alamuros, Zidonos, Shtakos. So lighter ideas, more intense ideas, intentional, unintentional, hold up, but no hold up. I knew about it, I didn't know about it. I save among Sassi, I read the commandments, prohibitions. Christos is encouraged. Yeah, I just read the Mishnah now. See here how the Shkaya have it. So let's say, so essentially, the fascinating in our Kabbalah, there is a catch-all kafara. What's the catch-all kafara? It's see how the Shkaya for ourselves. We go to the descent off the cliff. Are they different? Go to the toes for everything. It's a catch-all kafara. She says the Gemara. Now the Mishnah seems a bit redundant. Why? Because the Mishnah says, "Hainu kalos." Hainu says, "Hainu kalos." Hainu asevelos ase. So what are kalos? Kalos are referring to the mitzvahs asevelos ase. How do they command and prohibitions? Kamulos. What are kamulos referred to? Hainu krisos. So these things. That refers again to contrary actions. And these are big things. Hold up, you knew about it, and release it. You know what God did you know about it, and you showed it. So also, so the whole way the question was asking just the Mishnah of fundamentally relevant. Which the Mishnah not even the Holy Torah to say. And also, this is a very important thing about this. Holy Torah, I think it's in general. So up until I'm just going to be talking about this, but what kind of Averos? What kind of Averos? What we call Tumas and Mikdash the Kadosh. That's the specific type of Avera that we have been discussing. Now you might transitions for all other Averos, right? Besides, so remember, Tumas, Mikdash the Kadosh, you've got that covered. Sir Rothschild, Sir Berdoman, Seer of the Queen of Yom Kippur. Each of those atones for different types of someone. Now, for all other Averos, and what is all other Averos include? Literally, all other Averos. What takes care of that? You might say, Big Kalos, Big Kamuros. Rather than what we'll call Kalos, minor Averos, Kamuros, more advanced Averos, Big Shah, Son, Shogi, Big Shah, Son, Amazing. Whatever you do, those Kalos and Kamuros, Shogi, God, amazing. Also, Shas and Shogi. And when you wrote a level of Shogi, you know those things, what they know those things. Sometimes I can make an accident blood it up, and I know exactly what I did. And sometimes I don't know what I did. Whether you says, Revealing Kalos, and what are the Kalos? I see them on Sashay. So, for the examples of Kalos, so Kalos or Korandea Kalos is your typical Asay Valo Sashay. I will say that obviously there's still Averos. But like, I eat something not kosher. I go ahead and I wear shorts. It's hard, right? It's not like mine. So again, those are examples of just everyday assays and most assays. Furthermore, the alien Kagalos, one of the more intense right? Says, that's Christos and Misos based. Actually, that guy that will come to the currents in Misos based. So it says, now essentially, the mission just informed us, and it's really incredible how God drew down into this, is that the seer and China Brazos, the seer that's sent out, right, sent over the cliff, that seer is so powerful that it atones for everything, Now, what's interesting to see is, despite the fact that it goes for everything, when you see Tumas Mikdash the Big Hadasha is still in its own category enough that it's own topic, right? It's necessary. Every other idea that you can think of is taken care of by the Sierra section of Tumas Mikdash the Hadasha. Right? So again, if I enter into the Torah, I feel so conscious of the state of Torah. Those kind of reactions require your own Kapara mechanisms, but literally, also Yiddishkeit is taken care of by the sea and the incredible. So the word out drills down a little bit into this. Haya said, so also when we say this, you see that the Sawyer, right, that is the same, so remember again, Yom Kippur, 2 goats, right, 2 goats. Seir HaMishkareach, that's the goat that's thrown over the cliff, what's the other one? Seir HaMa'aseh Ephraim. What does the Seir HaMa'aseh take care of? What's it take care of? give you just 30 seconds ago, right? Excellent, right? So again, so remember that is the scenario that atones for intentional violation of Tumas and Kadosh, right? The scenario that said the thing that takes care of, the scenario that thereof, everything else. Everything else. Okay, so now what's the better way? It's like God. You see, the scenario that takes care of mitzvos aseh. Mitzvos aseh. The Gemara says, I gotta say what's the case of the assay? So I remember again, just a simple idea. I failed to put on store. That's a case of an example of I failed to perform an assay. I didn't put on scissors. That is an example. I failed to perform an assay. So okay, so the seer takes care of that. The Gemara says, what does that mean? I assay anything done. What's the case of the assay? So the Gemara says, listen to this. If I didn't do Shuvah, so let's say again, I didn't put on Torah, I didn't put on scissors, and I didn't do Shuvah. So that's the case. Who cares about the scissors going out? Get out from the Shuvah. So what's the Gemara says, what good is a carbon without Shuvah? Carbon is not focus. Right? Carbon is getting all of the problems. Carbon still requires Shuvah. So if I don't do the perform an assay, or that I'm at a 9 in a low assay, if I'm just bringing the carbon, that's called seven percent flavor. That is called the offering of the wicked. It's an abomination. That's a pretty strong statement. The Gemara says, okay, so what's the other possibility? If the other Shuvah, say, listen, what's against me is, how could this change how could it be Mekhader for our sins if I haven't done Shuvah? Equals to this, eat the other Shuvah, and if I eat Shuvah, it's not going to call Yoma Iman. If I did Shuvah, then guess what? I don't need to wait. I don't need to keep it. I don't need to see it. Right? If I did do Shuvah, it works every single day. Look at actually, if you eat the other Shuvah, actually enough. Let me get what people do. Wow, I say, look at that phrase. If I did Shuvah, who needs your kippur? Who needs your kippur? Call Yoma Iman Shuvah Mechaber Aleh. Everything Shuvah is Mechaber for me. Besides that, the power of Shuvah on a lower level infraction, like I should say, is just the church. That's what we don't want to say. Just pause for just a second. This is, by the way, one of the most incredible things about giving God first thing in the morning. First thing, whatever the Prophet does, gives us the messages we need for the day. So, what the Prophet just whispered it out here. Shifra. Shifra, it's something wrong. Just a Shuvah. Who needs your Shuvah? If you have Shuvah. What is it? Because you have Shuvah. So, if it's something wrong, why wouldn't you're so up your life? You're going to all the times that you do things wrong. The challenge is not going to do things wrong. But there is, as we all make mistakes. So what's the challenge? We get this wrong. We think the challenge is that I sin. The challenge is not that I sin. The challenge is that I don't fix my mistakes in the immediate aftermath of the performance of those mistakes. That's where my colossal failures in life come. That I sin, I'm going to sin every day. I'm going to continue to sin. Then I'm going to resume to sin. I'm probably going to become the best sinner. That's going to be the way life is. My hope in life is after I sin, clean up your mess. Clean up your mess. Why do we wait to rectify the mistakes? Why do we wait to clean up the mess? Why do we wait until some later date to fix all the stuff that's broken? The Gemara says, Shabbat is every single day. And Shabbat is so powerful. I don't even think about it. I can just take Shabbat today. It's so incredible. So the Gemara says, so we're just trying to get mechanics. Then we're going to run that side. So then, again, if I didn't do Shabbat, then why should Shabbat see your hell? If I did Shabbat, then I would be a keeper. So the Gemara says, just so you know, I'll run this Shabbat. If I violate, then it's say, and then I make Shabbat. Ultimately, that literally translated means I don't leave from there until Hashem forgives you. So listen, this is interesting. This is part of a much bigger discussion. But the discussion I was having with Satsuma, what is happening is that there are certain avenues for which you can attain instantaneous forgiveness. So in Lord neighbors, again, and didn't put on someone. The violation of the resources, say positive commandments, which obviously the violation of a positive commandment is less severe than the violation of a prohibition. How do you violate a positive? How do you do that? I mean, it's inaction. Obviously, a sin of inaction is going to be less severe than a sin of dynamic activity. So, halacha l'maaseh works as a Shiva model, so you could essentially obtain instantaneous kapara for the violation of a positive commandment. So, the Gemara says, if that's the case, Shabbat don't even have a kippur. So, as soon as this is the case, is incredible. Say the top of people don't say, well, only the paradox, but what's the case? He's actually more about to do my favorite service of all of Shah. There's Hashem, we're going to have because actually we want to just quickly, I don't know. We're going to see that I don't know how much the case. The case that is a whole movie, right? Ruben's only about the only the right of the news. What that means is he had I really committed that later, and he's holding fast, right? He's holding strong in his other type. Rashi says, only the Vardo, the low other. The guy should have never been trying to play, but must be ready when you keep on the Tata Asher and Shavin of these watches. What's the case? He said, remember, keep on the ball there. What is the say? The Mishnah says, off the cliff, atones for all of us. And the context is someone who has committed this has not done the Shuvah, and yet the Mishnah still says, even though again, Ruben didn't do Shuvah, but it's still not contact. Who's the opinion that you want to say? Let's say, get ready for a second. Then you'll bet, I'm calling there, Shabbat Torah. I am there that you're fighting Torah. They not such Shuvah below. But you did Shuvah, you didn't do Shuvah. Yom HaKippur in Chabad. Your Kippur atones. The power of your Kippur is so overwhelming, it's so terrific, that even if you did not do Shuvah at all, even if you are the worst value in the world, even if you committed averos that are a few recess days, a few cards, your Kippur is mechaper for everything now. Even according to Rabbi's model, there are three exceptions to this rule. What are the three exceptions? Chutz, the Kori Kol, Rashi says, Kol V'Be'eter, if you deny the existence of God. Okay, he says, that is your Kol V'Be'eter, the Yom Kippur doesn't atone for you without Shuvah. Megala, pardon the Torah, it's not easy to actually know without pardon the Torah, but I'll give the chutzpah with the deeply processed Torah. I will say this is incredibly important. A person is disparaging about Torah. A person is disparaging about Torah. Unfortunately, there is a Sahara like this, where a person sees something, that they don't understand, sees something that seems that they don't necessarily agree with, sees something that seems to fly in the face of whatever contemporary health issues are, and a person is disparaging about Torah. That is a terrible infraction. I don't think that is unforgivable even in Kippur. And that's the method risk of us. Or a person needs grace. I will say the way this is understood generally is is either a person doesn't perform a mitzvah of receiving, or a person tries to hide his grace. Tries to make himself look uncircumcised. So by the way, it's interesting. So just understand what Rabbi just said. Rabbi said the power of Yom Kippur is so profound that Yom Kippur is mechaber for everything. Right? Even if you do forget, even if you do not do Shuvah, even if you do not do Shuvah, the power of Yom Kippur is so intense that Yom Kippur atones for everything. We learn this at the Shema. Phrase this, I should say, phrases this as Itzumo Shalom Mechaber. That's how Rabbi is called it. The essence of the day provides atonement. Doesn't matter what it is. Rabbi says three exceptions. Or the three exceptions again. You're called for the disparaging of Torah, and you deny grace. They will say it makes sense because remember again, the denial of all of those things, plus the carnality over there, they're part of the fundamental underpinning of the relation between the Israel and Christ. If you don't believe in God, there's nothing to talk about. If I don't believe in the sanctity of Torah, I don't understand it, there's nothing to talk about. This mirror represents the idea. What's the word that is essence? My desires come second. Ultimately, I get to what I can Baruch Hu wants. If I don't have that, then there's no relationship. If there's no relationship, then you cannot tap into the power of the That was like, this is like, to me, this is one of the most astounding shittas in all of Shas. In all of Shas. It's so much of it. So just understand what this means. Right? You just figure out sadness. You say that was delicious. That was delicious. You go to sleep. You go to sleep. You say, you know what? I'm really out of the fasting. So what do? You wake up. I'm not saying anything, but right? Right? You sleep. You go to sleep 24 hours, right? Fantastic. You wake up refreshed, ready to go to sukkah, right? To take on the world. Right? You did it down in any text. Rabbi says, Shkoyach. How do you feel? How do you feel? You feel like I'm not even most ready because you're the disgrace. I didn't now even think of the max, you didn't do anything. He says it doesn't matter. It matters, but it doesn't matter. You say what you do, so you only you do yourself. Because all you need to do essentially for the keeper is be alive throughout the day, and you have achieved atonement for every single Avera. You do Shuvah, you didn't do Shuvah, it doesn't make a difference. You turn to the Chavrajah, the three exceptions. Now watch this. So the Gemara says, follows. So my country, what's your example? What the Gemara wants to suggest, she says that just like how it's back, the Gemara suggesting Rabbi is the author of our Mishnah. Because what did our Mishnah say? Our Mishnah said that the seed of Mishalach, right, the goat of Yom Kippur, which essentially is the goat of Yom Kippur, atones for everything. Who's it being going to say? That's Rabbi. That's Rabbi. My country, Rabbi. What's that? Where do you think you get that from? Right at the day, atones for the person who doesn't do anything. He signed up. He divided Shem Israel. Once he says, open the field, he has what we ask him here, as it the settlement power of your giver. So first of all, it says, divided Shem Israel. So this guy is the word of God. He said, he's supposed to summon ultimately to go from Eden, and also, it's disparaging of Torah. That's mitzvah solidified, and he has a opportunity to do it. It's not Zehamita risk the Rasa. Ultimately, again, this is a person who needs bris mitzvah. Again, either by not mitzvah, or by trying to hide his bris mitzvah. Currents will be cut off. Currents, the phone of that. Currents, because of the ultimately, you can suffer currents before your giver. See, currents are after your giver. You can even get currents after your giver, which shows that what? Shows that your giver is not a perception individual. See, currents before your giver, currents after your giver, because your giver does not atone for the individual. That was like, remember, all of this is talking about Rebbe's model of your giver atoning without any tshuva. So now Rebbe said, so Rebbe will tell us, your giver atones for every single mitzvah, every single other people without tshuva, with these three examples. Your whole akiva also tshuva. You would have thought that even if a person does tshuva, he still can't atone for these things. However, therefore the pasuk says his sin is within him. Any time that a person suffers currents his way when he has done tshuva. And so the power of tshuva is that tshuva can wipe out everything. That tshuva can atone for everything. Sometimes in addition to tshuva, the tshuva by something that is even for these three nature averos, tshuva of course helps. But again, whereas Yom Kippur itself told you in the fact that the day atones for everything by all other averos, these three averos Yom Kippur is not enough. You need tshuva. But what I'm going to do with this, you probably spoke, I was actually probably the other number. But I'm going to show us that these three averos are so severe that they have repercussions both in the small and the next. How about not? Well, it seems with your words is also tshuva from this, so let's say, I want to understand part of a different type of construct, which is that there are certain averos that are so severe that tshuva by itself does not work, but are the tshuva and misa and death. And those two things together ultimately atone. So that tradition just by these averos are cultivated from the bottom of the Torah and the grace. That again, if you do tshuva and death, fully atone for it. Well, we must have supposed to separate because you're just a moment, showing its accomplishment, shows that even does the Mishnah reflect, it reflects that you are ready. It's ready. And if I look away, so again, that's why the Mishnah says that the Sir HaMishtalech, which represents the Kippur, is the Chacham for all Averos. Now the word challenge that. The mean months is Nicholas. I just want to point out, by the way, that so this is a fundamental I wasn't stated explicitly, but the Rabbanan disagree with Rebbe. The Rabbanan disagree. The Rabbanan say that the Kippur only atones if accompanied by Shuvah. If accompanied by Shuvah. So ultimately, I guess, the this is often phrased is Rebbe holds sumo shol yom. The fact that the day itself affects a completely that way. And the Rabbanan said, no, this notion is not only Shuvah, only Shuvah, ultimately, again, with your Kippur allows control. The Rothschild and the Good Sifas has a very interesting idea over here. He says, he says, no. He says, everyone agrees with Tzibor Shalom. Everyone agrees with that. Because that's not as to be incurred. But your Kippur day itself provides Kahara. And other has it that in a collective spirit is what you need to unlock the power of your Tzibor Shalom. How do you access the power of your Kippur? So that I will say, Shuvah is the key. Right? Of course, you can tell it, it makes so much sense. Because of that, so, of course, nobody agrees with Jewish. That's the whole thing, because there's an essence of the Kippur, of the itself, that goes in the tones. How do you unlock like that cathartic power? So, the Rabbi will say, Shuvah unlocks your eye, but Shuvah works for you. But then what's that? That Shuvah has a different power during a certain Shuvah, specifically on Yom Kippur. As our Rambam quotes the passage, the Shuvah Hashem at the 3 months old. The Rambam says this exclusively. Whereas you could go ahead and do Shuvah throughout the entire year. There's a special power of Shuvah during a certain Shuvah with that even heightened on the Kippur itself. So the Rabbanan say that's the key. Rebbe says the key to unlocking the Tzor Shalom is simply breathing, being alive. As long as you are alive, you access the Tzor Shalom. So just a different way to frame your this. Okay, so now the Gemara says the mean months is looking like Rebbe. I will say, okay, one last time. So the mean months is looking like Rebbe. So I was saying, how can we set up the Mishnah like Rebbe? How does that work? Well, obviously, the Sefer Rebbe with the key. The Sefer at the end of the Mishnah is Rebbe Shulchan. Decoration of Rebbe. So I say, so in general, remember again, the way we like frame things is to create authorship that runs consistently throughout a Mishnah. Remember, the Sefer Rebbe Shulchan would make more sense to make the Mishnah Rebbe as well. The time Sefer is what we learned in the Mishnah. After the start, after Kohanim, after Klal Mishnah, because we'll see some other things. Right? So remember, any Mishnah says both Yisraelim and Kohanim, even Kohen Gadol, are all able to achieve Kamala Yom Kippur. Well, not is a high scholar who holds this. Right now, we'll say now, remember, so this is the opinion that says all Jews achieve atonement through the Sir HaMishtalech. Now, what this is my focus, right? My focus, and maybe Kohanim get atonement for different mechanisms. Who's the opinion that says Sir HaMishtalech works for everyone? So the Gemara says, you might be saying, I saw that Yudah. So Yudah, so you get the other Mishnah, the Chlam, the Reisha, Yudah. But it says that the beginning part, which is the real part that we're focusing on, that Sir HaMishtalech takes care of all of those. It makes more sense to say that that's when also, on the Yosef, he's never out, right? He several of the Yudah. The author of the Mishnah was ready always to love Yudah. Okay, that was a good answer. That's the answer. The Gemara says as follows. I'm going to abide. So God cut power, so abide is the so can you explain that to me? So how does this work? So there's a God cut power now, Rabbi is Sabala Kadita. About Rabbi Yudah or Sabala Kadita, Rabbi Sabala Kadita, Rabbi Yudah Sabala Nami. So now Rabbi just asks, what does that mean? So just set up that Rabbi holds like Rabbi Yudah, which again I will say all that means is that Rebbe holds that Sir HaMishtalech, like Rebbe, that Sir HaMishtalech atones for everyone. Yisraelim, Kohanim, even Kohen Gadol. So when we say that Rebbe holds like Rebbe Yehuda, does that consider that Rebbe Yehuda holds like, now what does that mean? What is Rebbe Yehuda's model of Yom Kippur? Is Rebbe we subscribe to the power of the given small shaya mechaber, but the essence of the thing just by itself is mechaber, is to read that or not. So the Gemara says, oh, the Lord, we read some of the Yudah, how do we discover some of them? New, all of this, new, sorry. Oh, the Lord, I'm sorry, that will come up. That Torah, something that we read about, we do some of the Rabbi. We say that that's not the Yudah, but maybe the Yudah doesn't hold like Rabbi. Oh, Dilma, the Rabbi, some of the Yudah, after Rabbi, there's some of the Nami for it. The Rabbi holds it, the Yudah, that Yudah also holds like Rabbi. You are the news that can find in the name and the common celebrate Rabbi. Remember again, Rabbi Yudah is Rabbi. So therefore, again, just the way it's appropriate to say it is that the student holds like the Rabbi, not that the Rabbi holds it. In reality, Rabbi agrees, and one side Rabbi agrees, we can yet understand that Yom Kippur as well. Although I think that the kind of, I mentioned explicitly, I said it, Rabbi celebrate Rabbi Yudah, about the Yudah no subtle one to them. I don't know if that doesn't go both ways. Let's look at the that the stage that accounts for all the right calling Israel, Material, whoever it is, like every Jew has kapara ultimately do stage that Yudah does not hold like Rebbe, which means that it does not hold with Sul Shadman. Let's not have the way that I want to come up for myself in order to access the power of the second. You're going to go. Is a part of the fact that you might have thought that your Kippur should be a kapara person, whether it be or not, whether it be true or not. So I can look at a couple of people. Now let's take a comparison. For example, Chatas and Asham. Chatas and Asham create kapara. And Yom Kippur creates kapara. Not Chatas and Asham in the Kapara Ella Al Sham. Just like Chatas and Asham, that's what brings the Chatas and Asham. It's a person of one there. Brings a carbon, but doesn't do sugar. What's the impact of that carbon? It's the carbon zero. That's what we call the boy Shabbat. We're trying to do flavor. You are very often it says, so not Chatas Asham in the Kapara Ella Al Sham. Just like Chatas Asham only were, if accompanied by sugar, at Yom Kippur in the Kapara Ella Al Sham. So to Yom Kippur only provides only for those who do sugar. So we say, this is the position that I'm not going to use a kapara. The power of Yom Kippur is only accessed with sugar. Not the Chatas Asham. She the Kapara Ella is a Kishobi. So I say, so ultimately, just say that. But here's the problem. Chatas Asham, only the Kapara Shogim. But remember again, no carbon oil. It's no carbon oil there. Now, it's not totally true. There is a carbon oil. What carbon is that? That's the sear and Yom Kippur. But that's not something I'm making. They say I was brought out of the hat of crumbs, right? Like if you just have this in Asham, only the Kapara, like, just tell me that it's about amazing to show that ultimately again, it's in Yom Kippur, however, it's different. Because it both of you would have both for 50 and show you. Only the Kapara al amazing to show you. The Kapara al Shabim, the al Shem of Shabim. So that which is the Yom Kippur to be the Kapara for show you. And they see that's Yom Kippur to be the Kapara sugar or not. And remember, therefore the Pasuk says, Masodesh. Those you can say human, but means to distinguish, which means some things are included, some things are excluded. To teach me that what, that we don't need to talk, but also but not for those who do not do Shuvah. So it was like good. Now, interestingly enough, this price has been quoted in a way to highlight the thing that Rabbi Yudah. To show that Rabbi Yudah doesn't hold like Rabbi, and Rabbi Yudah holds and he works together with Shuvah. The problem is, if you look at this price, this price is without attribution. Right? There's no name here. Which he was not a problem. Stand a sifra. So let's say this is a sifra. Sifra is a price of the metric. Remember the prices that we call it. So a stand sifra comes kind of who is it? Right? The car is shopping. Not shopping. Ultimately, they want to see that. So you should be studying the dog. And what do we see from the Torah? What do we see from it? We see that they'll kick off the Tshuva. The Kippur does not wish to go to the Tshuva. So therefore, again, to kind of bring this also, therefore, Rabbi calls it a Mikudah, meaning that the Son Mishkaleach atones for everyone, for everything, but yet that Mikudah does not, because whereas Rabbi calls it Tzur Shom Mechaber, but ultimately, the Kippur is Mechaber for all of the other species, the holds that the Kippur is ultimately Mechaber with Tshuva. Incredible. So the Rabbi stamps Sifra, but again, another stamp Sifra, right? There's another stamp called stamp Sifra, which means a rice from Josh clothing. The sign that we learned, not all of Moliere, Yom Kippur Mechaber, and the Inki is Hannibal, the Kara Mikra Kodesh, and the Asaba Malacha. So listen to this. It's just wild. I might have thought, thinking Mechaber, listen to this. If you fasted, or Kara Mikra Kodesh, right? You didn't, right? But the Asaba Malacha, you didn't violate it. How do I know? Well, he's Hannibal. What's again in this? I don't know that even if I didn't fast on Yom Kippur, no Kara Mikra Kodesh. I didn't adapt it on Yom Kippur. I violated. I didn't know what on Yom Kippur. How do you know that Yom Kippur is still Mechaber? I will say, is this not the craziest thing you've ever read? When I say crazy, like I mean it. How do I know that even if I didn't fast on Yom Kippur, I didn't adapt on Yom Kippur, I didn't walk on Yom Kippur, how do I Yom Kippur is Mechaber? Talmud Omar, Yom Kippur, you come up. It's an absolute day. An absolute day. That's another universe like this. Doesn't even want to keep it right now. Right now, oh my gosh, I keep start flexing. Absolutely right now. The power of this. Just wipe everything I do, I don't do, it doesn't matter. So from the goal, so what do you do with this? So what do you do with this? So again, that's my point. We have two prices. We're telling it that fundamentally contradict each other. Right? The first price says that Kippur really only works if you do tshuva. Second price says, the second price is even more severe. The second price says, even if you do Kippur, right? You know you did Yom Kippur, you didn't walk on Yom Kippur, you didn't fast, you didn't that, still Yom Kippur is Mechaber. So what I do with this, which was all about the contradiction, but again, we're not, it's fine. Works. It's the fact that I will say these two vices the two fundamentally opposite opinions, not opposite, but different opinions about the works. The first price says you need Shabbat, that's that people don't. How do you access the phenomenon? Again, everyone here that Yom Kippur has this tremendous spiritual cathartic energy to fundamentally let this mean change you up this thing. I want to say yes, but you need to Shabbat to access it. That's the first price. Second price, so that even if you're eating on Yom Kippur, imagine this. If you're eating on Yom Kippur, Kippur is still atoning for you. And Kippur is still atoning for you. Like you're doing a lot of Kippur. Kippur is still atoning. Who's that? That's Rabbi. Rabbi says, listen to yourself. That makes no sense. How does it make any sense that if you're eating on Yom Kippur, you will open the Kippur, that the Kippur still working on your behalf? Don't say, love doesn't make sense. And the emotion loves us so much. Loves us, that there's a phrase that this actually comes from that. I think it's actually so it's the Gemara. I think it's the Gemara. It's the Gemara. Right? I thought Mekalkel as Hashua. Love disrupts the natural order. Where did we do that from? From Avraham Avinu. Because Vayashki and Avraham Avinu. Vayachavoshes Kamala. I'm going to go from the morning. And he settled the dark. So he's probably he's got a guy for that. Right? Everything has a guy to settle. Right? They're not the souls. And so why is Avraham Avinu going against Sabbath? Because again, Rashi says, I don't know how to show love. I'm going to be love records about love for his son, respect the natural order. Love makes people do crazy things. And love is such a strong emotion that often intellect is dispensed with. And Allah has kind of looked at when you're talking about the love that Hashem has for his children, there is nothing stronger in the universe than that love that Hashem has for us. So why does Yom Kippur work? Because Hashem loves us so much and wants more than anything for the state to be complete. For us to start, then it's illogical. It's illogical. So literally again, you made us stressing on the Kippur. Don't worry, if he has 4 Hashgachas, right? But he's stressing Hashbara is literally, it's okay. It's okay. I told you, forgiveness, forgiveness. Avo, the calculus of Shiva. The love that Hashbara has for us is so intense that it instructs that to order it. Allah says, no, Papa order be ready. Both to be ready, the more you're ready for colors, your love, and think about that, what's asking for this. So this is fascinating. The first thing as follows. So, our question is getting ready, right? Why? Because maybe ready, even ready agrees that's what. That if you violate the keeper itself, your keeper can't control it for you without you. Right? Even ready, it's still showing you what's happening. Right? Even ready will say, you violate. You ready the keeper in order to affect the divine power of your keeper. But if you don't say that, what it says, think about Hardy's the only people in the rest. Don't say, this is fascinating. What's the halacha? The halacha is if you eat on your people, what's the halacha? It's a few of colors. If you will not on your people, what's the halacha? A few of colors. If it holds, it's small shot over that the day itself becomes, then what? Then there's never a few colors for your people because the day atones for self. And yet the Torah says that you're tired of color or violation of people. So it must be according to Rabbi, who says it's small shower that's happened. That applies to everything but the three ideas that we enumerated about. And your keeper violation itself. Right? Whereas if you violate your keeper cannot atone for you. Right now, I should say, your keeper cannot atone for you by itself. You're going to as well. So the Gemara says, obviously, it's a lot of I can still find the case of currents and Yom Kippur. So the Gemara says, listen to this. The Shtakas law, you don't go up as far by the this. But if you have the case, also, for example, let's say again, a person eats at night. Right? It comes Yom Kippur night, a person eats, and what happens? In that case, the whole Asiyah Mama, in that case, all through that, he cannot avail himself of, it's interesting, everyone's understanding over here, that when we say it's Suoshin of the Chadar, it's actually the daytime of Yom Kippur. It's nothing in that. So we have a case ultimately again of a guy, who just trying to find the case of colors forever of Yom Kippur. Right? So again, you have the guy who eats at night, he dies before daybreak. So therefore, again, he never had the opportunity to tap into the Kapara status of Yom Kippur. Ella Ima, rather than the Gemara says, Ella Ima of this courage to the Mama in the best life. And again, I'm saying, you're not going to find the case of big time parts of Israeli. Which the Gemara says, why not? To this. Shtakas not. The uncle of Saw and the friend in this, you can find it with our kids. Ruben ate something and it choked while he was eating them back. But it was a sniffle. What happened? There was never a moment of Yom Kippur after the act of eating to go ahead and provide kapara. Right? In other words, we're trying to figure out, according to Rabbi, how you can have a situation where Yom Kippur itself can't atone for the act of courage. So, for example, if a person is going ahead and eating, he dies during the act of eating. In other words, in Rabbi's model, you need a moment of Yom Kippur, post-act of eating in order to atone. If he dies during the act of eating, there's no moment of Yom Kippur. Or, there's another case, some of which what happens if Ruben, people used to break between Muslim and ultimate countries, and so then he decides to sit aside. So Ruben decides to sit down for a suit, right? He all the way until Muslim Kippur, right? He's already exactly so. And what's come down to all this. So again, there was no moment of Yom Kippur after the act, in order to fulfill us and see this translated. He starts eating by sundown, Kippur, by sundown, Kippur, and eats all the way from Matzah. So you say to yourself, right? To yourself, I have all of the others. I have all of the others that a person could fulfill. We're at sunset of Yom Kippur. You can't just wait a little bit. So let's say, in general, just understand what we say this about and that. I couldn't get that data. I couldn't hold out 30 seconds long. Before let's say, you know this concept that so many times the way that I could try to avoid sin, See, he's trying to instead that this person is affected by Yitzhahara. Don't say you're not going to sin. Don't say you're not going to sin. Rather, what's a good strategy to employ? So, you know what? I'm not going to sin for the next minute. Put on a touch, right? I'm not sinning for the next 60 seconds. So I was saying 9 out of 10 times, if a person employs that strategy, I will overcome the desire. Simply because we know that the way it works is I'm so caught up in the moment that all I see, all I want is that thing. And if I'm able to catch my breath a little bit, I'm able to make a little bit of a dispassionate decision, what often happens is people go to resist temptation. It's an incredible strategy. Don't say you're not going to sin because you're probably going to fail, right? Because I'm going to say, no, I'm doing this, right? I am going to sin. Reading 1 minute, 2 minutes, right? But I'm stop. I'm going to say it has tremendous ability to save ourselves from such incredible mistakes. So often, if we could just control ourselves for just a few more moments, we can rein in those desires that seek to devour us. But all too often, we just begin to desire with such immediacy that there's no hope. So we look at this guy, who's eating, we look at that Sunday of the Kipper and see, what a fool. We can't run for another couple of minutes before once in the Kipper. So as I said, fortunately, that's us. So often, like, can't hold out for just another minute or two. I'm able to get this heat so under control. I can just hold out, just give myself a little bit of that pause. There's no telling what type of mistakes I can save myself up. So what's that? That's the Instagram. That's Instagram. How do you pass me? I love for the next time. Let's just over the argument. Right, so what's the truth there? Let's try to quick angle here. My home is ready that I want to. How does your kid work? How do you pass it? We'll come back in just a moment. Just going to cover a few more. Now, click yourself out and find that from the shop. What's the next part of the month? What's the number again? And these ends of the total constructive protection without tomorrow session. Everyone is able to achieve atonement ultimately again through the secret laws also. All people catching. Katani, Afro, Israel, Afro, Afro, for sure. For other time, Israel, come shop. So it doesn't make any sense. What did you say? I don't have any signal. Then you said, what's the distinction between? And you saw Kyle, and I back towards you used to say, Afro, Afro, is having the Sia Mishtarech, the Shar Adelos. All Jews, Israel, and Kodol, are atoned through the Sia Mishtarech, right to go through that stone over the cliff. There's no distinction between them. So, are there any differences between Noah and Kohanim? Yes. Ultimately, here's the fundamental distinction. Kohanim, when it comes to Tinas Mikdash V'Kadosha, they are atoned for through the power of Yom Kippur. We are atoned for through the Siyum HaNaseh B'Fnim. Who's the music? So you need to be signing up the people at Kodesh. Actually, once you know the stuff we'll for today, I think I will read it tomorrow, and tomorrow I will give you the resolution of my focus ready and about the essence of your keeper. We'll see if you want to go to Shimon. It's there, everyone. All right, say good morning. Let us speak in my day for all of our sponsors for this morning. Share the day. Our annual commentaries of Kosmos Rockavers as well. Again, to the old children of Russia this year, as is the first for the solar forest for Am Yisrael. Commentaries of the ceremony that we are among the Turkish war Rami Pilaki, the nation of the United States was Father Leonard Pilaki, Luca, Bailey, Fesno, and Coles, and Dora, with Yoko. The many sponsors for today, Holy Jack Power, the celebration of Mr. Louis complete in Mr. John. The cars are going to shoot at the cover of the fullbacks, the Nets Hashem, and the team has so far this beautiful endeavor. The same again, we will America, like Hamilton, all of the shops, you know, families of the family, all those things that watched out with the with COVID, Israel, Hashem, continue to bring our hostages, and we had tremendous honest, I thought, from the beautiful machine that was in terms of how we smell. Yesterday, how about the rest of our passages should come over with Hashem. Holy soldiers should be successful. They're all not saying we think that it's a true service of service for all of our days. Was it that? Let us be alive to be today. Hashem, people forgot ahead of us. In fact, it's been days 12. We have to do our own holidays, 11 and we are taking our Kari Kara. I believe that today. Anyways, let's take up 2, 4, 2, 4, 6, 7 lines down from the top. So let's say again, 30-second review. So remember, again, the beginning of yesterday's after we introduced to the beginning of the milk, we were going to have milk blood, really the leftover kavalos, leftover treated secret. What do you do with it? So you're going to propose that you say, no, simple redemption. Go ahead and redeem it onto money. Like Jersey sent you variables onto money. That money then falls into master shekel. Last year's master shekel back. Used for turkey repairs. So looking forward, we call that shekel Russian. And ultimately, the animals become food. Subsequently, the animals are repurchased. Repurchased from this huge master shekel, and you are good to go. That triggered a founders for conversation. How can I do that? If I go inside the cycle of physical safety, if there are physical safety, so how are you able to go ahead and take that away to which we rather introducing us to a concept, really big nationality. Really be translated and then essentially business creates essentially so like this only the stuff, only the animals that are used actually official for measure of business safety, but everything else does not. Everything else does not. And if I look at Mesa, you're not really living with physical safety because all these animals never physical safety. They hide death. They're why in there at all because you have all of these things just like using it for money. So if you go through this model, this mechanism of what looks like redemption, but in reality, the animals are really good. That's the interest cycle because they were never used. The market brings up questions to this. The market qualifies this concept as really basically master labels only used in Shia cases, in cases that are common. And that's why there are the cases of lost coverage, which Baruch Hashem is getting there, were played coverage codes. So the code using master labels doesn't apply. Good, that's what the argument challenges. They said, okay, the hard part, what about paradigm? What about paradigm? So watch this. So I go, paradigm with Rothschild. So paradigm is a common situation. Right? To get a little say, remember, it's not a copper paradigm, but it was not an everyday occurrence. So specifically with Paul, that Rothschild, and yet, the kind of related partners, these are interesting. Paradigm is a top social a paradigm works to be reviewed for any type of disqualification that develops within it. Okay, so that's financial sensitivity. The word Shlichot Rashi says it's about halfway down the short line of Rashi. The Shlichot, according to by Shlichot by Shilling the Esi Ela Sheva. This is just a fascinating statistic. In all of the years of the first and second hundreds, there were only 7 colors attributes. 27 red apples. All those years, right? Hundreds of years. Only 7 colors attributes. Okay. Rashi goes on. I'll come to Sheva. So again, in general, as a part of developed education, so ultimately the part community. Okay, that's not so much of a finish. Let's go on. Lisa, if the part of the guys, again, it's just they say it's guys, they have a formation. You can you should talk if it was slower, you're actually goes out the rear, you should talk what's them come up. Let's say it was smothered outside of its prescribed area. You can also do lots of Harris there. If you find a nicer color aguma, and you think that's not a reference to the voice, that's not the reference yet. You find another bar or has a couple bars, again, you try it out. That's a bar, so it's not like us. Instead, ultimately, you could redeem the everyone and utilize the new one. Shaka Gavinara. Now, what if the color aguma has been shifted? Right now, when you can check the price on the buyer, and what the events. Because not have kind of coach. That was like, it's a good just a moment. That's the action of the Rothschild. I'm not going to go over there, but I was like, this is so. Alright, you know, was not off the top of the same question. That's why we was very good. Alright, you know, hopefully there's a lot of that. I know I see anything out again. You can go to the site. You go to the site where part of what now or for this first thing. But you can see the actual site where part of the was offered up, and you can see exactly how it works. The offer, the offer, remember again. How does these things mounted? How the bias is mounted. The incredible part is the B area of the part that was offered up is directly across from the entrance where there is in the push. So you'll be able to see into the midst of the push right there. So part of this unique. So it's the guy Marok, that means on the higher, and that not really is in the push. On the higher 60. We're going to go up and finish that actually. It's a guy who have the body here back 12, 5, 8 of the levels. Now, pressure as his action, he may go out seal field. But here, so what is he in his price up? Pretty much you can review part to at any point in time. And for any reason, like it dies, you can redeem it. It has a look, you can redeem it. You find a nicer one, you can redeem it. The only time you can't redeem it is pretty much once it's offered up on this designated buyer. On Harazisi, you can no longer offer it, you can no longer redeem it. And Rashi says that's because it doesn't look nice. Right? It's a ginai. It's a ginai. Actually, that's like ginai. Don't see it doesn't look nice. It's been offered up on this buyer. What are you going to do? You're redeeming it and use it for a barbecue? Like it doesn't make any sense. Now listen, now what do you see from here? Now, the assumption is Paratuma has Kedusha Salmon. And yet, again, it seems to be that you can redeem it for what? For any purpose. For any purpose, even without it developing a mold. Now, again, this would have troubled us much more yesterday, right? Or I should say before yesterday. Now it troubles me less because I understand how could this happen? How can you use something that has physical safety and Kedusha Salmon, even if it doesn't have a mold? How do you do that? Late is in Moscow. What's the problem? You just said late is in Moscow. Only was when only applies in a situation where it's Shia, where it's common. But this is an uncommon situation. And yet, it's still similar to these. And I said, so there's words in no. This guy's a shiny part of the country that have eyes. Wow, that's quite fascinating. You might have to get it wrong. Paraduma is not Kedusha Salmon. It's Bedekavitis. Now, what's a Bedekavitis is when secondary that is associated with things. There's the temple upkeep. So what is that? Utility action. He uses Bedekavitis. He can learn. Ain't no touching his neck and cut Kedusha Salmon. If he got this from a room, but he doesn't use something things. It's different. I'm not saying you should cut something that doesn't have this perspective. Now, it makes a lot of sense. You can't have this perspective. Why? Well, you have to have this perspective, then what? You have to be offered up. Then it gets flushed. But the fact that it's offered up outside of the temple, you see that it's more financial safety, monetary safety, that will call Kedusha Salmon or Kedusha Bedekavitis. So but not actual physical safety. So it's a civil say that. What's the beauty of that? Now remember, really that you gave the nice already, that concept is only necessary for items that possess Kedusha Salmon. Items that possess monetary sanctity, like that's only one form of Kedusha. So therefore, it says that those could just be redeemed, just for whatever reason. So let's see us of that because the part of the brain is culture that have items. They make some Mishnah if that, then how could it be that it's the color guys? Right? Someone if the color check, let's say outside of his prescribed area, then it can do indeed. How can that be? How about you don't the Maraca? The most of the general Halacha is that it's anything that is culture that have items. Right? That was dedicated to that. If it needs to be being expires another, which means it has to be brought in front of the coin, literally standing in front of the coin, and the value assessed by the coin. But that's the case, when the coin is dead, it can no longer be before the coin. When that's the case, then however it has to stay in front of the coin. But that's the case, and you each is not a problem. But the same, the Amar Kachim is there, how you respond among the Bahrafa. Kachim and the Kabayis. לא היו בכלל העבוד במהלך. So what's this happening? This is subject to much more case as well. And that we should examine the country for the Hawaiians. Do not require hard and therefore I want to learn. Okay, so you want to find sources, therefore it's mine. So I just want to point out the power of these demonic elements so that the information that we pick up from more of the world because I think that this is quite striking that Para Dumont doesn't have to do just like it because I think that everybody thought that. And Para Dumont, which is also a piece of that, one of the wonderful forces we have in this type the ability to go out and take too much space, and the enemy to take too much space, it's just better price. So it has not been something essential. That's the same thing. So it's essential for that tremendous special hospital. Why does Paula Abdullah have to do just growth? Why not? Why not? Because it's not offered up on the internal approach. What's the point? That to really attain the highest level of sanctity, you must embed yourself in holy circumstances, right? In holy surroundings. And it's not enough in life just to do the right things. You have to push yourself in the right atmosphere. You have to put yourself in the right atmosphere. You kind of, a lot of us in the region, there are a lot of like, I want to say self-deceptive practices, but like you like to think that as long as I'm doing the right thing, it doesn't matter who I surround myself with. Right? It doesn't matter who my friends are. It doesn't matter who I hang out with. It doesn't matter because again, I'm strong enough to withstand any of those influences because I'm doing the right thing. And I think you would be doing the right thing. Like I'm shouting, I'm learning, I'm doing stuff, I'm doing cussing. So I know these guys are not very good influence. It's not really like a shoulder. I can withstand those influences. It's terrible because it's not the way it works. It's not the way it works. Kedusha's Hadut only comes when you embed yourself in the framework of Kedusha. It's only if you live in the Mikdash, if you operate in the Mikdash, that you have the real sense. Otherwise, again, you can have Kedusha's coming. Absolutely, you can have physical sense. You can have I'm not saying anything, right? But at the end of the day, you cannot Kedusha's coming. And then this goes to high school. And you say this kind of listen, it's also, if you take this concept much further, also, this is also the power of Eretz Yisrael. Like, what is the power of Eretz Yisrael over its lives? What is it? We have social bazaars, we have a financial bazaar, the difference is that Eretz Yisrael want to embed themselves in the absolute atmosphere of Kedusha. You cannot replicate that outside of Eretz Yisrael. You just cannot. So I can find a lot of people pockets of holiness, but you cannot create the totality of a holy atmosphere. Even if you should be what's okay, it's traditionally, it was called Shakta, dog. Okay, so now let's go back. So what did I just say? How do people be a team? There's one point of no return. What's the point of no return? Once you check to the arm and top of it's not it cannot be reviewed. But I know we should know that I can't to myself. I'm also high slow shots like Moshe. There's like a shit of himself that I guess it's fascinating. That Torah Aduma has the ability to essentially treat it like food when it comes to Torah. When it comes to Torah. I don't think you why, because I don't want to have a time when it was becoming simple to Rashi, this is in the wide lines of Rashi, about 5 lines in the coming to us, like, what is this mean? So Rashi says, okay, Naga Sheretz Yisrael, in the cause of the Naga Yisrael, but to us, literally, how I think what could convey Torah, just like food. I get Sheretz touched the Paraduma touches the other 2 items, could convey Torah. I'm not hiring a shipping department because I got a lot of stuff. And yet there's always saying that the shipping says that Torah because of some of the review active for the buyer. So the place said, hello, shopping Torah, how will you do that? That is the way I say, Torah in general, ultimately, again, it has a little bit of a different circumstances more. Because Halakha is incredibly expensive. That she says, when we talk about Rabbi Shimon, don't set up the right side of share. They say, for Allah, who was by the not saying nothing negative. Then you should believe things in Nasra around. How about that goes Shifa? Those instances where you actually reversing course. And we say, why can you redeem Paraduma? Very important. Why are you allowed to redeem Paraduma? Now, the Muslim say that Halakha Lesa is like the Rasa, which means if the Paraduma dies, you can redeem it. If you find a nice one, you could redeem it. If you find a nicer one, you could redeem it. You check the rest of the area, you can redeem it. The only time you can't redeem Paraduma is when once it's been checked on the higher houses. Why? Also, leave these in mass knowledge. That's the reason. That's the reason. Because the days themselves is not called for our human to learn, but those actively shut early at any time before that, ultimately you can include in whatever section or what about the fact that we just said before? The late days did not only applies in case of what? Case of what? Shia, common situations that aren't good enough. 7. Over the course of both buckles, that's totally uncommon. What's the answer? To which the Gemara says it's different. Because since Padua is so expensive and so huge, therefore, the days they said, essentially, it's not Paraduma until it's offered up with its back. Which means, up until that point in time, you can swap it out for whatever you want. Incredible. Incredible. So, what's this now? In fact, it turns out it is a good is not knowledge. Fascinating. So, Alamad. So, let's go back there. Alamad. Lisa Tifka. So, the Gemara says, now, the word direction is so, let's go through this. I Paraduma. Paraduma dies. Okay, so obviously now, it's not useful for me anymore as a Paraduma. But it's first Kedusha. So what can I do? I can redeem it. I can redeem it, transfer it, transfer its value, transfer its anything of the money, and then the part itself becomes just food. So what's one good? What can I do with it? Because they said that if you hold this, I cut you a cloth, you know, redeem to go ahead and keep it going. So that's just this thing. It doesn't seem like the right thing to do. Technically, it's going to be we knew with the card, we were cards. And in church, we should hold up. No, it's because it's high. Because of about even after it's that is high. Let's read the 10 days, it must not back to the hold up. So late days, the mess line is going to be there. The high is also a cow. How much of a high, and how much of a high you get is hard to listen to the how much high you actually get. Because you want to preserve the value of the high, so it is really crazy. Plus, yeah, I'm not going to leadership the down holder. Yes, as the king goes and he the counter. Okay, one of these sounds much better in Aramaic as well. The down holder, which is I will say sometimes all you should salvage less before you can salvage from the camel is the ear. Stuff like that. In other words, you're right. The hide of the part of the mouth, it's not going to be something. Some of the value of that redemption has out of that. Este single ongoing tradition, Maushi Hindu is that. So now we're going back to our Mishnah. We're going to be the Mishnah website. So the Mishnah is speaking all about the city, legacy of Rosh Chodesh, of the Victoria, of Yom Kippur, and again the idea of the Mishnah is that all of this is for some type of base centric tumult, or Kedusha centric tumult. That is basically what it is. I think that's without knowledge, consumption of culture without knowledge, and then there were different pieces, like the idea of the Tiyah, the idea of the soul, the idea of the Tiyah, the idea of the soul, the idea of the Tiyah, the soul, there's lots of this. So it says, first fellows, the assumption, Rashi, people say about that. So now let's say that again, you might use that because what happens if you lost this year? Let's say this year, Rosh Chodesh was lost. It was found before Yom Kippur. So can you offer up the seer of Rosh Chodesh on Yom Kippur? On Yom Kippur, so there's your other words. The answer is yes. Yes, it's not like if you offer up the seer of one occasion or another. I'm going to hold it. A couple also said that they created. How can you do that? Because different seers of tones, versions. How can you go and offer up one for the other? On the other hand, people are important the fact that I'm supposed to question the Kaddish. So which means that there's never a common example. We all come to a call for some form of Torah regarding the consumption and consumption of consecrated items. And because that comes out, you actually offer them up on, you offer them up on different occasions. You offer up the seal of Shodesh, and so on and so forth. You want to see why I can get involved. Lema, Lema, Base, and Nostra. Why didn't Rav Shimon use this? Why did Rav Shimon say, of course you can? Why? Because Lema, Base, and Nostra. I will say, what is Lema, Base, and Nostra mean? The animal only achieves its designated identity once it's used for that designated purpose. So, for example, if I have a seer or shoresh that is set aside for shoresh, and then that seer runs away, right? And I offer up another one instead, and I find that seer by Pesach. So now, of course, I don't know about Pesach yet. Because we don't look at that as repurposing the seer or shoresh for Pesach, but rather never became the seer or shoresh. Why not? Because they usually mess it up with it. So if you don't use it, the person can designate that negative. So why not just give that answer? That's the easiest answer. Most of us is looking at shit on the car. Shit, Nestle, wow, okay. So what's this now turns out? Suppose that you got your subject to my focus. About your shit himself does not subscribe to this idea of late things and just not the I'm gonna be that I'm gonna do it. So we can show what's the things existence. These are things. I actually first check this stuff. Right, so we did it there, so I have 4 leftover animals in the Mishkas Hack for like a couple of steps which are the purchase of last year's hack as shuttle. So what do? Here we show you 15. According to the Shem, you can actually unless you must require money in order to go ahead with you. The Chachamim lived in right? The Chachamim without of it. That was like the Gemara said as follows: that essentially what's not for this, laid between master of it. The Rabbanon hole laid these master of it, and therefore again, Chazal said, because I need a lot. So don't look at that. Should simply be removed with money. With money, with shame, reject that idea. And it was Rabbi, the people in the Shimon in Man's book, what Rabbi scored people. Torahs, influence says Rabbi Torahs, and also in the States, after the Beast of Torahs, half of your days. Right? Remember again, in the Beast of Torahs, we also saw another case where Allah before his community just with money. Now, again, the answer is that the reason we want to say that was why. Was God's only possesses Kiddush HaShalom, right? Kiddush HaShalom, that means you go in, and Lord says, have a good shiny Torahs. So Torahs is different, right? The Rabbi, so let's say, there's no choice. Because by otherwise, you could say, you never can raise until it develops a mold, and then they do. By Torahs, there's no mold. There's no way. So because there's no mold, what exactly is the option for redemption? It's not straight up redemption. So which one I put Ella, not wanting to para. Maybe it's that I want to para Kuma. We also said again that you can see this different para because I was busy in my story. Which was well, no, I'm not para shiny. You know shiny para is that now you come. That's what you said before. Maybe para just in general is truly differently why because it's so usually so expensive. So you say Ella is that problem rather it's mostly for that one of no, what's the no? That's a perspective, which can even be quite rational with without a floor. And I want to know, and that's this. So actually, I'm going to hold it in top of us and shut up. The less not really confusing. Less the sheep, I'm not present, yucky present, with a paragraph. It's a swimmer again. That was just a minute. I wish they said. Let's just establish a fact. I have multiple students that are essentially out on the Chodesh, we go in, then it's over, all of those, what's the commonality between all of those 3 buckets of goats, right? Those 2 buckets are saying the commonality. They're all offer up for some type of tumor infraction regarding entry into the Mitzvah or consumption of kosher. Reality, but they all connect to their own design. What happens I see designated for Kodesh is also it's and offering everyone for their time. So that one just easy for the next directive. So the rabbis, the one is not that you have to do that, you need for different things. Which the Shem said, since they all share the commonality of too much of the that's it. Now, Rabbi agreed that it can be offered up, but for a different reason. Rabbi said it can offer up why? Because this is a things we must have. That's why it works. Because it turns out that when the sin of Rosh Chodesh was never offered up to Rosh Chodesh, it never attained at Rosh Chodesh simply. Therefore, once it's found, it can be used for the next year. But you have Shimon, who don't hold a belief in Nasdaq, why do you have that? Which Shimon says, because Horiel, the Kaparas on Shabbat. Shimon says we all have commonality of purpose. So that's the Rabbi who argued with Shimon. So let's see. How do you know that it's a movement of God? The Gemara says, God which someone would do that is in Nasdaq. I'm not doing so again, what conversation that we is it that's happening over there? If you look at Rashi says over here, we might have to on the way, we stay there in Kabbalah and Shabbat Shimon, usually the basic person will become a Siva. So again, I want to say, how do you Rabbi Shimon, who again, disagrees with Rabbi Shimon, disagrees with Rabbi Huda, disagrees with Rabbi Shimon, and ultimately knows that there's a master out there. What's the conversation that's happening there? There's only, according to the words I learned, that you know, it's a master out there. Because I hold using master out there, I didn't follow that. I want to the hockey. This is why it's here, if a Chodesh was, for example, you have Rabbi Rabbi. I know it's not quite according to you. The Amr, no, you do not subscribe to it using master out there. I'm not even how can you take this seed that was lost, let's say, that Chodesh, and use it for regardless of the first? So the Gemara says, well, maybe this conversation is very rare, but what it is to say, according to me, this makes sense because I hold it over the city in kind of commonality, stupid purpose. In other words, they're all used, constant Shabbat, they're all used to atone for some type of Tumas Mikdash, that's why if the seed is lost for one occasion, it should be used for a different occasion. I'm not going to do it, but according to you, why can't you actually lift it up? Nobody says, why have you got it up? And nobody says, you have to soda. And the soda, the thing that you should be in the roof, they can't come with you. So once we have on the soda, according to that we need, according to the public, and also the assumption of the kingdom is that the potential is even in Master already. I would have assumed things in Master already. So let's say, but you just see all the things. What the people what originally introduced to us to the concept that everyone subscribes to. Now it's up to be because the rest of us make this action on mission, but that is without issues. Rejecting the notion of beliefs in Master already, or accepting because they're in Master already. So we must make sure that's the other night out of the rule. So now let's go full circle. So what do you do? No, let's go back to this second, right? Because remember, how do you get into this whole thing, right? How do you get to this? The fact is because of a very practical issue that presents itself every single year. Every single year, what's the practical issue? Leftover products. Leftover stuff in which was. So what do you do with that? So again, we keep on using Master already as a great idea, right? As that one of the whole it's a very simple mechanism. The animals, right? You do the same thing as the money. Donate that money back to us. It's not just a shuttle fund. And we purchase the animals not just a shuttle. We're good to go. But if you are also should really check your business, so at the end of the day, what do you do with the shuttle recoveries? Which the Gemara says, how that is for you, not just seen by any sense there. So this is very interesting. What do we do with it? Unless you've seen this phrase before, we use it for dessert or in his bath. What is that? Rashi is in the short lines, about 4 minutes. Like he's minutes in his bath. He shut his bath and it's 10 minutes bath is good. Let's say that no one's offering up any other cover his bath right now. So the human on Sabah, when you've got this seabird, split up as an Oma. Again, on behalf just to keep going up, you will give offering to the Shamil or Shimon. Telling us, this is that decision of kind of a thing because it should kind of be for you to have out to us. So, our Abba is a lot, and that you can already keep in check on it. So, You don't engage. What do you do with the leftover carbohydrates? Offer them. Offer them. That's it. But what you offer them, that's also we're getting to this more. There are periods where there was nothing right. There's nothing right there. Now, we don't like it. We don't like it. We get here when there's bad, these breaks. Right? So what would they do in those moments when they were, it's hard to make it on employment. But again, what would they do in those moments when they were closing? They had like a dessert fund, right? And the dessert fund, they would offer up just additional food offerings to use for you for the portals there, the kinds of there, that this something is there. And also, what if I just this was not so why not? Just like so what? There is bad to be alone. So let's say what level is bad. Oh, what do we get? Certain bridge between heaven and earth. No comfortable partner left you coming close to that Kaddish Baruch. We say that the Mizbeach serves as a model of our faith. What is the core principle of all the Hashem principle? Never stop. Never stop. At the end of the day, and he always has to be active. And he always has to be spiritually dynamic. Which is special, that's the relaxation. I'm still active. I'm still doing it. So the habit is very important. With your conduct, with your purity, with your closeness, with no dynamic, impossible. Impossible. We can't have that. Because again, the whole point is being practiced to serve as the our whole message. And as I constant dynamic forward momentum. So we don't need to make new elements. Just use them. Just use them. That's it. Fascinating. So let's go ahead and wrap into that. I was on this wonder shows in Zappos. She like this in the group of there. That was an interesting, yeah, this works well with the animals left over here. Because since they were already designated as communal offerings, so just offer them up as communal offerings. Not a big deal. Not a big deal. So the rest of the ship that we were trying to do in a case of severe practice. Let's see if you have the leftover practice. A couple of practice items, those cannot be offered up as dessert service there, but again, those would have to be retained. Fashion says, so the modern shows actually matches that across older Syria Hatos, Shinikin, Special Shoulders. And it's so struck, you don't see the shoulders other. Sha'aba and Seven Sun, Shake. Right, the party told you for less than Seaver. So what's this very important? Let's say, the essentially brought a cedar, a sin offering of cedar, for the cedar from the cedar of the sin offering of a Kodesh, the cedar of Kodesh, right? Again, remember, so this is down. Why is there a sin offering of the Israel? Why is there a sin offering of the Kodesh? And the Baruch says, "Maybe I like that. Actually, I think he is higher. But I'm claiming because I diminish the power of the so that's the definitely that cover, right? Exactly. So I'm going to walk up and back one in the step, and then afterwards you find it. So now what happens? I got finally at the mission use. What the problem? That's a zero frame that has been walking. That's the is a shepherd. So you're going to say, representatives that cannot be offered up on his behalf. But are you the keys on his behalf? Maybe you shouldn't have eaten it before because the old dog, I love the dog, she but the dog, that can't be offered up. Why not? Because also that's chatos. That's a chatos. So chatos can only be offered up for a very specific reason as a chatos. The problem is if you have these chatos from last year's months as a chatos, also during that final year, you can't use it. So in that case, you let the animal graze, prepare the graze, you don't even know what's not something you can do around the money, but you can use that money for all this. These very part of this. You know, going to go just for a little bit. So again, the truth says, that's all the animals that you have that you don't live there. And the richness of play, that's easy. Look at tornadoes. Just use the fact that certain things that whatever you have is why. Those essentially set aside our overall use. Just use for own use. That's it. So that's it. Right? That's the easy fix. If you happen to have left over pathos, that's a problem. That's a problem because that's connected to see happening that for the surface. Because the pathos cannot be recovered as a form. Let's think of the remedies for when you do that. Right? Grace, level one, and you even use the money for cases there. That's a from his dad. So you learn from this how it's actually to make color over. Baixo over. Let's keep we color over the Australia. So the piece of lesser animals in which that's our point, we already see this near is over. So for that, about Hassan to be color factors, the hash the hold on, the zero, the Akagapora, the most in the piece of the sea here, where there's usually business as a factors, right? There's you can go ahead and offer that up as an over. But what's happening is as far as technically speaking, you can. Personally, it's a factors for a coach. And then what happens? The slave gets lost. I end up offering up another units instead. And then I find it afterwards. Technically speaking, I could offer that as an owner. But we're concerned that if we allow that, we will come to purpose of factors and use it as an owner for the factors has been. That's also. So in order to avoid that confusion, we're simply essentially once the animal is designated as a factors, it can't be purpose of for owner. Beautiful. Which was I'm gonna buy it, I find it out because I'm not going to speak this is so strange. But once the animal has been as a factors, even if another factors has been offered up to its instead, you can't use the regional factors as that's all you want to go to so I say I think this is what this thing because I'm researching for this the patterns of the people that we lost. We have to check on the cafe and the other animals in the same way that not the things see level as well. Shut up. So to get zero about some source of factors. And that was the Champagne Cafe and you went ahead and you offered up other governments what happens afterwards. Right? So we said, it's fine once. I'm not going to move so different. He says, yeah, that's more right. But I was actually on that opening. No, very great. Develop a man, and they use the money for the trouble. Why? In fact, there's keyword itself. You don't see clean factors per guy. I ran out. English, you find it as well. Just use it for things there. Factor just use it for things there. Instructor. Just remember what you say. I don't know. We find you sorry. We find you a lot. Rothschild is zero. I'm coming up on the thing about. So what's this very important? I do it. I'm not doing myself. Before the conference has been offered, the conference cannot be purchased ultimately as an over. Technically speaking, the conference, it was lost, replacement was offered, and then you subsequently find the conference. You should be able to repurpose that conference as an over. We should be able to, either because of really pleasing, not still right? Or just because the purpose is concerned. Well, the next thing you don't mention why, because we're concerned if you're actually doing the conference has been offered, you come to what? Repurpose it even before. So therefore, essentially, there's a breakdown of no repurposing of a factors for an over. But other ones is I'm going to but showing you that actually stay the so let's say this is by the two goals of the equipment. Right? If I look for a nice way, steps out, if I look for a nice out, if more than the goals is lost, not the place. Right? So what do you do when you go? You have to raise, develop a moment, sell off, and let the money be used for development. I'm not, why is that so? I'm not, you can't people who say, hold on. It's like revenue will be offered up as an over. And the last revenue, you see the upper top on but once animals can get into as a purpose, it cannot be purpose as anything else. Like you just look at the stuff like the owner died, or she was kind of by love, or the animal was lost. And the animal always used a different animal to achieve a top. Meat actually started to eat by people down there, the right animal base, the one of the moon, and then he used the money to purchase a car. He was in the Rothschild open youngest. The Rothschild says, "Oh, you expect animal guy, and you show him a young to come up older. Don't use the proceeds and maybe all of the car is out before. Why not just offer the animal itself?" So he says, thank you for all love. So let's use that back to our single piece of so just was happening with it. What's time to spare? Guys want to say so again. So remember what's happening with you. You want to say like this. The reason we got to this whole thing in Master Land was because you said what else you do to have us. But the Shimon says, I don't want to believe this in Master Land. And there's another simple example to the left over animals. What do you do then? Kaiser is there, position is there. But why? Because since originally they were designated for the offerings, these are offerings. But you're going to show that only works for animals that are designated for all purposes. But if you have an animal that was designated for the highest purpose, then you purpose the highest or Ola. Go ahead and get out of its state as hell. That is, develop a wood with it and anything ultimately again for an Ola. I'm not by self-support. Why are you in the size? So I said, what would you do? Is where that comes from. Let over animals in which case at the end of the fiscal year, what do they do with them? So you might as well say, on the base, kindness to us, sure. You also have a lot of dessert, but what things that people eat for dessert. So they have actually used the base. Kindness to the sure. It's bad. The other should maybe be chillax. When you're sick of the person that looks for desserts right in his face. For dessert, so these animals on the cover on staff as dessert. I believe it's much less. You're allowed to eat figgies for obvious staff, but the opposite, because the whole direction is like, you're not allowed to eat honey, which you can't put in lighting. You can't eat honey or get the options in his back. There's no compound. Keep yours to show up as an expression. I believe in the middle, right? Again, it's just an expression. Like the same way that people come to eat things for dirt, so to when you do it left over to real animals, you bring them as dessert things that they always get in rodents, grab one of those leftover animals, and use that. So let's just very this stuff. Pizza nuts, let's do some research right now. So just so what's happened over the years, and then have a fundamental well guess for the opener and then shit. The broker says that I won't for myself. Maybe you must know. For shipping, this rejects that concept. What do you do with the leftover animals that use this year? The real one, just transfer the same to their money, give their money back into the box I check about from last year. You must share that you purchase those animals and then use them for their own purposes. If shipping, you don't have to do that. Just put them for the whatever is done. That's what we do not focus. Don't show that much. Just aim at pizza and the rest of it. So when it's a side, I would take the height of the air. So that he says, you can only use animals, not birds, to try to turn this off. Okay. So the one says as far as that. She says it's like an easy thing. So let's get to see the patterns that develop in the so you use the money that you want to use these purchase for dessert things there. And you purchase not purchase all of that, right? Number says that's a lie. That's a lie. That's what you get out. That's right. Yes. This is very actually this is what I'm saying. It doesn't say this is sexual. You know, you need that out. I'm not going to use that as the last time. What are you talking about? I'm not say I say what you should say over you see the dog. I see that when it's not as or as you or as of it's very simple. It's very simple. And ultimately yes, right? Whatever is left over goes for open the cover seaport. Right, goes for that item is there. But ultimately listen, no, no such thing as a commute or effort. So it says like the only one is gas, and things have to be offered up as commute offerings. And the animals are offered up as commute offerings. Birds are never offered up as commute offerings. It kind of makes sense that you cannot go ahead and use official money to purchase birds or to search for them as well. That's all I did. That's more some like a W. So I was like, we slow ahead. I will say now, yeah, we're not here. That's the milk, right? What the milk would say. So each thing is that's the other. So even small things is tough. Don't have to go slow. Now, others see what I can mesh hustle in my shit. So let's say this is a very good special. So it'll be again when it comes to the offering, a knife that designates the further earnings, which is another way to cover any interest rate. So the cover only changes its purpose, right? Right? But right? Maybe says the carbon aids is designated identity what is actively used. And then literally holds them always there. That's the one piece. And what we're actually the seeker should not have heard of Kodesh, which means that by the seeker, what's the sense of like still a Kodesh. Hold up, let's say by Kodesh, no color for us, because there is and the people for us, she's really good. Here, people, and ultimately, maybe you said, I wonder, you know, color the levels that you drop the level. Why should it be us? I'm not for myself. It was only law. Only so I'm out of that, and therefore I get for you. Myself, again, because of this, it says fundraising against limitation must be aware on that. The document says yes. Shimon says no. You shouldn't let someone say the Rambam Pascal goes out to Shimon peace. The Rambam Pascal says no for Strowman. No for Strowman. I like to go and look in that. The also for new class, special collection. The robot and the vote. The peacock. And here comes there's a new one, but he was the people truly shut up. So what do you do if a Strowman should say, what do I do? So what's that like? Oh, you don't stop. Even those that and what do you do? You don't really shut up. And I go ahead and ultimately again, use take your money back and not use like a pot now. So that's not essentially doing examples of that. There was one person added over here is he doesn't add in the chest and purchase those animals with the new money. So that's what raising it from one or not, but so the Rambam says that you just between the animals figure out why. So it's not hastily show our cold animals show up this going sweet from your head because it is a foundation. And the animals that are not used for sacrificial functions ultimately become or in other words, the Paskin Halot. And the rice song really is nothing out there. The Paskin the Paskin trouble side that is about the rice say, Shtaya Kabula. Let's go back to the Our annual planetary conference in the Chelsea Stock Alliance to dedicate ownership this year. As this, the results of EIR recover, Schwimmer, Black Innovation of the Outside Action of Scotland is the one of Crafting, which are getting the Tesco and Coles in the Rabbi and Medical Contour. Sham Sabi on the other day, so unfortunately, they would come for the Scott. It's called the passengers be shown that the power that of the soldiers should be successful as all of nice. Once we do that, we have to believe that you should really become ahead of us today. Believe that you should out. We're picking up actually on good opportunities. So many bits because the CDR the city that the area is all the entire that. So let's get clarity on that. It's slow and methodically, and you're going to remember how beautiful and how inspiring she was. The question of perspective, mindset, and what you have to get out of it. How would you on the ocean? 2, 4, 6. On the ocean. All right, look, if you feel messed up, it's not there. Maybe make some problems, okay? Got it. Square. I need you. So where's that color? So I'm going to run the open. So what does it mean to be open? You need to show the tendency, but the tendency. So this is my interesting. We are open as follows. Let's take a look at Rashi. Like I said, we're going to go through the story and the clarity. And we'll come on this because this concept of the Lord, knowledge, say, but you are going to be the one that's going to be something special today and tomorrow, all of the day and part of tomorrow. So take the Rashi. Rashi is on the left-hand side, about 4 lines into the short line. You should look at the table. Shalom knows too much on the spectrum. So we know how this is. So every year on the first of the season, that discovered so we say they get around before Max is a shutdown. Most people get ready to act with the first of these and with the corrections. So you look at these other things, so you begin on the first of these. So there you have it. So Shalom knows too much stuff. It's not because he shows what he did happen. So he really said that purchase creates prices from the masses of the law was we always had 6 sheep. The sheep had, right? They had one of the chambers in the courtyard museum, which was called that area of the as of the courtyard had a same area side chambers. One of those side chambers was what's called Rothschild house. In Rothschild house, one of sheep on the earth always had 6 sheep left for that road. Now what happened? When you were starting to be son, well, sheep come so some stuff you as a son, go get the house. They covered with too much hydration. Okay, so now what happened? Come to some essentially the beginning of financial movies and stuff. So the only group communal sacrifices which were okay, yeah, I think that was okay. The most actually the chamber of sheep. The issue was what last year's practice because of that, it could not be used for this year's sacrifice. So now the question is, you have 4 sacrificial sheep sitting in a Rishkas Hatzmar. What do you do with them? What do you do with them? So, what you introduce is something I would say evenly round, right? So you can show which of them you want, you lift them to carry on just to do them. Just to do them. I will say, now we're going to say this is a shopping statement. why is it shocking? Because in general, in order to read the sacrificial sanctity, what do you usually read first? Humble. Usually in some type of life, it's something that really you disqualified from its sacrificial capacity in order to be able to redeem it. You need to be able to say something shocking. Listen, it's shocking. It's absolutely shocking that you can just redeem this animal straight out. Look at actually just one minute. Actually being very important. That's always very important, but very important for us in this year right now. You think you make shit that shows you have to start with. That's it. Oh my God, what the process. So what do we do? What's the redemption? Redemption is what they give for sacrificial use in this covenant. So how do you do this? Like it actually shows you. The covenant also are most human, but also most young people are actually shows in the head. You could audience let's go there in this culture. So first thing we do is like this. I remember there was these four items, four sheep. So first thing I do is I read them. Now when I read do something, but I do something, the sanctity transfers to the money. So now I have money vested with the sacrificial sanctity. What do I do with the money? I put it into the residual of life for such a thing. The sanctity of the animals is directly connected to last year's such a thing. The animals that money into the last year is all that such a thing. It's done by whatever is the last year. Such a thing. General sense, example of proof. Right? Specifically, it was repairs for the code of So, okay, so take the animals, we do the same for the animals, we count a last with max to check out. To make the FNS use for some repairs. So, for that sheep, what's the size of the sheep? The size of the sheep. So, watch this. We don't understand. The thing that you have to include, those who are the most true of Hadassah, they are doing the show. And then what you do with it, you now take new half shekels from this year's collection, and essentially you purchase the sheep for the base of the sheep. So again, let's just go through the process. Right? What's my problem? That's not a general statement. I'm talking about over here. Which I can never going to use past the same thing the money that is put into last year's Maxis Hashakel, Kodesh Kadasha repairs. The sheep are now full. Now what I do is I really repurchase those sheep. It's year's Maxis Hashakel, and we're good to know. I was amazing enough to remember the sheep, it's like fun, right? Remember again, all of this is done without the Rabbi. Shit, they actually plays out their huge. What's the tremendous condition just said? We never heard of this. Because generally the redemption of a sacrificial animal, at least in the realm of personal sacrificial animals, must always be preceded by the appearance or emergence of a reward, something which disqualifies the animal. This is a unique halacha by karbanos, by community offerings. Beautiful. One second, so that's it. That's it. So that is the statement of Rabbi groundbreaking. Good. You know, that's right. You have to wrap the problem. The Rothschild, so that's being along. So it's continuing so what happened? Other relationships stuff. So it's science stuff over a little laptop. So look at the stuff. Steps to Rabbi, you the Jew and the local already get this from. Mechanistically, how exactly hurt? There seems to be a major problem. What's the major problem? If you produce Shevachem, let me call home. Where did the produce go? Well, you just discussed, but I don't understand why that process works. It wasn't this even just a moment. Literally, Kedusha Shabbat matches right across. Kedushas Hakut Shabbat, the key one is Chaneres B'Mamon, So we know that in world of sanctity, that there are different types of Kedushas. There's Kedushas Hagos, right, which is physical sanctity. There's Kedushas Dog, which is sanctity. The Greek words, in general sense, are carbon, generally Kedushas Hagos. The only way to go ahead and reduce some of the Kedushas Hagos is how a sin sacrifice loses the second, hence the more. Whereas, so I have a carbon that has physical safety, which has this. Now it has two kinds of being offered up. That's the opening for redemption. So in general, this financial redemption doesn't work that way. So I was very proud of this thing that was looking. So we could just redeem our shoes, but the Chris is saying, how does that work? That's not how we treat a physical setting works. Physical stores are understood. Kedushas Haguf is the highest form of Shema. And that because remember, what is Kedushas Haguf? What is it? It means that the Kedusha itself is part of parasite. It's a financial sanctuary. It's not a sanctuary, essentially means that there's, I think there's some editor in this out there, but there's also other elements. Kedushas Haguf is like what means every day, the entire essence of this item is coverage. So because this is where the Kedusha go? The fact that you went ahead and you took forward this fantastic model of redemption, but the fact that you weirdly it's one of the most things that's so beautiful and reading about this world is that the first thing I actually say how this process is okay. I have a carbon. Carbon is physical sanctity. Sanctity is the highest level of sanctity. The only way to quote unquote shift and when you look at the normal for that sanctity is how is if something interferes with that sanctity. What is it that interferes with sanctity? A law. Right? So mom says something offers you anymore. Okay. So that opens the door for redemption. The Yochel is essentially espousing a model that allows for redemption of something that has to do just like you without the money. Without the interest rate. Just as it says, what are you talking about? So it's that's the right thing. So the Gemara says it's the law of the Egypt so James Rogers of the Jesus this concept that we're discussing back tonight. Listen to all those it's what you can sound like something that has to do just like it can't be repeated without the rules, but I'll show you what you call this as well. Our next is honestly, you know, it's just like it. But it has because we use what does it do, what does it do possess. To do such like from the moment I came to see that higher essence, that's the condition to be good. Condition of a tree is not something that I say, I've said things before about these things. I tell you about I use like a set of things who are able to communicate them to right? And you know, I like this. It's a concept of function, but that's not the way that is. Like what I do for a living. Something that way. So, you know, somewhere, obviously, should not be who I am. What I do, function of what I do. Yiddishkeit is who I am. That's the Kedushas Haguf, who I am. And that's the meaning of what creates a little bit of the Kedushas Haguf, what creates the roots of the or you think what's the scariest part of faith is that faith has the ability to do a little bit of that to do But the beautiful is the reality is that it doesn't. They love you, Shashan. You just have to be making content. I'm choosing them. So I thought you just to do Shashan. I'm not sure about it because by karma, no brings to Shashan. Like a move and a data changes me and shoots back in the physical. It's all about Halloween, but nine. Most pieces fast. Most of them always progress. And they said, again, Rashi goes through here. Rashi, this is mostly Architoras. I know, remember, the spikes trying to tell us for what? Maxis Ashaka. How is it the first of the sun? The least Kitoras purchases the new money. So now, inevitably, you had leftover. Now, Rashi goes through leftover Kitoras. Not important for us. It's very important for us right now, but I'm going to stay a little more focused, right? So what do you do now with this? Now, the first of the sun, I would left over months that was bought with last week's Maxis Ashaka. What I do? What I do with it? See what we go. So the Gemara says, very simple. This is fascinating. So the Gemara says, "Mafisha minus star upon in the covenant of Sa'ad Lord Zor." So what is this? Look at that. She Mafisha only, which was on the start, starting maybe like this. The fact that that's what he said. She got she looked at the church thing was supposed to be you have to pay workers. Right? So they would go ahead and they would choose the workers, and they would the workers from the last with Maxis Ashaka. So I was when we start this is the sense of the river, they must have come from what was that? You also shows up in kindness. So that they said that things right, they were the ones who knew how they made how you put the rest of it, what they know that no one else knew. Mario, I don't think it's funny you have to call up, but I'm a little bit suspect about that. Okay? I think the guy might be smoking some Mario. Anyway, so nice, right? So especially this is a kind of I think so comes from India, they got paid from last year's Maxis Ashaka. Okay, so found pressure. What's only for the light, I don't know. So, what's the problem? The stores. Not the stores. Remember, so using it. No, why not? It's from last Maxis Ashaka. Okay. Now watch this verse. So now, after we see that money, in the transaction, the first guy more strictly. Is that what I don't know use that? The honey. The other guy is something. The most also the whole collection. This is workers. Workers. It's going to be very to purchase leftover for the use. These are activist teachers, which is the last thing is a shadow, and these leftover sales out of the money. The money, then it happens to the money. That's the money. Money goes back into the pot. Last year's Maxis. Now, what's last year's Maxis? What is it for? Repairs of the Kodesh HaKadoshim. And at this, Vacinas have what? What do they have? Ketoras. They have now the repeated Ketoras last year. The workers of this Krishna. They said it goes and repurchases the Ketorah from the Vacinas. And I think repurchase what? They repurchase it with the funds of this something that's taken over here. Right. What nice, but the rest of it is the top. Remember, we're just honestly, we're trying to, it's not a scheme. It's very clear, we're very transparent what we're trying to do. We're trying to go ahead with the problem as we have left over sacrified items from license that you can't use this year. So we need to create a mechanism to essentially allow them to be used because they were bought with this year's license. So that's all we're doing over. So again, God says, pay Sabatinas, pay Sabatinas for their work, taking with the money last year's master shutdown. Then take that money, leave the leftover Ketoras, okay? And now that money goes with the last year's master shutdown. They Sabatinas have this Ketoras, which by the way is not good. We have to Ketoras. They select this contract and we purchases it from them, which this year's master shutdown, and we're good to go. And I want to say, this is the process I want everyone to use. It's written on us. Emo says, again, I'm not. So that was like, this the Rabbi. But actually do that. What happened? Ketoris also is Kiddush Haris, the same as Kiddush Hashanah. Ketoris is also physical sanctity. So the Ketoris is physical sanctity. Once I get research, I was working on it over here. Is that when something possesses Kiddush Hashanah, physical sanctity, you need something interrupting so as to allow for the again. Like, I don't know what's a real. Like Ketoris, I don't know what it would be. But the God just has something. So how yeah, just think somebody else could reach us, I'd go and send it with money. So I know that in churches it says, Rabbi, calm down. He told Congress, he said, he told us, no, it's true. It says, shut the door, stop us. I'm looking at the map, shut the door. Two shots, keep going. Oh, he told us, send her fish. That's fascinating. It's not Kedusha Sakuf. He told us it's Kedusha Sakuf. He told us is murderous. Not this was fascinating actually. Kedusha is going to Kedusha is going Shabbat Kol Yisrael. Aber nicht schon die Kedusha Sakuf. Die Machtaka Shabbat Lav Shabbos. Those are in order for something that is like so. Animal, for an animal, when the animal gets to the it gets designated but you don't need to become published. It's recently placed in the schools, and so by definition, like the Rishas for us, and that is the first place that the Sharis at a certain point. Yes, remember that how is the Torah offered? Remember, there was a Torah is put on a microphone, a shovel head, right? So that is the Sharis. When you're talking about the production of Torahs, and or to that matter, the storage of Torahs, so it's ground up, the spices of the earth, that's what that mortar that has a Sharis. Those are basically pencils, but it's not a Sharis. So because that reaches the Torahs, up until the point that it was, up until the point it's actively used in the English, has never been inside of the Sharis. Because it's only inside the species concept, it only has financial safety and not just safety. This is my goal. This is actually my goal. Because again, up until research goes back to our own life, we always assume it's first because has physical safety, and again, because it's being used in the service of sometimes if I tell you something just to believe this, right? Just shake your head. Like this, that's what I always try. Right? So again, so we can start that because the focus is physically using the English, but of course it has physical safety. The US say, or Rabbi say, or Chris say, no, it doesn't. It's not instead of choice, because actually use the English. And its point of preparation, it will be as financial safety. Financial safety, yeah, financial safety, I will say, financial safety is a whole level safety. Financial safety, the same thing all day is financial safety, therefore what you need financially as well. That's why leftover Torahs to simple unity. Now, can you do this with any Torahs over the course of the year? No. This is a thing that how you can leftover Torahs, but the idea is that the sanctity is just the act of unity because it's not physical sanctity, it's only financial sanctity. Like it's also, so just again, just keep track of the structure, right? We're all going to be back for the Yochanan. But Yochanan says, what do you do with leftover sheep? If that's like one, you redeem them. You redeem them. How you redeem them? You go ahead and you transfer the same thing. The money, put that money again, put that money into the last response of Matzah Shekel, and then you purchase them with new Matzah Shekel. This is a real good Rabbi student agree with it. With his descent, what about the Kedusha? What about how can you do that? How do you just live in the same thing like that? Rabbi says to Chris, you and the Greeks, what about the Torahs? You pretty much do the same exact thing. Which is just response to you. Two different animals, two different things, right? The Torah is not specific. It's like you just say, look, rather what is it? And you just come in. You just come in. One place and give you homes. Now, Rabbi shoots back. If that's the case, that the Torah is only financial safety. My place and you have to say, I love it. I will not talk. Go to so big to know. You wouldn't be among your betters. No, it's expensive it is. So now, what about Fulio? Right now, who's the Fulio? I don't use it, but I'm saying, right? I was like, right, what is right? Who is the Fulio? Another name is so much comment, right? Has gone to the club, but requires have a shemesh. That's sunset. Now, he's an interesting guy because in certain respects, there are certain elements, in certain respects, he's hard, he's going from the far right, perhaps again, way to be low weight condition, but it still needs that sunset. So, it says like this: if you like that Torah, which maybe has financial safety, it doesn't have Kedushas HaGof, then if that's the case, then if a tool Yom touches it, he shouldn't make it ton it. Yet we know that he does. I don't know why he did it. Nothing else, nothing Nafashas, if you put the herbs of Torres, right, and in the grinder, the grinder, or in the vessel, with seven portfolio. If a tool touches it, he makes it possible. He makes it possible. Which is also to indicate that the Torres is not Kedushas Damim, not Kedushas Kedushas HaGof, which was a few came called Kedushas Damim, mostly between a woman, I don't know, maybe the items that have Kedushas Damim, maybe they also become some kind of in other words, I don't know, maybe that's not all, like you say, maybe that's not all. Maybe Kedushas Damim becomes kind of contact with the Torah, so it's not the marriage. On the post, more in the hand, yes, the book is in the post, so we call it so they become subject to Milah. They never use other kinds of right? So they become subject to Milah, and should look from the time that people are concentrated. Concentrated, once it's concentrated, actually the person is ultimately once it's in coverage in the shows, then it becomes fit or it becomes susceptible to working with Fulio. And you have to keep women, but for someone who has the Muslim story as a part of his necessary Kabbalah, it will be left over overnight. So what do you see from there? Cut should be pretty don't cut should be pretty low. So also what do you see from there? That even items that has financial sector only become subject to come to a Fulio once they come in contact with the insurance. Right? But once they come in contact with the insurance, then it should not be subject to tomorrow through tomorrow. So remember, what's our problem? Our problem is we just said before that if the tomorrow touches the Ketoras ultimately becomes covered, which would seem to indicate to us that what the Ketoras is not to simply produce as Rabbi, rather it must be something else. Elamai, produce as Hagufi. Rather, what we have to say is that Ketoras also has produce as Hagufi. That Ketoras is not simple financial safety, but rather Ketoras actually possesses actual physical safety. Now, listen, I understand the interesting part about that. Now, what we're suggesting is that Ketoras has physical safety, even though what? Even though it's never been in a insurance, never been in a service you take stuff. So it must be that the act of putting Ketoras into the Nakashas, like the act of putting Ketoras into the grinder, or into the mortar vessel, by definition, rests it with Kedushas HaGof. Almameatel to possible meal. But if that's the case, that's like a lot of other pieces over there. It can be, Ketoras has Kedushas HaGof, but the ultimate issue become possible meal. That's the meal. Ultimately needs to be left overnight. So at that point, it should be possible to be left overnight. So there's another two right there at comments. Not how they hold up. Okay, that's first during the comments is that you think the false that the point takes from the garden cup. The bone that is the fragrance that is put over a personal carbon. So that's Sky. Behind Nikas calling the Shua, that is a special move for Nikas in Sabbath, more than behind each of the issue. So they're all subject to the law. Once we have been concentrating on the service together, the shows, what should do? The Tassa between Yom or the Chosek Kikurim over Lila. Once they come in contact with the Kisharis, so then they will say, hey, what? Then you are susceptible to tomorrow, to Yom, or Chosek Kikurim, so they're going to bring his records in Kabbalahs and Lila. So we'll say, but again, so you never follow the flow of there. What is he doing there? That a carbon or a sanctified item is only subject to the prohibition of the Lila, which means immediate overnight, when only once it's come in contact with a Kusharis. How does she put it to that Torres has never come in contact with a Kusharis? There's never come in contact with Kusharis. And again, Hamal Hamresa was familiar with it. First, he wants his Kishubukui, and this one Kishubukui low. Only if someone has become consecrated to Kusharis is a subject to Midah. But it's not in the Kusharis. It shouldn't be subject to Midah. So we're saying, see, here our problem is, it sounds like we're really going saying that Torres has Kedusha Sakas. Okay, that's what it sounds like over there. I believe that Torres has physical sanctity. The problem is, everything that has physical sanctity is subject to Midah. Being left overnight, then it's possible. The problem is, something is only left over, it's only subject to Midah if it's come in contact with the Kushanis. So, the Torres occupies this very strange space, where on one hand we're suggesting it has physical sanctity, which will not be subject to Midah, but it hasn't been with Kushanis, which means that it's not subject to Midah. So how do I reconcile these two things? Amalei says, no, now about the Midah comment, Shiny Kidonas, Hoyle Mitzvasa, the Hol HaShabbat Kula. So if I say this is fascinating, you might want to suggest that perhaps Kitoras is not subject to Midah, right? Why is Kitoras not subject to Midah? Why not? Because it never changes form. So if you think about it, when does the Midah apply? Because I can have another piece of Midah, sacrificial meat. Let's say what happens if you leave out overnight? What happens? It changes. Right? It looks different. What's different? So we might suggest that perhaps the Midah only applies to things which look different if you left out. Kitoras, so let's say, Kitoras is fantastic. Right? The refrigeration, like that. I'm assuming you're trying to inside your temperature. You're trying to check the temperature. Okay, so what am I going to say again? Kitoras is not something where it's different. Maybe Kitoras itself, look at actually, all of it's the first white line in actually, all of it's then the Shana's money saw. The appearance of Kitoras never changes by being left over. And Phil thought, how about that? Kedusha Sakuchi. When you sit up on Midah, immediately should touch everything because of that one of Subida. So Ma'asila should be showing this touch and clean. So I will say, so this is fascinating. This is fascinating. Here's what we must suggest it. To just understand. Not just that perhaps what I have laid out is that Kitoras does have Kedusha Sakuchi, does have this Hesed. Why is it not subject to Midah? It's not subject to Midah because it doesn't change appearance when being left overnight. But, what's the but? Once Kitoras has been put in Kusharis, it is subject to Midah. Right? It is subject, because that's what we just saw before. Anything that comes into a Kusharis is subject to Midah. Why is Kitoras subject to Midah? Why? They're afraid that if we don't make it subject to Midah, these other things that are going to a Kusharis. Just like Kitoras is not subject to Midah, so to other items that are going to Kusharis and that's not to Midah as well. Therefore, just in order to create a uniform halacha, we say anything that goes into a Kusharis is subject to Midah. Casting Midah Kitoras before it goes into a Kusharis, even though again it has Kedushas Hayyos, it is not subject to Midah. Why? Because of appearance, its appearance does not keep over there. Beautiful. Good. So as I said, now that you've done that beautiful and magnificent, really exercise, now you might say, okay, now we've got the square one. And we'll say, what was square one? Nikamaka. Kasha. Kedusha Sheba El Lahayot. And we'll say, remember again, let's go back. So, what are your concept? That is the first one. Nisan, it's the first of Nisan. I have left the Rashid, the Mishkas Hatzloy. There are all the last year's Sashakot. I can't offer them this year because they want last year's Hashak. So what do I do with them? What do I say? What do you do? Go ahead and take money, but transfer the safety of the sheep onto the money. What do I do with money? What do I do with money? What do last year's half shekel pot? What's the electoral last year's shekel? This is the temple of specifically again, I came up with the shekel. And then what do I do now? Again, I have regular sheep, right? Just regular sheep, right? One sheep. What do I do? Repurchase them with this year's Maaseh shekel. A beautiful, simple approach. One overarching question. How do you do that? If you check Sheba and the April appreciable. They had Kedushas Haguf. They had physical safety. If they had physical safety, so I don't understand where did that safety go? Where did it go? Which is this Jewish Gemara says, "Was there is ready for a level? Was there is underlying some levels? Leave HD not the other." Really, what's that? HD stipulates regarding the definition of it. It's everything takes outside personal contribution. Essentially, the witness condition was as follows: HD recognizes that there were reasons for purchasing stuff. So the mercy is really left over. It's really left over. Essentially, what Beasley says is Kedushas Haguf in the only involves of the stuff that we use. Not the stuff that we don't use. The Kedushas Haguf never really ex post facto to follow obviously when all of those sheep are sitting in which does have one, or all of that Ketoras is sitting in the middle of the Ketoras. We don't know what's going to be used or what's not going to be used, but ex post facto, when you come to first of Nisa and there's 4 leftover sheep, or that mountain of Ketoras, basically stipulated the way anything that's not used during the current financial year does not have Kedushas Haguf. Because it does not have Kedushas Haguf, therefore what? It can be easily used. Beautiful. That's a good now. Let's see inside. Literally translated, many things must now let. So literally, the heart of these things makes it not. If you makes a condition about these items. Rashi, late days of instructions, 600 bottom, late days of Mashiach, and Shasta Kichot. The value of these items are purchased. Whether we're talking about the dollars, whether we're talking about sheep, and so sheep right now, the Rakashik, the Shasabu, and the Hatzmicha, the Shama. And for the sleep-on things being delayed. So I'll say, so remember again, this has to be a general sense, right? That David, right, the Jewish court, Sanhedrin, Chazal, has control over monetary matters of Klal, which is actually quite fascinating. Because what it sounds like is we always assume that was the case for us regular people. Apparently, because of people like Hefner, things in Hefner, it's apparently over temple finances as well. It's religious finances as well. So the way that he looks is like Israel says, we understand it's going to be left over. So again, it's not the shot that everything has Kedushas Haguf and now we're keeping it. It's because our function is only the stuff we use has Kedushas Haguf. Anything left over, never had Kedushas Haguf. Now you'll say, if it never had Kedushas Haguf, then what? Then what? They don't redeem it at all. That point you can't go. Because remember, the city of the nation, that's going to look very strange. If you just think sheep can just move the rice over, that's how foreign, and there's someone in the game making the barbecue. Right? That's not going to be right. So you have to undergo some mechanism, ultimately of redemption, but just understand that he thought the whole problem was, I'm doing something that has physical safety without the individual or anything else. For us, for one, make things and not say how it works. The way it works is, he says, only what you use has Kedushas Haguf. What you don't use never had Kedushas Haguf. Incredible, absolutely incredible. So Rashi is up with a call. You can see what knows the today's day. Any matter concerned with Seaboard, please hear it. That's actually a very heartwarming, a very beautiful phrase. But we'll call you the Seaboard, anything that's concerned with your dance club, you know, it's good days to read. Days in put their hearts. Is concerned regarding all community matters, and therefore halacha on the nice again, they said only what you use has to be Kedushas Haguf, what you don't use does not have to be Kedushas Haguf. That is wild. So let's say this is Rabbi. So this is Rabbi how you expect incredible. And you might say, what's the goal? Not one day, only because I'll say it can't be making up the sheep, use the sheep, or whatever is left over, you can just simply eat the meal with everybody. And you're good to go. Incredible. So you want to say this follows. If that's the case, I'm going to have it. But I'm not going to go on the issue. So I'm going to come out. To Kaddish Kedushas Haguf, but Abayis and Rabbi, here's the problem. That this what he said, that you can use such things as being makdish an animal for financial sake. Even he said, there are local race of Rashi's example is if you're makdish an animal, like if you take a ram, and you say, I hereby makdish this ram for financial stability. The animal essentially automatically applies Kedushas Haguf. But whenever you consecrate an animal consecration always results in Kedushas Haguf. So I would say, once these shit are designated, how do you avoid the destinies to do Shasagos? Wakashma, plug the armor to the Omar, plug the armor to the Esra. Everything is in the countries. So let's say, so ultimately, okay, everything is imagined. This actually, by the way, is on our face. Just for $1 just a moment. You see that transaction still $100. How do I open up? So after I cut that feature, I'm looking for $100 over. So that's, yeah. When you definitely down when you say that this animal should be for Oma, which is what the animal is fit for, that animal is automatically destined to just a bit. But I love the myself, I said, you see, this animal should be for yourself. I will say, yourself is a wine language. So what does that mean? That means you're testing the animal for financial safety and not physical safety. So I love the myself, you should see if you can designate on a personal level, if you wanted to designate an animal with financial safety, not physical safety, you have to designate it for something other than carbonic purpose, like a supplement, something's covered for one. But again, here, they based in mass now, and essentially based instructions. And once again, what you're going to use as physical safety, or you're not going to use only as financial safety. Incredible. Back to me, so I said, this is a cash so our research pieces are just incredible. So listen to this. You have your part of this soil change from these pages. Okay, so remember using your colors in your paper. Your own seal paper. So part inside your paper. Shock. They got lost. They lost. Because they're still like using their job. Someone's getting tired. That's the Cabernet Sauvignon young paper. Okay. The English cafe cafeteria. Let's find another. But in all seriousness, can you imagine that woman in the mix in the brush? Right? It's your paper. It's your paper. Hey, you know, that was everything. The hardest side, right? And that moment when you realize you lost it. They do imagine that. It was this tremendous hospital. And what happens after that is probably like a half-time what it's telling us. And then what do they do after? What do they do? Right? The British have to really catch the head. Just get a replacement. One second, like, they'll often carbon represent themselves. That's tremendously overwhelming and scary. And it's easy to get paralyzed by the challenges of life. What do you do when things live in challenging life? Create and orchestrate and choreograph the solution. Don't get paralyzed by the problem. Use solution-oriented in your life approach. So they lost the Cabernet Sauvignon. I don't know. It's traumatic to use it. Right? It's completely lost the Cabernet. Okay, there's a problem. Find the solution. Then what happens? So go ahead and they separate out each other. It's fine. No problem. All the days. The thing is, you have all these other. Charge. Let's see if you have all these other. Right? Which were a senior that was using the Cabernet that are actually weird. Super shakoti about the Cabernet. The new power, the only server contact. So it's like something that was the crowd itself through the instruction of things and accidentally worship that all these other. Okay? So what happens? Same thing. They had this Cabernet president, and then it was lost. They didn't check in the cafeteria, and what happens? And now local racer, they went ahead and separated out new Cabernets. Now let's say the part that's not really over here, what happens? Then they find the house. So after you give her, they find the lost kind of a son. After they offer up that Cabernet they find the one that was lost. So now what do you do with this found animals? What do you do with them? So the United States put it in this division, that he says, you have to let them die. The lost animals that are now found, you let them die. Actually says that they're killing them, you see. So they don't fear out of it. And it's not back in the easy little color right outside, you can go like that. Really, I don't think it's going to happen. But all the next show, the other show, and we see the impact of what's so he just says, essentially, these Cabernet. Because you can't name them from next door to her. Because the next time they're already aged out, right? Because the animal sacrifice for your keeper had to be underneath the hole. So there's nothing to do with that. Same thing for our own desire. The outcome is already been used. And he says, you have to just let the animal starve. But that was what we should have always known. You actually stop it up, right? I don't think that is let them develop a distribution cycle, let them develop a mode, sell it on, they use the money for a she says, Mother says, yeah, that does seem holiness. That she says, because how again, it's currently allowed a covered line by individual sacrifices. But by covered people, we don't do that. So again, one second, there's a much easier way. All right, maybe days the mass level. The one sense like this struck gold. Once you get to this little days that not the mass level, that's for everything. Right? What is the days in mass? The days says only the animals you use have the full sanctity. So it's like this. It's true. I said bring out the pioneer surface, the bird, but now they got lost. I offered up other animals in their stead. So when I find those animals, what should be the stats from animals? Essentially, I'm not hopeful. But let me do it. Go ahead and just redeem them onto money. Right? Let the money be saved. Those animals keep living. We're good to go. We're good to go. Or we put this down for something else when we use. Because we says Chagall control sacrificial designation. And what they say essentially is that Kedushas have only the valves of perfect Kabbalah you're going to use. But if you're not using your own sacrificial purposes, then what? Then you should not really have any sanctity. Which the Gemara says, don't bring up this case. We bring up the case of German and Lords. This is different. Shayna Abu the most shriku. The case of lost Kabbalah is actually not decreased. Why? Because it's not touched. Which, first of all, is going to be right. This is not a common occurrence. So because it's not a common occurrence, what's in general we see this that Chazal only legislated, right? Only legislated in common occurrences. Uncommon occurrences they choose not to legislate. So because a lost carbon is such a rare occurrence, therefore we don't get into this whole reasoning thing. We don't get into that. Instead, again, either we go ahead and let it die, or go to the shit, let it graze for a and then we can look at the money goes to the dollar. Okay, so that's the most actually not interesting. Now what you begin to see is that this concept of religion must be already is only applied to normative cases. But what we call to exception cases, it's not applied mercifully. It's hardly part of the mercy. What about part of the mercy? What's this case, right? Literally everybody's coming to the party today, right? You've got to be different. You've got part of the you've got to tell that. You've got to choose that's what everything. So not part of the part of the is let's not go this way. Let's say, now, again, as I mentioned in the beginning, we're going slow and steady. Because these Gemaras, I feel a little bit guilty for going away last week because I feel that Shul's got a bad rap. I don't know what happened. I was just going for a couple of days, but I'm doing a lot of Shul's talk. Let's say Shul's is you can see, we can't get better than this. So you got to take it slow and steady. So again, we're not behind. We're perfect. At some point in time, over the next couple of weeks, there'll be a short thing. We'll make up ground. But I'm supposed to get that on. All right. Good morning. Good morning. When you get to today's stop.
And then you gotta give it to me. How old are you? Hey. Yo, what up? It's David. Big Dog, can you hear me? It's David. Can you hear me? Yo, dog.
happens not to do it in the second of course, by thanking all of our sponsors, we thank our actual Talmud sponsor, the Simpson family, who's about to overshoot the overdresses of this year. As a fuss from the Jewish Talmud School of their students will be the scalpel. We also thank Shmuel and Rabbi for sponsoring the overshoot of his life with Brother Beer in commemoration of the Yahrzeit Shmuel's father. Let's craft it. We call out for the Yahrzeit, which is tomorrow on Pesach Shabbat. So both said yesterday was Shabbos, the long afternoon, is a complete the daf in its entirety. That in our deadlines, tomorrow we got to daf Yud of an hour. It was a long sentence. We couldn't stop it. Yud of an hour, all the way until that two down to the words of Be'er Omer across here to cross and Shabbat. So whatever you haven't not been sharing yesterday, you can catch up. And it's basically what's left of today's. What we did yesterday for today's daf was a process of elimination we want to explain the previous one. You can see now with the Meir Omer cross here to Kaparof and Shabbat. We mentioned this before, and this the thing comes to the Meir in the Mishnah. What he essentially says is that we all work together with those conditions. Remember, it's true that the severe Hakeem of Yom Kippur. Let's just take a quick break to remind ourselves of a couple of things. We have a number of different segirim what we're talking about. A number of different goats. If we haven't heard about them yet, up until now, let's just quickly remind ourselves. What we're talking about for the most part is we have the Sahira of Yom Kippur, which is the Sahira Hanasa that we've been referring to it, which is its avodah will take place inside. And that was something we described that according to all opinions comes for somebody who has the idea at the beginning, but no idea at the end. So he knew beforehand what Allah was coming, and in the middle he had this he's forgetting, this not remembering, and then what happens is he eats something which is tough. He eats a karma while he's coming with persons in his mikvah, and doesn't ever find out. In other words, lots of them stays with him. That's what the story, and that's what the process is. There's another one, which happens on Yom Kippur, which is the star of Pizza. This is not the star of Pizza. This is done on the outside, and that is a big question when it comes to food. But everyone is of the opinion that it works for a person who does not know about it at the end, in the beginning, but knows about it at the end. So everybody agrees. It will come to a cultural person who did not know anything about the person actually violated so much. And once he has, he found, I never realized that was coming. Or I didn't know that how someone could do this stuff. It would be carbonas. That's why that at the end. Then we have Siri with Haragawa. We have the better program like this. And we have, for the most part, everyone's going to agree that that works for somebody who we called him yesterday, the person who's completely negligent. He does not know at the beginning these problems will come up. He does not know about it at the end. He finds out, he doesn't find out about it ever. So it's here how we know it, how to talk to that person. And then we have here we have to go to that room on those programs. So the first thing we had in this group we got, and he said it's really the same thing as Stephen Aragala, except that it comes more frequent. You have this opportunity for tomorrow every single month. What to do is a chance for the oblivious guy. The oblivious guy who violates his Shabbat, did not know about the problem from the beginning. He didn't know about it at the end because God was taking care of it. Shimon mentioned yesterday, said no, that's not what it comes for. alcohol has not covered. A person who's tar, needs karma, which is coming, so that's a tar. In other words, typically, all the other cases we're talking about when the guy himself has become covered, and then he did something that a common person is not supposed to do. In this case, it's not what we're talking here. You have a person who himself was tar, but he gave the cover which is coming, he should not have done that. The mayor, who we're going to address right now, he essentially says that all these things can be mixed up. Only one that's unique is the Sawyer Hanatzah. The only one that has a total kapara is the Sawyer Hashem, which is not significant. But that's something which comes over for a person who knows about it initially, forgets, and does not ever find out about it. That one is unique. However, for the case of number one, a person who does not know about it at the beginning, but then finds out. So in other words, initially he's oblivious, but then he finds out. In the second case, where he does it all, he's completely oblivious. Or that's a cover, the person is not coming at all. There's a cover which is coming, so that person needs a cover. It says it there, the Sawyer has pizza on him, which is going outside. And the milk brother and the milk brother, that's what they all come from all those three things. Now, in order to make all the process that we've been doing, you'll find that for the one which is outside the sorrow, it's really initially formed. So I go back initially and then find that here. And the secret of what becomes a yachting. For something that will find it out, we start calling it movies. And the series question of Russian, he holds like the ship essentially, it's a car, so but even though that's initially what you see, all borrow from each other, and they don't all work for each other. Now, on this opinion of Rabbi tells us that they all essentially work for each other. Everyone wants to deal with this country. Now, the truth is, it's no secret. The last couple of weeks, we put the person of Kalabatarina. So here is actually where it comes from. The mayor of the Kalabatarina, the Parasa Shaka, these guns, they cover for the Para, that's fine for 20% reduction. Now, other time after the by time of the mayor, what is reason for a mayor? So the entrance of our card says, Sawyer, Seer. Sometimes it says Sawyer, just plain old Sawyer. In other places it says, Seer with the love. Now, what is he talking about? I myself, beginning this year, the last week, I actually spent some time this morning opening up a phone and just reminding myself of what's going on in here. Because you get to go over the letter. So if you open up the Parshas Pinchas, so Parshas Pinchas, we read this actually every Rosh Chodesh, but the part which is important is, it starts with the Parak Chavtas Kubarashne Chadashim, it goes to the Kubaras of Rosh Chodesh. This is Parak Chavtas, Parshas Pinchas, Sefer B'Midbar. Kubarashne Chadashim, the lists all the Karbanos, and then the Pasuk Tes Vav that says, Who Seir isn't Echad L'Chatas. Instead of saying Seir isn't Echad L'Chatas, who Seir isn't. What's the difference between the who and the regular? The who means and. The and means it's above the list. It adds on to something else. Then he goes to the next section. So immediately after Rosh Chodesh, the Torah immediately just segues right into Pesach. So when it comes to Pesach, we look further in that same exact parasha, which is reading Pasuk Chafetz, Who Seir Chatas Echad L'Chatas. So again, it says who. So it's connecting Pesach to Rosh Chodesh. Then you go on. By the way, to see where the famous Kaya is. Okay? We don't, there's no clear to right now. And then afterwards, we Yom HaBikurim. So it goes to order. It's the whole Pesach, and then you move on to Yom HaBikurim, which is the Rosh Hashanah. Yom HaBikurim starts with Pasuk Chav, and then you keep going off the timing. Guess what? Seir isn't Echad L'Chatas. So Seir is even in mind. We have to remember that there's an exception when it comes to Shavuos. It says Seir is Echad L'Chatas without who Seir. Then in the paragraph text. Pasuk Chav Chafetz Tishrei, the Echad L'Chatas, the Tishrei Fiora. The staff Rosh Hashanah, and then it says Pasuk K, Oops, the ear, season, your food, next one, who has to provide, who also for that. Ten pages of paper, read about those commands, last process in that section, plus of outlet, here is an appetizer. So far, the list, and the paper, both describe the Jonas Apata, who have above, everybody has above. Next, the Kamisha also, you don't look all this as read, on the 15th day, which is focus. So then it goes, every single day, plus the design, almost the even is in that part of the The first thing you say is, here. The second one, the second day of that Yom Tov, the first plus the test, what's the year? Third day of Yom Tov, what's the year? Fourth day, plus the Tafel, what's the year? Fifth day, plus the Tafel, what's the year? Shishi, the sixth day of Sundays, plus the start, plus the test, then here, plus the Lamed Aleph, describing the seventh day of Sundays, what's the year contest? And then you have Shvi'im, Shoshana Rabbah. Then you have a lot of Dalit, who's here about this? Right? Then you have Shmini Atzaras, which is plus the Lamed Hay, welcome for the second to Lamed Tash, who's here? So basically you have all the way from Pesach through Shmini Atzaras, all the cases that says who's here got this have done. The boom is not necessary, except for Shavuot, it doesn't say who's here, and the paper does not say who's here. No, Tama, Marcelina is saying, my time is the day of Makra, Seir, who's Seir? It says here, but it has on the extra word, that's the letter of Vav. Like, who should cause the evening, Zelazah? What is this extra word indicating? That all these goats that we just described, so that, and go with all the goats of Pesach, Shavuot, Rosh Hashanah, and Kippur, Sukkot, all of these, we're all connected. If I've lost, if I'm in the Misha, I can take the problem, and it adds up to the first thing, and it combines with that. Because it works, it's very nice. It makes sense. However, it seems like what we're saying is, you start with Rosh Chodesh, and you build up from Rosh Chodesh, you take that, to Shavuot, and you connect to Rosh Hashanah, and to Kippur. Rashi goes more, very methodically. If you look at Rashi's this first thing about it, he says, Shal Pesach HaSamach L'Rosh Chodesh. Although the first one of this parsha was Rosh Chodesh. So who you connect Pesach to Rosh Chodesh. Therefore, you go on Rosh Chodesh, that's our parsha. You focus, we'll connect them all together, that Rosh Chodesh, and all this, so you're going to connect each one to the other, which is before it. But the problem with that is, upper of the other, calling for a people, making one on, make me love. Oh, that was, you could say, the third day of the day, supposedly, the Torah gave us all information. And gave us nuclear tests, and you could use all those different ways of learning to figure things out. And once you figure something out, you can actually use that to learn from another place. So you can have kind of shade. So you can learn from Halacha A to Halacha B, Halacha B to Halacha C, Halacha C to Halacha D. No problem with that. Even though you're learning C from B, and B itself was not explicitly written in the Torah, that's not a problem because you learn B from A. However, what's not going to be concepts. Besides the Kabbalah, you can't do that. Kabbalah says you have to learn each one by itself. And it's amazing how much people make. You can't learn one from the next. And the problem with it is, when you're explaining it, you are going to be learning one from the next. Before that, the Pesach, and then the Shavuot, you're learning the one from the next, and you're just solving down the chain. Once you go up, then you listen to the whole thing. How about that? You learn it all out from the Yiddish. Look at Rashi. Kuru, Midas Kodesh, all about the Kodesh. Let's let it switch. The Torah Sha'akar Zakare, for a Torah person that means that it's coming. Now, Rosh Chodesh, Rosh Chodesh just learns something. The way that is understanding this is that what Rosh Chodesh for, that is for Torah Sha'akar Zakare. In other words, on that point, you hold the consider. On that point, of what you can initial problem of their focus was 4, the Gemara says, even your powerful person who himself is something coming.
We couldn't verify you're an adult. What other non-adult?
No. All of those together are much for Sodesh. And Sodesh is going from that. The Lord says, okay, fine, we can have that. The problem is the Tanakh called the This will work for every single place where the word here is written. In other words, the idea is that the Vav connects them all together. The and is go connects them all together. The problem is that is the premise. That you are basing your ability to connect one comma to the next, then you have to recognize that it doesn't say that and you can't connect them. That will be a problem. Now, Hatzaris and Kippur, as we mentioned, when it comes to Shavuos and Kippur, the look also based in here, it doesn't actually have that far by the word here. It doesn't have the word and. So if it would be stuck, we're not able to connect Yom Kippur and Shavuos, the rest of the Kabbalah, and they'd be left by themselves. Now, if we say this other, if we say each one connects to the one before it, so that's not a problem. We can still connect each one to the next.
What child is watching this?
And in Kippur, you can still say Kippur will be connected to Sukkot, and Shavuos can be connected to Rosh Hashanah. The problem is now that we're saying that they're all lumped together and they're connected by virtue of the fact that it says and, if it doesn't say and, you lost it. Or so you know what? You're right. That's not where it comes from. That's not where it is.